Parallel world inside the Beijing Film Academy of Daxia. Unlike its usual quietness, today the Beijing Film Academy was bustling with activity. Students gathered in small groups, their faces filled with excitement, surging all the way to the front of the teaching building. Is the news reliable? Did Jiang You really come back? In the crowd, Bai Lu asked her surrounding roommates, doubting the authenticity of the news. After all, who was Jiang You? He was a childhood idol, a presence held by countless people as their white moonlight. It could be said that this generation grew up watching his TV dramas. From Erlang Shen and Lotus Lantern, Mei Changsu Nirvana and Fire, to Li Xiao in Chinese Paladin 1 and Jingshan in Chinese Paladin 3. Although Jiang Yu didn't take on many roles, almost everyone was outstanding and a smash hit. He had never had a bad film. This earned him widespread acclaim in the eyes of the public. So much so that a saying spread throughout the entertainment industry: anything produced by Jiang Yu is a masterpiece. Netizens also said, as long as it's a drama starring Jiang Yu, just watch it without thinking. For such a big star to return to school without any warning, whatever he was here to do certainly wouldn't be anything simple. Who knows? Anyway, it doesn't concern us. Right? Remember to squeeze to the front later. We must get Jiang Yu's autograph today. Responding to Bai Lu was a very cute-looking girl with a round face full of collagen and big, blinking eyes. This was her roommate, Zhao Lucy. Oh, sissy, I'm just curious. Bai Lu stuck out her little tongue and reminded Zhao Lucy, think about it, if Jiang Yu is here to cast for a new drama, wouldn't we have a chance? Don't you want to experience the thrill of acting with your idol? Hearing this, Zhao Lucy's eyes lit up. That's right, if she could act with Jiang Yu and form a CP, that feeling, hee. Zhao Lucy suddenly started giggling foolishly. Bai Lu, standing beside her, couldn't bear to look. She knew her little best friend was thinking about something abnormal again. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu didn't know he was being discussed by two beautiful girls. He was still haggling with his mentor, Teacher Chen. Hi teacher, you really have to help me this time. I'm truly at my wit's end. My investment is so small that I really can't afford an outside team. Jiang Yu drooped his face, his voice sounding miserable, but Teacher Chen Hai saw right through him. Don't try that with me, you brat. Others might not understand you, but I've mentored you for years, don't I know you? Teacher Chen Hai looked at his beloved student with some helplessness. As a student he had once personally mentored, seeing Jiang Yu grow to his current level, it would be a lie to say he wasn't proud. It's just that this brat, Jiang Yu, never played by the rules. Back then, Jiang Yu's grades were at the top of the school, and he finished all his courses in just 2 years. Originally, Teacher Chen Hai wanted to push him into a big production. The contract was already negotiated, but he stubbornly refused to go, wrote a script, and secretly went to find investors. This incident nearly angered Teacher Chen Hai to death, and he didn't want to bother with him anymore, but the work turned out to be a massive hit. Jiang Yu also became incredibly popular thanks to the role of Erlang Shen, becoming what netizens called the real Erlang Shen. After that, it was unstoppable. In short, Teacher Chen Hai believed that in terms of talent, Jiang Yu truly had it, and in terms of being unconventional, no one could beat him. Look at him now. He was acting perfectly well, yet he claimed he wanted to be some kind of director. And as soon as he arrived, he said he wanted to make a movie. Teacher Chen Hai was about to scold him harshly. You, a performance major, saying you want to direct a movie, what kind of nonsense is that? However, he thought of Jiang Yu's heaven-sent talent. The words he was about to say changed tone. How about this? You first finish the script and storyboard and bring them to the school for review. If it's okay, I'll swallow my pride and get the best team at the Beijing Film Academy for you. If it's not, you go find somewhere cool to stay and don't mention this again. Teacher Chen Hai thought this brat would surely retreat in the face of difficulty. You have to know Jiang Yu studied performance. If it were acting work, it would definitely be a piece of cake, but now asking him to design a storyboard would be like shooting in the dark. Even if he had learned a trick or two through unofficial channels, he was facing that group of old professors in the academy and the way they nitpicked. For Jiang Yu to pass the review would undoubtedly be harder than ascending to heaven. Thinking of this, a sense of satisfaction surged in Teacher Chen Hai's heart. After all, no one likes people who are too pretentious. This could be considered a human vice. Teacher Chen Hai laughed, wanting to see the troubled look on Jiang Yu's face. Fine, no problem. When the time comes, old Chen, you can't go back on your word. Jiang Yu looked confident. No choice, a cheater plus a transmigrator, double buffs. How could he lose? That's right, Jiang Yu was a transmigrator. 5 years ago, he had just transmigrated into this world. He merged with a person of the same name who was born and raised in this world, becoming a freshman in the performance major at the Beijing Film Academy. After some time, he discovered that although this world's technology was very advanced and the situation was not much different from his previous life, excellent cultural and entertainment works were very scarce. The market was flooded with massive amounts of melodramatic romance dramas. There was no Xiangxia, no Xuanhuan, no angst-filled literature, no powerful female leads, only those brain-dead bossy CEO falls in love with me plots. So Jiang You was excited. He had seen so many excellent film and television works in his previous life. If he moved them all to this world, Jiang You would be rich. After setting this goal, Jiang You began to work hard at school, absorbing various professional knowledge. In just 2 years, he finished all the university curriculum. And based on his previous memories, he created the script for Lotus Lantern. Through the role of Erlang Shen, Jiang You became famous overnight. Then he created many more hit TV dramas, elevating him to the position of a first-line star in one fell swoop. To outsiders, he was infinitely glorious, a star of tomorrow. But who knew the bitterness in Jiang Yu's heart? The stock in his belly had long been mostly exhausted. After all, he didn't like watching dramas in his previous life. On the contrary, he was a hardcore two-dimensional otaku. Compared to watching dramas, he preferred watching anime. Like Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, Dragon Ball, Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, Fate Stay Night, a certain scientific railgun, etc. These were all his favorites, but what was the use of that? Everyone knew that anime was anime and live action was live action. Adapting anime to live action was almost equivalent to certain death. The anime adaptations he had heard of in his previous life were basically all disasters. After all, the visuals of anime focused on aesthetics and boundless imagination. If they were made into live-action versions, it was difficult to meet the standards in terms of special effects, lighting, character portrayal, acting, etc. What came out was either light pollution or cringe-inducing dramas. If it were the previous Jiang You, he would definitely have given up. But now it was different. Because the cheat had arrived. The system that was delayed for 5 years had arrived. Just 2 days ago, the system essential for a transmigrator finally found Jiang You through the vast sea of people. System Perfect Realization System function. The host can use points to perfectly present the makeup, special effects, editing, visuals, acting, etc. of works. The function was simple but also very powerful. Jiang You liked it very much. Didn't this solve the problem of live-action anime adaptations? Then what was he waiting for? Hurry up and do it. As soon as Jiang You thought about those excellent classic animations from his previous life being perfectly filmed into live-action versions by him, he couldn't stop his heart from surging, wishing he could start working immediately. Thus, the scene before it happened. As for what Jiang You intended to film first, he already had a plan in his heart. That was the peak work of the old master Hayao Miyazaki, which grossed $488 million in the mainland in 2019 and set a box office record of 31.68 billion yen in Japan, and won the Academy Award for Best Animated Feature, the Berlin Golden Bear. It was hailed as a treasure in the history of global animated films. Spirited Away, dear readers, a new author and a new book. Here I welcome all readers to come and provide guidance. I'm a completely new author, so the handling of the first volume might be a bit shaky, and there's quite a lot of movie plot. So if you don't like the first volume, you can skip directly to the second volume when you reach chapter 4 or 5. This small author will also work hard to type, striving to bring a better experience to all you readers. First time writing a book, brothers, you can guide me and you can point out any problems, but I beg you, please don't criticize too harshly. I hope everyone can stick with it. It will get better and better later on. Liu Yifei with the project selected, the next step was the script. This was not difficult for Jiang You. The hardest part would be the storyboard, i.e. the shot list. However, with the system it wouldn't take much time. After all, there was nothing a cheat couldn't solve. If there was, it just meant the cheat wasn't big enough. Only 3 days later, Jiang You knocked on the door of teacher Chen Hai's office once again. Teacher, I've brought the script. Take a look. So you're here, kid. Put the script down and you can go. Teacher Chen Hai wasn't surprised at all. After all, he had seen this many times before. Jiang Yu's script completion speed was always fast, and every time it was perfect. The first time, teacher Chen-hai would have been shocked, but after many times it was just like that. After all, not everyone is a genius. Seeing Jiang You still standing there, teacher Chen-hai started to shoo him away impatiently. Go, 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 hurry up and finish your storyboard. Teacher Chen-hai knew that although this kid was a monster when it came to writing scripts, he didn't believe he could finish the storyboard that quickly. You have to know that a script and a storyboard are different. A storyboard needs to clearly describe every shot, along with a large number of sketches and depictions of the scene. A professional storyboard must also describe the angles of each camera. It was simply impossible to complete in such a short time. Ah, what storyboard? Didn't I just give it to you? Jiang You asked, confused. What, you've already finished it? Teacher Chen-hai, who had just been sitting steadily in his chair, stood up with a swoosh, his eyes full of disbelief. He grabbed the script and storyboard in front of him and began to read them carefully. Watching teacher Chen-hai look so engrossed, Jiang You thought passing the review shouldn't be a big problem. He had been a bit worried before because the changes he made were not small. Although the work Spirited Away was an indisputable masterpiece, it would certainly be unrealistic to move it completely to this world. In this world, there was no country called Neon, but it had become the Sakura province of Great Zia, so there was naturally no need to modify the Shikigami culture. This also reduced Jiang Yu's workload significantly, but there were always certain differences and irrationalities between animation and live action. Of course, with the assistance of the system, plus Jiang Yu's solid professional foundation, these were not problems. Now the most important question was, where would the money come from? With the help of the system, work such as special effects, rendering, and editing naturally didn't cost money. However, because Spirited Away had a large number of unique scenes, such as the design of the bathhouse passenger ship, the design of Yubaba's room, and so on, plus the costumes, actors' salaries, and camera equipment, these all cost money. Jiang You estimated that he needed at least 50 million. He could certainly come up with the money, after all, he had earned quite a bit over the years. But this was his first movie after all, and Jiang You was still a bit uneasy about doing it entirely by himself. Right, I can ask my old friends, I can also pull some funding from the school. Jiang You immediately had an idea. After all, he knew this was a highly profitable business and it was still the early stage of his venture. Giving up a little profit was naturally understandable. Whatever, film it first and worry about it later. As long as the brick used to knock on the door is used well, he wouldn't have to worry about others not sending money. Jiang You was thinking about how to scam, crossed out, oh no, how to raise money. Teacher Chen-hai at the desk finally put down the manuscript in his hand, looking at Jiang You as if he were looking at a monster. A monster, a pervert. How is anyone else supposed to live? This was teacher Chen-hai's inner voice at this moment. There was no help for it. This story was simply too awesome. While reading it, teacher Chen-hai's mood actually fluctuated with Chihiro's adventure. He knew he hadn't felt this way in a long time. Just on this point alone, it was undoubtedly a good story. Moreover, whether it was the characters, the emotions, or the narrative, this script had reached a first-class level. Would it be a hit? Teacher Chen-hai didn't know, but at least for now, he already had the urge to watch this work. Teacher, it's not bad, right? Do you think this work meets your standards? This call from Jiang You pulled teacher Chen-hai out of his trance. He knew this kid's character. Give him an inch and he'd take a mile. So he put on a straight face. The script is good, but the funds required are not small. How about it? Do you have any leads? It's said that no one understands a student better than their teacher. Teacher Chen-hai knew early on that since Jiang You was willing to bring out this script, it certainly wasn't as simple as just wanting a photography team. Jiang You also knew that this old fox had seen through him, so he simply stopped pretending. I really couldn't hide it from you. Let me put it this way, as long as the money is in place, this project can start immediately. Do you think the school can give a little? Give it a rest. You kid having no money. I think you've got your eyes on the Academy cinema circuit. Seeing that his little scheme had been seen through, Jiang You completely abandoned all shame and came directly to ask the school for investment, although the school did have a few spots every year for students to practice. But those were benefits for enrolled students. Moreover, this wasn't some low-budget web series, this was a movie and it carried risks. Jiang You was just trying his luck. What if it worked? The school wants 5% of the box office revenue. The filming crew will be set up by the school and the actors should be from Beijing Film Academy as much as possible. We'll hold a premiere at the school. If the response is good, we'll push it to the cinema circuit for you and we'll invest 2 million. If it flops, get lost, damn it. Teacher Chen Hai looked at this exceptionally promising student and finally softened his heart. He would help just this once. After that, he could go play wherever he wanted. Get lost. Teacher Chen Hai started shooing him away again, not knowing if he was embarrassed or angry. All right, teacher, just watch. I definitely won't let you down. Jiang You also put away his usual slacker demeanor and answered solemnly. Teacher Chen Hai felt a bit uncomfortable, so he thought about shooing him away again. Get lost, go raise your money. By the way, you kid have quite a lot of scandals in the village. Why not going to ask them to chip in? Teacher Chen Hai teased. He knew about Jiang Yu's habit of falling in love with everyone he met. You could say that nowadays, as long as someone had shipped a pairing with Jiang Yu online, it was highly likely to be real. Being brought up about this by his teacher to his face, even with Jiang Yu's thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. I was just thinking about it, just haven't had time to implement it yet. However, Jiang Yu didn't dare say this, otherwise he didn't know how long he would be nagged. After chatting with teacher Chen Hai for a while, Jiang Yu sneaked out the back door. There was no help for it, there were too many people in the front. Basically, the whole school had arrived and the road was blocked completely. Jiang Yu thought that he would have to come back in 2 days anyway since the actor issue hadn't been settled, so he didn't say goodbye and just slipped away. Today is a good day, everything I think of can come true. The phone rang. Jiang Yu didn't even look to see who it was and answered it. Hello, Jiang Yu, are you busy? A cold, clear female voice came from the phone. Even the greeting revealed an air of someone detached from worldly affairs. It was as if there was a noble fairy on the other end of the phone, sacred and inviolable. Of course, Jiang Yu knew that all of this was just a disguise for that tsundere. Oh, let me guess who is calling me. Who could it be? The voice is a bit fuzzy, I can't remember. Jiang Yu's voice was frivolous, deliberately keeping her in suspense. Sure enough, the voice on the other end of the receiver immediately showed emotion. Jiang You. That cold, clear temperament was gone, replaced by a little cat protecting its food, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Jiang Yu, venting its dissatisfaction. Jiang Yu smiled, a handsome arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. The joy of a tsundere is just this simple, unadorned, and boring. That's right, the person on the phone with him was none other than the one hailed by netizens as the most beautiful little dragon maiden, the most beautiful Wang Yuyan, who played Zhao Linger in Chinese Paladin, the fairy sister, Liu Yifei. Listening to the feigned anger in Liu Yifei's tone, Jiang Yu found it quite amusing. However, as for being a tsundere, teasing her occasionally was fine, but doing it too much wouldn't be good. So he paused deliberately, then slapped his forehead, pretending he had just remembered. Oh, is that you, sissy? Why did you suddenly call me? Did you miss me? Jiang Yu went straight to the point. After all, being direct is the best weapon to attack a tsundere. Sure enough, the earlobes of Liu Yifei on the other end of the line turned red immediately, pink and tender like a ripe little apple. She hurriedly started her triple denial. I certainly didn't. Who missed you, you narcissist? Oh, it seems I thought too much. Jiang Yu's tone immediately dropped, and if you didn't see him crossing his legs, looking like he was watching a good show, you would have really been fooled by him. This tone, this expression, this back and forth, it's enough for the Daniel Wus on the other side of the screen to learn for a lifetime. At this moment, Liu Yifei was very different from what was portrayed on screen. The Liu Yifei in dramas is a fairy descended from the heavens, with a cold and beautiful temperament, a living, breathing ice beauty. But the real-life Liu Yifei is a tsundere who knows how to act spoiled and cute, and is often insincere. It can be said that, apart from having the same face, Liu Yifei is essentially two different people on and off screen. That is why most of the characters in dramas are just acting. Originally, the Liu Yifei of this world wasn't that popular, climbing to the A-list position relying on 2 roles in the return of the Condor heroes and demigods and semi-devils. But after that, she didn't have any breakout works. Not only that, but she also filmed many bad movies, which led to the Liu Yifei of this world earning the title of box office poison. Just at this time, 19-year-old Jiang Yu found her with the script for Chinese Paladin. Back then, the Lotus Lantern had just started airing, and the entry for the most handsome Erlang Shen was still hanging on the trending list. Logically, what Jiang Yu should have done more was to take advantage of the remaining popularity to quickly film 2 more dramas to maintain his status. However, Jiang You just took the script and found her, and also said that the role of Zhao Linger must be played by Liu Yifei. This moved Liu Yifei very much, and this became the beginning of her complete fall. But how could she know that Jiang Yu didn't want to ruin a classic? The Zhao Linger from his past life was played by her, and if Jiang Yu couldn't even copy the homework correctly, he shouldn't be in the industry. Of course, Jiang Yu definitely had his own little ulterior motives. Come on, that is the fairy sister, the dream goddess of countless men. Jiang Yu isn't a Liuxia who you can sit in a woman's lap without being ran. Men, you know how it is. But Jiang Yu also has his own bottom line, which is not to take the initiative, not to refuse, but to take responsibility. It is absolutely impossible for him to be a simp. According to his own words, let everything take its natural course. After teasing Liu Yifei for a while longer, Jiang Yu finally remembered the real business and asked, "By the way, sissy, you called, couldn't just be to flirt with me, right?" Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Liu Yifei hurriedly spat, secretly cursing him for being shameless, and the blush on her face deepened a few more shades. "Who is flirting with you? I heard someone is going to make a movie, so I just came to mock them a bit." She wouldn't admit that she called because she was worried about this guy. "HMPH, who told you to bully me? Let's see what you do now." Liu Yifei pursed her little lips, looking somewhat smug. After all, having been box office poisoned for so many years, she knew how hard it was to make a name for oneself in the film industry, let alone as a director. However, these were not things Jiang Yu needed to consider right now. The current Jiang Yu was thinking about how to rope in another person. After all, the school allocated 2 million, and adding the 10 million he had here, it wasn't enough. I still need to find someone to share the risk. Jiang Yu was thinking about who he should find, just mechanically responding to Liu Yifei's words, not hearing clearly at all what she was saying. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes and he had an idea. So he said to Liu Yifei on the phone, "Sissy, do you have time right now?" "Hey, what's wrong? Why are you acting so jumpy?" Liu Yifei was startled by Jiang Yu's voice, feeling that the bad guy's actions today were a bit unusual, but who knew that Jiang Yu's next sentence would be even more heavy-hitting. "Never mind that, I want to see you right now. Where are you?" Hearing such ambiguous words, the blush that had just faded from Liu Yifei's face immediately returned, and it was far redder than before, and her heart began to race. You, what are you saying? What, miss me or whatever? Don't say things like that so easily, hey." Liu Yifei was a bit shy. Jiang Yu didn't explain. After clarifying the address, he rushed over. Liu Yifei didn't have any announcements recently and was in Beijing. When Jiang Yu arrived, what he saw was Liu Yifei in a white dress, standing gracefully, obviously having dressed up carefully, waiting for him here specifically. Liu Yifei was very nervous now, but also full of joy. After all, the boy she had liked for so many years was finally going to confess to her. She had fantasized about this scene countless times in her dreams. Jiang Yu holding flowers, kneeling on one knee to her on a stage with everyone watching, and then putting a ring on her finger with his own hands. Now all of this was about to come true. The look in Liu Yifei's eyes as she gazed at Jiang Yu was full of affection. "Should I play hard to get for a while later? Is it not good to agree too easily?" Liu Yifei felt she couldn't let this bad guy succeed so easily. Jiang Yu, who had just entered, felt a bit strange under her gaze, but business was more important. So he hurriedly took out a script from his bag and handed it to Liu Yifei. "This is my movie script, take a look." Liu Yifei took it dazed. "Let me tell you, if this script is made into a movie, it will definitely be a huge hit." Jiang Yu talked eloquently to Liu Yifei, describing his grand plan. But she didn't expect that Liu Yifei would shove the script aside, and her face immediately turned cold. "You came to find me in such a rush and said so much just to show me this." Liu Yifei's expression was very bad. She swore that if Jiang Yu dared to nod, she would make him know why flowers are so red. "Of course not." Jiang Yu immediately denied it. A smile immediately bloomed on Liu Yifei's face. "That's what she meant. There must be something else." "Well, it's just..." Sure enough, an operation like asking someone for money so openly was still quite awkward for Jiang Yu to do. As a result, before Jiang Yu could even open his mouth, he saw Liu Yifei nodding at him with a flushed face. "It's okay, I do." "Ah, really, sissy? Are you really willing to invest in my movie?" Jiang Yu was overjoyed. He really didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He hadn't even opened his mouth and the deal was done. "Yes, I do." "Ah, what, investing in a movie?" At this moment, Liu Yifei was still a bit confused. Wasn't he confessing just now? How did it get back to the matter of investing in a movie? It wasn't until a long while later that Liu Yifei realized that there was no confession at all. This jerk was just discussing investing in a movie the whole time. Liu Yifei was full of shame and anger, grabbed the pillow on the sofa beside her, and threw it at Jiang You. I'll invest in your sister. You jerk, get out of my house. Jiang Yu was also stunned. He didn't know what kind of nerve this woman was having. One moment she was cold-faced, the next she was smiling, and now she suddenly wanted to beat him up. But thinking about the investment, Jiang Yu decided to hold back for now, just wait for later. After the commotion, Liu Yifei finally calmed down and started reading the script Jiang Yu had brought. The lethality of Spirited Away was naturally huge. Before long, Liu Yifei was tearful. Obviously deeply moved by the story of little Chihiro. Jiang Yu, who was beside her, saw that her makeup was ruined from crying like a little kitten and hurriedly and attentively handed her a tissue. Sister Liu, take a look at this project. Is it okay? Are you willing to take a stake in it? At this moment, Jiang Yu finally revealed his fox tail. Film it, we must film it. How much is still missing? I'll invest it all. Liu Yifei was very generous. She was originally a little rich woman. Her family was a family of dancers, and she herself earned quite a lot, so investing in such a movie was more than enough. Really, Sissy is generous. It's not much, not much. 9.5 million will do. I'll pay the rest myself. Jiang Yu was very happy. The investment matter was finally resolved. Mere 9.5 million. Can you film it well? I'll invest 15 million. Liu Yifei didn't hesitate and set the price immediately. Hearing this, Jiang Yu was stunned. My God, is this rich woman so willing to spend? At this moment, Jiang Yu's mood was like chugging a bottle of ice-cold cola in the middle of summer. Super refreshing. Soon, Jiang Yu and Liu Yifei began to discuss the details. He couldn't wait to let this masterpiece be released as soon as possible. Now that the investment was secured, the next issue was finding the actors. This was a very difficult problem. The main issue was that the two characters, Chihiro and White Dragon, were too young, and finding actors who met the requirements was not easy. It looks like I still need to make a trip to the Beijing Film Academy. Jiang Yu decided to go ask Teacher Chen tomorrow to see if he could find anyone suitable. Suddenly, a person came to Jiang Yu's mind. That's right, how could I have forgotten her? It looks like the choice for Chihiro is settled. Who is it? There aren't many people in the industry who can play this role well. Liu Yifei, who was by his side, was also thinking about this problem. Seeing that Jiang Yu had an idea, she pressed him. Wait a moment, let me ask her. The candidate in Jiang Yu's mind was none other than the young actress Zhang Zifeng, who had worked with him on The Lotus Lantern and played Nezha. She was his little fangirl with lively eyes and a petite figure. Judging by her appearance, she completely fit the character traits of Chihiro. Plus, with the system's help, a little bit of coaching would definitely make it work. However, just in case, Jiang Yu decided to test her acting first. Jiang Yu picked up his phone and sent a message to someone named Nezha's little sister. Second brother, are you there? Before long, someone replied. I'm here, big brother, what is it? Their funny conversation made Liu Yifei, who was beside them, laugh until she was trembling. You two, one big brother and one second brother, what's going on? Did you swear brotherhood? Jiang Yu ignored her and continued typing a reply. Second brother, remember when we swore brotherhood and trampled the Lingxiao Palace together? Now that your big brother has encountered a great difficulty, I have come to ask for second brother's the help. Say no more. If big brother is in trouble, how could I stand by and watch? Speak. It was followed by a ready to die for the cause emoji. This made Liu Yifei beside him lose her composure once again. Ha ha ha, you two are too funny. There was no help for it. Beautiful skins are all alike, but interesting souls are one in a million. Back when Jiang Yu was on the set of The Lotus Lantern, Zifeng got along with him very well. They addressed each other as big brother and second brother every day, and they ranked Sun Wukong as the third. At that time, Zifeng was only 8 years old and was the joy of the entire crew. It's just that she often spoke in an old-fashioned way. Even though she was clearly still a child, she always treated herself like an adult. So the way they addressed each other never changed, and Jiang Yu quite enjoyed it. Jiang Yu told the little one about his plan to make a movie and said that there was a role that was very suitable for her. He asked if she was interested in giving it a try. Zifeng agreed without a second word. She even added a ready to die for the cause emoji at the end. Next, there were some very important supporting roles, such as Kamaji, White Dragon, Yubaba, and so on. These roles were also very crucial. If he found someone with poor acting skills, they might ruin this movie in minutes, which Jiang You would not allow. Fortunately, having been in the entertainment industry for so long, Jiang You still had some connections of his own, and finding these actors was not very difficult. Liu Yifei, who was by his side, saw Jiang Yu constantly contacting actors, and a flash of heartache couldn't help but flicker in her eyes. When she saw that he had even finished arranging the roles for Chihiro's parents but just wouldn't give her a role, Liu Yifei felt aggrieved again and muttered, "Heartless man, big liar, pervert, big blockhead." Liu Yifei insisted on saying everything she could to scold him, and while scolding, she pinched Jiang Yu's thigh, pinching it until it was swollen. This sour and refreshing feeling was not something to be shared with outsiders. "Stop, stop, stop, my dear lady. The role is..." Jiang Yu really couldn't take it anymore and quickly begged for mercy. "That's more like it." Liu Yifei was happy again. Sure enough, the speed at which this woman changes her face is like the weather in June. It changes just like that. Jiang Yu handed her the script for Lin. "It's settled. This role is yours. There's no pay. It counts towards the investment." Jiang Yu fully displayed the spirit of a miser. He saved wherever he could and never spent recklessly. After all, the costumes, makeup, and props later would burn a lot of money. Every bit saved is a bit gained. Early the next morning, Jiang Yu took the designed character costumes, as well as a series of blueprints for prop models, and handed them over to a company that specialized in making these things. At the Beijing Film Academy, companies responsible for making these are everywhere, but their quality is guaranteed. After all, those here have deep cooperation with the school, so these things naturally don't need to be worried about. And what about Liu Yifei? She went to take charge of registering the script, patent, and copyright issues. In Daxia, copyright is very important, and the management of copyright is also quite strict. Once infringement is involved, it can lead to fines at the lightest and criminal responsibility at the heaviest. This is also one of the reasons why the Daxia entertainment industry is so developed. Just in case, early in the morning, Liu Yifei rushed to the state administration to register the copyright. After Jiang Yu handed over the blueprints, he didn't stop for a moment and immediately rushed to the Longtang Hotel. This was the audition location he had agreed upon with the actors yesterday. If any reporters had snuck into the Longtang Hotel today, they would definitely have been shocked by the scene before them. It could be said that the entire entertainment industry had been shaken up. Among the veteran actors, there was the actor who played the living Buddha Jai Gong, Mr. Ben Chang, the actor who played Jiao Yulu, Mr. Zhu Jian. These are all well-respected, good actors. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Yu usually treats people very well and gets along with his elders, he really wouldn't have been able to invite such big shots. As for powerful actors, there were even more, actor Hu Ji, Bai Qi, and so on. It was truly a gathering of stars, and there wasn't a single one whose name you couldn't call out. Jiang Yu struggled for a while and auditioned for the whole morning before finalizing a few main supporting roles. For Kamaji, Jiang Yu gave this to Mr. Ben Chang. There was no other way. His appearance was too suitable, and his acting was also perfect. As for the role of Yubaba, it was played by teacher Li Minqi. Just saying the name, everyone might not know who it is. But once you mention the role she played, you would definitely understand in a second. She's the wrong Momo from My Fair Princess, which is one of the roles Jiang Yu personally designated. There was no other way, it was just too fitting. Now there was one most important role left, which was White Dragon. To be honest, this role was the one that gave Jiang Yu the biggest headache. After all, finding someone whose image fit White Dragon was really too difficult. White Dragon is calm, strong, and full of a sense of justice, and at the same time he is an extremely gentle person at heart. This required the actor to be very mature, which is not an easy thing for a young boy. That's right, why do I have to look for a boy? Isn't the White Dragon in the original work a feminine look? Why not just find a girl to play it? So Jiang Yu decided to find a girl to play White Dragon. As for the dubbing problem, that was simple. The max-level dubbing ability bestowed upon Jiang Yu by the system was no joke. In this way, the scope expanded quite a bit, and very quickly Liu Yifei pushed someone over. Jiang Yu took a look. Hey. This girl was not bad. Her facial features were very three-dimensional, with a high, beautiful nose, somewhat sharp bone structure, and especially that pair of eyes which had a heroic spirit. With a little cultivation, she would definitely be a good acting talent. Not bad, where did you find this person? Jiang You was very satisfied. Of course, don't look at who the handmaiden is. If you hadn't begged me that time, I wouldn't have gone to look for her. Fine, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Hearing Jiang Yu's affirmation, Liu Yifei was very happy inside, but on her face she had an indifferent look. Confirmed, she is definitely a dead tsundere. Jiang Yu didn't pay any attention to her and just tested the little one's acting. The little one performed well, although her acting was a bit raw and there was still a lot of room for improvement, but these were not problems. There is nothing that Brother Cheat can't handle. If there is, it only means that the cheat isn't big enough. The little girl was also very excited and kept calling Jiang You Jingshan brother. Alright, this was another die-hard fan of Chinese Paladin 3. The little girl told him that her name was Mai Mai and she was in her 3rd year of junior high this year. Jiang You also didn't expect that his fan base had already started to develop towards junior high school students. What he didn't expect even more was that the news that he was going to start filming a new movie had already been photographed by elusive reporters and spread out. Sure enough, once the photos were released, they sparked widespread discussion among netizens. By the time he found out, the internet was already in an uproar. Spirited Away begins filming, production underway. Given Jiang Yu's popularity, it didn't take long for him to hit the trending searches. The trending topics were all sorts of bizarre things. The positive ones were like, Jiang Yu's new drama is unprecedented. Jiang Yu's directorial debut. These were the more official ones. Of course, there were also dissenting voices. Arrogant, just because he can act well doesn't mean he can direct well. The comments below were endless, with a large number of netizens holding different opinions and arguing incessantly. What, God, Jiang is filming a new movie and he's the director, I have to watch this. Exactly, and he's collaborating with Liu Yifei, it's like returning to Chinese Paladin 1, the CPA ship has come true. Give me a break, I admit Jiang Yu's great at acting, but directing, I can only heh. Agreed with the above. Directing isn't a job anyone can do. Don't end up losing more than you gain, ruining your reputation instead of making a good film. I think you guys are just sour grapes. Let me ask you one thing, in the past 5 years have you ever seen him fail? Some haters just want God Jiang to fail. Tusk, they're going to get slapped in the face again. Anything produced by Jiang You is a masterpiece. His dramas have never failed. The online discussion was heated, with no one able to convince anyone else. However, this didn't affect Jiang Yu's progress at all. At this moment, he was taking the crew around to scout for locations, preparing to start filming. Originally, it was very difficult to find scenes similar to those in the anime. However, this was not an issue in front of the powerful system. Before his eyes, the system interface had already displayed the best filming locations. Following the system's guidance, Jiang Yu arrived at a small town on the Inner Mongolian grasslands. The system is awesome. This place was exactly the same as the scenes in the anime, whether it was the clock tower, the suspension bridge, or even Yubaba's bathhouse. They were indistinguishable from what was presented in the anime. If he hadn't driven here himself, Jiang Yu would have thought he had transmigrated again. The system is awesome. Jiang Yu was tired of saying this phrase. After confirming the filming location, Jiang Yu held a low-key opening ceremony. Unlike other movies, there were no reporters interviewing, no ribbon-cutting activities, just a simple incense burner and a couple of offerings, and the opening ceremony was over. There was no other way, he really had no money left. Moreover, in Jiang Yu's view, the quality of the movie was paramount. Everything else was just flashy nonsense. The camera on the right, move it a bit to the left. Cameraman, remember to get a close-up when the time comes. Props, what are you doing? I wanted a blue car model. What the hell is this red one? Get it changed immediately. On set, Jiang Yu seemed like a different person, serious and uncompromising. He only had eyes for the lens, and his demands on the actors were raised again and again. Ding, host has activated the director module. Directing skill increased by 999. Status, world-class director. Ding, host has activated the acting guidance module. Teaching ability increased by 999. Ding, host has activated the perfect performance module. With the support of the system, Jiang Yu is now omnipotent. Therefore, no matter what, Jiang Yu had to do his best. After all, he didn't want to personally ruin his favorite work. This made it tough for the actors, especially Zaifeng and Mai Mai as the actress for Chihiro. Zaifeng already had a lot of scenes, and on top of that, Jiang Yu was nitpicky, striving for perfection in every scene. So at the beginning, Xifen kept in Jiang. Your emotion is wrong. Your parents have turned into pigs. You should feel helpless, not just afraid. Wrong, do it again. It was the same when filming Haku's scenes. Cut, this won't do. Haku is calm, do you understand? Not stiff-faced. Again. After being cut again and again, Xifen and Mai Mai were on the verge of a breakdown. The younger Mai Mai was almost crying. They didn't expect it to be this hard. During a break, Jiang You saw the two little ones sulking on the side. He felt a bit helpless. Xifen, Mai Mai, come here for a second. Jiang You activated the acting guidance module and sat beside them, teaching them step by step. He even demonstrated it himself, telling them exactly how Chihiro and Haku should be portrayed. Finally, looking at the two little ones' admiring gazes, Jiang You still said, actually, there's only one real acting technique. To immerse yourself into the character, to become her, and then there will be no problems. Sure enough, under Jiang Yu's guidance, Xifen and Mai Mai's state got better and better. This made the other crew members feel it was incredible. Immediately following that was a deep admiration for Jiang Yu as expected. A true director can bring a qualitative leap to an actor's performance. So much so that later on, Liu Yifei also often came to ask for advice. Of course, she definitely wouldn't say it directly. She usually beat around the bush. Jiang Yu also knew her personality, and the two naturally had a tacit understanding. After all, she's a tsundere. Everyone who knows knows. How could a tsundere ask for help, right? Iri doge. Just like that, after more than 2 months of busyness, with the concerted efforts of the crew members, the filming was coming to an end. Good, I announced that Spirited Away, which took 2 months and 4 days, has officially wrapped up. After filming the last scene, Jiang Yu announced the successful wrap. This was his first directorial work, but it would definitely not be his last, and he had the confidence that this work would definitely stir up a storm across the country. There was no need to doubt this. Oh yeah, finally wrapped. Big brother, I'm almost dead from exhaustion. The happiest ones were undoubtedly the two little ones, Xifen and Mai Mai this month. These two little ones had suffered a lot, and now they were full of resentment towards Jiang Yu. Exactly. God, Jiang is a black-hearted person, a big bad guy. I won't act in your movies next time. HMPH, Mai Mai muttered. Before, she thought that filming with her idol would be a very relaxed and happy thing. But what happened? She had been a workhorse for 2 months. However, Mai Mai did not regret it. In just 2 short months, her acting skills had undergone a qualitative change. Who wouldn't be confused by that? So she was just complaining. If there was a next one, she would be the first one to come. That night, Jiang Yu was uncharacteristically generous and booked a big wrap-up banquet. At the banquet, everyone was toasting Jiang Yu because during this period, Jiang Yu's ability had truly deeply impressed everyone in the crew. At the beginning, everyone was worried about how a person who had never been a director could manage such a huge crew. This was something that seemed basically impossible to ordinary people, but it was achieved by Jiang Yu, and he did it almost perfectly. Really, if this crew hadn't been arranged by the school, those staff members would have directly wanted to defect to Jiang Yu's team. Who wouldn't love a director who is both capable and has good character? As for the special effects and soundtrack, Liu Yifei had originally planned to spend money to find foreign special effects companies to produce them. But Jiang Yu took it on again, saying he knew some teams that produce special effects. Just kidding, what team is more awesome than the system? Name one and let's compare. No matter how advanced the special effects are under the system's authentic restoration, they are all trash. Special effects, editing, soundtrack, all maxed out. My system is just that unreasonable. Soon, the original film was completed. I have to say, after a series of optimizations by the system, Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel. The film had reached the most perfect form he had envisioned. The characters' acting, special effects, scenes, and visuals all reached the theoretical pinnacle of what was possible. After all, the hardest thing to overcome in live-action adaptations of anime is realism. Looking at some examples from his past life, the awkwardness was so intense it was unbearable. But with this film, Jiang Yu didn't feel a single moment of detachment from start to finish. He was truly, completely immersed. It was as if this world of spirits and the bathhouse that served them actually existed. This was the brilliance of the system, turning the impossible into reality. Jiang Yu opened his phone and found the group chat full of unread messages. Everyone was asking if the final cut was finished. Jiang Yu replied to everyone, "It's done. Everyone can go to the multimedia room tomorrow to take a look. Let's do an internal review. Like a stone creating 1,000 ripples, the WeChat group immediately exploded. Everyone was extremely excited, especially the two little ones, Mai and Zifeng. They quickly expressed their desire to come and see it. Only Liu Yifei was an outlier. She only replied with an okay. But she's a total tsundere, so it's understandable. Early the next morning, the crew members gathered to watch the final cut, and everyone was indeed completely stunned. Is this really something they filmed? The visuals, the rendering, the difference between this and the raw footage was greater than the difference between a human and a dog. It wasn't short, totaling 125 minutes, yet it deeply healed everyone present. Jiang You was fine, just feeling that it was quite nice, but the ladies were in for it. A whole pack of tissues was completely used up by Liu Yifei beside him. She was crying like rain on a pear blossom. Mai and Zifeng nearby also had red, swollen eyes. It was clear they hadn't been able to hold it back either. But the moment they saw Chihiro reunite with her parents and leave the bathhouse, everyone on site smiled. Liu Yifei even rubbed Zifeng's little cheeks. She couldn't help it. She was just too cute. Oh my Chihiro, how can you be so cute? Zifeng's little face was soft, and Liu Yifei couldn't keep her hands off it. Liu Yifei, Jai, let go of me, I can't breathe. Zifeng didn't like others pinching her cheeks. She wasn't a little kid anymore. She kept struggling. Jiang You couldn't watch anymore and quickly pulled Liu Yifei's hand away. Hoo-ha, finally saved. Thanks, big brother. Having just escaped from the clutches of the devil, Zifeng gasped for air. This cute appearance almost made Liu Yifei, who had just stopped, unable to resist again. Alright, stop teasing her, get ready. I'm taking the film to the Beijing Film Academy tomorrow for a screening. As one of the top institutions in Daxia, the Beijing Film Academy, along with the Shanghai Theater Academy, occupied half of the film industry. It sent out countless outstanding film talents every year. Such a behemoth possessed immense power. Rather than calling the Beijing Film Academy an academic institution, it was more like a company. The Beijing Film Academy often provided resources to promising directors in the industry. Although most resources were internal, there were quite a few for external ones as well. Those small directors would submit their films to the school, and the school would judge whether the film was worth investing in through screenings. If it was, they would push the film to their affiliated cinema chains and promote it. Once these directors became famous, they would give back to the school. It was an endless cycle, and with the backing of the state, the Beijing Film Academy had an elegant nickname, the Beau Le Cinema. Coincidentally, the school was organizing a screening in 3 days. This was a great opportunity. At that time, the school would invite various famous film critics to join the school's review panel for the screening. Jiang You believed that with the quality of this film, he would definitely be able to secure the best cinema chains. That would be the moment Jiang You soared to the sky. Thus, Jiang You found teacher Chen Hai and handed over the final cut. Although teacher Chen Hai was also curious, he was not in a rush. He immediately submitted the film, finally passing the review before the deadline. 3 days passed quickly. Today was the day of the school screening. All the students, contestants, and film critics immediately gathered in the school's performance hall, wanting to see which dark horses would emerge among the works this time. Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy were no exception. As sophomores majoring in acting at the Beijing Film Academy, they had to come and observe. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have wanted to come. Such events were held every year, and they were already tired of them. Moreover, although there were indeed a few brilliant works, most were just toilet paper quality trash, completely devoid of substance, and they were long and stinky. Bai Lu had already planned to find an opportunity to slip out later. Whoever wanted to watch this garbage could watch it. Sure enough, at the start, the boring and tedious movie content made people drowsy, except for the hired judges and film critics. Most students were looking down at their phones, and some even fell asleep right in their chairs. Bai Lu also felt her eyelids fighting. There was no help for it. It was too boring. Some movies couldn't even tell a story properly. She really couldn't understand how they had the nerve to bring such things out to embarrass themselves. Do they think the audience is stupid? Just when Bai Lu couldn't hold on anymore and was about to fall asleep, a familiar name caught her eye. Next work, Spirited Away, director Jiang You. Bai Lu thought she had misread it and quickly tugged at her sleeping friend beside her. Sissy, stop sleeping, hurry up and look, is that Senior Jiang You? Oh my, what are you doing, Lulu? I'm on a date with Senior Jiang You right now. Zhao Lucy, who was in the middle of a sweet dream, hadn't figured out the situation yet. As soon as she opened her mouth, she spouted wild words. Fortunately, her voice wasn't very loud and only Bai Lu heard it clearly. Bai Lu felt speechless about this imaginative little friend. However, at this moment, she couldn't care about that anymore because in just this short while, the film had already started. At the very beginning of the film, a bouquet of pink flowers filled the entire screen. In the center of the bouquet stood a cute farewell card. On the card was a drawing of a cute little girl's head, and next to it were 3 lines of slightly crooked writing. One could tell at a glance it was written by a child. The content was, "Chihiro, take care of yourself. See you next time, your good friend Risa." This novel opening immediately caught the attention of the judges. This work is quite good. This filming technique, this narrative perspective, one can tell it's very professional. This director is not simple. Professor from the directing department commented, "After watching so many terrible films, it's not easy. Finally, a good story. Indeed, quite good. The suspense set at the beginning is very clever and the visual expressiveness is also very strong. Worth looking forward to." Just as they were discussing, the film didn't stop. "Chihiro, Chihiro, we're almost there." The voice of a middle-aged man sounded. Immediately after, as the camera panned down, the panoramic view outside was finally revealed. A gentle breeze brushed against the wheat fields, and the chirping of summer cicadas echoed throughout. A small car was driving through the countryside. The surrounding trees were lush and green. Dappled tree shadows passed by the car window, and sunlight spilled into the forest, quiet and beautiful. Such a stunning scene momentarily stunned everyone. The students who were just dozing off were also intoxicated by this scenery. After all, before this, no one had integrated beautiful scenery into a film to enhance its expressiveness. It could be said that Jiang You had pioneered a new filming technique. Just this single segment of filming already displayed an excellent cinematic quality. Immediately following this, the camera cut away, and Chihiro, played by Zeifeng, made her entrance. In the car, Chihiro was lying listlessly on the back seat, her cute little feet swinging, her hands tightly clutching a bouquet of flowers. The space in the car was very small, and the back seat was piled high with cardboard boxes, which made Chihiro very uncomfortable, leaving her no room even to turn over. The child looked very exhausted. It was clear she had been sitting there for quite some time. The country roads were always bumpy, making the car difficult to drive. Chihiro's parents were chatting, lamenting the differences between the city and the countryside. The story unfolded gently, completely capturing the attention of everyone present. Is this little girl the protagonist? She's so cute. Looking at these visuals, it's definitely a heartwarming and healing work, no doubt about it. Teacher Chen Hai, sitting in the judge's seat, nodded repeatedly, his surprise growing even greater. Such sophisticated filming techniques, who would have thought that kid Jiang You actually knew how to make a movie? He really is a freak, there's nothing he can't do. The crowd began to discuss it, completely drawn in by the plot of the film. The scene continued. Chihiro's father in the driver's seat turned back and said to her with a smile, "Chihiro, look, that over there is your new school." Chihiro, however, didn't look happy at all. The little girl rolled her eyes and moved toward the window. She stuck her tongue out at the school outside the window. "I think my old school was better." Chihiro's voice was very soft and muffled. It was clear she didn't want to return to the countryside. Chihiro's parents didn't seem to hear her words, just chatting casually. Beside her, Bai Lu was very angry, pouting as she said, "Why are these parents like this? They don't listen to their child's opinions at all. Did your parents ever take what you said seriously when you were little?" Zhao Lucy was very dismissive. Parents were just like that, always forcing you to do all sorts of things under the guise of doing it for your own good. As for children's suggestions or whatever, they were still young. What kind of suggestions could they have? Zhao Lucy didn't know what she was thinking of, but she was full of resentment. Bai Lu was somewhat speechless. There was no helping it, this was indeed too realistic. At the same time the title of the movie appeared, Spirited Away. The judges on the panel were also whispering, sharing their own opinions. The visuals are indeed good and the acting is quite solid, but the narrative is a bit lacking. This is just the beginning, it's too early to judge the narrative. Let's see what happens later. I actually think this director's cinematic language is quite distinctive. The filming techniques are also very advanced. Some judges praised these techniques endlessly, even he had learned quite a lot from them. Teacher Chen Hai had a premonition. Knowing Jiang Yu's character, things were bound to get more interesting and he was looking forward to it even more. The students around them were also whispering, "Oh my god, this is definitely a dark horse. Holy crap, did you see the director's name? Jiang You. Is it the same Jiang You I'm thinking of? Girl, I saw it too. Didn't we hear a while ago that he collaborated with Liu Yifei on a movie? Could this be it? Is no one paying attention to the art style? I absolutely love this art style. Love it +1. How on earth was this filmed? I have absolutely no clue." Clearly, the movie had only just begun and the audience's emotions had already been fully engaged. From this perspective, Jiang Yu's film was already a success. The plot of the movie was very tight. Before long, because of the father's recklessness, the family arrived at a town. It had to be said, this narrative pacing made it very comfortable to watch. It didn't have that feeling of those trashy films where you have no idea what is even going on. As the story progressed, the first climax of the movie arrived very quickly. The father's nose twitched and a fragrant aroma drifted into his nostrils. "Did you guys smell that? It seems like the scent of food. Let's go check it out." The mother nodded in agreement. "I smell it too. It smells so good." The two of them walked forward quickly, completely ignoring Chihiro, who was still trudging behind. "Wait for me." The small town looked very dilapidated. There wasn't a single person opening their doors on the entire street. The ground was covered in dust everywhere. It was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. Seeing the empty street, Chihiro felt a bit afraid and hurriedly grabbed her mother's hand, saying, "Mom, let's go back. This place is so strange." However, Chihiro's mother seemed not to hear her words. She was just busy stuffing her face, not saying a single word. This eerie atmosphere made the audience feel somewhat uneasy. "I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. Nothing bad is going to happen to Chihiro, right?" Bailu stared intently at the screen, looking as if she had been completely immersed in it. Seeing she couldn't stop her parents, Chihiro had no choice but to helplessly walk out of the alley, thinking about looking around the area. Suddenly, she noticed a signpost not far away and hurriedly walked over to check it, hoping to find the way home. Following the directions on the sign, Chihiro turned her head and looked, covering her small mouth in surprise. At the same time, the camera cut away and the audience looked forward along with Chihiro's perspective. A magnificent, towering building appeared before their eyes. Its style was very ancient, and it was clear it had stood for quite some time. The building was made of wood, different from the skyscrapers in reality. Wooden structures often carried a deep, woody fragrance that was the scent of history. The chimney on the roof pierced the clouds, with thick black smoke constantly billowing upward. In front of the main entrance, a flag printed with the character for bath fluttered in the wind, indicating its identity. The bathhouse, the blue sky overhead had at some point been covered by dark clouds. Little Chihiro was also unconsciously walking toward the bathhouse. Clack clack. It sounds like a train. Anxious to go home, Chihiro stood by the bridge and looked down. A train emerged from a cave under the bridge, stretching out along the tracks. Just as Chihiro was leaning down to look, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. It was a dashing, beautiful young man. Down below, Mai almost jumped up with joy. It was finally time for her Haku to make his entrance. He was wearing a stark white round-collared kimono, with a blue undershirt underneath. His figure was only slightly taller than Chihiro. Beneath his fluffy hairstyle, his pair of dark green pupils were filled with astonishment. He didn't understand why this girl would appear here. The dark clouds in the sky were gathering more densely. The sunlight was almost no longer visible. The beautiful young man hurriedly stepped forward, his voice urgent as he said to Chihiro, "You shouldn't be here. Leave quickly." Chihiro felt puzzled, but the boy's expression was very serious. "Don't linger, you must leave here before dark." After saying this, he gave Chihiro a push and shielded her behind him. "Hurry, the lights are about to turn on. I'll help you hold them off." At this moment, the dark clouds had completely covered the sky. Night was about to fall. Finally, Chihiro found her parents, but at this moment they were completely unrecognizable. Both of their figures had become enormously fat, and they were still busy stuffing food into their mouths. "Dad, let's go back, Dad." Chihiro kept tugging at her father's arm. However, the scene that followed gave everyone present a huge fright. Her father suddenly turned his head, and a pig's face with drool flowing out appeared before the camera, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. A huge pig's snout stuck in the middle. The horrifying scene gave all the audience a huge fright. Hey, wait, what happened to the promised heartwarming and healing story? How did it turn into a horror movie? Watching the incredibly eerie scene, all the audience couldn't help but feel a chill. Bai Lu in her seat was trembling with fear, and Zhao Lucy beside her had even buried her head in her chest. It seemed they had been scared quite badly. The only person present who wasn't scared was Jiang You. That's really funny. If this plot were so easy for you all to guess, how would I even go on living? You thought it was heartwarming and healing, eh? I faked it. Jiang Yu had suffered quite a bit when he first watched it, and now the smile had been transferred. As expected, I can't be the only one suffering. Yubaba appears, interviewing little Chihiro. The ups and downs of the plot kept the audience hooked, and the traits of each character were revealed. The gentle and unflappable Haku, the kind Kamaji, though their screen time was short, they left a very deep impression on the audience. The character development is really something. So many distinct characters were shaped in such a short time. A professor from the directing department said. Professor sitting next to teacher Chen Hai turned to ask him, "Old Chen, if I remember correctly, this seems to be your student, right?" Someone had finally asked the question. Teacher Chen Hai was thrilled inside, but he still pretended to be indifferent and said, "Just a former ordinary student of mine who likes to play a few tricks. Don't mind him." The professor sitting next to him was speechless, still putting on an act. "Do you really think I can't see the corners of your mouth curling up?" Fine, I shouldn't have asked. Hearing this sour tone, teacher Chen Hai was full of pride. Not bad, this kid finally brought me some major glory. He couldn't help but look back. Seeing his gaze, Jiang Yu gave a thumbs up with a cheeky look in his eyes. "See, I didn't embarrass you, old man." Their exchange was just a small interlude. Most people remained immersed in the plot. In the scene at this moment, Chihiro had found Kamaji following Haku's reminder. Kamaji was seen sitting cross-legged on the furnace, holding a pestle in his hands, grinding herbs non-stop. Seeing that he looked like a kind old grandfather, Chihiro couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This place was full of monsters. She had finally seen a normal person. Just as she was about to speak, a rope with a sign hanging on it fell from the top. A hand from who knows where took the sign down and then used another hand to tie a new sign on. This was no kind old grandfather. It was clearly a monster with many hands. Below the furnace, little black soot sprites lined up, carrying coal blocks and throwing them into the furnace one by one. Then they would run back into the hole under the medicine cabinet, thoughtfully avoiding Chihiro on the way. Chihiro didn't scream in fear. After experiencing so many things, she had grown quite a bit. During a pause in their work, Chihiro gathered her courage to ask, "Excuse me, can I work here?" The busy Kamaji didn't pay any attention to little Chihiro, just continuing to tend to his herbs. So Chihiro asked again, Kamaji, Master Haku sent me, may I work here?" Hearing the words Master Haku, the old man paused and replied, "No need, I don't lack help here. Look at these little soot sprites, I have as much help as I need, I don't need you. Chihiro is so helpless, come here and let big sister give you a hug." College students currently looking for a job be like. Speaking of which, there's no air conditioning in this environment, wouldn't it be scorching? What the heck, air conditioning, ha ha ha. While Chihiro was helping the soot sprites with their work, Kamaji saw her kindness and introduced her to the bathhouse worker Lin, asking her to take Chihiro to Yubaba and say she was his granddaughter. "What, you want me to take her to Yubaba? I'll be dead meat, no way." Lin's look of disgust was portrayed vividly by Liu Yifei, however. She couldn't withstand Kamaji's pestering in the end and took Chihiro along. Later, in the elevator to Yubaba's room, Chihiro met the cute radish spirit. Watching it quietly use its hands to support the elevator and protect little Chihiro, this heartwarming scene brought faint smiles to the faces of the audience. Indeed, no matter where you are, there will always be kind souls. After walking for a long time, little Chihiro finally arrived outside the door of the owner of this establishment, Yubaba's room. Just as she was about to push the door open, the handle on the door suddenly spoke. "Don't you even know how to knock? What an ill-mannered brat." Chihiro, having been scolded, was about to apologize when the door suddenly opened. An invisible force pulled her inside. This sudden movement gave Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy, who were sitting below, a start. This is magic, right? Does this movie actually have magic? So cool. I can tell you weren't paying attention. Bai Lu flicked Zhao Lucy's little head. "Haku used something similar earlier, didn't he?" "Oh, it seems he did, hee I think I forgot." Zhao Lucy scratched her little head. She had been too engrossed, thinking about the plot to come, and hadn't paid attention to the beginning. "Aya, stop bickering. Yubaba is about to appear, let's keep watching." There was a sparkle of anticipation in Bai Lu's eyes. The next moment, the camera cut to a large head covered in wrinkles. A huge hooked nose sat on it, and the eyes were painted with disgusting purple eyeshadow. She was short, only a bit taller than Chihiro. One couldn't help but marvel at how the actor managed to pull this off. Her 10 fingers were bony, wrapped in skin with no flesh to be seen, and she wore 5 gemstone rings of different colors. Her white hair was coiled up, and this ugly, hypocritical face was deeply unsettling. Looking at her, Chihiro was a bit scared, but she still gathered her courage and said, "Excuse me, may I work here?" Yubaba didn't even want to lift her eyelids. She just slowly raised her finger and gently swiped it through the air. Chihiro's mouth felt like it had been zipped shut. She couldn't make a sound. Yubaba narrowed her eyes, and a mocking smile appeared on her wrinkled face. "What silly things are you saying? What can you possibly do? This isn't the human world. This is the world of spirits. It's not a place for you to be." Her voice was harsh, like a strangled male duck, extremely shrill and grating. "This is a place where only spirits from all walks of life can come to relax and bathe." When saying this, Yubaba's face was full of pride and arrogance. She walked to the long table, picked up a pipe, and began to smoke it leisurely. "To think your parents could do such a thing. They ate the guests' food like pigs, so this is their retribution, and you won't be able to return to your original world either." The actress playing Yubaba interpreted the character vividly, but as for the voice, it made some of the girls below feel very familiar. "Oh, I know who the actress for Yubaba is. It's Wrong Momo, that Wrong Momo from My Fair Princess. Yes, that's her. I was wondering why the voice sounded so familiar." So it was that teacher. Big shout out to the teacher. The performance was amazing. When it's released, the teacher will have another classic role added to her list. Hey, seriously, how are all the roles in this movie acted so well? Everyone is a master of acting. It's true, if not for the voice, I really wouldn't have recognized her. Enough said. Spirited Away is just awesome, that's all there is to it. Chihiro stood there, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yubaba took a deep drag of her pipe, then blew the smoke rings into the room, a look of intoxication on her face. "How about I turn you into a pig? Or maybe charcoal would work too." Facing Yubaba's terrifying pressure, little Chihiro's body trembled more and more violently. "Ha, you're actually trembling. For someone like you to get this far, you must have had help from an expert. Come on, tell me, who is he? Maybe I can let you go back, haha." She swiped her finger, releasing Chihiro from her binding. Unexpectedly, Chihiro's first words were, "Please let me work here, I beg you, let me work here." Yubaba was furious. She stepped forward and demanded, You still dare to say that? I really want to work here." Little Chihiro's determination exceeded the expectations of all the audience present. This made them like the little girl even more. The judges couldn't stop nodding. As of now, this character development was almost perfect. This also made their gazes toward teacher Chenhai increasingly envious. Why did such a good student have to be his? Though faced the gentleness of the white dragon teacher, Chenhai's smugness grew even stronger. "Envious aren't you? Jealous aren't you? I just love how you can't stand me but can't get rid of me either." At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. There was no helping it. Who doesn't like to show off in front of everyone? In one word, awesome. In the scene, Yubaba was also exploding with rage. She lunged forward, looking utterly frantic. "You actually dare to say that?" Although Chihiro's body was still trembling uncontrollably, her reply was very loud. "I really want to work here." "You, shut up." Yubaba was furious. She waved both hands, and a massive surge of magical power erupted from her ring. Papers flew across the desktop, and the entire room was shaken violently. Objects around them floated as if they were about to crash into Chihiro the next moment. Bang. Immediately after, the table was flipped over and Yubaba flew out, landing right in front of Chihiro. She shouted angrily, "Why should I have to hire you just because you say you need a job?" Then she pointed her finger at Chihiro's abdomen. "You look so useless, always whining and crying." Immediately after, she moved behind Chihiro and continued scolding, "Why should I hire someone who is good for nothing? I cannot possibly hire you." Yubaba's tone was so firm, yet the audience always felt she was wary of something. It seemed as if she wanted Chihiro to give up. "I get it, there must be a rule that protects people working here. Right?" The white dragon also said that she must find a job here. This implies that no matter who they are, as long as they have a job here, they might not be able to actively harm her. None of the people present were fools, and they quickly discovered this rule. However, the judges sitting in the jury box were looking at something much deeper. This film looks quite heartwarming, but it has significant depth. Greed turns people into monsters. This is teaching us not to pursue things that do not belong to us. Also, Chihiro has gone from being cowardly and fearful at the beginning to being brave and determined now. She has really grown so much. But at the same time, she has shouldered responsibilities and lost that original innocence. Isn't this the price that must be paid for growth? So-called growth is gaining some things while losing others. As everyone discussed, the plot moved along very quickly. At this point, Chihiro had officially started working at the bathhouse and had been assigned to work under Lin. However, Yubaba had cast a spell on the contract, and she had forgot her name. In this world, there was only one name, and although Lin always pretended to dislike her, she was actually very kind in private. As for why she did this, it was entirely to deceive the spirits outside. It must be said that having Liu Yifei play this role was truly perfect. Besides her, who else could be lively and mischievous while also being able to put on a sour face at any moment? The surrounding audience was also constantly praising her, and Liu Yifei smiled very happily. Finally, her acting skills had finally been affirmed. Congratulations, congratulations, you finally got what you wanted, right? Jiang You congratulated her. HMPH, the handmaiden's acting skills were always good. This is just the icing on the cake. Well, the same tone as always, she really hadn't changed at all. What he didn't know was that beside him, Liu Yifei was glancing at his handsome profile from the corner of her eye. A blush spread across her face like a peony in sleep. Thank you, Jiang Yu, really thank you. This is the second time already. As dawn arrived, this world also began to enter a rest period. But Chihiro, lying on the bed, had no intention of sleeping at all. Her body was trembling uncontrollably and her eyes were full of fear and unease. An unfamiliar environment, terrifying monsters, bizarre experiences, all of this left Chihiro feeling completely at a loss. Suddenly, the sound of a door being pushed open rang out, and gentle words appeared in her ears. Come quickly to the little bridge, I will take you to see your parents. This voice was the White Dragon's. Chihiro recognized who it was immediately. She quickly got dressed and walked out gently along the path she had come, afraid of waking anyone up. When she reached Kamaji, Chihiro retrieved her shoes from the soot sprites. Thank you all. Immediately after, she stepped onto the wooden bridge, but she did not see the White Dragon's figure. Instead, a strange-looking spirit appeared before Chihiro. Its entire body was illusory. One could even see the bridge railings through it. It wore a white mask on its face. It had no hands or feet and could only hover like a ghost. It was no face. Chihiro was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit strange, but the desire to see her parents took precedence. She quickly lowered her head and walked forward briskly. When she looked back again, no face had disappeared. The White Dragon led Chihiro into the pig pen. His pace was very slow. It was clear he was intentionally waiting for Chihiro. This made the audience outside the screen shout, I'm shipping it, I'm shipping it, I'm shipping it again. Arriving at the pig farm, Chihiro rushed in immediately. Mom, Dad, she shouted with all her might, as if she could hear their response this way. But at this moment before Chihiro, there were only two fat pigs lying on the ground, snoring away. Mom, Dad, it's me, I'm. A moment of confusion appeared in Chihiro's eyes as if she had forgotten her name. I am Sen. There was no help for it, that was all she remembered. After visiting her parents, the White Dragon stopped in front of a flower field. Under a large stalk of sorghum, Chihiro crouched down and buried her face deep into her knees. White Dragon beside her also crouched down and handed over the things in his hand. Here are your clothes, keep them safe. The White Dragon's tone was gentle, quite different from his previous serious demeanor. Chihiro always felt that this was the real him. Chihiro reached out to take them and her figure leaned slightly closer to the White Dragon. She flipped through the clothes and a card fell out from inside. This is a card from my friend. Farewell to my best friend Chihiro. Chihiro is. The chaotic memories in her mind were completely reorganized at this moment, and she finally remembered who she was. Chihiro lifted her head abruptly. Chihiro is my name is Chihiro. The White Dragon beside her nodded slightly and instructed. When Yubaba signs a contract, she takes away the contractor's name. As long as you forget your own name, you can never leave here. The White Dragon slowly looked up and said leisurely, I don't even know who I am now. I haven't found my own name yet. Even when saying this, the White Dragon's voice remained so gentle. Isn't White Dragon your name? Chihiro was very confused, having always thought that White Dragon was his real name. He shook his head and smiled softly again. It's strange, isn't it? I actually remember your name is Chihiro. You must keep your things safe. You must never forget your name. From beginning to end, the White Dragon's gaze was calm, only changing slightly when he mentioned Chihiro. Everyone, hurry up and lock this couple down. The White Dragon is too gentle. Ah, I'm dead. What's with this puppy dog vibe? The White Dragon is so pitiful. Doesn't this mean he has to stay here forever? No, I love the White Dragon. This segment of the plot spawned quite a few White Dragon and Chihiro shippers. Days at the bathhouse passed quickly with endless work that left Chihiro exhausted. Fortunately, Lin was always there to help her adapt. After doing it for a while, she got used to it. Seeing this little Chihiro's growth really moves me, but for some reason I suddenly don't want her to grow up. Yeah, isn't that just like us? We were forced by life from innocent children into workhorses. When I was little, I didn't understand. I always longed to grow up. Seriously, stop it. I have a friend who doesn't want to hear this. This is clearly a warm, healing movie, so why are there so many emotional stabs? The audience realized that this movie was using a child's perspective to portray the reality of adulthood. Everyone is forced to grow up. The train of time rolls forward and people slowly mature on this journey. Whether they want to or not, becomes inevitable. Lin, starting today, Sen will be on duty in the large bathroom. Why? Isn't this usually done by Aeguro? Lin began to complain. That place was dirty, exhausting, and hard to clean. She didn't want to go there at all. This is Yubaba's order. What do you want to disobey? After saying this, the manager turned and walked away, showing no intention of staying there. He hated the smell of humans. It was just too stinky. Beside them, Chihiro struggled to carry a dirty bucket full of water, heading toward the garden. It was raining heavily outside. Chihiro pushed open the door and found No Face standing alone outside. Chihiro wondered why this guest wouldn't come in. Aren't you afraid of getting wet? No Face didn't reply, just reached out toward Chihiro. Just as Chihiro was about to go over, Lin's voice suddenly called out. Sen, hurry up. Oh, coming. Chihiro bowed slightly to No Face. I'm sorry, I have to go now. I won't close this door, you can come in. With that, Chihiro took her tools and climbed the steps, heading toward the large bath. No Face hesitated for a moment, then stood up and walked into the bathhouse. How come I feel like this masked guy isn't a good person? To the person above, that's not right. Apart from Chihiro, are there even any humans in this world? You should say he's not a good spirit. Don't nitpick, but this design is really a bit strange. I have a feeling something big is coming later. Chihiro is so kind, inviting No Face in when she saw him standing in the rain. Yeah, and she's so polite, really cute. I want to raise one. Another tricking me into having a daughter series. Fine, I really want a daughter like little Chihiro. Sorry, brother, I didn't mean to break your fantasy, but the prerequisite for everything is that you need to have a partner first. Ha ha ha, why kill and then attack the heart? It was midnight. Theoretically, this should be the time when spirits are most active, but today was somewhat unusual. There were few pedestrians on the street. The shadows were all hiding in the shops as if fearing something. At the end of the street, a bloated figure was slithering toward the bathhouse. Its surface was covered in sludge that couldn't be washed off, and as it moved, a trail of filth appeared on the ground. It looked disgusting, like a rat from a sewer. Meanwhile, the clerk at the counter saw its figure and was terrified. He rushed upstairs to report to Yubaba, running and shouting, "The stink spirit is here! The stink spirit is here!" Upon hearing this, the staff in the shop immediately fell into chaos. This left the audience outside feeling very confused. Stink spirit, are they talking about that dirty thing outside? It's certainly an accurate description. I almost threw up my dinner from last night when I saw it. Agree with the person above, it's truly too disgusting. The judges also began to think, what deeper meaning does this stink spirit hold? By now, no one was viewing this work as just an ordinary healing movie anymore. Although they had only watched a small part of the movie, all the judges present knew clearly. This Spirited Away was already an undisputed masterpiece. At this moment, it was on the path to becoming epic-making. Teacher Chen Hai believed that when it was released nationwide, countless practitioners would study this movie. Just as Teacher Chen Hai was sighing, Chihiro had already obtained the bath token with No Face help. At this time, Lin was already waiting for Chihiro and was surprised to see the bath token she brought back. Hey, Sen, that green Aeguro was actually willing to give you such an expensive herbal medicine. Lin was full of disbelief, having worked for so long. Didn't she know that guy's character? Next, Lin taught Chihiro how to use the token. All right, Sen, when you see the water is full, pull the rope. I'm going to get breakfast. Okay, little Chihiro stood by the bath, looking at the clean room below, full of a sense of achievement. While the water in the bath wasn't full yet, Sen just wanted to come down. As a result, she lost her footing, fell again, and landed on the floor. Watching little Chihiro's clumsy appearance, the audience couldn't help but shake their heads. She really was a novice. She still needed more training. There were also people worrying about little Chihiro, such as Zhao Lucy below. Little Chihiro isn't skilled at work yet. How is she going to serve guests? Are you stupid? Zen is a bath worker. She doesn't need to serve guests. Bai Lu swore she was almost cried by the stupidity of this silly best friend. She was also very helpless, but there was no help for it. She had to spoil her own best friend. And Zhao Lucy didn't know that the best friend beside her was complaining about her in her heart. And what Bai Lu didn't know was that soon she would be slapped in the face, because Chihiro's guest had already arrived. Outside the bathhouse, a large number of Aegero employees were on high alert. Please go back, but the stink spirit was unmoved. It continued to advance toward the bathhouse. The stench radiating from its body kept drilling in everyone's nostrils. Wow, it stinks. The Aegero present hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. However, it was of no use. Soon, someone couldn't take it anymore. Their body fell backward and they fainted, foaming at the mouth. Yubaba, standing outside the door, had a strange expression. Why would he come at this time? Yubaba was very puzzled. Logically, it wasn't time for the stink spirit to come yet. But there was no help for it since it was here. As a businesswoman, there was no reason to drive a guest away. Yubaba said to all the Aegero, move aside. Since it's here, let it in. You don't say, you really don't say. Yubaba's vision is really big. She truly deserves to be a business person. She really has a brain. Otherwise, do you think someone who could open such a large business in this mysterious world could be a simple person? I guess I'm just a loser. I've really had enough of this life of not quite at the top, but better than the bottom. Loser +1, I've already given up. Hey, do you think Yubaba won't make Chihiro serve the guest right? That shouldn't happen. Chihiro is just a cleaner. She wouldn't be that cruel. What if you never know? Then it's over. Chihiro is still a novice. Where is Haku? Where is No Face? Save her. Don't hurt my daughter. The person above is really shameless. Chihiro is clearly my daughter. Don't worry, it will be fine. Watching everyone exchanging plot points with each other. Liu Yifei and Mai Mai, who had already seen it once, also pretended not to know anything and joined in. Only Jiang You was wearing a mask and didn't speak. There was no help for it. If he opened his mouth, wouldn't the secret be revealed? Stink spirit, is Sen a horse or a cow? Jiang Yu didn't want to be discovered at this time. Otherwise, putting aside his previous fan base, the sheer volume of buzz Chihiro generated today is truly remarkable. If it were revealed now that he is the director of this film, he would definitely be cornered here. Director Jiang Yu continued looking at the screen, saying, "It has to be said that a classic is a classic. No matter how many times you've watched it before, you'll still have new feelings when you watch it again." Chihiro in the scene finally welcomes her first customer. Stink Spirit Sen, this is your first guest. Take him to the large bathroom. Listen carefully, you must ensure the customer is satisfied, otherwise I'll turn you into coal dust. Yubaba called Sen to his side and threatened him by pointing his finger at his nose. Me, Chihiro stood there dumbfounded. But the clump of mud had already slowly crawled towards him. The stench emanating from him made Sen instantly furious, and he instinctively covered his nose. Don't do that, it's disrespectful to the guests. Yubaba quickly stopped them. Having no other choice, Chihiro forced himself to suppress his nausea and led it toward the large bathroom. The guests walked very slowly. All the employees at Ru were driven away by the stench. Even Yubaba couldn't take it anymore and ran upstairs. The entire first floor was now left with only Chihiro leading the way. Chihiro's miserable state made the audience below feel very sorry for him. No, Chihiro is so pitiful. Why did Yubaba assign this task to her? Think about it, aren't you often exploited like this by your boss at work, and always assigns you things you don't know how to do so you can really empathize with them? Damn it, stop talking, you idiot boss. This reminds me of my miserable internship experience. It's exhausting. White Dragon, come and save us. Come on, this is work-related, a task assigned by the boss. By long, can't save it. Just when everyone was worried about Sen, the plot took a new turn. Upstairs, Yubaba watched Sen's expression with a gloating look on his face. Whoever goes to a client who pays little and is difficult to please is doomed. Finally, Stink Spirit entered the large bathroom. The sewage on his body covered the entire surface of the large bathroom. Stink Spirit, dragging his bloated body, plunged into the bathtub. It had only gone in a little bit, and in an instant the pure white bathwater was filled with filth. And when his body was fully inside, sludge overflowed from the top and spread throughout the entire bathroom. The wet, muddy water filled the entire bathroom, and Chihiro, who was standing nearby, was unable to dodge it and was knocked to the ground. Asen struggled to his feet, his clothes already covered in mud. The Stink Spirit, still in the pool, popped its head out. The once clean pool of medicinal liquid has been completely contaminated by sludge, but he was still exactly the same as when he first arrived. Clearly, a pool of water is not enough to completely clean the grime from the Stink Spirit. Stink Spirit looked sad as he lay by the pool and sighed softly. Seeing his helpless expression, Chihiro felt a pang of heartache. Fortunately, Chihiro just got a lot of bath signs with no face help. This is exactly the kind of opportunity that comes in handy. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Chihiro spread his legs, his small body moving forward through the vast mud. The mud and grime covering the room made it difficult for her to walk through. He staggered up into the bathtub and hung the bath sign in his hand on the rope. Yubaba upstairs looked at his disheveled appearance and chuckled. Look how dirty it is. Humans are so useless, ha ha ha. The supervisor standing to the side, however, looked extremely reluctant. After all, it is rather cruel to ask such a small child to do things that even adults cannot do. Oh, my little angel, that wretched Yubaba, she's so young, how could she be so heartless? This damn boss is like that, damn it. Sen is so strong even though she's a bit clumsy. Yes, she's so kind. Only a pure and kind heart could possibly comprehend such profound sorrow. Sen, keep going, don't give up. Some people even shouted slogans, and the atmosphere at the scene was completely heated. The judges were also discussing it, and one of the directing professors said, "It seems the protagonist is about to experience a setback here. Setbacks are nourishment for growth. I believe that Sen will definitely grow a lot after this setback. Yes, to solve this problem, we still need the appearance of the white dragon. Oh, it's just hero rescuing a damsel in distress. The plot is already pretty good." The judges unanimously agreed with the teacher's opinion. After all, our protagonist Chihiro is just a child. The current situation is no longer a problem that a child can solve on their own. That's how it is according to common sense. But will the story unfold as they wish? Chihiro had already walked up to Stink Spirit. It must have been in this environment for too long and gotten quite used to the smell on Stink Spirit while waiting to fall into the water. Chihiro did not panic. Instead, he began cleaning up the surrounding grime. Her eyes were firm, and even though she was covered in mud, she continued to prepare methodically. Ben's performance didn't seem like that of a novice. He seemed more like a seasoned veteran. Finally, the device started up, and scalding hot medicinal bath poured out from the pipes. It fell from above Stink Spirit, soaking it completely. This is the highest grade medicinal bath. The sharp-eyed supervisor recognized it at a glance. Immediately afterwards, I felt a pang of heartache. This is... Stink Spirit pulled Chihiro, who was still struggling in the water, out of the water. Hold it in your palm. Chihiro, who had just emerged from the water, looked completely bewildered. But I still made sure to thank them. Thank you. How can I help you? Although Chihiro did a lot, it's fair to say he did everything he could. However, this did not change the audience's concerns about him. Indeed, diverting water can provide temporary relief in this urgent situation. However, this doesn't change anything. The difficulties remain. The root of Stink Spirit's problems has not been resolved. Teacher Chenhai looked at Senzun, who was enveloped in clean water. He found it strange. Isn't this Stink Spirit? Why is the water so clear? No, there must be something wrong with this. Teacher Chenhai trusted his intuition very much. He seemed to have guessed it. This person may not be a bad god like the Stink Spirit. His Ben identity shouldn't be like this. Thinking of this, Teacher Chenhai's gaze towards Chihiro became very bright. Ultimately, it's up to Sen to resolve this crisis. Chihiro looked into the eyes of the Stink Spirit, whose face was obscured by mud. But the kind-hearted Chihiro still sensed the longing in his eyes. He's asking for help. Chihiro immediately realized that the god needed his help. She then plunged into the water and touched Stink Spirit's body with both hands. Sure enough, Chihiro touched something that looked like a handle. Chihiro touched it lightly, and Stink Spirit's face showed a pained expression. It seems this is the one. Just then Xiao Ju's voice came from outside. Sen, where are you? Lin called out anxiously, and Chihiro immediately looked up upon hearing her call. Lin, I'm here. Lin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Sen's response. Are you alright? I just asked Kamaji to give us some extra water. Kind-hearted Kamaji arranged for us to have the highest grade medicinal bath. But Chihiro Ben didn't have time to thank Xiaoyan and hurriedly called her over. Lin, come here, there seem to be thorns in there. Upon hearing this, Yubaba, who had been leisurely watching the show from above, immediately became restless. What she said was barbed. Immediately afterwards, an expression of excitement appeared on her contorted face. I knew it. Why would Stink Spirit suddenly show up? It turns out that Ben wasn't a Stink Spirit at all, but a corrupted deity. Yubaba made a quick decision and immediately jumped off the building. At the same time, he shouted to everyone. Everyone gather in the main bathroom, we've got a huge order. This sudden turn of events startled the audience. A huge order? What a huge order. Is there still a chance things can turn around? No way, I'm still waiting for the handsome white dragon to come to the rescue. That's right, all my CP couple moments are gone just like that. I actually think this kind of development is better. The problem should be left to Chihiro to solve so that the potential for growth can be demonstrated. Same here, the ruse suit that Hiro used to save the damsel in distress is already everywhere. Why rely on others? Can't girls do the same thing? In the performance hall, the audience disagreed on how the plot would develop. Some viewers felt that it would have been better to include a scene where Haku saves the day. However, most viewers felt that this setup better highlighted Chihiro's growth and independence. It also conveniently filled in the groundwork laid by Yubaba earlier. The judges on stage also praised the way the plot was handled. Of course, the noise subsided quickly and everyone was drawn back to the new plot, because at this moment Sen is about to have his moment of glory. Yubaba jumped off the building and landed above the bathtub in a flash. However, he didn't stand there. Instead, he floated in the air. There's no way around it for someone as clean as Yubaba. This place is so dirty, Ben can't even put his feet down. Immediately afterwards, Yubaba conjured a rope using magic. Lin, that guest is not Stink Spirit. Throw one end of the rope towards Sen. Use this. Yes, X2. They quickly took it and reached into the mud. Sen does not tie knots, so Lin took her hand and the two of them worked together to tie a tight knot on the handle. Be careful. At the same time, all the employees gathered together. Yubaba threw the other end of the rope toward them. The employees stood in a row, one by one. The scene resembled a tug of war. Floating in the air, Yubaba held a fan and began to direct the crowd. Everyone line up. Let's all pull together. I'll count to 3. Good. Everyone answered in unison. At this moment, everyone in the bathhouse united their strength without disliking or blaming each other. Everyone exuded an indomitable spirit. Get hyped, guys. Bathhouse is awesome. I absolutely love this job. It's my dream company. Honestly, putting everything else aside, Yubaba is really decisive and efficient. She doesn't drag things out. That's true. Although he's a bit greedy, he's absolutely decisive when it matters. Much better than some bosses who hold you back. More than that, at least they don't delay paying their employees' wages. Furthermore, the strong sense of cohesion within Bathhouse demonstrates that Yubaba must treat his employees well, otherwise who would be so dedicated to working for him? Come on, bro, stop talking. It seems I'm not even as well off as an Aegero. My heart is pounding. Wow. Yubaba in the video is unaware that her reputation has improved considerably. At this moment, she waved her hands and directed her body in accordance with the slogans. 123 hey yo, 123 hey yo, the employees strained and shouted. Heave ho, all employees worked together as one, and everyone, regardless of gender or age, contributed their own efforts. With everyone's efforts, the rope continued to move backward. Piles of sludge, garbage, and waste all gushed out at once. The thing behind the handle was also revealed. It turned out to be a bicycle. Yubaba then burst into loud laughter. Haha, great, everyone continue. Sometimes, once the breach is broken, the rest is not difficult. Soon a lot of garbage along with the sludge gushed out. Upon closer inspection, it was all discarded waste from the human world, including pollutants such as plastic bags. It is precisely because these things have been trapped inside the Stink Spirit's body and cannot be expelled. Over time, it began to emit an endless stench. The audience who witnessed all of this fell silent. Who would have thought that the culprit was actually themselves? I never imagined there would be a place for humans here. Environmental issues are a recurring topic every year, yet pollution incidents still occur annually. There's nothing we can do. Some unscrupulous businesses do this, directly dumping chemical pollutants into rivers. It's disgusting. Earth has given us a home, so we must protect it. Yes, if we destroy these things, we ourselves will become extinct. This scene served as a wake-up call for many, prompting them to reflect on whether they had engaged in any environmentally damaging behavior. Perhaps such behavior cannot be corrected all at once, but as long as you have this awareness, you will surely succeed one day. Of course, there are people who flaunt their superiority everywhere, for example, right now. Shaw, I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. It's just throwing out some trash. What's the big deal? Exactly, humans are the masters of all things, so what if they destroy things? What's the big deal? However, such remarks did not last long before they were quickly refuted by others, as most of those present were clear-headed. The two people upstairs are idiots, confirmed. Sorry, my dog barked, I'm taking it home. Jiang You remained silent while seated. During the filming of this scene, he visited many polluted rivers. Therefore, he clearly understood the extent of the impact a polluted river could have on the local area. The trash inside is real. It's the trash generated in the local town over 7 days. In this world, environmental awareness is still very weak. Many people are doing things that damage the environment without realizing it. That's why he insisted on filming this scene. He wanted to warn the world. No face, strange change, boom, crash. With everyone's help, the toxins inside Stink Spirit's body were completely cleared. The true face, hidden in the vast silt, is now revealed. Stink Spirit disappeared. The surrounding mud and sand were instantly washed away, and the originally golden bathwater in Ben became clear again. Immediately afterwards, due to the loss of support, the soup began to spread outwards. Wow, the immense impact caused Sen to lose his balance for a moment. It was about to fall suddenly. A pool of clear spring water quickly supported Chihiro's body, encasing him in the water curtain. Sen, are you all right? Lin was anxious, fearing that something unexpected might happen again. But Chihiro didn't have time to reply. She stood there blankly in the water curtain. A mask was staring right at her. His face was covered in wrinkles, interspersed with snow-white eyebrows, and his teeth stood alone in his mouth. Its eyes were full of compassion as it nodded to Chihiro, a satisfied smile spreading across its face. It's been so long since I felt this comfortable. The old man manipulated the water flow, gently bringing Chihiro to Lin's side. He can manipulate water and has such a kind and benevolent face. This allowed Yubaba to confirm his identity almost instantly. This isn't Stink Spirit at all. He is clearly a river god who can control thousands of rivers. This reversal sent the audience into a frenzy. I never expected it to be the river god. Sen is amazing. As expected, as long as you're determined, you can accomplish anything. That's absolutely right. However, I think the most important reason this matter was successful was Sen's kindness. Perhaps only kind-hearted humans can accomplish this redemption. You guys are making it sound so sophisticated, but anyway, Chihiro is awesome, that's all. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but the river god's eyes looked so sad earlier. If it were Stink Spirit, he would find this amusing and wouldn't show such sadness. Yes, only the river god who commands the waters of the human world would be saddened by this, so these plot points were already foreshadowed. Holy crap, is Jiang You this thin? It's too thin. Ha ha ha, what kind of outrageous words are these? Jiang You, standing to the side, looked utterly exasperated. Jiang You, are you really that thin? Liu Yifei couldn't help but laugh and teased him on purpose. However, Jiang You wasn't going to tolerate it at all. He immediately retaliated. Whether it's fine or not, you'll know once you try it. So what do you say, go to your place or mine? As I said before, the best way to deal with it tsundere is to be direct and straightforward. Liu Yifei's face immediately turned red. Jiang Yu's attack was extremely effective. Wait, what nonsense are you spouting? Who wants to try it, you scoundrel? Oh, I see, then it's all right. Jiang Yu's tone was very calm. Just kidding, he's a master of hit-and-run tactics. He hits and runs, never greedy for kills. Liu Yifei, standing to the side, was quite angry at these words, thinking to herself, couldn't this guy be a little tougher? Maybe if he said a few more words, I would. Suddenly, Liu Yifei realized what she was thinking and was startled. What am I thinking? Don't want to do that with this guy, he's a perverted bastard. Mai, standing to the side, looked at Liu Yifei, whose face was flushed, and asked innocently, Fairy sister, are you running a fever? Why is your face so red? Ah, sister is all right, little sister, you take good care of yourself. Director Jiang You, standing to the side, was puzzled by her radiant expression. All he had done was tease her a couple of times. What was wrong with her? Seeing Jiang Yu's gaze, Liu Yifei became furious. "You pervert, you filthy bastard." Then he turned his head away and ignored Jiang You. "It can't be that bad, I really don't understand." Jiang Yu didn't bother with her. Admitting defeat to others was never in his nature. He continued watching the movie. Because of this battle with the river god, Chihiro not only received praise from Yubaba, but also a gift from the river god, although she didn't know why the river god gave him a big, black dumpling. However, after this incident, Chihiro's popularity at Bathhouse improved considerably. Many demons no longer looked at him with disdain. Some of the Agaro employees she encountered en route would also bend down to greet her. That night, Chihiro stood outside the room leaning against the railing. Despite experiencing such a major event during the day, and although things eventually turned out alright, Chihiro still couldn't sleep. Looking up at the sky, it's as if I'm telling the stars about my confusion. The moon was beautiful, reflecting off the surrounding water. A tram rumbled by, its horn carrying far and wide. Chihiro gazed at the distant lights in silence. She was feeling homesick. Lin, who was standing nearby, walked over with a steamed bun in her hand. Thank you, Lin." Chihiro reached out, took the bun, and took a big bite. I'm so tired today," Lin still loves to complain. "But Sen, you look really handsome today." Chihiro scratched his head sheepishly. "No, it's all thanks to everyone, but Bai Long isn't here today." "Why is it the white dragon again?" Lin was speechless upon hearing this. She didn't like Bai Long. He was Yubaba's lackey, often working for Yubaba outside, so he was rarely around. The two sat there quietly, admiring the bright moonlight and starry sky. A colleague's shouts came from afar. "Lin, it's time to turn off the lights." "Okay, coming." When the lights are turned off, the night view outside the window becomes even clearer. Cicadas sing their songs here, and fireflies frolic in the grass. On this small island, the busiest nights are those when things are busy, while the quietest nights are the most beautiful. This beautiful scene also touched everyone watching from outside the screen. No one made a sound, everyone was enjoying the beautiful scene. The camera pans to the other side, where a green Agaro sneaks into the large bath under the cover of night. He was acting suspiciously, his eyes constantly glancing left and right. He bent down and began searching through the cracks in the floorboards. Jinn seeds, the river god scattered so many jinn seeds today. There must be some that were missed. Agaro greedily rummaged through the tub, unaware that a dark figure was watching him intently from inside. Strange, why isn't there any at all? Agaro kept searching upwards. He refused to believe it. Ding dong, suddenly it seemed like something fell down from the bathtub. Agaro took a closer look. Jin-chan is Jin-chan. He immediately jumped up and pressed his hands firmly against the Jinn particle in front of him. He glanced at the spot where the Jinn block had fallen. A masked monster. I looked down at him. It's No Face, how did he get here? The audience was very puzzled. Because he was wearing a mask, Agaro couldn't see the guy's eyes. However, he thought that these might be guests who hadn't left, so he looked up and asked, "Sir, we are closed for the day. Please come again tomorrow." No Face didn't speak, he just stretched out his hand. Immediately, a bunch of jinns emerged from his hands and dripped onto the floor through his fingers. Agaro was stunned. He had never seen so many jinn-kun before. "Are you going to give this to me?" No Face remained silent and did not nod. But Agaro beneath her could no longer restrain herself. Asked again, "Are these jinns for me?" Before No Face could even reply. The green Agaro had already started frantically picking up jinn. "Mine, mine, all of them are mine, give them to me now." By this time it had already been blinded by greed. Completely unaware that No Face beside him had already opened his mouth wide, Agaro only realized what was happening after No Face let go. But by then it was too late. No Face gripped Agaro's neck tightly with both hands and shoved it into his mouth. He swallowed it down in no time. This horrifying scene terrified the audience. Holy crap, what is this? It's turned from a healing movie into a horror movie, hasn't it? This enclosure, this composition, I'd believe it if you said it was a scene from a mountain village, a scene of an old corpse. To be honest, guys, I almost vomited the moment No Face opened his mouth. Dude, can this crappy Rue even shoot? The two people upstairs are really something else. By the way, they really know how to switch the mood. What started as a peaceful and warm scene suddenly transformed into a terrifying ordeal. This requires a certain level of skill. It's really impossible to do. Sigh, I'm tired of saying awesome. The judges on the panel were also giving their comments. Compared to ordinary viewers, they have a more professional and comprehensive perspective on issues. A professor from the directing department said, "I'm also a screenwriter, and his design here is very ingenious. No Face Ben himself is hollow, meaning he is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. People can color this blank sheet of paper as they please. When he encountered Chihiro, Chihiro showed him kindness." After sensing Chihiro's kindness, No Face reciprocated in kind. At that moment, it was benevolent. However, Aeger's heart was filled with greed, and he only had eyes for Jinko. This leads to No Face also being greedy when facing him. According to Taoism, this is called appearance reflects the mind. No Face is like a mirror, no one can hide in its presence. It seems the younger generation has the potential to carry on the torch. It seems we're getting old. Suddenly, the elderly man sitting at the head of the table spoke. Previously, no matter how heated the discussion below was, the old man had never uttered a word. Now that he's actually spoken, the judges present were quite taken aback. It's important to know that this person is a pillar of the industry, one of the founders of the Extra School, and has directed a large number of excellent works. He was the director of many of the 4 great classical novels. Not only that, this gentleman also participated in the production of the Olympic Games opening ceremony. He's practically the government's go-to director. He is Jiang You, the grand preceptor of the great Xia dynasty. Having worked in the entertainment industry for many years, his network of connections alone is beyond the imagination of others. The current principal of Beijing Film Academy is his old friend. Logically speaking, why would such an important person be here today? As luck would have it, this old gentleman happened to be visiting his old friend today to catch up, and we just happened to run into each other. I thought I'd come and take a look, and to my surprise, I actually found a treasure. That said, upon hearing the old man speak, the judges didn't dare to utter a sound. At the same time, he was also very shocked. To gain the old man's approval, it seems that this kid has a limitless future. Thinking about this, everyone became even more annoyed when they saw teacher Chen Hai's gaze. That guy deserves to die. After saying that, old Zhang seemed to realize his mistake and fell silent. However, a hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes. Nowadays, there are very few young directors in Daxia who can carry the torch. Most directors are obsessed with materialism, and the market is flooded with too many poorly made works. This caused Mr. Zhang great distress, and he never expected to see a film called Spirited Away by chance today, but it gave him a different feeling. Jiang You, I'll remember you, little guy. The scene continues. After swallowing the green egg arrow, No Face used the same method to swallow another one. His appearance was now completely different from before. His body became contorted, and fan-shaped feet grew from its 2 legs. Ben's hollow illusion slowly began to feel real. A huge mouth emerged from the middle of the body with a long tongue sticking out from it. It looked extremely creepy. After swallowing 2 egg arrow, No Face was also affected by their greed. It started barking wildly. "Give me food quickly." The loud noise attracted the attention of the supervisor. No Face conjured many jin coins in his hands and instructed the supervisor. "I am your guest now, and I want to eat. Quickly call everyone over. I want to enjoy your service." Immediately afterwards, No Face hands produced a lot of ginseng. He handed it to the supervisor. "These are just the initial orders. If I'm in a good mood, I'll get even more." The manager's eyes were glued to the mirror. He greedily collected it all. It was a bit strange. When did this guest arrive? However, the supervisor at this point was already blinded by Jin's money, thinking, such a generous guest can't be a bad person, right? Is this still No Face? Oh my god, my crush is gone. Wow, he used to be such a gentle person. Why did it turn out this way? That's greed. Endless greed can turn a person into something neither human nor ghost. In some ways, No Face is like a newborn child. Without proper guidance, it can easily go astray. Exactly, children these days are exposed to the adult world too early, making them easily influenced by external distractions, just like No Face. My goodness, the plot is so cleverly written, it's becoming less and less like a heartwarming and healing film. What's wrong with it? It's clearly depressing. Doge 666 is depressing, isn't it? The next morning, Sen was awakened by a nightmare and looked to the side. There was no one around anymore. Where is everyone? Chihiro stood up. The entire dormitory was empty. Has everyone gone out? She was puzzled. It wasn't even time for work yet, so why had everyone gone out? Chihiro arrived at the bathhouse and found that it was different from usual. Everyone who usually had their own tasks was now piled up in the kitchen. Plates of food were being served out and everyone was busy. Hurry up, don't keep the guests waiting. Since we don't have any raw materials over there, we'll just use yesterday's food as a substitute. Inside the kitchen, the supervisor and account manager were directing operations. I've never encountered such a generous customer before in my entire career. In the distance, Chihiro looked at the group with a puzzled expression, wondering what they were doing. Are there really guests who can eat this much? Sen, Lin, I'm here. Chihiro turned around and saw that it was Lin calling her. I was just about to wake you up. How are you sleeping? Chihiro nodded. Let me tell you, we have a very generous guest today. Look, Lin took a gin bean out of his pocket, and in the surrounding candlelight, the gin bean shone with a dazzling brilliance. It's really Jin-chan, the one that customer just gave me. Lin was excited, but Chihiro was very puzzled. Is everyone so busy because of this? Certainly. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going again. On the other side, inside the bathtub, No Face was now almost twice the size of yesterday. It's even better than Stink's spirit. The mouth on its body is getting bigger and bigger, and even rows of teeth are growing inside. A patch of brown hair had also grown on the top of its head. At this moment, he reminded viewers of a creature from the classic of mountains and seas. Howdy No Face was soaking in the bathtub, with water dripping continuously from the pipes above, keeping the tub temperature perfectly constant. The employees around him were enthusiastically handing out all sorts of delicious food. Steamed buns, sushi, braised prawns, steamed crucian carp. No Face accepted everything without hesitation, stretching out its large hand and stuffing all the food in front of it into its terrifyingly large mouth, and shouted, not enough, not enough. I want more and more. At this moment, its greedy nature is fully revealed. Holy crap, is this appetite bottomless? Where's the friend who said they wanted to raise a No-Face pet? Do you think you can still afford it now? Okay, I was young and naive. With that kind of appetite, even a family with a fortune couldn't afford to feed them. This No-Face ad truly embodies the greed inherent in human nature. Yes, greed is endless. When people acquire something, they can't help but want more. This is human nature, and it's hard to change. Can our Sengsen handle such a monster? I doubt it. I reckon Yubaba will have to step in the end. White Dragon, please save me. This time I really need to scream for help. Clearly everyone felt that Chihiro couldn't solve this problem alone this time. There was no way around it. The enemy was simply too powerful. No Face is now completely influenced by greed. Unless magic is used, Root Ben cannot solve this. Does Chihiro possess magic? The answer is clearly no. No Face wants to eat Sen. Just as No Face was enjoying a delicious meal in the bath, on the other side of the screen, Chihiro is standing on the railing looking towards the pig farm, clutching tightly in his hand the dumpling given to him by the river god. With this, we can save Daddy and Mama. It turns out she wanted to use this thing to save her parents, but now that the white dragon is gone and Kamaji is resting, she couldn't tell the difference between herself and Ben on her own. We can only wait for now. I hope Dad and Mama don't get too fat over there. Chihiro was worried that if they ate too much, the dumplings might not be effective anymore. The lake is beautiful in the early morning. Through its surface, you can even see the weeds swaying beneath. The sky is reflected in the water. Suddenly, a sleek white figure swept across the water, followed by many small white dots. What is that? Sen looked up, squinted, and glanced at it. I saw it clearly immediately. It turned out to be a white dragon shadow. I feel like I've seen that figure before. Oh no, it's Bai Long. Chihiro recognized it instantly. It was Haku's Ben form. At this moment, his body was covered in bloodstains, and the paper figures chasing him kept sticking to him, tearing off pieces of flesh. The white dragon struggled incessantly, but could not shake them off. Gradually, his strength waned, and more paper figures clung to his body. He was on the verge of collapse. White dragon, come here. Chihiro, watching from the side, was extremely anxious. Her kind heart couldn't bear to see Haku get hurt. The white dragon in the sky seemed to have heard Chihiro's words and immediately flew towards the bathhouse Peng. The enormous figure smashed through the door and tumbled into the room. The paper figures outside didn't let him go and hurriedly tried to rush in. Chihiro immediately grabbed the window and pressed it down hard, trying to close it. Unfortunately, she was too weak and Ben was no match for the many paper figures. A large number of paper figures rushed towards Chihiro and the white dragon. Ah, get away from me, don't hurt the white dragon. Chihiro waved his little hands, constantly shooing away the paper figures. The small body stood in front of the white dragon. The bravest moment brought the audience off screen to a collective climax. Wow, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Chihiro. Haki is a good husband. The director really knows what he's doing. As a fan of the pairing, I'm thrilled. I've always thought it should be the white dragon who comes to save Sengsen. After all, he's always seemed so reliable. I never expected it to be the other way around. I'm kidding you. If you could guess Jiang Yu's plot, he wouldn't be Jiang Yu. Finally, some sweet moment. Looks like spring is coming for us CP fans. Come on, the main focus of this show is on Chihiro's growth. I suspect Bai Long is just a tool. The white dragon is injured and Yubaba isn't even going to come and check on him. The two probably have a significant conflict. Given Bai Long's personality, he's bound to displease Yubaba. It's possible those paper figures were sent by Yubaba. Okay, I take back what I said before. Yubaba is still bad. So what should Chihiro do now? Those things can't even defeat the white dragon. Can Chihiro manage on his own? Don't you dare hurt my Chihiro baby. However, what reassures everyone is that the paper figures did not harm Chihiro. As if sensing some kind of summons, it flew away in a flash from afar. Chihiro breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got up to check on the white dragon's injuries. However, she didn't notice that a small paper figure had quietly slipped into her sleeve. White dragon, are you all right? Chihiro asked with concern, his hands constantly stroking the wounds on the white dragon's body. However, the white dragon ignored her and swatted Chihiro's hand away with its claws. At this moment, he was completely different from the calm and gentle person he was when he took human form. The white dragon now bared its teeth, looking like a wild beast, its eyes constantly revealing its irritation. Countless drops of blood flowed from the wound, and the teeth in his mouth gleamed with a cold, icy light. Chihiro showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he drew even closer. She knew that if it was a white dragon, it would never harm her. Chihiro gently grasped the white dragon's horns on its forehead and softly uttered a comforting voice. It's all right, those guys are all gone. The gentle voice gradually calmed Bai Long down, and his eyes regained their former clarity. Although his wounds were causing him excruciating pain, there were more important things to do now. So the white dragon stubbornly endured his broken body. No, white dragon, you can't do this. Chihiro, who was standing to the side, was about to speak up and stop Haku when he saw what he was doing. Bai Long had already leaped into the air and flew towards Yubaba's residence. He's going to Yubaba, Chihiro understood immediately. Thinking of Bai Long's terrible injuries, the little guy panicked. He quickly put on his shoes and went into the inner room. He muttered to himself as he walked. What do we do? What do we do? If this continues, Bai Long will die. This plot twist caught the audience off guard. Weren't those paper figures sent by Yubaba? Why is Bai Long still looking for Yubaba? That's definitely not the case. If it were, wouldn't Bai Long be walking right into a trap? If it's not Yubaba, then who could it be? Could it be No Face? It couldn't be No Face. He had no motive to harm the white dragon. So who exactly hurt the white dragon? This plot is getting more and more confusing. Healing, suspense, mystery. The judges on stage were also completely bewildered. The current plot development is completely out of their control. No one could have predicted how the plot would unfold. Besides Jiang You and his group in the audience seeing the bewildered looks on the faces of those around them, they couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Oh well, what can we do? They watched the finished film several times beforehand. At this moment, Liu Yifei suddenly felt a sense of superiority, as if she had seen through the illusions of the future. Looking at Jiang Yu beside her, Liu Yifei really wanted to pry open his head and see what he was made of. They all have two shoulders and one head, so why can't she come up with a plot like this? But little did Liu Yifei know, the transmigrator has the right to interpret everything, especially since Jiang Yu has a system cheat code. There's no way around it. Life after failing a course is just that simple, unadorned, and boring. What's so special about this kind of plot? As long as the system is there, Jiang Yu can recreate those even more mind-bending anime from his previous life. Spirited Away is just the beginning. Jiang Yu have that confidence. He will eventually usher in a new era for the world of anime and manga. Realizing that Haku had gone to Yubaba, Chihiro immediately set off for him. She was going to save Bai Long, although I may not be able to help much. However, sitting idly by and waiting for death is not Chihiro's style. Besides, how will you know if you don't try? After all, Bai Long had once risked everything to save him. Chihiro ran as fast as he could. He couldn't wait a moment longer. If we get there too late, who knows what Yubaba might do to Bai Long. Just as Chihiro was heading towards Yubaba's room in the large bath on the other side, the no-face party continues. All the employees stood in 2 rows in the aisle, kneeling down. Each person held a large wooden bowl in their hand, their expressions excited and enthusiastic. "My lord, over here, over here. My lord, please give me some gin too." Everyone looked at No-Face as if they were seeing a god. And what about No-Face? It's now bloated, much larger than before. It even waddles around when it walks. Even so, the enormous mouth inside its belly didn't stop. It kept eating. While eating, he kept scattering gin coins out with his other hand. A rain of gin coins fell from the sky and everyone went crazy. "The master is showering us with money. Thank you for your generosity. This is mine, it's mine. I got it first, give it to me." The entire bathhouse made a mess. Tempted by gin coins, everyone lost their usual rationality and everyone stared at the gin coins in front of them, unable to put them down. At the same time, he kept shouting, "Please give me a generous reward, sir." When the next round of gin coins arrives, the same process will repeat itself. Some Aegero employees, seeing that they couldn't get to the front and couldn't get any gin, started kicking their companions around them in a frenzy. "Get out of my way, gin is mine. You've taken so much, isn't it my turn now? Ah, so this is really rich, he's a big shot. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, that's just how society is these days. But you can't have no bottom line, you can't just pay someone to do anything." As Marx said, if people have a 100% self-interest, they will take risks. Therefore, given enough money, there's nothing people wouldn't dare to do. You see, some rich people have enough money to live on for a lifetime, right? But they still don't pay the taxes they shouldn't. This is the greed in people's hearts. From this perspective alone, I think the film was too conservative. But Chihiro wasn't concerned about any of that. He was in a hurry to save Haku. But just as he was about to step into the elevator, he was stopped by an Aegero employee. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to Yubaba's place." "No." Aegero immediately stopped him, grabbing Chihiro's hand, but was startled by the blood on it. "Wow, it's blood." Taking this opportunity, Chihiro immediately turned back. He wanted to see if there was another route leading up from here. But it collided head-on with the oncoming No-Face. Seeing that Chihiro had disturbed the generous guest, the manager, fearing reprimand, loudly scolded Chihiro. "What do you think of Rue? Get out of here." Before he could finish speaking, he was thrown away by No-Face outstretched hands. Chihiro looked at this pot-bellied fellow. She remembered that it was thanks to this person's help that the river god's crisis was resolved last time. Therefore, Chihiro immediately bowed respectfully to No-Face to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your help last time." No-Face, who was just moments ago incredibly arrogant, immediately became docile upon seeing Chihiro. He bent down, brought his face close, and stretched out his hands in front of Chihiro. In an instant, gin seemed to gush out as if it were free. Joe Wenren's eyes immediately turned red. To be honest, if he hadn't knocked the car down, someone probably would have already rushed forward to snatch it. A smile actually appeared on No-Face's stiff face. "Ah!" That duck-like voice rang out again, and No-Face raised both hands, handing gin to Chihiro as if presenting a treasure. But Chihiro remained unmoved. He looked at No-Face with a puzzled expression and shook his head. "No, I don't want to. I have things to do right now. Please let me leave." No-Face's expression froze slightly. He still wanted to offer more. Chihiro insisted on, "I don't want these, thank you. But I have more important things to do right now. Please step aside." The smile that No-Face had just put on vanished instantly. His hands drooped involuntarily and his eyes were filled with despair. His outstretched hands trembled uncontrollably and the gins on them spilled onto the ground. The surrounding employees couldn't hold back any longer, and in an instant someone rushed out to grab the gin from the ground. Then it got out of control. The entire barn was thrown into chaos once again, with everyone rushing towards Jinko. Chihiro was the only one who resolutely went against the tide. And then there's No-Face staring blankly at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. At this point, the image freezes. At this moment, the two were like two intersecting lines that after a brief encounter went their separate ways again. Chihiro's resoluteness contrasts with No-Face's loneliness. The audience in front of the screen was speechless for a moment. Sighed, "To be honest, I feel a little sorry for No-Face. Yes, what wrong did he do? He was simply driven by greed." "I disagree with that. You have to admit what you did, regardless of whether you were rational at the time. Yes, everyone must be responsible for their own actions. If you make a mistake, you make a mistake. There are no excuses." But this wasn't what Ben wanted. He just wanted to make friends. What's wrong with that? And he didn't hurt anyone, did he? This is ridiculous. He ate two employees' food and then claimed he didn't hurt anyone else. Are No-Face fans really this brainless? This scene is so artistic. Sen's performance is amazing. Is he really a child? At this age, I feel like I've been possessed. I'd even believe it. Take a screenshot and use it as a screensaver. Every scene in this movie is so good it could be used as a screensaver. Director Jiang You is truly a master of filmmaking. Awesome. With this filming technique and special effects, I feel like Jiang You is going to go bankrupt. Making good movies in China requires a lot of money. Amidst the chatter, Chihiro squeezed through the crowd and ran towards the elevator. On the other side, the supervisor finally climbed out of the clutter. He was furious as he watched the crowd scrambling for Jin. Quiet down, all of you, you're disturbing the guests. But no one paid any attention to him, so the supervisor kicked the employees below him hard. Didn't you hear me tell Anne to be quiet? This worked, and the surrounding employees finally stopped what they were doing and stepped aside. Seeing that things had mostly calmed down, the supervisor fawned over the faceless man. Did I disturb you? If there is anything I did wrong, please let me know. But No-Face, sitting on the ground, did not react at all. He still doesn't understand why Sen rejected him. Isn't Jinko their favorite thing? Why doesn't Sen want it? Chihiro's growth. Good news for shippers. Seeing that No-Face hadn't reacted for so long, manager Agero assumed he was angry and quickly explained. She's new here and hasn't been here long, so please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Before he could finish speaking, No-Face turned to look at him. The empty mask's face gleamed with a cold light. He was truly angry. Manager Ager realized this as well, gave an awkward laugh, and wanted to apologize. The next moment, No-Face's face was right up against mine. Are you making fun of me? Without customers, how could I dare? Ah! Before it could answer, No-Face opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. This shocking scene stunned the surrounding employees. At this moment, No-Face had completely lost its mind, and it used its hand to grab the female employee who was still picking up Jin's ow. No-Face opens its mouth wide. Ah no, before the words were finished, No-Face has already swallowed people whole. This horrifying scene finally brought the surrounding employees to their senses, and they screamed in terror. He ate them, he ate them, he ate them. This isn't a guest, it's a devil. Run! The crowd was so frightened that they scattered in all directions. On the other side, Chihiro finally managed to reach the eaves of Yubaba after a great deal of effort. Unfortunately, because Ager was blocking Ruth's way, she couldn't go through the elevator. Therefore, the only way to go is through the passageway on the roof. Although it's quite dangerous, it's the only route available. Fortunately, it was a close call. The roof was naturally sloping, and Chihiro walked very carefully, his small body pressed tightly against the wall. The ladder to the top is just ahead, but you have to go through a long pipe. The pipes were covered in rust, and in some places they were even steaming. It's obviously an old item. Let alone a person, even a bird can't stand up straight. If they fall, Ben will have to say goodbye to tomorrow. Chihiro looked down again, but unfortunately this was the only route, whether to leave now or fight to the bitter end. The choice now rests with Chihiro. The wind whipped the little girl's hair, but she didn't hesitate for long. Bai Long is still waiting for me. He must be in great danger right now. I can't give up. Thinking of this, Sang-sun immediately clenched his fist and took out a white belt from behind his back to secure the wide sleeves. That way it won't hinder his actions later. After securing it, he rolled up his trouser leg with his hand, then turned his head and looked at the long pipe. Ha-hoo! Chihiro took a deep breath. After calming down, he stepped out without hesitation. The old pipe creaked as soon as I stepped onto it. Click squeak, the pipes looked strained, as if they were about to break at any moment. Chihiro's feet sank into the ground, startling him so much that he quickened his pace. Although the pipe held up for a while, it eventually fell into disrepair due to its age. Before Chihiro could even get there, a nail suddenly loosened, and the spot where it had been quickly dented. This sudden situation startled the audience below. Zhao Lucy screamed on the spot, covering her eyes tightly with both hands. Ah, Chihiro, you absolutely can't get hurt. Bai Lu, standing to the side, was in no better shape. He kept his head down and muttering to himself. Senior Jiang You, if you dare to let anything happen to Chihiro, I'm unfollowing you. The surrounding audience also kept their eyes tightly shut. It's clear that many viewers have already fallen in love with this character. That's why so many viewers were worried when she was in danger. The ability to evoke empathy in the audience is a fundamental element of a good film. Perhaps everyone's prayers had an effect. Chihiro was running at high speed. Finally, just before it collapsed, he managed to throw himself out. The dilapidated pipe fell into the lake, creating large splashes of water. On that ladder, a pair of small feet clung tightly to the bars. She jumped over there. Sen is all right. A cheer erupted from the audience, everyone happy for Chihiro's survival. But Arsene showed no sign of resting. He turned around, grabbed the ladder, and quickly climbed up. Oh my god, that's awesome, awesome. Honestly, that almost scared me to death. I thought Sen was going to die. He's just a child. Does he really need to go through all this? Jiang You, I don't care what you think, I care what I think. Bullshit. Jiang Yu is just a movie director. What does he know about Spirited Away? 6. Zhao Lucy, who was in the audience, finally breathed a sigh of relief and kept patting her chest with both hands. Unfortunately, it didn't make much of a splash. That makes sense, considering they're young and haven't experienced development yet. It's normal, unlike our fairy sister, whose scale is on a completely different level. Chihiro stretched out his body and kept climbing upwards. Because we were high in the air, birds flew by from time to time. Meanwhile, a large number of clouds were right in front of him, as if Chihiro could reach out and touch them. This scene would frighten even an adult, let alone a child, so much so that they wouldn't be able to take a step. But Chihiro showed no fear. Her only thought was to save the white dragon. The white dragon cannot be harmed, absolutely not. This was her only thought. However, the ladder was too high and very steep. Especially considering that Chihiro had just run such a long way through Rue, she simply couldn't take it anymore and had to stop, hanging on the ladder to catch her breath for a moment. Suddenly, the paper figure hidden in his sleeve jumped behind Chihiro. It touched Chihiro's head. Chihiro, holding onto the ladder with one hand, turned around in confusion. What we see is Yubaba, now transformed into Crow, flying into the room from a distance. He had a money bag hanging from his foot, and soon he landed inside the house. The three green heads were respectfully welcoming them. Yubaba is back. Upon seeing this, Chihiro immediately became restless. If she discovers that Bai Long is injured, who knows what she might do. Chihiro, without taking a break, hurriedly continued climbing upwards. We finally arrived. Upon reaching the top, Chihiro, with the help of the little paper doll, arrived at Grandma Tom's house. Fortunately, Yubaba seemed to have gone out for something, or perhaps went to another room. In any case, she wasn't inside. This relieved Chihiro greatly, and he quickly began searching for the white dragon's location. But after searching for a long time, Chihiro found no trace of the white dragon's existence. Is it behind the curtain? Chihiro recalled Yubaba's disheveled appearance when she faced the figure inside last time she came here, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. But the thought of Haku gave Chihiro courage immediately. In any case, she didn't want anything to happen to Bai Long. Sen mustered his courage, lifted the curtain, and went inside. Wow, can you please lock up the Zunlong couple for good? I absolutely adore Sen's unwavering determination to save Haku no matter what. This part is a godsend for shippers. Thank you. Hee hee, I love watching this, hee hee. Not only that, have you noticed? Chihiro's growth is also reflected in many other aspects. Yes, you see, before he was a little girl who was afraid to face anything alone. Unlike now, even when faced with the most difficult situations, she can handle them on her own. Stop talking. 20-year-old male college student is still sponging off his parents at home. He's not even as good as a child. That hurts, bro. Honestly, we can all see ourselves in Chihiro, but even more importantly, it contains things we don't have. Growth, in essence, is about maturing from fear. I think that's what the director wanted to teach us. Jiang Yu retorted, I didn't, you're talking nonsense. Ha ha ha, that's an overinterpretation. Bo's appearance, Chihiro turns into a husband-protecting maniac regardless of what happens next. Our story continues. Chihiro lifting the curtain. Ben thought he would see something strange, but the reality was completely different from what he expected. This room is actually filled with toys. The room was very spacious and filled with all sorts of toys. Rocking horses, pillows, rattles, any toy imaginable in the human world can be found here at Ben. However, the size of these toys is rather strange. Each toy is made to be at least 20 times the size of the original. The entire room was covered with soft cushions, as if to prevent the room's occupant from getting hurt in any way. It's more like a nursery than a toy room, just as Chihiro was wondering if Haku was here. A sound suddenly came from outside. Chihiro quickly held her breath and covered her mouth tightly with both hands, afraid of being discovered. "It's him. How could you let that damn no-face in?" Chihiro gently approached the curtain. Through the curtain, Yubaba's office was right in front of me. "What are you doing? Why did you invite this kind of thing in here?" Yubaba paused, then spoke into the phone again. "None of you are allowed to make a move before I arrive, damn it. How much am I going to lose this time?" Bang! Yubaba hung up the phone impatiently. His eyes were fixed on the fireplace, his expression one of utter disgust. "You've stained the carpet, don't you know it will take a lot of time to clean it? You guys go and deal with the white dragon quickly. Now that we have the stuff, that guy is useless." Chihiro, who was eavesdropping behind the curtains, was shocked by what he heard, but just as he was about to lean closer to listen to Bai Long's situation, Yubaba suddenly walked towards her. She immediately panicked and tried to find a place to hide. Tick-tock, tick-tock, Yubaba's footsteps are getting closer and closer outside. Chihiro didn't care about anything else and buried himself in the pile of pillows next to him. Whoosh! Just as she hid herself, Yubaba lifted the curtain and walked in. Without hesitation, he walked toward the pile of pillows where Chihiro had hidden. "Shut it up, it's pointless." "Holy crap, it's see-through. I've already touched it. I'm doing market trading here." The audience couldn't help but worry about Chihiro again. Every 20 minutes in this movie, I have to worry about Sen. Viewers have lost count of how many times they've worried about her. Yubaba tore the pillow apart piece by piece. The audience's hearts beat in sync with Yubaba's movements. 1, 2, 3. Just when everyone thought Chihiro was about to be found, woohoo, a huge baby face emerged from it. Yubaba, however, was not surprised at all. Her previously serious face instantly transformed into a kind smile. Even his duck-like voice was as gentle as possible. "Why aren't you sleeping in bed again?" "Woo-wah, woo-wah." The baby ignored Yubaba and continued crying on her own. It seems like they're expressing their dissatisfaction at being woken up in this way. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. You can continue sleeping here." Yubaba then stood up and gave the baby a big kiss on the cheek with her thick lips. Then he gently put the pillow back. Then he walked to the wall and turned on the switch on the wall. The daytime on the rooftop instantly turned into night, and the white clouds in the sky transformed into stars that twinkled above. The room gradually darkened. Yubaba gently lowered the curtain and hurriedly got up to deal with the no-face issue. A long while passed, until it was confirmed that Yubaba had really left. Chihiro's head had just emerged from the pile of pillows. Just as the little girl was about to leave, a chubby hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back. The immense strength caused Chihiro great pain. She couldn't help but scream, "It hurts, let me go." Only then did the audience realize who the baby was. It turned out to be a giant baby. This giant baby was wearing a large sling, and it looked to be more than 3 meters tall. His body was about the same size as No-Face. Although he looks very robust, he's still a baby at heart. His expression was calm at this moment, a stark contrast to his demeanor when facing Yubaba. It turns out that all that crying and fussing was just an act. Chihiro, remembering that he had just helped him, sincerely thanked him. "Thank you for helping me just now, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I need to go and rescue a friend of mine, so I have to leave quickly." "But children are children, and there's no reasoning with Ben." Chihiro pleaded with Bo for a long time, but Bo still showed no intention of letting her go. "You'd better not leave. If you leave, I'll start crying, and if I cry, Yubaba will come over and kill you." Left with no other option, Chihiro raised his hand, covered in blood. "This is my blood, it's poisonous, you'd better let me go." Upon seeing the blood, Bo seemed terrified and burst into tears. At this moment, Chihiro immediately seized the opportunity to escape. She stepped out from behind the curtain and immediately looked at the fireplace. Sure enough, a large hole appeared next to the fireplace. The battered white dragon lay there, being pushed into the cave entrance by 3 large heads. "White dragon, are you all right? You mustn't hurt him." Upon seeing this scene, Chihiro could no longer contain himself. He immediately rushed to Bai Long's side, using his body to block the 3 large heads just like before. "What are you doing? Get away from me." At the same time, it buried its head in front of the white dragon and called out urgently, White dragon, you are white dragon, right? Speak up, speak up." But no matter how Chihiro called out, the white dragon did not respond at all. Dragon's body lay on the ground, seemingly devoid of all life, unresponsive to Chihiro's shaking and shouts. Chihiro's body began to tremble for the first time in a long time. Impossible, Bai Long can't be in any danger, he's so powerful. The three green-headed creatures hopped and skipped towards Chihiro, trying to drive him away. No, get out of here, Chihiro shouted. I will absolutely not let anyone harm the white dragon. Gah! Suddenly a dark shadow flashed by. Ouch, that hurts. Before she could react, she was struck on the head by a claw. It's that strange bird that guards the gate. He circled in the air for a while, then once again spread his wings and swooped down on Chihiro. Quack! Chihiro showed no fear and stretched out his hands to block. For a time the two were evenly matched. I will not allow you to harm the white dragon, Chihiro shouted. Bai Long has protected her so many times, now it's her turn. This scene brought the audience to a collective climax. The Dragon Seeker CP is the best, Chihiro is the best. Haki's protectiveness towards her husband is so strong, she's got the qualities of a leading lady. As expected, couples who redeem each other are the best to ship. Keep filming, keep shooting, I love watching. Chihiro is too brave, I'm tired of talking. Okay. The hero saves the damsel in distress trope is outdated. Now it's all about the damsel in distress saving the hero. Hey, Chihiro's only a few years old, isn't it a bit early to be a fan? I don't care, I just love shipping. The audience present were completely absorbed in shipping the couple and couldn't tear themselves away. Yubaba's twin sister is the plot about to collapse, and in the picture just as Chihiro was about to succumb to the monster bird's attack, bang, whoosh, a loud bang came from behind the curtain. Immediately afterwards, a huge baby wearing a bib walked out from inside. Bo appeared. Despite his enormous size, he had a childlike face, so it doesn't scare people. On the contrary, its chubby cheeks are quite cute. He walked up to Chihiro and said in a childish voice, I'm not afraid of blood. Her voice is sweet and gentle, and it's very soothing to listen to. This voice was personally dubbed by Liu Yifei during the original dubbing process. Director Jiang You felt that Liu Yifei's voice was perfectly capable of handling a sweet, childlike voice. So I gave it a try, and since I thought it worked well, I adopted it. But at this moment, Liu Yifei looked extremely embarrassed, her toes practically digging out a 3-bedroom apartment from the ground. Although I had a lot of fun doing voiceover work, I was really excited to suddenly hear my own voice on the big screen. If it were just the Ben sound, it would be fine, but the problem is that it was pinched. This is quite a social problem for the Ben people. Director Jiang You, who was watching the fun from the side, pretended to be amused and imitated the voice in a funny way. I'm not afraid of blood at all. Play with me, play with me. Jiang You, Liu Yifei standing beside her, was both embarrassed and angry, but she was also a person who refused to admit defeat. They immediately began imitating the character voiced by Jiang You. Now it was Jiang Yu's turn to be embarrassed. Due to budget constraints, many characters in this film were voiced by other members of the production team. Jiang You contributed the most, voicing several main characters. He voiced several important characters, including the youthful-looking Haku no Face and others. Anyway, with the system's buffs, things aren't too difficult. However, now that Liu Yifei has brought it up, it evokes a sense of deja vu, like a memory of death. Watching director Jiang You and Liu Yifei bicker and joke like a young couple. Zifeng, standing to the side, pouted. For some reason, seeing the two of them so close made the little one a bit unhappy. I had no choice but to put my eyes back on the screen. At this moment, Chihiro was troubled about how to comfort Bo. If he were to open his mouth and cry, attracting Yubaba's attention, things would get very serious. But at this point, Bo was completely unresponsive and was on the verge of tears. Keep your voice down. Yubaba's voice suddenly came from behind Chihiro. Chihiro looked back, but it wasn't Yubaba who spoke. It was a paper figure. Chihiro was completely bewildered. Hadn't those paper figures just left? The paper figure floated up to Bo. How did your mom take care of you? How did she manage to fatten you up so much? Bo stopped crying and stared blankly into the distance. Paper figure then fell to the ground, and in a short while it became exactly like Yubaba. However, its body was somewhat transparent, so it was clearly not its real form. Mother-in-law Bo saw her mother-in-law appear and immediately ran over. You even mistook your own mama, that's really an overreaction. After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed. Bo's mountain-sized body rapidly shrank and 2 furry ears sprouted from its head. White downy hairs began to grow on its chubby face. Before long, a chubby little mouse appeared in front of Chihiro. Only then did Yubaba nod in satisfaction. That's more like it, much cuter. Then he turned to look at the other guys. What should you all become? Upon hearing this, the strange bird and the three green-headed creatures immediately fled. However, compared to the deep raccoon of the Yubaba, their escape seemed so powerless. With a casual swipe of his hand, the birds that were just soaring high in the sky suddenly shrank to the size of flies and began to buzz. And those three green-headed people couldn't withstand it either. Under Yubaba's control, the three big heads obediently stacked together. Before long, it transformed into Bohara Ben and started playing around in the house. It all happened so fast that by the time Chihiro realized what was happening, Yubaba was already standing in front of her. Keep it a secret or your mouth will rot if you tell anyone. Chihiro's expression turned serious. You're not Yubaba, right? Who are you? Yubaba light Isho. I'm her older sister. You can call me Zeniba. Then she patted Chihiro on the head and said, Good boy, give me that dragon. Upon hearing this, Chihiro immediately stepped in front of the white dragon. He's seriously injured. What are you going to do to him? Zeniba remained unhurried, his tone of voice completely flat. This guy stole my things. I have to get them back. Chihiro shook his head firmly. Impossible. The white dragon would never do that. He's a gentle and kind person. There must be some misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Zeniba chuckled and gently tapped Chihiro's forehead. Dragons are generally gentle creatures, but that doesn't stop them from doing foolish things. Gan used to be willing to be my sister's subordinate and be at her beck and call in order to learn magic. Now he's betraying her for a little girl who's not even worth mentioning. Zeniba paused, then advised Chihiro. Little guy, move aside. He's beyond saving. I've cast a spell on that thing. Anyone who touches it will only die. Chihiro shook his head vigorously, leaning even closer to the white dragon's body. No, I don't want to. Beilong will be fine. Bang! The floor shook violently, and the loud noise caused the little mouse next to it to lose its footing and fall to the ground. Zeniba was using magic. She wanted Sengsen to back down. Seeing this, the fly flew to the white mouse and picked it up with its tiny claws. Its short wings flapped wildly as if it were using all its strength. It placed the little mouse on Chihiro's shoulder and leaned against it itself. The floor shook more and more violently, and Chihiro could barely stand. Even so, Chihiro did not move an inch. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let anyone take the white dragon away today. This is love. The Zunlong couple is totally shipping them again. Yes, Chihiro's resolve to protect the white dragon is unwavering. I love this feeling of being firmly chosen. I adore it. The audience below the stage was engaged in a heated discussion, but the judges on stage presented a completely different picture. The tutor sitting next to teacher Chen Hai frowned slightly. There's something wrong with this plot. The mentors who had been praising him so highly before now had blank expressions. There's a big problem with how this plot is handled. The protagonist matures too quickly. It might fall apart later on. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. A professor from the directing department said unequivocally, this film written by Ben is about Chihiro's growth. But she's already so mature now, how will the story develop from here? Another mentor was even more scathing in his criticism. I think this young man is just overambitious. He's trying to run before he can walk, which is why he ended up like this. He needs to practice more. This remark immediately provoked teacher Chen Hai, who had been frowning, to retort. We haven't even finished reading it yet. Isn't it too early to draw conclusions? When the tutor saw teacher Chen Hai speak, he immediately fell silent, for this was the department head and could not be offended. Even so, his expression was still somewhat displeased. Old Shang, sitting at the head of the table, remained calm and composed, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. His eyes were fixed on the screen, but a smile played on his lips. Young man, don't let me down. Just as Chihiro and Yubaba were facing off, the white dragon suddenly woke up. He struggled to his feet, his emerald green eyes flashing with a chilling light. Taking advantage of Zeniba's attention being focused on Chihiro, Haku swiftly. It quickly flicked its tail and smashed the paper figure on the ground to pieces. Oh, I was careless. See you next time. As the paper figure cracked open, Zeniba's figure vanished. But she didn't seem angry at all. Instead, she smiled and nodded at Chihiro as if she wasn't in a hurry at all. She seemed certain that Chihiro would come looking for her. Having finished this task, Bailongyi exhausted all his strength and his entire body collapsed towards the cave entrance. White dragon, watch out! Chihiro tried to grab the white dragon with both hands, but her small body didn't have that much strength. The result is not only did they fail to catch it, they were also pulled down by the white dragon's enormous body. The group fell into a bottomless cave. Below the cave was a long tunnel through which the group moved about. The wind generated during the fall blew Chihiro's hair up. The two little ones on my shoulders were about to be blown away by the wind. After the initial panic, Chihiro quickly calmed down. I quickly used both hands to protect the two little ones, making sure they stayed comfortably on my shoulders. The group continued to fall. Before long, they passed through the tunnel and were about to fall into a spacious underground cave. It was dark inside, but not the kind of darkness where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. There was still a faint glimmer of light coming through from inside. This is the lowest level of bathhouse. As they got closer and closer to the bottom, Chihiro became increasingly anxious. In their current state, if they were to fall straight down like this, they probably won't even know how they died. White dragon, wake up, white dragon. Chihiro grasped the white dragon's horns with both hands and whispered in its ear. In a daze, Chihiro seemed to see himself as a child. It seems that she was sitting on the back of the white dragon at that time as well. In the critical moment, Sen quickly came to his senses. There was no way if I didn't come to my senses soon. They are about to have a close encounter with the underground world. Then I said goodbye to the whole world. Just when things were at their most critical, the white dragon suddenly woke up. Chihiro's call seemed to have stirred up his memories, or perhaps the sense of danger triggered their potential. The critical moment, the white dragon suddenly soared into the sky, heading towards a ventilation duct on the wall. He kept making low growls. Since it was a ventilation duct, it was inevitably a bit narrow, and the white dragon's body struggled to move through it. Then swoons were aggravated by the surrounding scraping. But the white dragon seemed oblivious to the pain in its body and continued to fly straight ahead. Finally, he smashed the fan on the pipe, leading everyone into the boiler room. He could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. White dragon, are you all right? Hearing the commotion, Kamaji, who was standing nearby, quickly came over to check. I'm wondering what's going on here. He was immediately startled by the white dragon lying limp on the ground. What the hell happened? What's wrong with this kid? But the current Chihiro is not like Kung Fu Hustle, who can answer Kamaji's questions. The little girl kept calling out, hoping to wake the white dragon. But this didn't work. The last wave just now has exhausted all of the white dragon's strength. This made Ben's already critically injured condition even worse. But Chihiro didn't know any of that. She just kept shouting and shouting. This scene deeply saddened all the viewers. Dude, this is a heartwarming movie. Why are you tearing my heart apart like this? You old scoundrel Jiang, you've lost all humanity, haven't you? I advise you to hurry up and revive Bai Long, or I'll never forgive you. No way is my favorite couple going to break up. Pa, don't talk like that, Ran. Impossible. I just don't believe it. Honestly, if you watch Jiang Yu's previous dramas, this isn't entirely impossible. Please stop talking upstairs. If they end up together, I'll die. Yes, Sen's courage to protect Haku despite knowing he was weak, and Haku's determination to protect Chihiro even at the cost of his life. Their pairing is much more appealing than those domineering CEO couples. Exactly, so please don't give me a bad ending. No one wanted anything to happen to Haku, but there was no way around it. Haku's character was just too captivating. Although she didn't appear many times, the impression she left on everyone was not much worse than Chihiro's. A person who is not only handsome and has a nice voice, but also gentle, considerate, and thoughtful. To be honest, it's hard not to be tempted. Don't panic, Bai Long will be alright. Yeah, what if Chihiro and Kamaji come up with a solution? Exactly, everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Chihiro has saved others before. He'll definitely succeed this time too. Where's Maruko? Hurry and save her. In the scene, Chihiro is still calling out to Haku, trying to bring him back to his senses. White dragon, how are you? But at this moment, the white dragon was already covered in wounds, and the excessive use of his divine power had made him mentally confused. Snore, his mouth made a dull sound as if he were enduring some great pain. Kamaji, watching from the side, was deeply distressed. What's wrong with you? How did he become like this? Chihiro immediately sought help from Kamaji. What should I do? If this continues, the white dragon will die. She was extremely flustered at this moment, and had lost all the composure she had when facing Zeniba. Kamaji crouched down with all four hands, then used his other hand to lift the white dragon's chin and examine it closely. It's like something inside his body is draining his life force. We need to expel it first. Inside the body. That's right, but that thing's magical power is very strong, and there's nothing I can do about it. Chihiro reached into his robes almost without hesitation and took out the dumpling. He then pinched the dumpling in his hand and brought it to the white dragon's mouth. White dragon, eat it. This was given to me by the river god. It might come in handy. But at this moment, the white dragon was not fully conscious and its mouth was tightly clenched. It couldn't be opened by Ben. White dragon, I beg you, eat it quickly. Eat it and you'll get better. Chihiro's voice was almost pleading. Every second that was delayed meant one more second of danger for Haku. She opened her mouth and bit off half, holding the other half in her palm, and said as if coaxing a child, "Here, it'll be all right. You'll feel better after eating it. Open your mouth." Ah! Chihiro forcefully pried open the white dragon's mouth. It's okay. You'll feel better after eating." Even though the dragon's sharp teeth gleamed with a cold light, Chihiro fearlessly reached in and stuffed the dumpling into the white dragon's mouth. Just as the dumpling was stuffed into the white dragon's mouth, Chihiro immediately pulled his arm out. Soon the pill took effect, and the unconscious white dragon suddenly struggled. While finally the white dragon spat out a hard object. It only revealed its true form after bouncing a certain distance on the ground. It turned out to be a seal shaped like Aegir. This seal is only about half the size of my index finger, but it has a very good texture. It has a very strong gin-like luster on it. I wonder what kind of magical material it was made of. The white dragon, after spitting out the substance, looked noticeably better than before. She slowly lay down on the ground and soon transformed into the original Ben's appearance. Thank goodness, Bai Long is all right. Chihiro visibly breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he relaxed, Kamaji, standing beside him, mercilessly poured cold water on Chihiro's enthusiasm. No, this doesn't seem like nothing's wrong. On the contrary, what follows is far from serious. Kamaji paused, then continued. Although the substance has been expelled, its loss of vitality has not stopped, only relatively slowly. If things continue like this, he won't last another 2 weeks. Oh no, what should we do then? Instead of explaining, Kamaji asked Chihiro, "Can you tell me what happened between you?" Chihiro then told his grandfather about what had happened to them. So that's how it is, that witch's seal isn't so easy to get. As Kamaji spoke, he got up and started mixing the medicine. This little guy was just like you before. He touched his way over here by himself. Then, for some reason, he insisted on learning magic from Yubaba. Initially, I was against it. After all, I know this witch's personality to some extent. Learning magic from her won't do me any good. But he insisted, and I couldn't stop him. In the end, he became the witch's apprentice, growing increasingly vicious and ruthless. This is also why everyone in Bathhouse dislikes him, perhaps because of the white dragon incident. Kamaji, who's usually very quiet, unexpectedly talked a lot today. The audience also learned about Haku's past from his grandfather's words. As expected, now everything makes sense. Why would Haku know Kamaji? Now it all makes sense why the people at Bathhouse dislike him. For Bailong, he not only lost his name, but was also tricked by Yubaba. Therefore, Chihiro became his only light. Yes, what would he do without Chihiro? Am I the only one watching that adorable little dog? I absolutely love his interactions with the little soot sprite. Yes, Bo rarely leaves the house, so finding someone his age is really not easy. They're all kind-hearted people. Although they're villains, there's not a single one I can dislike. Is this the charm of Jiang Yu's drama, Ben? You really can't deny it. Hearing the praise from those around him, Jiang Yu remained completely unmoved. There was nothing he could do. If you have a cheat program and you can't even do these things, then the cheat program is useless. But Liu Yifei was unaware of all this. Looking at the composed Jiang Yu, her small eyes were filled with admiration. She secretly made a vow in her heart. I must try my best to stand by his side so that I can walk alongside him. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu didn't hear what he was thinking. If he had, he would definitely have stopped him. After all, if Liu Yifei were to choose the drama Ben herself, it would most likely be another complete flop. Besides this young lady, Jiang Yu has other plans besides Anne. She already has ideas for her next movie. Liu Yifei would be perfect for the role of his leading lady. Of course, that's a story for another time. At this moment, the plot on the screen has reached its most crucial point. Under Kamaji's guidance, Chihiro decides to travel alone to Zeniba to find a way to cure the white dragon. But unexpectedly, Lin found him before he even left the bathhouse. Sen, I've been looking for you for so long, come with me quickly. Yubaba is looking for you everywhere. She looks very angry, be careful. Huh, Sen was confused. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he suddenly being called over? Our seemingly very generous guest turned out to be a monster with no face. Yubaba says you put it in there. She's about to confront you about it. Chihiro thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, Satori, so it was this guy. Lin was also dumbfounded. It really is you. But I need to hurry to save Bai Long. Chihiro didn't want to go. Unfortunately, she had brought this trouble upon herself, so she had to resolve it herself. Hamaji handed Chihiro the ticket to Zeniba and explained how to get there. Krillin immediately took her to see Yubaba. The situation at bathhouse is now extremely urgent. Countless employees were running around erratically inside the bathhouse, their faces filled with terror. At this moment, No Face is causing a ruckus in the large public bath. I want to eat and bring Sen to me. Immediately afterwards, with a loud crash, another dining table was overturned. Then 2 female employees ran out of there in a panic. That's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Their legs were trembling, showing no trace of their earlier fervor. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with the fear of being swallowed up. Even the supervisor standing nearby was anxiously pacing back and forth at the door, muttering to himself, where is everyone? Why haven't they arrived yet? Yubaba is about to collapse. Finally, Krillin and Chihiro came running from the far end of the corridor. A glimmer of hope appeared in Supervisor Ageru's eyes as he hurried to greet Chihiro. You finally arrived. Hurry up and go, Yubaba is about to collapse. Chihiro didn't respond at this moment, his eyes full of composure. Boom! The loud noise startled everyone present, and Chihiro looked inside in surprise. She couldn't believe it. How could someone who started out as a kind friend suddenly turn out like this? All right, Sen will be here soon. Please be patient, and Yubaba's ingratiating voice could be heard coming from inside the house. Chihiro knocked on the door without changing his expression. Yubaba saw that it was Sen who opened the door, her face full of anger, but she couldn't show it at this moment, so she could only glare at her fiercely. He then turned to No Face and spoke softly. Dear guest, Sen is here. Please wait a moment. The speed at which they changed their expressions was astonishing. Yubaba saw Sen still standing there, and the anger on her face almost materialized. What are you standing there for? Get in here right now. She vowed in her heart that once this matter was over, Yubaba would make Sen pay a bloody price. The audience outside the venue looked very nervous when they saw this, especially the judges. The plot has now reached a crucial moment, and given the length of the film, it's time to resolve any foreshadowing. How to resolve all the foreshadowing in the remaining time and fully realize or even elevate the film, that's the true test of a director's skill. It's fair to say that in these final moments, any mistake could very well lead to the failure of Spirited Away. On the contrary, if it can be handled properly or even elevated, it will become an unprecedented masterpiece in the history of Chinese cinema. Meanwhile, the judges also offered their own predictions regarding the development of some later plot points. I think Chihiro will use the same method as Hakuryu to deal with the no-face issue. Feed him the dumpling. A mentor was expressing his opinion, but immediately drew objections from others. Impossible, this dumpling was meant to save Chihiro's parents, and half of it has already been used. If No Face is given that ability, the subsequent plot will be very difficult to handle. Furthermore, we don't know how the plot will develop from here, which is why I think the story will fall apart. There's just not enough time to explain so many issues clearly. The director's words hit the nail on the head. This is the most important issue. Another teacher echoed this. That's right, even if the no-face problem is solved, there are still many problems to be solved. For example, how should Haku Chinese letter deal with the problem of his name, and how should it be resolved? How can Chihiro rescue his parents? There are many problems, and Ben cannot possibly solve them in just 40 minutes. So now there are only 2 possibilities. One is to ignore these pitfalls and bury the most important one, but this would result in an unfinished project. Another option is to keep writing without any regard for the consequences, but that would likely lead to the story being abandoned altogether. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. He's a newbie, so he still needs to practice. He's done pretty well to get this far. Teacher Chenhai, who was standing to the side, remained silent, secretly amused. If I hadn't watched the show, Ben, I would have actually believed your nonsense. Just wait and see, you'll be very surprised. No face, the struggle between reality and Ben. Let's ignore what the judges are saying for now. At this moment, Chihiro had already entered the no-face room. She stood face to face with No Face, her eyes calm as still water. No Face inside was overjoyed to see Chihiro arrive. Sen, you've arrived. At this moment, its expression was very gentle, even somewhat ingratiating. Completely different from the aggressive approach taken when facing Yubaba. This also shows that No Face really cares about Chihiro. Sen looked ahead and saw a scene of utter chaos. Large amounts of shards and broken bowls were scattered all around. The aroma of food mingled with the stench of leftover food, creating an overwhelming sense of nausea. No Face was squatting there, his figure now grotesque, his face disfigured. The black mud inside his body was about to materialize and flow across his body. New teeth have grown on that big mouth, but they are still covered with food residue and don't look very nice. Moreover, unlike when it devoured Aegir before, he was on all fours and his enormous body made this position even more disgusting. He was sticking out his tongue looking like a dirty lizard. Compared to his previous self, No Face is now utterly unlikable. This also made the audience subconsciously worry about Chihiro, although I know that No Face will most likely not harm the little guy. But then again, one's appearance reflects one's inner state. It's really hard to believe No Face is like this now. He has now been crushed by the desires around him, and it is unknown whether he still possesses his own rationality. Seeing No Face like this, Xiao Lucy couldn't bear it. She had always loved the character No Face. No Face isn't really going to become the villain, is he? No way, he's so cute and so pitiful. Let's give him a happy ending. Bai Lu, standing to the side, also looked deeply saddened, but Aang comforted her best friend. It's not necessarily true. Sen will save him, don't worry. Really? Bai Lu was also unsure. Could the body really be saved now that it had become like this? No Face handed a basket of steamed buns to Chihiro with both hands. Here you go, Sen, this bun is delicious. No Face spoke, but the voice belonged to the servant who had been swallowed earlier. But Chihiro remained standing there without reacting at all. Seeing that Chihiro remained unmoved, No Face approached again and said with great interest, "Want some gin? I only give it to Sen." The word No Face is so tempting that anyone else would have accepted it without hesitation. But Chihiro is different. She's now only focused on saving Haku and has no time to spare for Ben. "I can't stay here with you. There's a place I have to go." Her refusal was so decisive that No Face was somewhat taken aback. It began to press closer, its sticky saliva swarming towards Chihiro. "Sen, what do you want? I can give you anything. Please stay with me, okay?" No Face didn't want Chihiro to leave, so it kept making promises, hoping the little girl would stay. However, no matter how generous No Face's offers were, they could not shake Chihiro's resolve. "Please go back to your own place. You can't give me what I want." After making numerous unfulfilled promises, No Face finally couldn't hold back any longer. It began to scream wildly, and Ben's protruding mask shrunk back into its original shape. His expression turned pained. No, don't give up on me, no." With a sudden thrust of his body, he charged toward Chihiro at incredible speed. However, the little girl was already on guard and immediately stepped aside. While dodging the No Face attack, he also dodged to Ant's position against the wall. Kind-hearted Sen didn't understand why No Face was so painful. She then asked, "Aren't you going to look for your parents?" Little did they know these words dealt another blow to No Face. It rushed madly toward Chihiro, but its eyes held not ferocity but pleading. No Face screamed wildly, but his voice gradually faded. Suddenly, No Face Aang calmed down, his head drooping as if he had been electrocuted. The next second, Ben's mask, which had been dented, popped out again. His eyes became empty, devoid of any emotion. "I'm hungry, give me food." This sudden change caught the audience off guard. "Holy crap, what's going on? I don't think I understand." "Don't even mention it, I didn't understand it either." No Face was quite gentle at first. How did it suddenly turn into this? Judging from this state, it seems like she's been bewitched. You know what, it really does look a bit like it. Is there anyone with a high level of expertise who can analyze this? I'm a newbie and I don't understand. I'm a big shot, so let me say this. I think No Face is probably controlled by desire. After all, as mentioned earlier, No Face became like this because he was corrupted by Aegiru's desires, but he himself must also have a complete consciousness. Before meeting Sen, his sense of self was probably on par with his desires. However, perhaps because Sen rejected his request, his psychological defenses crumbled. Therefore, desire prevailed. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, now that you mention it, you're right. So now that No Face is out of control, does that mean Sen is doomed? Wait a minute, does No Face mean it's going to swallow Sen whole? That's hard to say. Given his current state, he probably wouldn't even recognize his own family. Watching Jiang Yu's movies is really nerve-wracking. The film was full of climaxes, and the emotions of all the audience members were stirred up. Even in such a critical situation, Chihiro remained calm. I flipped my hand over and many jins emerged from his hand again. For you, his voice held an undeniable authority. Chihiro didn't reach out to take it, but instead asked, "What are you going to eat me?" No Face didn't answer. Instead, it took immediate action. Its hands transformed into a black rope, which then swiftly bound Chihiro's neck. They wanted to force Chihiro into his stomach. No Face's strength is immense. Chihiro's small frame certainly couldn't withstand it. At this critical moment, Bo, who was standing on Chihiro's shoulder, couldn't stand it anymore. The little guy bared his teeth and decisively bit No Face's arm. Zio Kang, not to be outdone, brandished its claws and lunged in another direction. No Face, wincing in pain, abruptly pulled his hand back. Bo, who was on top of him, didn't have time to let go of his mouth and was pulled back with a tug. Bo, being naive, hadn't anticipated any of this, and by the time he realized it, it was too late. At this moment, No Face gritted its teeth, completely enraged by its repeated failures. He pressed down with both hands and slapped Bo hard. Bo had just been thrown to the ground, and Ben was now unable to escape. If this is confirmed, Bo will be crippled if he doesn't die. No Face returns to invisibility just as Bo was about to be smashed into a pancake. The little black fly made its move. With lightning speed, he caught Bo just as No Face was about to take the picture and then returned to Chihiro's shoulder. This whole series of events took less than 3 seconds. This made the audience outside sigh. No wonder Yubaba took a liking to him. He really has some skills. Back on Chihiro's shoulder, Bo was still a little shaken. He patted his face, trying to calm himself down. Unlike the panicked Bo, Chihiro remained absolutely calm even when danger was imminent. It must be said that Chihiro has grown a lot after experiencing so many events. Faced with No Face's imposing presence, she not only didn't back down but instead took a step forward. He had somehow pulled out the other half of the river god dumpling. "If you want to eat me, you'd better eat this first." No Face was caught off guard by Chihiro's sudden approach. Before he could even react, the meatball was already in his mouth. Chihiro's decisive action was unexpected by everyone present. Holy crap, awesome. My god, Sen is an angel. It's understandable that he used half of the dumpling to save Bai Longlong. After all, Bai Longlong helped him so much. But this remaining half is their only hope of saving their parents. I don't understand why. Why would he use it to save No Face? One can only say that Chihiro is too pure and kind. He is a beautiful creation of the author. Logically, everyone is selfish, and children are in some ways more selfish than adults. No, this is the only chance to save his parents. It might be the only one. Chihiro is just going to give up like this. No, you're wrong. Chihiro hasn't given up on saving his parents. It's just that No Face needs help more right now than saving his parents. This is Chihiro's kindness. He helps everyone without considering the consequences. All the audience members present applauded Chihiro's kindness, and in an instant the theater erupted in applause. Zhao Lucy even stood up and shouted, "Sen Zun is so handsome, I cover up." The egret beside her quickly covered her mouth. But it was too late. Everyone present heard those words clearly. Bai Lu is really suffering. I'm so done with having such a best friend. This is going to be a huge disaster in front of the whole school. To Bai Lu's surprise, no one laughed at them. Instead, Zhao Lucy's cheer seemed to light a fuse. This caused a stir among everyone in the audience. "Sen is awesome. Chihiro, I love you, be my daughter." Such calls were incessant, and it didn't feel like a school at all. On the judges' panel, a teacher was about to get up to maintain order when he was interrupted by Mr. Jiang, who was sitting in the seat above him. "Hey, watching a movie is fine if it's a little lively sometimes. Doesn't this just prove that the movie is excellent? I think the children know what they're doing, so let's not go down and disturb them." Since Mr. Jiang had spoken, the teacher had no choice but to sit down reluctantly and continue enjoying the movie. The cheers from below only lasted a short while before subsiding. After all, this is the climax. Rather than making a fuss, what everyone is more interested in is what will happen after No Face eats the meatballs. Sure enough, shortly after eating the meatballs, No Face's stomach began to churn. The emetic pills once again worked their magic. This time the person they need to save is someone who has lost himself to desire. Ah Wu No Face on all fours suddenly took a few steps back, trying to spit out the pill he had swallowed. But those were the river god's dumplings after all. It was easy to swallow them, but not so easy to spit them out. A moment later, a glug-glug sound came from inside No Face's stomach. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of dark yellow liquid flowed out from between his mouth pores. This liquid wasn't saliva, but rather some black grime. Large amounts of black mud surged upwards from No Face's belly. No Face panicked. He kept his mouth tightly shut, even pressing his tongue against his teeth to prevent the black mud from seeping out. However, the feeling of nausea continued to occupy his mind. He tried hard to suppress his impulse, but in the end he still failed. Wah, splash, splash, large amounts of black sludge poured into the room like a waterfall. Food scraps on the ground were also buried by them, and even the people around them were not spared. Apart from Yubaba, who has already left, almost everyone present had some dirt or grime on them. This black mud is not only very sticky, moreover, it emitted a foul stench, more than 10 times worse than the leftover scraps. Its disgusting nature is evident. However, that wasn't enough. After spitting out a lot of black mud, No Face didn't return to its original state. It just shrank considerably compared to before. No Face felt extremely pained at that moment, his eyes fixed on Chihiro, his face contorted in a grimace. Chihiro wasn't going to stand there like an idiot. She retreated without hesitation, her body tense and her eyes fixed warily on No Face under the influence of the emetic pills. A large amount of black mud emerged from his body. No Face's mouth opened wider and wider, and the smile on the original Ben mask disappeared. Driven by pain, he had abandoned all reason. He truly transformed into a demon driven by desire. No Face yelled at Chihiro, "What did you feed me? How did I become like this?" Before the words were even finished, No Face opened its massive jaws and lunged at Chihiro. Its eyes were filled with hatred and ruthlessness, as if it wanted to tear Chihiro to shreds. Chihiro wasn't about to stand there and put himself in danger. He immediately rushed out the door. The staff outside saw Chihiro chatting happily in the room and suddenly rushed out. Before they could react, clang, the moment Chihiro pushed the door open, No Face smashed it open. At this moment, No Face seemed to have activated some kind of potential switch. His agile limbs became his propulsion. He ran swiftly, biting down on Chihiro. But bathhouse is a cramped space, so how could No Face, with its large size, be deployed properly? Chihiro darted and weaved between the various root entrances like an eel, and No Face and Ben couldn't catch her. Although Chihiro was running away, he remained calm and composed. She knew that she couldn't maintain this No Face status for long. Sure enough, after running for only a short while, No Face's mouth started gushing out more black mud. Then with another whoosh, he vomited out a large amount of black mud onto the ground. And so he kept vomiting as he chased, until finally he even vomited up the hostages who had been swallowed up intact. No Face's form gradually shrank during the continuous vomiting until it finally became transparent. Viewers who witnessed this couldn't help but applaud Chihiro's quick wit. Moreover, everyone is very happy about the restoration of No Face, calm and composed, unperturbed by change, assessing the situation and adapting to local conditions. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe that a teenager would do something like that? The person upstairs has great writing skills, unlike me who can only say Chihiro is awesome. Pshaw, you're no good. I can also say Chihiro is awesome. 6 Ha, No Face is finally back. I still prefer the original cute version. Please keep this up forever, thank you. Add 1, thank you. Chihiro's search for Zeniba. The mystery from the tram. The chase between No Face and Chihiro continues. However, as its body gradually recovered, it slowly returned to its original form. Chihiro, standing to the side, also slowed his pace and let out a sigh of relief. Great, it's finally back to normal. After No Face spat out the first green egg arrow, his body finally changed from dark to transparent. His eyes, which had been empty, regained their emotion. By this time they had left bathhouse and arrived at the vast, shallow beach. Chihiro stepped forward and reached out to shake hands with the No Face that had returned to its original form. Welcome back. A bright smile bloomed on the little girl's face. In her heart, this guy was already a friend. No Face stared blankly at Chihiro, saying nothing, and simply followed silently behind her. In the distance, Lin rowed his boat out of the bathhouse in pursuit. Sen, are you all right? I'm fine. Lin rode closer and seeing that Chihiro was indeed all right was relieved. You scared me to death. Your mother-in-law is calling you back. Come on up. Chihiro did not step forward. She shook her head. No, I'm not going back. Please tell Yubaba later and remember to say goodbye to Kamaji for me. Lin understood her meaning and knew she couldn't persuade Chihiro, so she said, be careful en route. There's no one to take care of you out there. Make sure Anne is safe. Immediately afterwards, Lin glared at No Face. I don't care what you've done before. From now on, if you dare to hurt Sen, I will absolutely not let you get away with it. Lin's caring words warmed Chihiro's heart. Don't worry, Anne, I'll definitely come back safely. Lin is so sweet. She's always been so concerned about Chihiro. She and Kamaji are both very good people. Is Sen embarking on a solo journey so soon? I hope he doesn't encounter any danger. I really hope things can go more smoothly. If this keeps going on and on, my heart can't take it anymore. Given Jiang Yu's track record, I doubt it. He'll definitely pull some kind of trick. That old scoundrel Jiang deserves a terrible death. This was supposed to be a heartwarming and healing movie after all. Yes, it's indeed very heartwarming, yet also depressing. 6 Haha, that's absolutely right. With bathhouse behind you, water flowing beneath your feet, and a clear blue sky overhead, fluffy white clouds drift by. Chihiro walked for a very long time against this backdrop. Lin watched his retreating figure walk away, very far away. Suddenly, Lin shouted from behind. Sin, I used to always say you were stupid, but now I take back what I said. You're really brave. You must come back. Yes, definitely. Chihiro waved from afar but didn't stop. She continued moving forward. The vast sea, like an endless plain, made Ben feel lonely and profound. But now with the arrival of Sen, it has taken on its own colors. Between the sea and the sky, two people with different missions embarked on vastly different lives. But no matter what, their inner kindness remains unchanged. Lin silently watched Chihiro's departing figure. Only after it disappeared from sight did it slowly turn its head and row back the way it came. Oh no, I suddenly feel like I need to pee. Why, I feel like crying. Holy crap, this sense of destiny is something else. You know, it's not like shipping Lin and Sen is entirely wrong. Practicing everything will only harm you in the end. There's something I don't understand. Why didn't they let Lin and Chihiro go look for it together? Didn't he have so many tickets? Let's talk about whether it's possible that Lin and Ben can't leave the bathhouse since she's a demon, not a human. Am I the only one who wants to praise Liu Yifei's acting skills? Her performance was so natural and seamless. Yeah, you'll get used to it. The acting in this film is phenomenal. Definitely a masterpiece. The saying that a good director can improve an actor's acting skills is indeed true. I never expected to find such sweet moments between the characters from the Legend of Sword and Fairy series here. I love it. Bathhouse wasn't far from the station, and soon Chihiro saw a platform built over the water. There it is. Chihiro ran, his feet making a soft thumping sound as he stepped on the water like playing a light symphony. No Face followed behind her, the tiny creature seemingly regaining its previous adorable appearance. But Chihiro ignored it, his eyes fixed on the distance, searching for the train. Boom, 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 the rumble of the train was approaching, and Chihiro quickly called out to everyone. Hurry up, the tram is here. The water was shallow and did not affect the train's movement at all. As the train entered the station, the splashing water wetted the entire platform. A burly figure was checking tickets at the train door. Chihiro handed over the ticket. Lo, please take me to the Swamp Bottom station. The ticket seller didn't say anything but simply stepped aside after taking Chihiro's ticket. Chihiro then went inside with the two little ones on his shoulders, leaving No Face standing alone outside the door. Do you want to come along too? Chihiro asked. Aha, No Face nodded, so the little girl looked at the ticket seller. Excuse me, may you get on the bus with us? The ticket seller didn't reply, but simply turned the doorknob silently. After getting into the car, No Face quietly closed the door and walked to the front. Wah! The chimneys rose again and the train started turning again. Chihiro embarked on a new journey once more. However, she had her parents with her on her previous journeys, but now she is all alone. There weren't many people on the train and their appearances were quite varied. Most of them were shadowy figures. There were English gentlemen wearing top hats and holding pipes. There were also wealthy women with large bellies wearing glasses. However, these shadowy figures rarely travel in groups like Chihiro. Most of them sat alone without talking to each other. This gave the entire train a lonely and gloomy atmosphere. This atmosphere made Chihiro and his group very uncomfortable, especially No Face standing to the side. He kept looking up and around, and the two little ones beside him were also looking around curiously. They're all like curious children. Only Chihiro remained calm and composed, holding onto the handrail and looking calmly ahead. She who should be like a child displayed a maturity that is hard for ordinary people to understand. Viewers watching from outside the screen were heartbroken. Poor Chihiro, let Mama give him a hug. He's just a child. Ben shouldn't have to shoulder so much. I just want to curse FM's parents here. People mature quickly when they have no one to rely on. But at her age, Ben should be enjoying a carefree and playful life. I agree with the comment above. Isn't it a tragedy to mature so quickly at such a young age? Many people in the hall continued to discuss this topic. Even Liu Yifei asked Jiang You for his opinion. What's the point of this plot you're talking about? But to my surprise, he didn't play by the rules at all. I was just saying, is it possible that you guys are overthinking it? I was just making up a plot. If you don't want to talk about it, fine, you're just teasing me. Liu Yifei was speechless. This man always treated him like a fool to fool him. In the scene, Chihiro stood there for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps she was thinking about her parents, or maybe she was wondering how Beilong was doing. The long train was very quiet. Apart from the rumble of the train, nothing else could be heard. Red clouds hung in the sky outside the window, shimmering brilliantly on the sparkling water. Chihiro must have got tired of standing, because he let go of the railing and sat down on a bench nearby. Hubo was jumping and hopping by the window, very excited as it was his first time away from home. There's no way around it. After all, we've been holding it in for so long, and now that we're finally out, we have to run around freely, right? Only No Face remained standing there, looking utterly dejected. Once he came to his senses, he realized his mistake and cautiously and slowly approached Chihiro. Suddenly, Chihiro spoke up. Why don't you sit here? After saying that, he pointed to the empty seat next to him. No Face was taken aback, then looked at Chihiro with surprise, seemingly doubting the accuracy of the little girl's words. Chihiro nodded and waved to him. Don't run around after you sit down. This scene is just like a parent giving instructions to their child. The train, weathered and worn, sped into the distance. Heading towards the unknown route, there was no conversation inside the car, and Chihiro sat quietly in his seat, not saying a word. As time passed, the train went further and further away, and the people on board gradually left. No one spoke or communicated. Everyone was like strangers walking by, meeting briefly and then leaving just as quickly. In the tranquil bay, the track stretches endlessly, shimmering with a unique gentleness under the glow of the sunset. The fiery sunset clouds in the distance are visible across the sky. The theater opens, and every cloud puts on a grand performance. The actors were all incredibly diverse, but none of their beauty could even make the train stop for a second. It just kept moving silently, rolling forward, heading towards that unknown destination in the distance. No matter how many people leave or how many people come up along the way, it will never stop. Some say time is the most ruthless thing, while others say they want to hold on to it. But ultimately, time, like this train, keeps moving forward. No matter how many beautiful sights you see along the way, you will eventually reach the end of your life. The tranquility on the screen touched every audience member present. Everyone quietly enjoyed it. In that moment, they abandoned the pressures of their studies and their lives, simply sitting in their seats and enjoying themselves. No one spoke up, not even the judges. Only after that beautiful scene disappeared did everyone come to their senses and slowly begin to applaud. This scene truly feels like something out of a fairy tale. Where is the Rue entrance to this world? I want to go directly there. Absolutely stunning. This scene is a work of art. How was it captured? My goodness. As a photography student, I can tell you definitively that this scene cannot be captured by a camera or a Ben camera. So all I can say is Jiang You is awesome. Can I have his babies? It's not just the visuals, the shooting angles are also significant. We still have a lot to learn. I'm 170 cm tall and weigh 80 kg. Is it too much to ask me to have your baby? Add me on QQ, let's chat privately. 6. The judges on stage also praised the scene setup. However, they weren't discussing the visuals, but rather the plot. In their view, this part could be considered the climax of the movie. This climax setup, one instructor even almost swore. There's no way around it, this scene was a stroke of genius. It almost completely overturned the climax pattern of Ben's films, reaching a transcendent realm. Generally speaking, the climax, being the most exciting and crucial part of a movie, usually aims to achieve one of two effects. The first approach is to release the audience's emotions. The second is to facilitate reasonable emotional release. For example, some big-budget commercial films like to include several spectacular scenes in the climax that uses high-energy moments to release the audience's emotions. Or in some emotional films, this is achieved through the advancement of the plot and the protagonist's emotional outburst, which allows for a reasonable catharsis. These are all extreme movements. But today Jiang You tells you that besides extreme movement, being able to bring the audience into a state of tranquility is also a kind of climax. It can be said that after pioneering a unique filming technique, director Jiang You has created a new mode of dramatic climax. Based on these 2 points alone, the Beijing Film Academy could even offer him a professorship. Nobody cares whether this movie will be a hit now, because it's a foregone conclusion. At this moment, the judges present looked at teacher Chen Hai with not only envy and jealousy, but also a hint of pleading. I'm curious how Kai and Hai managed to produce such a prodigy student. Is there really no secret to it? Why can't they teach them? Teacher Chen Hai, who was standing to the side, was also completely bewildered. No, I know this kid is a monster in acting and a freak in writing plays, and Ben is also a pervert. But I really didn't expect this guy to be such a prodigy when it comes to making movies. He watched as the people around him whispered and pressed him for his secrets to teaching students, his unique insights, and so on. Teacher Chen Hai was on the verge of tears. He really wanted to say, no, I didn't do it. I don't know. This really has nothing to do with me. But as a man, can he say he's not good enough? Of course not. Otherwise, he'd lose face. So the exported message became, oh dear, it's all thanks to the child's hard work. I didn't teach him anything. Haha. Of course, I do have some insights to share. We'll talk about them later. Just as teacher Chen Hai was enjoying his success, the movie's plot took a new turn. The camera then shifts to the bathhouse under Kamaji's care. Haku finally woke up slowly. Where am I? What happened to me? Bai Long slowly opened his eyes. He felt a splitting headache, his body was extremely uncomfortable, and he couldn't recall some memories for the time being. Oh, you're awake. Ah, you had a really good sleep. Grandpa, who was standing nearby, had just woken up. He had no choice, he had been taking care of Bailong the whole time. The elderly person was feeling unwell and was too tired, so they leaned against the wall and slept for a while. Bai Long covered his head, pondered for a moment, as if he had remembered something. He shook Kamaji's hand, his voice very urgent. Grandpa, please tell me where Sen is. Is he all right? Oh dear, don't worry, young man, don't you remember anything? Kamaji rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked in confusion. I still remember some things, but they're all fragmented pieces. I can't remember the specifics of what happened. I think I heard Chihiro calling me, but I don't remember much after that. Oh, so the child's Ben's name is Chihiro. I understand now. It's the power of love. Grandpa's focus was clearly a bit off. He chuckled, as if he'd heard something amusing. Wow, even the characters in the show are leading the way in shipping couples. My Zunlong couple is really impressive. Kamaji X, Matchmaker V, everyone was amused by Kamaji's sudden antics. Another day of victory for my CP couple fans. Yubaba and the deep bond between mother and son. Just as Haku and Kamaji were talking the top floor of the bathhouse in the Yubaba room at this moment, Bo was stuffing snacks into his mouth like crazy. It's eating voraciously and hasn't stopped for a moment since Aniba left. In front of the fireplace, Yubaba, wrapped in a bath towel, lay on a chair after washing up. Ben is usually a very clean person. The no-face incident had just happened, and she simply couldn't stand the smell. There was no other way but to wash myself until I smelled nice. On the table to the side were several plates filled with large quantities of jin beans. These were all obtained by Yubaba from its employees. They were all no-faced. Jin Yubaba reached out and grabbed a handful of food from the plate. He kept complaining, this loss is huge. I lost so many jins. How is she going to compensate me? Yubaba looked somewhat angry, and the wrinkles on her face were all scrunched up. It's all that damn Sen's fault. He's preventing me from making money. Nearby, Green Egg Arrow, the supervisor, and the female employee who had been swallowed up were kneeling on the floor. Listening to Yubaba's complaints, even though they were indignant, no one dared to speak up because of Yubaba's intimidating presence. But as Yubaba complained more and more, it eventually escalated into personal attacks. Green Agaro finally couldn't hold back any longer, and he murmured softly, But it was Sen who saved us all. The other two people nodded vigorously in agreement upon hearing this. Indeed, without Sen, they would probably have remained a terrifying monster forever. Shut up, Yubaba, who had just been a little annoyed, immediately turned fierce and menacing. This is all because you're all useless. You were tempted, and now you even let that person escape. You're all trash. She paused, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. Very well, since that child has abandoned his parents, there's no need to keep them alive. Men kill and eat those two big pigs, make ham from their trotters and bacon from the rest. Yubaba's tone was devoid of emotion, as if she were talking about something trivial. Upon hearing Yubaba's words, the supervisor, who was kneeling on the ground, showed no intention of standing up. The three men remained kneeling respectfully in place, their bodies trembling. Didn't you hear what I said? Seeing his subordinates repeatedly disobey his orders, Yubaba became completely angry. She was going to teach them a lesson with magic. Just then a voice came from the doorway. Please wait a moment. The one who made the sound was Bai Long, who was calmly walking over from the doorway. Mr. Bai, the three guys kneeling on the ground looked like they'd seen a savior. Yubaba frowned upon seeing the white dragon, but quickly relaxed and said nonchalantly, "Oh, you're doing to live, that surprises me." There was not a trace of concern for his apprentice in his tone, to which her apprentice is someone who steals her wealth. Given her love of money, it's no wonder she wouldn't give her a pleasant look. Bai Long remained remarkably calm in the face of Bai Long's sarcastic remarks. Haven't you seen it yet? All your important items have been switched. Upon hearing this, Yubaba's face darkened, her expression filled with mockery. Judging from your tone, shouldn't I thank you, mother-in-law? Bai Long didn't reply, he just quietly watched her. There was not the slightest hint of yielding, nor a shred of willingness to follow the white dragon, suppressed for many years, finally stood up at this moment. He transformed from a bullied slave into a complete fighter. If the previous Bailong was merely calm and gentle, the current Bailong is full of decisiveness. This sudden change in character left the audience thoroughly entertained. It was also the moment when the actor truly showcased his acting skills. Holy crap, Bailong is so cool, he's freaking handsome. Bailong have finally stood up today. What white dragon? Call me Brother Dragon. Brother Long, a true hero, goes head-to-head with the big boss. So much guts, right? To paraphrase Kamaji, is this the power of love? Mai, sitting to the side, was also impressed by the handsome Bai Long she was playing. The little girl's eyes turned into stars at that moment. Wow, I didn't know I could be this handsome playing a boy, hee hee. The little girl's smugness returned and her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at Jiang You. Thanks to Jiang You, I was able to act so well. But why isn't Jiang You in this movie? That's a bit of a shame. But my brother's everyday outfits are so handsome, hee hee. As he was thinking, the little guy's thoughts drifted off to who knows where again. That's true, after all, they're just junior high school students, so it's normal for their thinking to be unconventional. Looking at Bai Long's confident demeanor, Yubaba also began to have doubts. Could this guy be telling the truth? She immediately turned her head and gripped Jin's hand tightly on the stage. Those Jins were so bright yellow that it was hard to tell if they were real or fake at first glance. Yubaba's gaze was cold, but Arlong's eyes remained unwavering. Suddenly, Yubaba frowned as if she had remembered something. His eyes were looking to the side, and he kept eating Bo. It's better not to look at it. The more you look at Yubaba, the stranger it seems. She extended her withered, yellowed index finger, the gem on it gleaming brilliantly. With a gentle swipe of the finger forward, the original Ben, a cute and chubby baby, has been transformed into three bald, bearded, green algae-like heads. It's not Bo. Yubaba was stunned, her expression changing rapidly, and she was completely frozen in shock. The next second, she screamed in panic. Baby! This incredible speed at changing his expression made the audience burst into laughter. Yubaba, the face-changing performer from Peking Opera, is here. Haha, I didn't believe anything you said a second ago. The next second, baby, haha, the comedic effect is off the charts. Bo, oh mama, I just have a little hair, don't make a fuss. However, Zhao Lucy, upon witnessing this scene, showed no sign of happiness. I feel so sorry for Bo, his mother doesn't care about him first. Bai Lu, standing to the side, also seemed somewhat melancholy. Yes, Yubaba only ever cares about Jin, everything else comes second. In the end, although Yubaba loves Bo, she hasn't given him a proper education at all. It's just spoiling. Bo is like Jin, a caged canary. In Yubaba's eyes, she's probably just a treasure. She doesn't have her own personal space. Bai Lu seemed to have thought of something, and her expression was no longer as cheerful as before, but became somewhat gloomy. Finally realizing something was wrong, Yubaba's face turned unusually angry. The gem on her finger emanated a powerful Ritsu magical energy. Then a large amount of magical energy swept across the entire room. She wanted to see just how much of it was fake. Sure enough, when the magic swept across the table, the jinn on it instantly turned to ashes. "Ah, wow, my Jin-chan, it's fake, it's all fake." Yubaba completely lost control, letting out a sharp scream. "Who is it? Who on earth is it? Who the hell is it?" Ah! Yubaba swung both hands suddenly, and a powerful force overturned the table. Then it dashed like lightning to the nursery behind the curtain. "No, no, baby, my baby, where are you?" After rushing into the room, Yubaba dispelled the magic on her hands. What if the baby gets hurt while sleeping in the room? She frantically rummaged through the pile of pillows around her with both hands, calling out her baby's name as she did so. "No, no, not here either." "No, no, my baby, where are you?" answered Grandma quickly. Yubaba searched every corner of the nursery, hoping to find Bo, but things didn't go as planned. She searched for a long time but couldn't find even the slightest clue. At that moment, Ben's white dragon, who had been waiting outside, followed him in. Yubaba's pent-up anger finally found an outlet. His gaze towards the white dragon was extremely sinister and terrifying. It looked as if it was about to devour the white dragon at any moment. You. Yubaba, sporting a bowling pin on his head, looked increasingly fierce. Her eyes were almost bloodshot from the intense anger, and Ben's neatly styled hair had fallen loose across her forehead. If there was anything about Yubaba, who was previously calm and even had a hint of kindness, then now she has truly become what a witch should be. The terrifying old woman stretched out her zombie-like hands and reached out to grab the white dragon. "Tell me quickly, where is he? Speak now or you'll die." In an instant, Yubaba's claws locked onto the white dragon's neck. That distorted, enormous face was almost touching the white dragon's front. "Hand over my child." Yubaba's powerful aura almost lifted the entire roof off. If this were an ordinary person, they would definitely be out of breath right now. Even Bai Long was no exception. But Bai Long has been through so much, even walking through the gates of hell himself. She is completely transformed. He remained calm, as if he were facing a trivial matter rather than a life-or-death situation. He spoke softly. "They are all with Zeniba." "Zeniba?" Yubaba looked completely incredulous upon hearing the name. "How did she get here?" Bai Long's words instantly extinguished Yubaba's rage. Her flamboyant hair also fell down behind her. She turned around weakly, her face showing a mixture of dismay and relief. At the same time, "Gently grab a small chair with your hand." He then leaned against her, hunching his back, and said with a wry smile, "That vicious old woman, does she think she can beat me like this?" Dream. The anger in Yubaba's eyes disappeared, replaced by a look of utter defiance. She turned to look at Bai Long and asked with displeasure, "What are you planning to do?" "I can help you bring your baby back." "What are the conditions?" Yubaba knew that the white dragon wouldn't be so kind. "It's very simple. Before I get back, you need to ensure that Sen's parents and Anne are safe. And when you come back, you have to turn them all back into humans." "Impossible, don't even dream about it." Yubaba refused decisively. She wouldn't do anything without pay. Bai Long didn't speak, he just stared at Granny Tang's face. Having followed her for so many years, Bai Long had a certain understanding of Yubaba's personality, and he couldn't find a reason why Yubaba disagreed. Yubaba herself cannot leave Bathhouse. This is due to Bathhouse's influence. This is determined by the rules governing Ben himself. Therefore, the only way to find Bo is to ask Haku for help. This is why Haku is so confident. The two stared at each other for a while before Yubaba gave up first. This moment she was utterly dejected, feeling like a tiger fallen into the plains being bullied by dogs. Suddenly Yubaba burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, I can agree to that, but have you thought about the consequences for yourself? Those who threaten me will not have a good end." The confrontation between Bai Long and Yubaba was very captivating, instantly winning over a large group of audience members. "Holy crap, Haku is so incredibly cool, my F. Oh dear," Yubaba is getting anxious. A miraculous comeback. Chihiro's parents are saved. As expected, no matter what, Haku is always the most reliable. I love him. God, please send me a husband like a white dragon, thank you. The white dragon isn't an adult yet, don't even think about taking it. If you're going to send anything, send two, thank you. Is the girl upstairs that thirsty? Send me your QQ number. Get out of here. Unlike the laughter and commotion in the audience on the judges' panel, everyone expressed their opinions on the setup of this scene. One of the mentors spoke first. "Everyone in this movie is a protagonist. The character design is excellent. Each character's growth trajectory is clearly depicted. It's not just about portraying Chihiro. That's right, this scene alone shows the audience the growth trajectory of the White Dragon. Previously, Haku only dared to secretly help Chihiro and did not dare to openly rebel against Yubaba's authority. Now he can confront Yubaba directly and even gain the upper hand. This marks the beginning of a character transformation. Even teacher Chen Hai, who had been sitting quietly to the side, spoke up with great interest. I have always recognized the creative ability of this little guy Ben, so it is not surprising that he has such a dual operation. What surprised me was that he could quickly construct a complete character using just a few scenes and dialogues. Furthermore, integrating these storylines into the main plot. This is the first time I've seen multiple storylines progressing simultaneously and seamlessly integrated into the main narrative. As soon as teacher Chen Hai finished speaking, he was met with disdainful looks from those around him. His friend even joked, all right, stop praising yourself like an old woman selling melons. Everyone knows you have a good student." "That's right, old Chen, remember to share your teaching experience with me. I also want to have such a prodigy student." The surrounding teasing voices rose and fell, making teacher Chen Hai somewhat embarrassed. He retorted, "I was just expressing my opinion, so what? Am I wrong?" However, few people paid attention to his words. What can they do when they don't have a student as outstanding as him? They can only unite to ostracize him. Teacher Chen Hai seems to be acting like a mischievous old man, showing off everywhere. After all, as a teacher, Ben is always proud of his students. Zeniba's hut on the other side of the screen, the camera pans to reveal a deep, dark night. The speeding train was about to arrive at the station. However, although it's called entering the station, it doesn't really resemble a platform. It was just an ordinary cement platform. There was a tree on it, and a rusty clock hung from the tree, its age unknown. Chihiro and the others were also ready to get off the train. From the sea to the land, the train traveled a long distance, but it still showed no sign of stopping. After Chihiro and his group disembarked, the train quickly departed. A hazy, rainy night in a small country town in a deep and quiet forest. Logically, a scene composed of these elements should evoke a sense of fear. However, thanks to the system's rendering and director Jiang Yu's superb shooting skills, this feeling is not apparent. Instead, it perfectly showcases the beauty of the night. Chihiro, who had just gotten off the train, didn't turn around but just muttered to himself, "This should be the place, let's go." She gestured to No Face, then turned and walked toward the small route leading to the unknown. The little fly carried Bo behind it, its body swaying back and forth. After a while, it couldn't carry him anymore. Her little mouth opened and closed as she paused on the route, panting. Seeing their appearance, Chihiro slowly slowed down, then bent down to the side. She stretched out her little hand to Bo, extending an invitation to them. "Come on, get on my shoulder." Unexpectedly, Bo and Ben didn't buy it, and the little guy took a step forward with his two chubby little paws. When she looked at Chihiro, she arrogantly turned her head away, indicating that she could do it. "I don't need your help." Chihiro, understanding the little guy's thoughts, couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, feeling a little lighter. I followed the little mouse quietly, continuing forward. Following Gecko's directions, the group continued walking forward for quite some time. No, the sounds were exceptionally clear in the silent night sky. Soon, a beam of light approached from afar, gradually drawing closer to the crowd. Buzz, everyone immediately became alert. Little Fly quickly lifted Bo onto Chihiro's shoulder, while No Face behind him swiftly stepped forward to protect Chihiro. I was afraid of encountering some danger. The light slowly drew closer, and what appeared before everyone was a Rue lamp wearing white gloves. The little guy hopped around, wearing a clean white glove with clearly defined 5 fingers. Rue slowly came to a stop and bowed to Chihiro in a manner befitting British etiquette. He then turned slightly to the side, making an inviting gesture, appearing both gentlemanly and polite. After Chihiro returned the greeting, Rue skipped forward and the others followed behind, puzzled. "Wow, this Rue lamp is hilarious. I have to say it has a bit of that Fall Morse gentleman vibe, huh? Seriously, this set of movements would look natural on anyone, but it's a bit funny when a lamp does it. Everyone is so loving. Bo has grown up so much." Yes, it's so good to watch movies where everyone grows. What a wonderful ensemble piece. Look, No Face," he rushed out to protect Chihiro immediately. This couple isn't entirely unacceptable, is it? Hee hee. 6 haha, pairing up everything will only hurt your own brother in the end. I feel like there are so many metaphors in this clip, but I didn't quite understand them at first. I definitely want to watch it again after it's released. One viewing isn't enough. This masterpiece is going to be watched countless times. Putting everything else aside, the visuals alone cost more than a single ticket. How much would it have cost to create something like this? So I definitely can't let my idol make Ben look bad, otherwise who'll film next? Jiang You, who overheard this, laughed. Little did they know, the film only cost less than 10 million in total. With the system in place, Ben doesn't need to spend a penny on optimizing special effects and visuals. Honestly, if it weren't for the costumes and props, the actual cost of the entire film, including Ben's, didn't even reach 5 million. That's why a systematic persona is so simple, unadorned, and boring. My brother Tongzi has arranged everything clearly for you, and so you don't need to worry about anything at all. As for Liu Yifei, Jiang Yu only said that she had a friend abroad do it. So she asked for a full price. Little Ben was still somewhat skeptical, claiming that if things didn't go well, she would unleash her financial power. Just kidding, with the system in hand, how could it possibly not work? However, Jiang Yu had already made up his mind and decided to register a company after the movie finished its run. After all, in the entertainment industry, you really can't get by without your own company. Moreover, by then, these special effects will be completely handled by the company, saving them a lot of trouble. In the picture, led by the Rue lamp, the group soon arrived at a simple little wooden house. In front of the house is a charming little courtyard surrounded by a gently sloping fence. It enclosed the entire area, leaving only an arched gate in the middle. In terms of both decoration and artistic conception, this is full of the architectural style of an English manor. Rue reached the doorway, immediately leaped up, and hung his entire body on the arch above, instantly becoming motionless. The group entered the courtyard and arrived at Zeniba's house. Unlike bathhouse, Zeniba's residence is filled with all sorts of flowers and plants. The walls weren't painted with any glossy, bright paint. They were simply made of earth, stone, and wood, giving them a very simple and elegant look. The entire residence looked like the home of a country old woman, with no trace of the witch's style. Just as Chihiro reached the door and was about to knock, the door opened automatically. A very old voice rang out. "You've arrived, come in." Chihiro took a deep breath and stepped into the room. "Sorry to bother you." As soon as he entered, Chihiro looked around curiously. "Nobody's here." No Face, who was still outside the door, also peeked inside. "Come in if you want, don't stand outside." Chihiro turned to look at No Face. "Come in quickly." No Face entered cautiously. Squeak! The door closed just past No Face, and at the same time Zeniba appeared behind the door. Although it appeared suddenly, it didn't seem out of place at all thanks to the camera's setup. "You're all here, that's really a gathering of people." Zeniba sighed, then immediately turned and walked toward the fireplace. "Excuse me." Chihiro, who had just entered, was interrupted by Zeniba before he could even speak. Don't rush, sit down and let's talk. I'll go make you some tea." It's strange, even though she has the same face as Yubaba, Zeniba doesn't look fierce at all. Instead, she was full of gentleness, like a kind old woman. The old lady walked briskly. After all, no one had been to this place for a long time. Without asking any questions, he picked up the tea set, walked to the fireplace, and carefully brewed tea. Even when invited to sit down and discuss the matter further, humility did not prevent him from getting to the point. He quickly took the stamp out of his pocket and handed it to Zeniba with both hands. "Chihiro, grandma, this is what Beilong took here. I've come to return it to you." Unexpectedly, Zeniba's expression turned somewhat strange upon seeing the seal. "Child, do you know what this is?" "I don't know, my mother-in-law, but it must be something very important." "I'm so sorry for taking your things. I apologize on behalf of Bai Long." "I'm so sorry." Chihiro turned and bowed deeply to Zeniba, and No Face followed suit. Zeniba waved her hand to indicate that everything was all right, then narrowed her eyes and asked Chihiro, "Little guy, didn't anything happen when you were holding this?" Chihiro shook his head. Everything had been going smoothly since Rue began. Nothing strange had happened. Zeniba, however, was very puzzled. Strange, why did the protective charm on it disappear? Upon hearing that this was the reason, Chihiro, fearing Zeniba's wrath, hurriedly replied, "So sorry, I accidentally stepped on that strange bug and killed it." At this moment, her palms were covered with beads of sweat. "I'm worried Zeniba will blame Haku for this." What if I don't save him then? Upon hearing this news, Zeniba's eyes widened. She appeared utterly shocked. Stomped to death, she quickly retorted, her face full of disbelief. This startled Chihiro, who looked very serious. Suddenly Zeniba burst into hearty laughter as if he had heard something amusing. Ha 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 ha. This hearty laugh instantly softened the serious atmosphere that Ben had been in. This greatly relieved Chihiro's tension. Zeniba laughed for a long time before finally explaining to Chihiro. That worm wasn't mine, it was specially placed inside the dragon's belly by my sister to control his movements. You actually managed to stomp him to death, ha ha ha. As she spoke, the old woman couldn't help but burst into laughter once again. Then Zeniba turned around, put his arm around Chihiro's shoulder and led her to the table. This sudden turn of events caught the audience off guard. Holy crap, Zeniba was actually a good person. It was all that damn Yubaba's doing. You know what, even though it's the same face and the same actor, why do I find Zeniba so pleasing to the eye? I must say their acting is truly amazing. Otherwise, what if Wrong Momo makes a scene? Were the acting performances in the previous dramas any bad? They were all award-winning actors, okay. Hey, coming to think of it, no wonder Bai Long was so confident when he confronted him. The curse had already been broken. Exactly, so righteous and indignant at the time, but now it seems their acting skills were truly superb. Actor Zio Beilong is here. Haha, as the plot nears its end, many foreshadowing elements are revealed, giving the audience a sense of excitement from solving a mystery. The "oh, and so that's how it is" responses from the audience perfectly illustrate this point. Zeniba pushed Chihiro to the table while simultaneously turning her head. You're no face, right? Come sit down too. Seeing how kind Zeniba was, Chihiro finally felt relieved. She pointed to the two little ones on her shoulder. Grandma, could you please put them back to their original state first? Zeniba lowered her head kindly, looking at the two adorable little ones with a smile. Okay, no problem. Actually, their magic had long since disappeared, and they could easily restore it at any time if they wanted to. Upon hearing this, the two little ones quickly shook their heads. To their surprise, when they looked up, they saw Zeniba's smiling eyes scrutinizing them. The next second, Bo and the little black fly were already inside the spinning wheel of the loom. Since you're here, it's not too much to ask you to do some chores for this old woman, is it? The wheels spun very fast, and before long the little guy was so tired he couldn't breathe. And what about the three people around them? By this time they were already seated around the table, leisurely enjoying their cake. Seeing the two little ones' awkward expressions, the audience immediately burst into laughter. This unexpected touch of humor is the essence of a heartwarming movie. Jiang You has grasped this point very well. While enjoying snacks and singing, Zeniba chatted with Chihiro about the past between the sisters. We too are twins, however our principles for doing things are vastly different. She likes to follow trends and pursue material things. Zeniba shook his head, picked up the teacup, and took a small sip. I'm different from her, so I came here. Zeniba talked a lot and Chihiro listened quietly. No Face, standing nearby, was intently devouring his cake. It mimicked human behavior, gracefully putting the cake into its mouth. Then he savored it slowly, a look of ecstasy on his face. The two little ones, who were exhausted, secretly took some of the snacks from the table. They were both extremely tired, so their eating manners were a bit unrefined, but they were very satisfied. Only Chihiro remained listening attentively, his eyes fixed on Zeniba, perhaps feeling uncomfortable under Chihiro's gaze. Zeniba, after much recollection, finally got down to business. Although I wanted to help you, I can't do it myself. That's the rule here. The rules of this world cannot be broken, so if you want to save your parents and your boyfriend, you will ultimately have to rely on yourself. And just like that, everything suddenly returned to square one, and it seemed that Chihiro's trip had been in vain. The plot twists and turns kept the audience on the edge of their seats. Chihiro, damn it, this whole trip was for nothing. Ben thought finding Zeniba would lead to a way to save Haku, but in the end he still has to rely on himself. Chihiro must be devastated. But hasn't the white dragon already recovered? Chihiro doesn't know about this. It happened at Bathhouse. I don't care about anything else. I just want to say I'm totally shipping them. The Dragon Seeker couple is the best. Kamaji's top CP fan is probably doomed. Boyfriend, wow 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 wow. Does anyone understand the Jin content in this sentence? Zeniba, my spirited away mouth double. Upon hearing this, Chihiro pursed his lips, tears welling in his eyes, but he quickly wiped them away. Then the little girl, undeterred, asked again, "But could you tell me more? I feel like I've met Bai Long somewhere before, but I can't remember where." Zeniba nodded slightly. "That's not difficult. No matter what, Zeniba is one of the most powerful people in the world when it comes to magic." The elderly man who lived alone seemed to know some secrets, but for some reason he couldn't speak up. She seemed a little delirious at that moment. "What has already happened will happen again. It has already occurred, you just don't remember it." As she spoke, the kind old woman seemed to suddenly remember something. "Oh dear, it's already this late. You should all go and get some rest today. We can talk about everything tomorrow." The feeling of being about to find out the truth only to have it suddenly cut off is something no one wants to experience. Chihiro was no different. She silently lowered her head, and the tears that hadn't yet flowed from her eyes were almost about to fall. Zeniba stood up on his own and called to No Face and the others. But the little girl was so strong, she endured it all and silently walked towards the door. The sky outside the door remained tranquil, with a brilliant starry night hanging in the curtain of darkness, and the leisurely chirping of cicadas brushed against Chihiro's cheeks with the summer breeze. The little girl leaned there alone, her hands tightly hugging her knees. At this moment his eyes were filled with the same helplessness and confusion as when he chatted with Beilong in the cornfield that day. She lost her way once again. The strong outer wall that had been built up over time crumbled at this moment. Chihiro walked up to Zeniba and whispered, "Mother-in-law, I think I should go back." The kind old man turned his head and met Chihiro's eyes. The little girl's eyes were already filled with tears. She finally couldn't hold back anymore. Tears welled up almost instantly, and her voice trembled with emotion. "If I were here, Bai Long might be dead. And my mama, my father, may also be killed by them." All the pent-up emotions exploded at this moment. Chihiro is now filled with terror. She had never dared to think about it before, but now that her only hope is gone, she has fallen into despair. Seeing Chihiro's tearful appearance, the audience erupted in cheers. First and foremost, Zhao Lucy was the most agitated, immediately launching into a tirade of profanities. "You old scoundrel, you're not human. Chihiro is so cute, why hurt her like this? You scoundrel, I have some local specialties. Give me your address and I'll send them to you. It's nothing, just some razor blades." Bai Lu, who was standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer, her face full of indignation. Seeing Chihiro suffer such injustice in the movie was unbearable for everyone. Although it was only for about an hour, everyone present fell in love with this lovely girl. So it's understandable that people get emotional when they see a young girl being wronged. Everyone present also joined in the condemnation. Zeniba is quite the riddle maker. He clearly knows the method, yet he insists on keeping it a secret. Are you trying to fish him out? Poor Chihiro. Thankfully Haku is alright. "I don't care that my daughter is crying. I'm going to curse that old scoundrel." Seeing the extent of public resentment, Jiang You shuddered. "No, is it that I shouldn't have come today?" He quickly touched the mask on his face, and only then did he feel a slight sense of security. Liu Yifei, standing to the side, was already laughing so hard she was dizzy, her face full of mischief. "Tell me if I shout right now, Jiang You is here, will you still be able to leave today?" "Liu Yifei, do you dare?" Jiang Yu was genuinely panicked. Was he going to get hacked to pieces in this situation? The two little ones on either side were even more gloating, and Liu Yifei felt extremely pleased. "Oh, this is something else. After all this time, this guy has actually turned into this." Today, Liu Yifei finally got her revenge, which made her very happy. Zeniba didn't seem to mind Chihiro's state and continued speaking gently. "Oh, no rush, just wait a little longer." As she spoke, she twirled the scissors in her hand. The sharp scissors moved with effortless skill in Zeniba's hands. "All right, all done." Zeniba picked up the newly completed piece as if admiring a precious masterpiece. It turned out to be a beautiful purple hair tie. "This is for you, it's perfect for tying your hair up." Chihiro immediately stopped crying, quickly took the item with both hands, and bowed deeply to Yubaba. "Thank you for your generosity." The girl carefully examined the hair tie in her hand. It was undeniably exquisitely made. She liked it very much. While so beautiful, Sen's eyes flickered, and the sadness she had just felt seemed to have lessened somewhat. The camera then panned to Zeniba's face, where she appeared kind and gentle. The way she looked at Chihiro was as if she were looking at a younger member of her family. "This is a talisman, a collaborative effort. I hope it brings you good luck in the future." "Thank you, Grandma." Chihiro politely thanked him again, and then solemnly put the hair tie back on his hair. Under the light, the decorations on the hair tie shimmered. It seemed to be telling a story, yet it also seemed to be saying nothing at all. Just as Chihiro finished combing his hair, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Clang, clang. The loud noise caused the items inside the house to scatter. It looks like someone is coming. Zeniba smiled and nodded. Then he said to Chihiro, "You have guests coming, let's go see them." Good. Chihiro pushed open the wooden door, and a huge gust of wind blew his hair up, but she showed no intention of putting it down. At that moment she was overjoyed and didn't care about anything else. She saw a white dragon shadow, the white dragon she had been longing for. Gecko down, white scales shimmered in the night sky. The dragon's pristine back bore no trace of its former wounds. At this moment he finally saw Bai Long looking spirited and triumphant. The next second Chihiro's eyes filled with tears. White dragon, she lunged forward and tightly embraced the white dragon's head with both hands. That's great, Chihiro murmured incessantly, pressing his forehead against the white dragon's head. The man and the dragon thus became of one mind. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Chihiro looked Bai Long over and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was unharmed. At this moment Zeniba, who was inside the house, slowly walked out. Great. Two are finally reunited. You've come at just the right time. Hearing Zeniba's words, Chihiro turned around happily. Grandma, Bai Long is back. It's so good that he's all right. At this moment Bai Long saw Zeniba come out and quickly bowed slightly. It was clear that he was expressing his apology and gratitude to Zeniba. The kind old man didn't seem to care much. White dragon, I won't pursue what you did before, but you must remember to protect this child and not let her get hurt. Zeniba gave very patient instructions. This kind old man showed almost all his tenderness to Chihiro. Bai Long nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes filled with determination. Returns home, Chihiro's memories. Then Zeniba turned to little Bo, her eyes filled with kindness, as if she were looking at her own child. Logically speaking, it's not wrong after all, it's her sister's child. Little one, it's time for you to go back. Go now. Remember to come and keep this old woman company when you have time. The little guy nodded, then leaned in and kissed Zeniba's huge nose. Mew, haha, good boy. Zeniba smiled and tapped the little mouse's head with her finger. You are much cuter than your mother. After saying goodbye, the two little guys flew towards Chihiro. No Face, who was standing nearby, was about to go over when Zeniba called him back. You can stay here, I happen to need an assistant. Upon hearing this, No Face immediately stopped in his tracks, his face beaming with joy. Even his empty mask was full of smiles. It was clear he really enjoyed his job. Chihiro couldn't hold back any longer. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Zeniba's kindness towards her was palpable. The thought that he would never see this kind old man again filled Chihiro with reluctance. Mother-in-law, Chihiro rushed over and hugged Zeniba tightly, burying his face in the old man's shoulder. She could sense the girl's deep reluctance to part, but having gone through so much, she wouldn't feel sad, and gently and calmly stroked the little girl's back to comfort her. Thank you, Grandma, I'm leaving now. Go ahead, child, your mother-in-law believes you can do it. Yes, I will succeed. Chihiro raised her head, met Zeniba's gaze with unwavering determination, and solemnly said, Grandma, my real name is Chihiro Agino. Chihiro, what a lovely name. Zeniba gripped Chihiro's hand and instructed him, take good care of your name and don't lose it. All right, you should go back now. Good. Chihiro flipped over and straddled the white dragon's back, while little Bo perched on her shoulder, its 4 tiny paws gripping Chihiro's clothes tightly to keep from falling. Goodbye, Zeniba, thank you. Zeniba didn't reply but simply smiled and waved at Chihiro. The next moment, the white dragon soared into the sky, and a fierce wind like the Retsu instantly swept past Chihiro's ears. The surrounding buildings slowly shrank in the air above. Zeniba, No Face, and that little house and the rue lamp on the fence, none of them are visible anymore. Even so, Chihiro did not stop waving. She wanted to say goodbye to her friends and elders in the best possible condition. The white dragon's body is so cool. This is riding a dragon, right? This must be riding a dragon, holy crap. Sen is looking for a dragon rider. Should I admit it? I'm really envious. How many men's dreams did she fulfill? Don't even mention it. If I could ride a dragon, I'd rather die right now. He's fucking handsome. The ending is here. No Face has found a good home. Now I only have one last mission to save my parents. Go, Chihiro. Bo is so cute. Although Yubaba is really annoying, that doesn't stop me from liking Bo. It's something only we understand. That kiss was so sweet it warmed my heart. A kiss from a cute little mouse, please accept. Yes, Bo is a kind person too. They're just children after all. Human nature is inherently good. What bad intentions could a child possibly have? Zeniba really looks like my grandma, forever gentle and kind. You know what, my grandma really is like that, no matter what happened when I was little. As long as I'm in my grandma's arms, I feel so happy. Stop talking, I miss my grandma. Well, now that No Face is around, things should be much better, right? The discussion below the stage was lively, while the judges on stage were completely absorbed. Unlike the discussions in the audience, those of them as industry professionals have a more acute perception of the plot. Moreover, with the ending approaching, many plot holes will surface and it's time to fill them in. One of the biggest questions is, what exactly is the name of the white dragon? And now the answer is finally about to come to light. Now no one doubts Jiang Yu's abilities. After all, the faces of those who had doubted them before had already been proven wrong. Now all the judges are eagerly anticipating how director Jiang You will write this perfect ending. These young people are truly formidable. A professor with graying temples sighed in this way. After all, the shock this young man brought him was too great. Sometimes you really can't deny that you're getting old. However, no one paid him any attention. Almost everyone was focused on the screen. Because the mystery of Bai Long's origins is finally about to be revealed. At this moment, Chihiro and his group were flying through the bright night sky. They passed through thick clouds, guided by the gentle gecko as they soared through the vast sky. Little Chihiro lay on the white dragon's body, his hands tightly gripping the dragon's horns while his legs pressed firmly against his abdomen. In a daze, Chihiro seemed to remember something. She seemed to have experienced the scene before. When was it? It feels like a dream. No, it's not a dream, so when is it? Chihiro tried to recall, and suddenly he seemed to hear a sound in his ear. Help, is anyone there? The voice pulled him into distant memories. She saw it. The little girl who fell into the water. There was also a pair of shoes that floated away. And a dragon, a white dragon. He carried the girl as they swam in the rushing river, just like now. Fragmented memories come together to form a picture at this moment. Some memories can never be forgot. They are simply sealed away in the depths of the mind as time goes by. But even the slightest hint is enough to remind me. Just like now, this familiar scene finally reminded Chihiro of his childhood. Beneath Gecko, the little girl floated gently on the white dragon's back. Like a figure rising from the black Yoruichi, she appeared remarkably serene. The little creature held the dragon's horns and gently pressed its mouth to the white dragon's ear, its voice soft. White dragon, I think I remember now. Listen carefully. Her voice was soft yet firm. Although I don't remember very clearly, I think I fell into the river when I was a child, which was a long time ago. That great river has disappeared. We don't know where it's buried. But now I remember the name of that river. It's related to you, White Dragon. Chihiro raised her head and gazed into the distance through the center of the dragon's horns. At this moment, Chihiro's eyes gleamed. That river has a name. The river's name is. The name of that river is. All the audience members held their breath, their expressions tense. Finally, was the truth about everything about to be revealed. Finally, Chihiro revealed the name of the river. Its name is Amber River. Bai Long, your real name is Hupo Chuan. Amber River, your name is Amber River. Soft words flowed from the girl's lips, and Bai Long heard them. Name, Amber River. Click, a crisp, clear sound rang out like crystal shattering. It was as if some constraint had been broken. At this moment, the white dragon's eyes widened, and its bluish-green fur instantly transformed into pure white scales. Then piece by piece they flew through the night sky, completely enveloping the bodies of the white dragon and Chihiro. He is undergoing a transformation at this moment. Huh, what happened? Chihiro was somewhat surprised, as the body beneath him was rapidly dissolving, turning into white scales that surrounded him. Soon there wasn't even a place to stand. In the blink of an eye, that agile and handsome figure had vanished. All that remains is the image of those handsome young men when they first appeared. What Chihiro was holding tightly was not a dragon horn, but the boy's hands. At that moment, their fingers were intertwined. The sight of sugar being spilled caused an uproar in the audience. Yay, I love watching this, I love watching this. Spring is coming for fans of the Dragon Seeker pairing. No rush, I feel like there's something bigger to come. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, it's so sweet. In the deep night sky, two figures are falling. The two little guys also fell along with Chihiro during this time. The little fruit fly tried to get up and help several times, flapping its wings very hard. But there was nothing we could do. There were too many people, and the little one hadn't turned back, so we were really powerless to help. At this moment, Haku and Chihiro had been holding hands for a long time, their arms wrapped around each other, their eyes locked in a deep gaze. Chihiro, thank you, I remember now. The white dragon's emerald eyes gleamed, and his icy face melted away at that moment. The look in her eyes as she looked at Chihiro was filled not only with tenderness but also with deep gratitude. His eyes were filled with the joy of regaining his real name. From this day forward, he was no longer Mr. White from Bathhouse, I remember now. My name is Shinzami Kohaku no Shu. Chihiro stared blankly at the happy look on Haku's face and murmured to himself, Lord Amber, shake off to see you. Bai Long repeated once more, that's right, my name is Shinsu Kohaku. Even as the wind howled in his ears during his fall, the white dragon's voice remained firm. The winds are very strong, especially the winds caused by falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Driven by the wind, everything around us was floating upwards. Thick strands of hair lingering in sleeves and the tears of ecstasy on Chihiro's face. She cried, but it was tears of joy. He smiled too, he laughed for the reborn white dragon. It's a very nice name, like a deity. When Haku uttered that name, Chihiro remembered everything. When he was very young, he fell into the Amber River while trying to retrieve a shoe. Yes, it's you, Amber, it turns out it's always been you. Chihiro's tears flowed freely. You're the one who saved me from the river. You're the one who guided me into Bathhouse. Beneath the bright gecko, the two drew closer and closer until their fingers intertwined and their foreheads touched. Chihiro closed his eyes, letting the wind carry his tears away into the distance. She whispered to the white dragon, I'm so happy. At this moment, their fingers were intertwined and their hearts were in perfect harmony. Although their bodies were still falling, Chihiro was not afraid at this moment. The two who were of one mind already understood everything. On the azure sea, the white dragon, holding Chihiro's hand, stopped in midair. Even Bo, who was standing nearby, was caught and landed on Chihiro's shoulder. Then the two of them instantly flew into the distant horizon. Throughout the entire time, they never let go of each other's hands. At that moment, the image froze. Gecko, flowing water, sparkling like stars. The serene boy and the lovely girl, like two angels, walked towards that distant heaven. Both of them radiated a unique divinity. That's right, it's divinity, the divinity of fate. Upon seeing this scene, everyone present fell silent. No one spoke, everyone was deeply shocked by the scene. Even the usually most active Zhao Lucy was now and sat quietly in her seat. However, she couldn't stop the tears from welling up in her eyes. Bai Lu, standing beside her, was not much different from her. Indeed, who could not love this kind of fateful connection? Our first meeting as children, our reunion as adults, this is a mutual redemption for two people, and also a mutual achievement for two people. This is what growing up is all about. It's not about being sensible or being strong. It's just that with repeated encounters, and the more you see, the more you naturally grow. All the audience members present were like this, silently, shedding their own tears. It wasn't until much later that someone in the audience spoke. Honestly, I feel like I'm going crazy. I'm crying and laughing at the same time. The feeling of meeting again after a first encounter is truly indescribable. These two are so destined for each other. You thought you were just going to see a heartwarming and healing movie, but I ended up crying so much that my makeup was ruined 3 times. But seriously, it's so good, I'm going to watch it again. I've agreed to this marriage. Seeing someone's daughter get married, it's truly heartbreaking, so heartbreaking. Ah, this is truly a celebration for fans of the Seeking the Dragon couple. Holding hands so tightly, the moonlit walk was absolutely packed with romantic moments. This natural feeling tastes much better than some artificial sweeteners. Yes, yes, who says a couple has to be romantic? This kind of feeling is much better than romantic love. That's right, that's right. Zen was saved by Bai Long when he was young, and now he risked his life to save Bai Long's life again. This must be reincarnation. It's so sweet and makes me want to cry. Jiang You really knows how to film. As a CP fan, I'm totally obsessed with this ship. I don't quite agree. It feels like watching my daughter get married. I'm a little angry, how should I put it? Regardless, this movie deserves to be called a masterpiece. I'm starting to wonder how much it will gross at the box office. If the promotion is done well, the box office should be good. I'm definitely going to watch it again. Let's do it together. Seeing the audience's reaction, Jiang You felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Fortunately, they didn't embarrass the army of transmigrators, but with such an awesome system guy around, If this doesn't work, then the movie Donkey and Chihiro is also nearing its end. And this is just the beginning. He still has so many anime in his mind that he hasn't filmed yet. Just wait, the real surprises are yet to come, Jiang You thought amidst the discussion. Yubaba, the two teenagers, walked through the night sky all night, and when they returned to bathhouse, it was already morning. The employees inside had already gone to bed, and the morning sun was peeking out from the sky. The soft sunlight shone on the shimmering water, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Yet there was also a sense of calm before a major battle. At the door, Yubaba was waiting, pacing back and forth with her hands behind her back. Pigs that Ben should have been in the sty were now lined up in front of him, each one plump and strong, looking like they were about to head to the slaughterhouse. HMPH, 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 the pigs were grunting incessantly, making quite a racket. But Yubaba can't care about that now, she's still waiting anxiously. Why aren't they back yet? Before he finished speaking, two shooting stars were seen floating in the clouds in the distance. On one side of the wall, Lin peered out, shouting excitedly. She's back, Sen's back. As soon as the voice came out, the people inside seemed to have received some kind of command. Kamaji, Little Coal Ball, supervisor of Aegero, all the employees imitated Lin's actions, standing on tiptoe and sticking their heads out of the window to look in the same direction. Yubaba, standing in front of the door, stopped and stared intently at the sky. A short while later, Chihiro and the white dragon landed safely. They held hands and bowed to Yubaba. Senzun even raised his right hand to greet everyone inside. Everyone, I'm back. Yubaba, standing to the side, began to question him with a hostile expression. Where's my bow? Didn't you say you'd brought him back? A nearby fruit fly quickly picked up the little guy, flew to Yubaba, and put it down. Even while still in the air, little Bo's form had already begun to change. Some of the mouse-like features gradually faded, and its body rapidly expanded in an instant, soon returning to Ben's original baby appearance. He's still just as muscular. Grandma, I'm home. Upon seeing Bo restored to his original form, Yubaba immediately pounced on him. Baby, seeing her child Anne coming home, Yubaba finally felt relieved. Her eyes kept scanning the little one. How are you? Are you all right? They didn't mistreat you, did they? No, Grandma, I'm fine. I'm having a lot of fun. The little guy lifted his strong body and walked steadily toward Yubaba. The scene left her somewhat incredulous. Baby, you can walk now. Compared to her previous surprise, she was more astonished now. After all, Bo used to have trouble even climbing, let alone walking. At that moment, a feeling of gratitude flashed through Yubaba's heart. Without this adventure, the little one wouldn't have changed so much. In that respect, she really has to thank Chihiro. The white dragon on the bridge spoke at this moment. Yubaba, don't forget our promise. Quickly turn Chihiro's parents back into humans. HMPH, it can't be that simple. Having just witnessed Bo's return, Yubaba wasn't about to let Hakuryu have his way. Don't forget, we have rules here too. Whether you can rescue them or not depends on your own actions. This sudden change of attitude caught everyone off guard, and even the employees inside the room cast disdainful glances at Yubaba. Whoa! Chihiro's friends, the employees he had helped, and everyone else booed and condemned Yubaba's actions. But as Yubaba's angry gaze swept over, the employees, not daring to raise their eyebrows, all shut their mouths. Although they were still somewhat dissatisfied, they dared not utter a sound. Bo, however, wouldn't tolerate it and immediately started crying and making a fuss. Don't be so stingy, mother-in-law. I'm having a lot of fun. And if you promise someone something, you should keep it, shouldn't you? Hearing Bo's words, the mother-in-law was somewhat surprised. When had their relationship become so good? Then she felt a little awkward. She spoke to Bo in a fawning manner. But these are the rules. I have no choice. If we don't do this, they won't be able to get out of Ben, and they won't be able to break the spell. But the little guy didn't understand any of that. As soon as Yubaba refused his request, he started to act spoiled. I don't care, Grandma. If you make Sin cry, I won't talk to you anymore. Ah, but Yubaba was about to explain when she heard Chihiro shouting from the other side of the bridge. Mother-in-law, mother-in-law. She turned around, looking somewhat surprised. This was the first time Chihiro had called her mother-in-law in such an intimate way. I'm coming. On the other side of the bridge, Chihiro released Beilong's hand, gave him a knowing look, and then walked alone towards Yubaba. Chihiro's steps were slow, yet they followed an undeniable rhythm. She spoke calmly, showing no signs of stage fright, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Don't worry, mother-in-law, I won't break the bathhouse rules. The little girl's tone was full of determination. Yubaba's lips curled into a smile, her eyes full of amusement, and she pulled out a stack of papers from somewhere with her right hand. Oh, you figured it out, haven't you? Here, this is your contract. Take it and come with me. Baby, I'll be back soon. But Bo didn't reply. He was looking at Chihiro with concern. It's okay, Chihiro mildly show. Then the two stood in front of the group of fat pigs. For some reason, as soon as these guys saw Chihiro arrive, they rushed to squeeze around him. The rules are simple. You have to figure out how to find your parents from among these. Yubaba's smile was full of mischievousness as she glanced sideways at Chihiro, as if she had regained her haughty demeanor. You can choose to give up and stay here. Yubaba tempted, her eyes full of schadenfreude. Chihiro looked up. These pigs all looked exactly the same, and they were all scrambling towards Chihiro, as if there was something delicious there. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. Their humming was incessant and quite noisy, and even their humming voices were identical. Each pig looked exactly the same, sounded exactly the same, and was clearly a replica made with magic. Oh right, you only have one chance. If you lose, you'll never be able to go back. Yubaba added, so, wanna guess? If you guess right, I'll set your whole family free. This sentence made everyone on the wall hold their breath. Everyone wanted Chihiro to succeed, including the audience outside. Seriously, holy crap, isn't this just pure luck? What if we lose? That would be the end of us. Pa, what are you saying? Sen will definitely succeed. Exactly, Crow, shut your mouth. I'm not worried about that, I'm just afraid Yubaba might be up to something. No, there are rules in place. Yubaba can't do anything about it. Yes, this is a world where rules reign supreme. You must succeed, Sen. Just when everyone was eagerly anticipating Chihiro's chance to find his parents and reunite with his family. The scene at this moment, however, presents a completely different picture. Chihiro and his farewell to everyone. Looking at the monotonous pigs around him, Chihiro felt conflicted. Where is Daddy, Mama? She was a little flustered, but her experiences over the past few days helped her calm down quickly. Chihiro was deep in thought, experiencing an internal struggle. So, haven't you decided yet? Which one is your parent, or do you want to give up? Yubaba, standing to the side, showed no sign of stopping, his expression cunning and his words full of seductive charm. Just as the audience outside the screen were all waiting for Chihiro's choice. No, you're lying to me. My father, Mama Ben, isn't here, is he? The little girl's voice was resolute, revealing a calmness that was hard for ordinary people to imagine. Oh, are you sure? You know you only have this one chance. Yubaba questioned her, her expression remaining completely unchanged, as if she had everything under control. It seemed as if they were certain that Chihiro's judgment was wrong. I'm sure my dad, Mama, isn't here, Chihiro affirmed. Is this your choice? Yubaba's expression was serious, her voice carrying an air of authority. The little girl nodded firmly, having experienced so much, she now had complete confidence in her own judgment. Ha 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 ha. Yubaba's smile grew increasingly arrogant, as if victory was already firmly in his grasp. The little girl clenched her fists tightly around her sleeves. Now she had no choice but to take a gamble and trust her own judgment. The tense situation made viewers outside the screen hold their breath for Chihiro. It's not that I, Chihiro, am so brave, but what if Yubaba tries to pull a fast one? Wow, the tension just jumped in. Watching a heartwarming film felt like watching a suspense thriller. You know what, that expression, that demeanor, that music creating a fantastic atmosphere. It didn't feel out of place at all. I really don't understand where Jiang You chose his actors. How come they all have such amazing acting skills? Pray, you must pray everything will be all right. Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy stared wide-eyed at the screen, afraid of missing any exciting moments, just as everyone was eagerly anticipating the result. In the picture at this moment, Yubaba's eyes were sharp and he looked smug. But the next second, with a bang, the contract bearing Chihiro's name exploded open. Yubaba's eyes also turned disappointed at this moment. She looked at the little girl with a face full of displeasure and finally sighed. Well, you win, little guy. As soon as he finished speaking, the tense employees around him instantly relaxed. Even Bai Long, who was watching from a distance, broke out in a cold sweat. He had even been ready to take action. Thump! These little pigs transformed into Aegero and female workers. They looked tenderly at Chihiro, singing, "Congratulations, you got it right." A tidal wave of cheers erupted as everyone except Yubaba celebrated Chihiro's success. It's good. Lin, standing in the hallway, suddenly clenched her fist. Usually wearing a grumpy face, she finally dropped her pretense and flashed a genuine smile. Marvelous, Kamaji waved his 6 arms, freely expressing his joy. Beside them, the little coal balls jumped up and twirled around in the air a few times. Apart from Yubaba, everyone present was happy for Chihiro's success. Yes, she deserves it. Her kindness and innocence touched everyone present. She was the one who made the numb monsters feel the pulse of life. She brought a ray of pure light to this filthy world, therefore she deserves it. Sen looked gratefully at the crowd around her who were happy for her, and tears welled up in her eyes. Her hands swayed forward unconsciously. The little girl was still quite young, so she seemed a bit lost. However, she still expressed her gratitude to everyone. Under Jiang Yu's guidance, Zifeng mastered these small details perfectly. It is precisely because of these details that her performance reached a level of natural perfection. At this moment, she is Chihiro Ben people. Thank you everyone. This heartwarming scene deeply moved Zhao Lucy and Bai Lu. Lulu, everyone is so kind, everyone cares about our Sang-sun. Zhao Lucy's eyes glistened with tears. She had always been a sentimental person. Bai Lu was also moved by the scene before her. At this moment, she no longer wanted to reply and seemed to have completely immersed herself in the shadows. A good movie can have an endless impact on people because it can always reflect things that people don't experience in reality. As time goes by, Spirited Away is also coming to an end. In the picture, Yubaba, like a defeated rooster, said to Chihiro in a sullen tone, "I lost, you can leave now." The mean old man glared at Chihiro, then reluctantly turned away, refusing to look at her again. Her hands were clenched tightly, whether from anger or something else, it was hard to tell, seeing that Chihiro hadn't moved for a while. The old man started urging him fiercely again. "Let's go." But Chihiro still showed no sign of leaving. She turned around and bowed deeply to Yubaba in front of her. "Thank you so much for taking care of me these past few days. I'm truly grateful." Upon hearing these words, Yubaba did not turn around, but unconsciously clenched her hands under her sleeves even tighter. It's fair to say that the little guy's growth has been visible to the naked eye since the beginning of the movie. From being completely ignorant at the beginning, he has now become polite to everyone. After bowing to Yubaba in gratitude, Chihiro finally embarked on his journey away from Rue. Goodbye, everyone. She kept running forward, waving goodbye to her companions as she ran. Everyone responded with warm smiles. Everyone was happy for the little girl, even though they themselves had to stay here. "You must be happy," Lin shouted at Chihiro. Chihiro did not answer, just as she had when they first parted ways. He simply raised his hand and waved behind him, bidding farewell to his dearest friend. Upon reaching the bridge, Haku was already waiting. He extended his hand and said to Chihiro, "Let's go." The two little hands clasped tightly together once again, bringing smiles to the faces of viewers watching from outside the screen. Two held hands and ran quickly toward the town entrance. "Where are Daddy and Mama?" "Don't worry, they've already gone back." Strangely, the shop that looked very long when we arrived now seems to be moving very quickly. Before long, they had arrived at the entrance to the town. What came into view was no longer the eerie clock nor the vast, dark river. And just like the first time we met, there was that clear stream, that azure sky, and that lush green meadow. Everything has returned to its original state. And now these two partners who first met, and we are about to say goodbye. In the azure sky, seagulls fly towards the vast distance, symbolizing hope and also signifying that the film is about to come to an end. On the banks of that clear little river, the two earliest friends were about to part ways. The water has become clearer. Chihiro seemed very happy, perhaps because he was about to go home. The white dragon beside him stopped in its tracks. "I'll leave you here. I can't go to Rue any further." The naive little fellow didn't understand what Bai Long meant, but the viewers in front of the screen understood perfectly. "Even after 1,000 miles of farewells, we must part ways. I was right, the white dragon cannot leave. After all, in a way, he is also a god. No way, my dragon-seeking couple is going to end before it even started. It's over." "No, I disagree." Ignoring the shouts of the CP fans below the stage, Jiang You seemed quite content, thinking to himself, "This is nothing. Wait until the next installment and you'll see what true suffering is." As Jiang Yu thought about it, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The distorted look on his face left Liu Yifei, who was standing next to him, completely baffled. Regardless of external reactions, the film continues. Chihiro also realized what was happening at this moment. Yes, the white dragon is not human, so he must remain in this world. The sadness of parting at this moment overshadows the joy of returning home. Haku turned his head and looked at Chihiro. Now we just need to follow Ru back the way we came. The boy's gaze remained gentle, but his voice trembled slightly. Remember, never look back until you get out of the tunnel. Chihiro's eyes showed disappointment as she asked Haku, "What about you? What are you planning to do?" A smile appeared on the boy's lips and a ray of sunlight shone on it, making it appear so bright. "I'll discuss it with you, Baba, and resign from my position as his disciple. Don't worry, I'm fine." He paused, as if Anne was stroking Chihiro. "And now that I've found my name again, I'm going back there." A gentle breeze brushed past them, carrying with it the scent and sweetness of fresh grass. In the gentle breeze, the girl pressed her face close to. "We'll meet there again, won't we?" "Yes, definitely." The boy's firm response, "Definitely." The girl asked again, still not entirely reassured. The boy's answer became increasingly firm. Wah wah in the azure sky, seagulls seemed to urge the girl to set off. "Hurry up and go, and remember not to look back." White Dragon held Chihiro's hand and watched him cross the river. The next moment their tightly clasped hands loosened, but Bai Long's hand remained dangling, as if expressing dissatisfaction. The White Dragon's eyes were looking ahead. That was his friend. Chihiro walked slowly, taking each step carefully, just as he had on the way there. But he didn't turn around. "Keep moving forward." I don't know how much time passed, nor how far I went. Finally, the little girl stepped out of the long tunnel and heard her parents calling. "Chihiro, what are you doing there? Come here quickly." Beneath the dilapidated train station, her parents, looking exactly the same as before, waved to her. Chihiro took off running and rushed into his mother's arms. "Daddy, Mama." The little girl wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. She was too young to understand what that feeling was like. "But then I heard Mama's complaints, just like always." "What's wrong?" "Honestly, I told you not to let Ran run away." "That's right, you need to listen to me. I haven't seen you for ages." The father, standing to the side, scolded as he turned away. "They're gone." Chihiro's parents seemed to know nothing about what had happened and were preparing to leave. Chihiro didn't move. He asked his mother, "Mama, are you all right?" His mother ignored him and continued talking to his father. "I need to get back quickly. The moving company must be waiting." Zhao Lucy was utterly puzzled by this look of complete ignorance. Ben, with his tiny brain, couldn't understand it. They went through so much in the warehouse, so why did they come out looking like nothing happened? The egret beside him quickly explained, "Sissy, I think there must be some kind of magic that erases people's memories in that place." "Then why does Chihiro still remember?" Zhao Lucy asked the crucial question incisively. "Because of the hair tie." A voice came from behind them. The two women looked up in confusion and saw a man wearing a black baseball cap and a mask covering his face. Beside him sat a woman wearing sunglasses and two little girls. Indeed, this was Jiang You and his group. He had noticed the two junior school girls long ago. However, seeing that the two were having a lively discussion, I didn't disturb them. Besides, secretly watching others praise you is undeniably very satisfying. "Oh, I see. The hair tie Zeniba gave me has this function too." After Jiang Yu's guidance, Zhao Lucy suddenly realized the truth. The egrets nearby, however, noticed something was amiss. How did he know so much? There weren't any such obvious clues in the movie. Bai Lu stared into the man's eyes. He had a feeling that he had seen those eyes somewhere before. Finally, he cried out in surprise. You are Senior Jiang You." Jiang You, who was about to show off a few words, was stunned. "No, I covered myself up so well." How did he figure it out? What he didn't know was, as a fan of director Jiang You, Bai Lu has watched every single TV series he has starred in over the past few years. She was all too familiar with her idol's eyes. Zhao Lucy, who was standing nearby, also reacted at this moment and was about to scream when Jiang Yu quickly made a hollow gesture. "If he shouts like that, he won't be able to leave today. He'll definitely be poisoned to death here." Seeing director Jiang Yu's embarrassed expression after being recognized, Liu Yifei couldn't help but laugh, and the two little ones beside her were also overjoyed. However, this interruption led to the two recognizing the people present. Fairy Sister and White Dragon. Chihiro, wow, what incredible luck. Everyone was so frightened that they quickly asked the two to keep it a secret. Fortunately, Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy were sensible and knew the consequences of being exposed. It's just tough on the two little ones, since who doesn't love the adorable Chihiro and the handsome Haku? While director Jiang You and his team were still chatting, the movie finally came to an end on the screen. Chihiro and his group finally returned to the familiar blue sedan, however it is now covered with fallen leaves and dust. Why did things suddenly turn out like this? We only left a short while ago. Who knows, it's probably just someone playing a prank. Only Chihiro smiled, and he smiled very happily. All right, Chihiro, we should go. Parents are urging them. Oh, here it comes. Boom, the engine roared again, and the blue sedan drove out of the dense forest, following the forest path towards the distant light. Finally, the curtain fell. The 2.5 hour Spirited Away has finally come to an end. The school's exhibition hall was very quiet. Everyone was deeply moved and unable to shake off the shock. Tears welled in everyone's eyes. Yes, they liked the story, but even long stories eventually come to an end. Everyone seemed to have had a long and heartwarming dream. Now it's time to wake up from the dream. Beijing Film Academy, the movie ended, and the students left quickly. But as everyone was leaving, they were all talking about Spirited Away, whether it was the judges, film critics, or the audience members. Everyone raved about the film. Director Jiang You and his team were also very excited to see such a positive response from the audience. Good review. A good review means it has a good reputation. The discussion has already taken place, which means there's buzz about it. Only then will the subsequent promotion be easier. It's worth mentioning that the elder on the platform nodded to Jiang You below as he left. No one knows what this highly respected old man was thinking. The morning after the screening, Jiang You received a call from her mentor, Chen Yuan. Hey kid, come to the school's publicity department right now. We need to discuss the publicity for your movie. Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised by the college's rapid execution. The preview screening was just yesterday, and they can start the promotional campaign today. That's precisely what he's after. As the first film academy in China, Beijing Film Academy boasts not only extensive connections, state-of-the-art facilities, and countless top talents, but also, most importantly, its own dedicated distribution and promotion network. This is why Beijing cinemas are so popular and have remained so for so long. People are driven by self-interest, and in the film industry, owning a theater chain is tantamount to having a say, because it means you have the ability to independently produce and profit from films. At Beijing Film Academy, if you are good enough, you can access more resources. This approach not only brings substantial returns to the academy, but also nurtures current students, who upon achieving success then give back to the school, creating a wonderful virtuous cycle. This is why Jiang You wanted to return here. There's no way around it. Having an independent cinema chain is just too appealing. At least Jiang You doesn't yet have the ability to handle the distribution channels for a film on his own. Since we're going to cooperate anyway, why not just approach the school directly? When she arrived at the office, teacher Chen Hai was already waiting for her inside. Teacher, how could I let you wait here for me? All right, you brat, I know you too well. Stop with the hollow stuff. Teacher Chen Hai laughed and scolded. After all, we're discussing serious business today. Director Jiang You also put away his playful thoughts and started coordinating with teacher Chen Hai. As for why teacher Chen Hai was chosen to be in charge, it's naturally because it's easier to get things done among acquaintances. For a director who has made such a superb work, why not have the academy send someone they know come over? It would not only help them build rapport, but they might even be able to negotiate a lower price. Jiang Yu was well aware of these ulterior motives, but he wasn't a naive fool. We may have a good relationship, but if you try to stop me from making money, no way. Fortunately, teacher Chen Hai was also aware of the situation. As an old Jianghu, a nickname for a prominent figure in the Jiang family, he understood that the school would definitely give director Jiang You, a rising star in the television industry and also his own son, some preferential treatment. So teacher Chen Hai didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. Hey kid, how much are you planning to give the academy for the movie Spirited Away? Let me tell you, you'd better give me a satisfactory price, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to the school. Faced with such a direct approach, director Jiang You, being a shrewd individual, quickly replied, How could that be, teacher? Even for your sake, I'll give the college a reasonable price. How about 15%? Jiang You paused for a moment, then continued. The quality of Spirited Away is beyond question. I can guarantee it to you right here in Ben. Director Jiang You wanted to be modest, but before he could finish speaking, teacher Chen Hai interrupted him. Come on, this isn't just about getting back to Ben. You must have made a lot of money from this. But I invested a lot too. The props and costumes alone cost almost half of the production budget, not to mention the actors' salaries. And look at the special effects. How could the cost be small? Jiang You started complaining about being poor. After all, nobody knows that such amazing special effects were done by the system. They'll just assume that Jiang You spent a lot of money hiring a foreign special effects company. Teacher Chen Hai understood this, so he conceded. How about this? The academy will take 20% of the profits, and all publicity and RU expenses will be covered. We'll also give you the maximum number of screenings in the first week. Showing the most screenings at once, isn't that a bit much? What about the other movies shown at the school? Jiang You was a little worried. He didn't want to offend anyone. Of course there are limitations. Ben can only get a maximum of 40% of the screenings if he comes in first place, and at most 10% more. Half of the screenings is pretty good. How could we possibly give you all the screenings? Oh, that's all right then. Hearing that this was within the rules put her at ease. After all, if she started too aggressively, she might easily take away someone else's share. After all, Jiang You is now just using the school's network, so he's no different from anyone else. Seeing the students' reaction, teacher Chen Hai laughed and scolded. Don't try to act innocent after getting the benefit, you brat. This time it's the dean's decision. Besides, there really isn't a single film that can compete with you, so you might as well concentrate your superior resources on doing something big. Since things had come to this point, director Jiang You didn't mince words. After all, they were both old Jianghu, a nickname for Jiang You. Jiang You understood the school's intentions. They just wanted to offer a benefit first, making him owe them a favor. After all, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that Jiang himself is a hidden dragon in the abyss, and with just a little help he will become the rising star. Give such a genius a break. The school will never lose out. Moreover, given the quality of Spirited Away, it's bound to be a hit sooner or later. The school might even make a fortune from the increased number of screenings. The negotiations went very smoothly. Soon the two sides reached an agreement. Jiang You would hand over all the film's promotion to the school in exchange for giving up 20% of the total box office profits. This is a win-win situation, but Jiang You actually profits the most. After signing the contract, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they had both been a little reserved when discussing business earlier. Now that things are settled, the two of them have returned to their original Ben-like state. By the way, kid, when is Spirited Away scheduled for release? I haven't had enough yet. Teacher Chen Hai asked director Jiang You. I still have some post-production work to finish. We also discovered some minor issues during the theatrical release. It should take another week or two for optimization before it can be released. Director Jiang You is actually quite looking forward to the release of the film. After all, the sooner he sees income, the better. Only after receiving the money can he put his next plan into action. Teacher Chen Hai nodded in satisfaction upon hearing her students' words, fully agreeing with Jiang Yu's approach. In his view, a film should be constantly polished to present its most perfect form to the audience. This is what a qualified filmmaker should do. Unlike some filmmakers in the industry today who just find any cameraman and shoot whatever they want, regardless of how well it turns out, and then release it to make money. Isn't this treating the audience like fools? As an academic, teacher Chen Hai has always despised this kind of behavior. Now finally, we see a young person who can settle down and focus on making films. Teacher Chen Hai felt genuinely gratified. Okay, then we can promote it in advance. The students will be on summer vacation in 2 weeks. Summer movie season is a good option. The Academy acted quickly, and within 2 days the trailer for Spirited Away was quietly released online. Jiang You, an ordinary sophomore, believes that college is a season of blossoming flowers and romance, but love is always a source of trouble. That's when Jiang You started to have a headache. He and his girlfriend are both movie buffs and often go to the cinema to find films. However, the movies that have been released recently are really hard to describe. The two of them have been fed a lot of bad movies. Jiang You was scrolling through Weibo looking for news of any new movies about to be released so he could feast his eyes. A remake of a classic novel, or even Dream of the Red Chamber. It's a terrible film from the start. The best domestic sci-fi film. Look at this PV, the special effects are only 5 cents, right? And you dare to brag about this. Jiang You was increasingly speechless as he read on. What was all this nonsense? Just as he was about to close Weibo and cancel his movie plans, a message caught his attention. Spirited Away, an outstanding work by a rising director from the Beijing Film Academy, is a dreamlike and healing journey that will soon be presented to you. Friendly reminder, the scenery is beautiful, please be immersed in it. Hey, the Beijing Film Academy's director program has yielded another result, but they haven't really produced anything good in recent years. Healing and the scenery is beautiful, I'll have to check it out. Filled with intense curiosity, Jiang You clicked on the video. But who knew once you started watching you couldn't stop? Accompanied by an elegant melody, the first thing that catches the octopus's eye is the beautiful scenery under the dappled shadows of the trees. With the system's special effects, everything in the promotional video looked incredibly real and dreamlike. Ben, who had only intended to take a look, was immediately captivated. Damn, this is so realistic. Could it be that they put a lot of effort into the promotion but didn't make the movie properly? Jiang You continued watching. When he saw No Face and other deities appear, Jiang You was quite surprised by their unique costumes. These outfits are interesting. They can't be human, right? Is this a story about a human girl's adventure in another world? But what does this have to do with healing? Having already piqued his interest, he couldn't help but start thinking about the plot of the movie. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful picture appeared on the screen, an animated sea that made the scene both surreal and real. The distant clouds were woven with colors, shimmering with dazzling light. Jiang Yu was completely captivated by this beautiful scene. Putting everything else aside, the visuals alone are worth the movie ticket price. Looks like my movie tickets for summer vacation are sorted. Like Jiang Yu, many people shared this idea, and soon, the promotional video, which was less than 1 minute and 50 seconds long, caused a sensation online. Netizens were stunned by the spectacular scene and were even more shocked when they discovered that it was directed by Jiang You, so they all flocked to Jiang Yu's Weibo to leave comments. Dude, you didn't tell us you were up to something big. The visuals and rendering are better than a Hollywood blockbuster. I just want to ask when Spirited Away will be released. I absolutely have to see it. Wow, Brother Zio's movie deserves our support. Dude, Ben thought you were just here to mess around, but you ended up risking your life. Those special effects must have cost a fortune. Don't get too excited yet. What if the special effects are maxed out but the plot is a mess? With celebrities like Jiang Yu and Liu Yifei sharing the post, the matter quickly became a trending topic, sparking discussion among many netizens. Since Jiang Yu's reputation is already quite strong, most people are optimistic about him. However, many people have also expressed concerns. After all, Jiang Yu is only a director who started out in his early career. Whether he's just putting on a show or not, we'll have to see the movie to find out. Just when many people were still hesitating, the second wave of promotion from the business operator came again. The film critics who had seen the movie finally got going. Renowned film critic Law Yun stated, "This movie is one of the best I've seen in recent years. It tells us about growing up and friendship, and it also presents a warm and romantic fantasy world to me. I would give it a 9 out of 10. The renewed efforts of film critics have once again propelled Ben's already highly anticipated Spirited Away into the spotlight. This approach is actually quite dangerous since it's all praise, which will make netizens have very high expectations for the movie. If the quality of the film falls short of expectations and fails to meet the audience's expectations, then this movie is destined to flop. Therefore, when Jiang Yu wanted to adopt this plan, teacher Chen Hai advised against it. Jiang Yu is confident, just kidding, that the animated version of Spirited Away was already a huge success. After this system upgrade, the two-dimensional world has been transformed into the three-dimensional world. If it's still not good enough, he might as well find a block of tofu and kill himself. As discussions about the film intensified online, some controversies inevitably arose. Despite director Jiang Yu's relatively successful career in the entertainment industry in recent years, and the high praise for the dramas he starred in, but he also has haters, and quite a few of them. After all, no matter where you are, there will always be some people who dislike you and like to seek their sense of existence online. So when the soy sauce saw these black screens, it didn't care at all. Instead, Liu Yifei would always pout and complain to him, even creating a fake account to passionately argue with the haters. That language was incredibly vulgar with 18 different variations. This is understandable, given that Liu Yifei's hometown is in Sichuan and Chongqing. That's a place with the famous historical site Liazi Shudao Mountain. It's not surprising that they behaved this way. Shanghai inside the top luxury villa this time, Jiang You is seen lying on the sofa holding a can of soda and chugging it down. Tira, awesome, this is life, looking out into the spacious living room and the beautiful sea view through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang You increasingly felt that she had made a worthwhile purchase of this villa. Sure enough, when buying a villa you still have to buy a sea view property. Simply put, it's comfortable and has beautiful scenery. Of course, it's not easy for Jiang You to buy this house. In a place like Shanghai where land is incredibly scarce, it took him a whole year to save up enough money to buy such a villa. During that period, I was constantly taking on commercial orders and endorsements for a year, and I even filmed 3 movies. That's how I finally managed to secure a deal. As for investment, he had considered it, but this parallel world was quite different from his previous life. Those tycoons from my past life, like Little Mommy G and Big Jack, are nowhere to be found in this world, so I have no choice but to do manual labor step by step. But now that we have the system in hand, things are different. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, a phone call interrupted his reverie. He opened his phone and saw the caller ID. He froze. Oh, just as I was thinking about it, the person arrived and he quickly answered the phone. After all, this was his direct superior, and he couldn't afford to be negligent. Sister Wang, you're such a busy person. How come you suddenly have time to call me? Wang Jinhua, someone's trying to cause trouble. What? My artist? Can't I ask her anything? A cheerful female voice came from the phone. Yes, it was Wang Jinhua, Jiang Yu's manager for the past few years. This is no ordinary person. Many A-list celebrities were made famous under his guidance. For example, Huang Xiaoming and Bingbing, these mainland stars all rose to fame by relying on her resources. Moreover, this character not only has resources, but is also quite resourceful. When it comes to being ruthless, he doesn't tolerate any leniency. As for Jiang Yu, I've known her for quite a few years. Back when she first debuted, Wang Jinhua was just a junior agent, with none of the airs of the top female agent in the entertainment industry she is today. However, at that time, in order to help Jiang Yu secure the role of Liu Xing in Home with Kids, he used all sorts of means to harass all the candidates. So much so that in the end the director had to use Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu's performance certainly did not disappoint. After its broadcast, Home with Kids became the top-rated show of the year, becoming a classic that countless people fondly remember. Jiang Yu also came into the public eye because of his role as Liu Xing. It can be said that his current achievements are inseparable from Wang Jinhua's help. The two became good friends over the years. This explains why Wang Jinhua and Jiang Yu chatted so casually. Sister, how could we? We were just thinking of letting you know. The person on the other end of the phone, Wang Jinhua, looked just like Isho. Although we hadn't seen each other for a while, the kids' witty banter hadn't changed at all. But how could Wang Jinhua let him off so easily? She spoke in a teasing tone, pretending to be angry. Oh, so you've remembered you have a sister now, huh? You've made such a big move without saying a word. I didn't get a single clue. Wang Jinhua's voice was full of complaints. She really suffered a lot from having such an artist by her side. Hearing the dissatisfaction on the phone, Jiang Yu quickly begged for forgiveness. No, sister, I was just afraid you wouldn't agree. Stop with the nonsense, just tell me how much did it cost. Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on when Wang Jinhua asked about Cheng Ben. To be honest, she definitely wouldn't believe it. After all, the special effects alone cost an astronomical sum. Otherwise, how would you even make that up? What's wrong? You've been silent for so long. Can't you even tell your sister how much money you spent? Wang Jinhua was somewhat impatient and also a little worried. It's not much, just, oh sister, please don't ask. Jiang Yu's voice was hesitant and stammering. There was no other way. She really couldn't come up with anything, so she could only gloss over it like this. Hearing this from the other end of the phone, Wang Jinhua knew that the guy didn't want to tell her, so she gave up the idea of asking. This is a tacit understanding between the two. Alright, since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask anymore, but tell me the truth. Is the movie okay? Wang Jinhua was somewhat worried. As someone in the industry, no one understood the complexities of the film industry better than himself. Could he handle it? "Don't worry, Sister Wang, you know I never do anything I'm not sure I can do." Hearing the confidence in director Jiang Yu's words, Wang Jinhyu had no choice but to suppress her worries. "All right, I guess I'll just have to go crazy with you. I'll contact my artists to promote you on Weibo later." Wang Jinhua always acts swiftly and decisively. Not long after Jiang Yu hung up the phone, actress Hu Ji and actress Liu Shishi have already spoken out on Weibo. "Actor Hu Ji, my brother finally made a movie. I'm already ready to buy tickets to support him." "Jiang Shine, congratulations. Jiang Ji is going to become director. Jiang, I'll definitely support you." The outpouring of support from numerous celebrities caused the film to explode in popularity online. While everyone was praising Jiang Yu for his good interpersonal relationships, they also had even higher expectations for the movie. The popularity of Spirited Away is astonishing, and it has even attracted many people to try and ride its coattails. This also aroused envy and jealousy among many people in the industry. Wu Kaiyan was the one who was jealous. "Ben, come on, it's the release date of his new song these 2 days. Everything's ready, and the money for trending topics has been spent. Just waiting to go live and rake in the profits from his fans." Unexpectedly, the song Spirited Away suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stole all his popularity. How can he possibly profit from this? No, how can he release an album? Wu Kaiyan was staying at a hotel at the moment, and a girl was lying on the bed. She looked like she had just graduated from high school. Seeing that his album had no buzz whatsoever, Wu Kaiyan flew into a rage inside. "Damn it, what right does he have? Doesn't he know I'm releasing an album soon?" In his opinion, his album is far superior to Jiang Yu's movie. Everyone should give him rude. "Damn it, how dare you steal my thunder, I'll make you pay." Wu Kaiyan was very angry, and the consequences were severe, but he's not stupid. With so many people in the industry backing him up, and the Beijing Film Academy endorsing him, if he were to pull any tricks at this time, he'd likely suffer a terrible fate. So he waved to his assistant. "Brother Kaiyan, what's up?" The assistant came closer. "You go online and hire a bunch of online trolls to flood the internet with negative reviews as soon as Jiang Yu's movie is released." "Ah, but that's Jiang Yu. It's not really appropriate for us to do this." The company. The assistant was somewhat reluctant. Seeing his assistant's expression, Wu Kaiyan impatiently held up 2 fingers. "Don't worry, I'll give you 2 million after it's done." "All right, Brother Kaiyan, you can leave this to me." Upon hearing about the money, the assistant next to him immediately woke up. "And also," he pointed to the girl on the bed, "let's handle this the old way. Considering she's quite nice, we can give her a few more autographed photos." Clear. The assistant waved for 2 people to come and carry the girl away. Those around him were used to it. After all, he had been loving fried noodles for a long time. After his assistant left, Wu Kaiyan sat on the sofa, staring at the trending topics on his phone screen with a sinister expression. "Dare to block my money, I'll make you pay." At this moment, Jiang Yu was unaware that someone was plotting against him. He was currently having a lively conversation with Wang Jinhua as old friends. They have known each other for so many years and have a deep understanding of one another. Therefore, seeing that director Jiang Yu now has the idea of becoming a film director, Wang Jinhua naturally wanted to support him. The two discussed this matter for a long time, and finally Wang Jinhua made the decision. "We need to see how well the movie performs. If it does well, it means Jiang Yu has something to offer, so we should support him in making the movie. But if the results aren't good, then stop with all those fancy tricks and just focus on being a good actor and screenwriter." Jiang Yu, who is confident in his film, is naturally delighted. There was no way around it. As a longtime friend, Jiang Yu knew Wang Jinhua's capabilities. With her support, Jiang Yu's next film team will have no worries. At that time, all problems will no longer be problems. Time flies, and there are only a few days left until the release date. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll see in this one tremor. Time quickly passed, and summer vacation began, which was also the day Spirited Away was released. Jiang Yu woke up earlier than usual today since it was a holiday, and she certainly couldn't waste all her time sleeping. After all, he's not single, he has a girlfriend. Moreover, a movie he was really looking forward to was going to be released today, and as a movie buff, Ben was thinking of going to see the premiere. But there's nothing I can do. Tickets are just too hard to get. Forget the first show, I can't even get tickets for the evening shows. I guess I'll have to come during the day. His girlfriend even complained a little about it. There was a long queue outside the cinema. Everyone wanted to see what level Jiang Yu's directorial debut would reach. Soon the two met at the agreed location and went into the movie theater together. Jiang Yu quickly found his place. Ben was still chattering away, but those voices disappeared once the movie started. Everyone was amazed by the exquisite scene. Holy crap, this is even better than the trailer. Jiang Yu was somewhat shocked. Ben had thought that maintaining 70–80% of the footage would already be beyond his expectations. I didn't expect this scene to be so blatantly unfiltered. His girlfriend beside him also looked surprised. Wow, is this really a movie that China can make? It's worth noting that such special effects and visuals are usually only seen in Hollywood blockbusters. Before long, Jiang and Yu were completely immersed in the story, and their emotions rose and fell with Chihiro's adventures in the movie. Until the curtain fell completely dark, the two of them were still in shock, both lost in the melancholy of parting. Moreover, every single audience member present sat quietly in their seats, savoring the final afterglow. This movie, Jiang Yu was speechless. The film's impact had exceeded his expectations. That was awesome, so awesome. All he wants to do right now is pick up his phone and quickly book the next ticket. But when he opened the ticketing website, he found that all the shows on Spirited Away had already closed, and he couldn't get a single ticket. The internet was in complete chaos at this point. The top trending topic on Weibo was Spirited Away, a masterpiece of the new century. Next, the second one. Jiang Yu, a groundbreaking and brilliant director. Everyone who has seen this movie raves about it. First batch of viewers had an excellent viewing experience with virtually no negative reviews. Many people left comments under the official Weibo account. While this is a masterpiece, no explanation needed. You'll regret it if you don't watch it. While this is truly a masterpiece. The visuals, plot, lighting, and special effects are all of unparalleled quality. It's unprecedented. Seriously, I really love the relationship between Sen and the White Dragon. Is there going to be a second season? Yubaba is cute too, but I still prefer the adorable Bo. All encounters lead to a better reunion, and all partings are for another meeting. Spirited Away teaches us this lesson. No, not the person upstairs. Is it really that good looking? This is seriously amazing. You'll regret not watching this. Seriously, what about me? It's not that I don't want to watch, it's that I don't have tickets. Seriously, can the cinemas please step up their game? Are they just not going to make money? Give us more screenings. At least you can watch it where you are. We don't even have any screenings here. Dude, you're really unlucky. I'm going to go grab tickets for the day after tomorrow. I've already pre-ordered next week's episode. I absolutely have to see it this time. The Chihiro Girls group is formed to protect our lovely Sen. The combined success of critical acclaim and popularity has made the already high level of interest in Spirited Away, Ben, even more unstoppable. A large number of viewers who have seen the film are discussing it enthusiastically on Weibo. But Jiang Yu had no time to pay attention to these things. He was currently with Liu Yifei waiting in the Academy's publicity building for the first day's box office results. What do you mean by soy sauce? Will our movie be a success? Liu Yifei was very nervous. If this movie was rejected, she would basically have to say goodbye to the film industry. Can you please stop asking? You'll find out soon enough, Director Jiang Yu said helplessly. This was the third time you'd asked this question today. No, I'm in a hurry, aren't I? Liu Yifei said, somewhat speechless. Don't you need to figure out if I directed this movie? What's the rush you're making? Aren't you in a hurry at all? Liu Yifei retorted. Of course I'm telling you, true masters never show their emotions, okay? Unlike you, you're as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Jiang Yu said he wasn't flustered at all. He was as calm as a rock. That's not, Liu Yifei Ben wanted to retort, but the words stuck in his throat. He could only curse silently in his heart. You deadbeat, you stinky, stupid blockhead. You're driving me crazy. Liu Yifei raised her eyebrows and glared fiercely at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was completely bewildered by that look. What's wrong with this little girl now? I didn't do anything to him. Just as the two were playing around, Teacher Chen Hai suddenly walked in from outside, his face beaming with a happy smile. Upon seeing Teacher Chen Hai, Tianxian forgot all her banter and rushed over to ask, Teacher, how's it going? Have the opening day box office figures come out yet? Teacher Chen Hai smiled and nodded, replying, haha, very good. I have to say you've really made your teacher proud this time. Teacher Chen Hai was laughing so hard that wrinkles appeared on her face. Liu Yifei, who was standing to the side, was getting increasingly anxious and quickly asked, oh dear, how much is the teacher's salary? Stop keeping us in suspense and tell us already. Jiang Yu also turned his gaze over. Clearly, he too wanted to know the answer to this question. $64.35 million in box office on the first day. You've made a fortune. Teacher Chen Hai didn't keep them in suspense and immediately announced the results. Liu Yifei, who was standing next to her, jumped up, her voice filled with excitement and disbelief. Yay, Jiang You, we did it. After saying that, Liu Yifei rushed into Jiang Yu's arms. Even he himself was stunned. No one expected the box office to be so high. It's important to understand that in this world, box office revenue is still at the level of the previous life from a few years ago, and it's extremely difficult for the opening day box office to break 20 million. Unless it's a Hollywood blockbuster, it's a problem for a domestic film to break 30 million yuan on its opening day. Let alone 60 million yuan now. That's practically a dream come true, and today Spirited Away has done it. Jiang You was also very excited. High box office returns naturally made him happy. The key is that he can make money. He took the lion's share, earning 20 million from Ben, and tripled his earnings on the first day alone. You know what will happen after the screening period ends. At that moment, he finally understood why everyone liked making movies and wanted to become a director. Because it's genuinely profitable. Once it becomes a viral sensation, the returns can be several times, even dozens of times, the initial investment. Who wouldn't want to get involved? Just as the group was overjoyed by the good news, a phone call completely ruined Jiang Yu's good mood. Jiang Yu takes swift action just as Liu Yifei was thinking of browsing rating websites to see how the movie scored. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened it, a flood of negative reviews came into view. This instantly ruined Liu Yifei's good mood. He quickly handed the phone to Jiang Yu. Look, why are so many people giving Spirited Away bad reviews? Is something wrong? Liu Yifei's good mood was completely ruined. If these negative reviews were allowed to continue to spread, the film's reputation would be destroyed. On Tomato.com, a bunch of people are giving Spirited Away 1-star reviews, and the number is still rising. This is a terrible movie. It can't even tell a coherent story. What is this? A whole bunch of talk about cherry blossom culture. Does it mean the cultures of other provinces aren't worthy of mention? This is utter nonsense, completely devoid of any realistic logic. Agree with the comment above. Negative review, no explanation needed. The barrage of negative reviews made him instantly realize that someone was stirring up trouble and trying to trip him up, sending online trolls to smear him. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, it's easy to spot these kinds of tricks. He quickly comforted Liu Yifei beside him. It's okay, someone's trying to trap us. These are probably just spam from online trolls. Liu Yifei, who had just been concerned about Ran, also realized what was happening. What puzzled Jiang Yu was that he hadn't offended anyone, so who exactly went to such lengths to do this? Liu Yifei had calmed down by now, though her voice sounded somewhat anxious. What should we do then? If we let this continue, we'll lose our reputation, and it will definitely affect our box office. Jiang Yu certainly wouldn't sit idly by and wait to be killed. He was far more experienced than anyone else in pulling off such tricks. This guy's too green to play with me. He picked up his phone and dialed Wang Jinhua's number. Hey sis, are you in Beijing? I was just about to come find you. I know about what happened on the website. Wang Jinhua doesn't waste any words. She gets straight to the point. That's how she is when she's working. Okay, how's it going? Any leads? Do you know who did it? Wang Jinhua looked serious on the other end of the phone. Wait a moment, I've already sent someone to investigate, and we should have the results soon. Wang Jinhua was very efficient. In no time, things were starting to look promising. We found out it was Wu Kaiyan from Linfin Entertainment who did it. Jiang Yu looked completely bewildered upon hearing the name. Who is this person? I don't know him, and I don't remember having any conflict with him. Having found the source, Wang Jinhua was noticeably relieved. This guy is releasing a new album in the next couple of days. As a result, your movie completely stifled any buzz. You're blocking their money. How could they not target you? As soon as Wang Jinhua said that, Jiang Yu immediately understood. Had she really encroached on someone else's interests? Did their company benefit from it, or was it a private individual? He needs to clarify this point. If it benefits the company, then it's a bit more complicated, but if it's private, well, he didn't say anything, yet it was as if he said everything. Wang Jinhua understood what he meant, but there were more pressing matters to attend to. Let's put that aside for now and deal with the online troll problem first. What are your plans? No, we don't need to do anything right now. Wang Jinhua was somewhat confused, and even Liu Yifei, who was standing next to her, was completely baffled. Director Jiang You continued. The quality of Spirited Away speaks for itself. A few small-time online trolls like Ben can't cause any real trouble. Once the first batch of viewers arrive, the criticism will naturally be overshadowed. As long as the original Ben film maintains its quality, there's no need to fear negative reviews. Moreover, given our extensive publicity efforts, such controversy will only generate more buzz for us. Is everything really alright? Liu Yifei was still a little worried. Oh look, it's all better now. Director Jiang You pointed to the screen. At this moment, the comments on Tomato.com had begun to reverse. Wait, I just watched the movie not long ago. How come there are so many bad reviews? This is clearly a masterpiece. Have those people even seen the movie? Are they just calling this a paid troll army? I really don't understand. Are people who give it 1 star brainless? You go find me a better movie than Spirited Away. This is obviously paid trolling. 5 yuan per post. I think these people haven't even managed to get a ticket, yet they're commenting like this. This is what happens after you get paid. Dage, brothers, such a great movie shouldn't be overlooked. Let's give it 5 stars. Let's go +1. As fans of Zhang Shen, we can't fall behind, so here's a 5-star review. CP fan reporting in, 5 stars awarded. The overwhelming number of positive reviews quickly drowned out the scattered online trolls. This immediately brought a smile to Liu Yifei's face, who had been intently watching the screen. Great, netizens really do have discerning eyes. Unlike Liu Yifei, who breathed a sigh of relief, Jiang You had no intention of letting the matter rest. He has always believed in the principle of treat me with respect, I'll repay you with even greater kindness. If you mess with me, I'll retaliate without hesitation. How could he not fight back when there was someone so brainless daring to provoke him? Wang Jinhu on the phone shared the same idea. What are you saying, kid? How do you plan to make him pay you back? Director Jiang Yu's lips curled into a handsome smile, his tone laced with mockery. Looks like these past few years, if the tiger doesn't roar, a lot of little cats will come looking for trouble, huh? You know, I'm not exactly a saint. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, I've done quite a few shady things myself, so I naturally understand what kind of people these young male celebrities are. If you're going to try to play tricks on me, you better be prepared for the consequences. Sis, have our paparazzi investigate this guy's past. By the way, since this guy's helping us out so much, we can't let her kindness go to waste. Go contact some celebrities right now and see if they can help with some publicity. Jiang You said to Wang Jinhu, I don't want to miss out on this huge buzz. Don't worry, I arranged these for Anne before, you'll see them soon. Okay sis, it has to be you. You brat, alright, I have to go to Anne's place. How dare he mess with my people? Who does he think he is? I'll make sure he pays the price. Wang Jinhu was very angry, and the consequences were quite serious. As the top female agent in the industry, it's naturally very easy for him to investigate certain matters given his influence. Soon, Wang Jinhu sent some negative information about Wu Kaiyan to Jiang Yu's phone. It is everything from videos to pictures, but it's really disgusting. The sheer scale of the explosion left even him in awe. Damn, this kid's got some fancy moves. It's just a bit short-lived. And he still dares to do a threesome with that. For this, Jiang Yu has to give this guy a thumbs up. After all, the male version of a threesome is indeed a bit too exciting. He didn't want to watch the rest. He was afraid that if he continued, he'd throw up. He quickly replied to Wang Jinhu, hurry up and get this out of the open. Remember to buy some traffic. After all, they paid for the online trolls. We have to reciprocate. We definitely need to give this kid a good beating. His smile was wicked, as if he had seen something amusing. The Joker's doomsday system settlement time arrived. Damn it. Damn it. Hotel. At this moment, Wu Kaiyan was in a rage, pointing at his assistant beside him and cursing wildly. What are you all doing? Didn't you hire people to smear our reputation? Why is the rating on Tomato.com going up instead of down? He was somewhat exasperated, and at the same time he couldn't understand why these tricks, which had worked so well with other people, were useless against Jiang Yu. The assistant standing to the side kept his head down silently on the surface, but in his heart he was cursing this idiot to death. No, their movie is so good, what's the point of hiring online trolls? Do they really think all the viewers are blind? But you can just think those words in your heart. If he actually said it out loud, he would lose his job as an assistant. Wu Kaiyan jumped around like a monkey in the hotel for a long time before finally calming down. The resentment in his eyes grew even stronger. Why can he make such a good movie? Wu Kaiyan was driven mad with jealousy. Being so stubborn, he would never believe that anyone could be more capable than him. Call him clueless or brainless, whatever you want. Wu Kaiyan was now completely enraged. I refuse to believe I can't handle this kid. Just as Wu Kaiyan was about to resort to even dirtier methods, a phone call suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He looked closely and saw that it was the phone number of his company's agent, Song Ji. As a mass-producible young idol, his life and death were entirely in the company's hands, so he dared not ignore calls from his agent. Wu Kaiyan's tone immediately softened, and he cautiously answered the phone. Hey brother Song, what brings you here to call me today? Is there some kind of instruction from the company? Don't worry, just let me know if you need anything. At this moment, Wu Kaiyan was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. His tone was as obsequious as could be. But the person on the other end of the phone didn't care about any of that. He was furious. You bastard, how could you do something so brainless? Who gave you the guts to offend Jiang? Upon hearing this, Wu Kaiyan panicked instantly. Hadn't he been keeping it very secret? How did the company find out? Brother Song, what are you talking about? What's wrong? I don't know anything about it. Wu Kaiyan knew he absolutely couldn't admit it now, so he could only play dumb in an attempt to get away with it. But Song Ji on the other end of the phone wasn't buying it at all. Stop pretending with me. You really think everyone else is as stupid as you and can't find out? His anger intensified. Anyone would be furious if they were caught in such an undeserved disaster. If Jiang You hadn't contacted him just now, he wouldn't have known that a minor celebrity had quietly caused such a huge mess. As a veteran who has been in the industry for a long time, they had learned the methods of these two people by observation and experience. Anyone without some strength who dared to offend them would be in deep trouble. This was just a warning, but even so, Song Ji had to spend a lot of resources to stop it. Thinking of this, he became even angrier and cursed even more fiercely. After a long pause, he responded coldly. Jiang You said on the phone that he's going to get you, and there's nothing I can do about it. Good luck. By the way, remember to pay back the resources the company has invested in you over the years, plus the breach of contract with Jin totaling 50 million, or you know the consequences. Song Ji's words were brief, but to Wu Kaiyan they were like a bolt from the blue. At this moment, he finally began to feel afraid and muttered in a low voice. No, brother Song, you can't do this. I'm very useful and valuable. The company can't just abandon me like this. No matter how much Wu Kaiyan pleaded, Song Ji remained unmoved because he had already been held accountable by the company for this matter. He himself was already in dire straits, barely able to save himself. You can't care about this guy anymore. Let him fend for himself. No way, I've given you so many benefits before. You can't treat me like this, brother Song. Wu Kaiyan sobbed, her words carrying a subtle threat. They were basically saying, if you don't help me this time, we'll fight to the death. Song Ji understood the meaning behind those words, but he wasn't worried at all. I advise you to put away those little schemes and try to manipulate public opinion. I'm much better at that than you. If you're thinking of doing anything funny, I can get you locked up right away, you believe me? Song Ji's tone on the phone was no longer as cold as before, but instead revealed a fierce edge. Wu Kaiyan was so frightened by these words that he broke out in a cold sweat, and his previously impulsive mind calmed down. He's the kind of person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He just said those words in a moment of anger, revealing his true feelings. But after being startled by Song Ji, Wu Kaiyan's little bit of courage immediately dissipated. Brother Song, just ignore what you just said. Even if it's just for the sake of our many years of relationship, please plead with the company to handle this matter. Don't worry, I definitely won't make things difficult for you. You'll get everything you deserve, everything you're entitled to. But Song Ji can't care about that now. In this situation, sacrificing the pawn to save the king is the simplest and most efficient approach. If Jiang You had just been an actor, it wouldn't have been so bad. Offending him would have been one thing, but Jiang You would have had a more complicated time dealing with it. But now director Jiang You has transformed into a director and has even boarded the big ship of Beijing Film Academy, so things are completely different now. To not only fail to befriend such a promising up-and-coming director, but also risk offending him. Only someone with a very foolish mind would do that. Song Ji, at least, is very clear-headed. Peak Entertainment is well aware that investors would never do something where the interests are not equal. So Song Ji hung up the phone without saying a word, and soon Wu Kaiyan's scandals were all over the internet. Although it was blurred, the image was still quite offensive. Netizens commented, "What is this thing? It'll give you a sty if you look at it." Although it was taken down from the internet shortly after being posted, Wu Kai's reputation was completely ruined by this one incident. Peak Entertainment was no better off. Although they were quick to cut ties with Wu Kaiyan and issued a statement, netizens didn't care about that. You spread rumors and cause trouble, and you even cultivate such a disgraced artist. What kind of company is this? Fortunately, Jiang You didn't kick them while they were down. After all, it's a mature company and their attitude is clear. We're all in the same industry, and if things get too tense, it won't look good for anyone. According to Jiang You himself, he is a magnanimous person, and since there may be future collaborations, things that can be solved with money are naturally not a problem. This also made netizens see just how low and outrageous the entertainment industry really is. At the same time, relevant departments quickly came knocking, inviting Wu Kaiyan for tea. As for how long he'll have to drink this tea, that depends on his performance, at least 3 years anyway. This huge scandal lasted for 2 whole days, and while everyone was discussing it, Jiang You, one of the people at the center of the incident, never made any comments online. Little did they know, Jiang You forgot about this clown as soon as he turned his head. After all, he had more important things to do at the moment. The movie has been released, and the system's settlement date is approaching. Spirited Away is fueled by a phone call from its arch-rival. The system opened the panel, and Jiang You was filled with anticipation. What exactly will the system reward him with? Ding dong, congratulations, host, for independently completing the realization of an animated film. This upgrades your screenwriting ability by 1 level and grants you the skill top-tier artist. Congratulations, host, on achieving the accomplishment of complete giant immortal first animation. You have gained the talent, 1,000 faces, and 1 chance to win a prize from the Ben drama series. Jiang was a little stunned when he heard about the reward given by the system. No, you didn't tell me you could also provide the drama series, Ben. Host, you didn't ask either. The system is frustrated. You didn't ask, so you can't blame me, can you? Jiang You felt like he had been tricked by the system. If he had known the system could provide the script, Ben, why would he have bothered writing the script? He could have just let the system provide it directly. What a huge loss, what a huge loss. He was filled with regret, wishing he had asked more questions back then. However, knowing this now isn't necessarily a bad thing, since human memory is always limited. There were so many excellent anime in his past life, and he only watched a small portion of them. There would come a day when he would run out of them. Now that Brother Tongzi has helped, this is naturally no problem. That's good, now I can be lazy. As a true case of laziness, Jiang You was very happy. Just as he was contemplating his good fortune, the system ruthlessly interrupted him. Host, please note, the script Ben provided by the system only has a rough outline and plot. You will need to work on developing the details yourself. What the hell, is this some kind of system? Are you trying to use me like a slave? Jiang You complained bitterly. What kind of system makes you have to do all the work yourself? Please do not slander the Ben system. Everything is for the purpose of better realizing the reality of anime, which is in accordance with the system's rules. Seeing that the system showed no sign of backing down, Jiang You resigned himself to his fate. It seemed he couldn't slack off after all. However, this time he was more cautious. There were still many aspects of the system's functions that he didn't understand and needed to explore further. Thinking about this, Jiang You had some doubts about this talent. System, what does this talent mean? The system responded quickly. Talent, 1,000 faces. The host will acquire superb disguise skills and can temporarily change their appearance when necessary. Wow, that skill is awesome, he exclaimed excitedly. Doesn't this mean you can become whoever you want? With this ability, I won't have to worry about makeup and styling anymore. While maxed out makeup skills are indeed impressive, compared to being able to instantly transform into a Ben person, it's child's play. Jiang You seemed very happy to have gained a new ability. This achievement reward is really great. And this max level drawing skill, with this skill there's no need to worry about the storyboards for the drama, Ben. No, I feel like the skills you're giving me are all designed to make me a better slave. Jiang You complained. Host, just tell me if you want it or not. If not, I'll take it back. Yes, Brother Tong, I was just kidding. Afterwards, Jiang You explored the system further, but finding that it had no real functions, he reluctantly closed it. As for the remaining chance to win a prize in the Ben lottery, he doesn't plan to use it now. Jiang You already has a plan for what to film next. At this point, Spirited Away had been released for a week. Box office revenue has been steadily increasing, even achieving reverse growth, with each day's box office revenue exceeding that of the opening day. Even so, there are still many netizens online saying they didn't manage to get tickets and that they couldn't get enough of the show. As of now, Spirited Away has grossed over 200 million in its opening week and is heading towards 300 million. The online reviews are overwhelmingly positive, with everyone marveling at Jiang Yu's directorial talent. Wang Jinhua was also very happy that Spirited Away became a hit. Countless endorsement and advertising offers come her way every day, all for Jiang Yu. As for reporters and paparazzi, they went even crazier, all wanting to interview Jiang Yu. Invitations to various variety shows poured in, but Wang Jinhua turned them all down. However, some requests were simply unavoidable, and they did indeed benefit the film's promotion. Mango TV's wildly popular variety show Quick Ben has already extended invitations at least 3 times. There was no other way but for Jiang Yu to bring his team to make an appearance. As time went on, the box office of Spirited Away kept rising, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million in just half a month. The film's box office has already exceeded 500 million yuan and is heading towards 1 billion yuan. Meanwhile, the actors who starred in Spirited Away also became very popular. Whether they were the lead actors or supporting actors, everyone's fame increased dramatically because of this movie, and their market value also skyrocketed. The first to be affected is Zifeng, who plays Chihiro. She gained millions of followers in just 1 week thanks to the role of Chihiro, and countless people were captivated by his cuteness. Overnight, she became a household name as a child star, a true national sweetheart. This made the little guy very happy, and he even called director Jiang Yu to brag about it. Liu Yifei has completely shed his reputation as a box office poison, and many Ru fans have been moved by his portrayal of Lin. Even her fans are marveling at how much her acting has improved. Finally, she's no longer the so-called expressionless face. This made Liu Tangxin happy for quite a while. Director Jiang Yu was overjoyed to see the box office of Spirited Away continue to rise. Making movies is definitely more profitable. Now that he has such a large sum of money, there are some things he can finally do. He already has plans for his next film. It's time to make a move on Brother Cheng. Just as director Jiang Yu was thinking about his next film, the phone rang. He glanced at it and was somewhat surprised to see who was making the call. It's actually Yang Mi. Why is this crazy woman calling me? Is she looking for a beating? It's no wonder Jiang Yu called him that. He didn't have a good relationship with this woman, even though they had previously worked together as the male and female leads in Chinese Paladin 3. Logically speaking, the relationship shouldn't be considered particularly close, but it should at least be at the level of acquaintances. However, their relationship on set was not pleasant. He didn't know why, but Yang Mi would often scold him. She was really targeting him at every turn. That Jiang Yu can spoil her. As a master of Ancestor An, Yang Mi can curse Jiang Yu 3 times for every 1 curse word she utters. As time went on, the fact that the two didn't get along became common knowledge among the entire crew. After filming Rap, the two lost all contact. To be honest, Jiang Yu really doesn't want to contact this guy unless absolutely necessary. But if he didn't answer the phone, he was afraid that Yang Mi would come knocking on his door. Don't doubt it, this is something this feisty woman could really do. Helpless, he could only sigh and pick up the phone. Hey, you stinking woman, spit it out. Although he answered the phone, he was anything but polite. Why should we be considerate of women? That's not something we need to think about. There was no way around it. As a Higuma man, he didn't tolerate anyone regardless of gender. Yang Mi, who was on the other end of the phone, was furious at those words. After all this time, you still have such a foul mouth, you bean sprout. I'm no match for you, you big-breasted, brainless bastard. I'm a guy with real skills, okay? The comment, big boobs, no brains, hit Yang Mi's sore spot. To be honest, if she hadn't had something to do today and was asking Jiang Yu for help, she would have hung up the phone long ago. How could he possibly have the right to swagger around like that? But Yang Mi really has something to do today, and it absolutely requires Jiang Yu to come. There was nothing she could do but grit her teeth and endure it. Yang Mi, two little rivals. Jiang You was puzzled when Yang Mi didn't respond for a long time on the other end of the phone. That doesn't make sense. Judging from her usual behavior, she would definitely yell back at me right now. Why is she suddenly silent? What's wrong, you old hag, are you mute? Hearing Jiang Yu's foul mouth again, Yang Mi, who had just managed to hold back her anger, felt it flare up once more. But thinking about what happened today, she could only repeatedly remind herself of this in her heart. I must endure it, I must hold back, I can't lose my temper, I absolutely can't lose my temper. After a long while, Yang Mi finally recovered, suppressing her nausea, and said in a strained voice, "It's nothing, brother Jiang You, I just missed you a little." It has to be said, women are all born actresses. Even though Yang Mi was already furious inside, yet she could still manage to make her tone so gentle. She was acting like she was being affectionate with her beloved boy. If an ordinary person heard such a tone, they would have been completely captivated. She quickly fell at his feet, and she had always been very confident in her looks. However, Jiang Yu is no ordinary person. Hearing Yang Mi's affected tone, he felt no sweetness, but rather goosebumps. "No, you stinky woman, are you trying to die? Are you crazy? Talking to me in such a disgusting tone makes me want to throw up." Jiang Yu didn't hold back at all and directly confronted him. "How could that be? Brother, I'm serious, don't you miss me?" Yang Mi tried his best to speak in a high-pitched voice, but before he could finish, he heard the dial tone indicating that the call had been disconnected. It turned out that Jiang Yu couldn't take it anymore and hung up the phone without saying a word. As the saying goes, there's always something fishy going on when things seem unusual, and Jiang Yu understood this very well. This woman's sudden disgusting behavior can't be good. Sure enough, the phone rang again a short while later. "Get to the point, if you keep talking to me like that, I'm blocking you." Jiang Yu answered the phone and immediately began with a warning. Yang Mi, who was behind the phone, stopped causing trouble. "You think I wanted this, you brat, you're just—" She paused again as if something was difficult to say. "Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'm hanging up." Seeing Jiang Yu's attitude, Yang Mi on the other end of the phone was furious. This young girl, who is only 20 years old, also has a fiery temper. Seeing that she finally stopped pretending, she immediately reverted to her previous Ben-like self. He immediately opened his mouth wide and shouted, I'm exhausted, I really do need to talk to you about something." Seeing that something was indeed wrong, Director Jiang Yu became suspicious. "What's up? Tell me, but let's make this clear first, I might not agree." Now that the topic was out in the open, Yang Mi stopped hiding anything. "Any plans for your next movie? What, you want to roll, right?" Jiang Yu finally understood why Yang Mi had spoken to him in that way before. "So you wanted to catch this fast train too, huh?" To be honest, he was somewhat surprised, but not unexpected, when Yang Mi made this request. Given Liu Yifei's cautionary tale, it's understandable that Yang Mi is uneasy. Jiang Yu knows this archenemy very well. She knew how career-driven Yang Mi was. This woman is not only extremely capable, but also possesses great ambition and is very clear about where her strengths lie. Once this guy gets a chance, he'll climb up the ladder at all costs. Jiang Yu dared not underestimate this cunning woman, even though she was only 20 years old. This is also why Jiang Yu has been trying to stir up this guy's emotions. However, as luck would have it, he actually had a role available for her. Seeing that Jiang Yu had been thinking for a long time without responding, Yang Mi on the other end of the phone became a little nervous. She knew that given their relationship, Ben shouldn't have made the call because she knew she would likely be rejected anyway. However, she was not upset and believed that she was no worse than others. She just hadn't gotten the good opportunities. Opportunities are something you have to earn yourself. Before making that call today, she had already made up her mind. No matter the cost, I must obtain Jiang Yu's promise. Time ticked by, and Jiang Yu remained silent on the other end of the phone, just as Yang Mi was feeling uneasy and wanted to speak first. "Okay, there really is a role in the next movie that suits you, you stinky old woman. I know this is presumptuous. What are your requests? Bean sprouts, you can name them." "Ah, what did you say you agreed?" Upon hearing Jiang Yu's answer, Yang Mi, assuming it was a rejection, subconsciously said. He didn't realize until she was halfway through her sentence that he had actually agreed. The surprise came so suddenly that Yang Mi was somewhat at a loss. "What I was thinking just slipped out without my noticing. How could you agree to this? Shouldn't you have given me a little challenge?" Jiang Yu was speechless after hearing Yang Mi say that. "You're not a slut, are you? I think you're used to being a masochist, aren't you? Should I say a couple more things to you?" Yang Mi quickly tried to cover it up. "Oh mom, oh no, I'm just a little surprised." What do you think I'm the kind of cold-hearted person? What else could I do? Yang Mi thought to herself, but you definitely can't say that out loud. How could that be? To me, you're a perfectly good man. Yang Mi really wanted to flatter him, however she was at her wit's end. She was used to arguing with others, and now she really didn't know how to praise someone. The atmosphere became awkward. The two remained silent for a long time on the phone. Jiang You started teasing again. You brat, I still prefer your defiant self from just now. Please restore it. Go to hell, you stupid bean sprout. I've always been the same, okay? After saying that, Yang Mi couldn't help but laugh. This guy isn't so bad after all, Yang Mi muttered softly. Hey, what are you muttering about? Nothing, I'm hanging up. Startled by the interruption, Yang Mi panicked and quickly hung up the phone. Her face was flushed, with two adorable rosy clouds rising on her chubby cheeks. She looked incredibly charming and lovely. If someone familiar with her saw this, they would be absolutely shocked. Is this really the same fiery little pepper we know? On the other side, Jiang You was suddenly taken aback by Yang Mi's actions and felt somewhat confused. However, he had been mentally prepared for Yang Mi to ask for a role, and he had also planned to give it to her. The reason is quite simple. First of all, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. With Yang Mi's abilities, it was only a matter of time before she succeeded. As the saying goes, it's better to offer help in times of need than to add flowers to brocade. Doing someone a favor now will bring immense rewards in the future. Jiang You has no reason not to do this kind of deal. Moreover, Jiang You has bigger plans for her. As Spirited Away becomes a viral sensation online, its influence is growing. The most obvious change is the significant increase in the number of screenings. Ben only increased the number of screenings at the Beijing Film Academy, but other cinemas aren't stupid either. With stacks of cash lying right in front of you, who wouldn't want to make money? As a result, all cinemas increased the number of screenings of Spirited Away to the maximum. Even so, there are still a lot of people online who can't get a ticket. The main reason is that a large number of viewers loved the movie so much that they watched it 2, 3, or even 4 times. In their opinion, this movie is so good, is it too much for me to watch it a few more times? Tell me, is it too much? As for whether it will get boring, just kidding, according to Weibo. I could look at this picture for a year, it's so beautiful. Some office workers even said, since the release of Spirited Away, I haven't even gone to foot massage parlors anymore. It's really effective at relieving fatigue. However, unlike the phenomenal success of Spirited Away, other films released at the same time fared much worse. Especially the film Chasing Dreams in the Entertainment Industry, directed by teacher Zhao Bai. Sure enough, this masterpiece, which was supposedly crafted over 2 years, was utterly crushed by Spirited Away. After all, the market is only so big. If everyone goes to watch Spirited Away, who will come to watch yours? Actually, if the movie quality were slightly better, keeping Ben wouldn't be a problem. However, the promotional materials were excellent. It was described as a family-friendly, heartwarming film about pursuing dreams, showcasing the aspirations and aspirations of young people. The original film was riddles throughout, and its narrative ability was utterly terrible. In short, it was so bad it was shockingly bad enough to be recorded in film history. On Weibo, netizens who loved to join in the fun conducted a comprehensive comparison of the two movies. The result was obvious. Spirited Away emerged victorious. Chasing Dreams in the Entertainment Industry was met with a barrage of criticism. What the hell? How dare you release this thing at the same time as Spirited Away? Are these two even comparable? Yes, of course, Spirited Away couldn't possibly be worse than him, winking emoji. Sha Wujing, senior brother, is right. Jiang You didn't care what Weibo said. At that moment, he was busy at the villa working on his new drama. Jiang You had already thought about his next project a long time ago. The success of the first, Spirited Away, made him reluctant to change his style for the time being. He'll still focus on the heartwarming and healing Ru route, since he's only just starting out and it's too early to explore other Ru routes. He also wants to make long-running series like Shinigami, One Piece, and Dragon Ball. However, there are two very real problems. One issue is the long construction period, requiring a professional team to complete the project. Although Spirited Away earned Jiang You a lot of money, that amount is far from enough to make a feature film like this. The second issue is action design. Most of these long films have a lot of action scenes, and some of the more elaborate moves need to be designed. Jiang You doesn't have that ability now, but that might change in the future. You agree, right, Brother Tong? Now that the genre has been decided, there aren't many animated films to choose from. The selection of director Jiang You was also quite simple, mainly based on the principle of distributing talent evenly. Since Miyazaki copied one, shouldn't Makoto Kai, who is hailed as the second biggest figure in the Japanese anime industry, also copy one? That's right, that's what he wanted to film. Makoto Kai's breakthrough work, Your Name, launched this film can be considered one of Makoto Kai's representative works, and it achieved great success in its previous animated film. Its box office was the highest at the time, achieving an impressive 21.2 billion yen in Japan. It ranked second in the Japanese box office for films released in Japan. Back then, it was a huge hit across mainland China, creating a box office legend of breaking 200 million in 3 days and 500 million in 5 days. This also made the name Hai Cheng known to countless Chinese people. And without this big shot in this world, the task of creating this work, Human World, can only be entrusted to Jiang You at this time. He was constantly improving his play Ben to meet the system's requirements. Jiang Yu's fingers flew across the drawing board, and soon storyboard images appeared on the screen. He stared intently at the screen, striving to create each character and each dialogue. At this moment, he was completely immersed in his own world. Even when Liu Yifei appeared behind him, he was completely unaware. Liu Yifei came to see Jiang Yu to focus on his role in the drama Ben. This guy hasn't been seen in public for several days. Wang Jinhua, as the agent, was very worried. Ben, come on. With such a huge buzz, you should do a few more rounds of promotion to boost box office numbers. Why not take advantage of this great opportunity to make money? But who knows what Jiang Yu is thinking. They stopped promoting themselves, didn't hold any Ru events, and later even stopped replying to phone calls and messages. What, you can make money by staying at home all by yourself? Wang Jinhua was incredibly disappointed in him, but there was nothing she could do. After all, this guy was the boss. Wang Jinhua could only call Liu Yifei and ask her to go and take a look. When Liu Yifei heard that Jiang Yu hadn't posted for several days, she immediately panicked, thinking something had happened. She rushed over in a real hurry. What she found was just a guy hunched over his workbench, frantically writing scripts for Ben with a palette. As for why Liu Yifei had the key to Jiang Yu's villa, Sister Tangxian said, I didn't want it at the time, but he insisted on giving it to me. She would never admit that she used the excuse of wanting to cooperate to shamelessly get the key. Seeing that Jiang Yu was all right, Liu Yifei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, it's been so long and he hasn't even called back. This guy is still so worrying. Seeing Jiang Yu working diligently, the young woman didn't disturb him. She simply moved a chair aside and sat quietly beside him, observing him intently. To be honest, it's not necessarily true that he looks that good right now, considering he's been working at a high intensity here for 3 days straight. Now he has a messy head of hair, sausage lips, spitting eyes, and snow-white hair. He's completely unkempt. It's completely at odds with his handsome and dashing appearance in public. But Liu Yifei didn't seem to notice anything amiss. Instead, she sat down with great interest, her round eyes fixed on him. It's as if Jiang Yu, who is working diligently in front of me, is my whole world. Indeed, one saying is true. In the eyes of a woman who likes you, all your flaws will become virtues in her eyes. Looking at Jiang Yu's handsome profile, Liu Yifei felt very happy at that moment. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yu finally finished polishing the drama Ben. Phew, it's finally finished. Jiang Yu leaned back in his chair and stretched, his body making crackling sounds. At this moment, he finally noticed Liu Yifei beside him. No, what's she doing here? When did she get here? He shook his slightly dazed head. He had been working for too long and was still a little out of sorts. Liu Yifei, having waited for so long, had unknowingly fallen asleep leaning against the table, a glistening tear still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Her soft face nestled on her smooth, jade-like arm, paired with her delicate little nose, made her look exactly like a tiny hamster. Absolutely irresistibly cute. Even Jiang Yu was stunned. The usually arrogant little tiger never showed this side of himself. He gently carried Liu Yifei to the bed and covered her with a blanket, his movements very tender. Then tiptoed out of the room to see if there was anything to eat. There was nothing he could do. Food is essential for survival. He hadn't eaten anything good for the past 3 days, spending all his time watching Ben. Now that I've finally finished my busy work, I should treat myself. Fortunately, he had already replenished enough food when he came back to stay a couple of days ago. As for cooking skills, Jiang You said, do you really think I've been wasting all these years? Jiang Yu's studio established when Liu Yifei woke up. It was already past 3 in the afternoon and her little head was still a bit fuzzy. I was just lying on the table, how come I'm in bed now? Could it be that director Jiang Yu carried me up here? Oh my god. Lying in bed, Liu Yifei's face was burning red and she buried her head under the covers. She felt extremely regretful. No, I was asleep at the time, but Jiang Yu was holding me. Liu Yifei's head was spinning and she was grinning foolishly. It was unclear what she was thinking. After a while, Liu Yifei came out of the room, her expression already normal. Jiang Yu had already prepared dinner. Dinner was simple, 4 home-style dishes and a soup. Upon seeing the table laden with delicious food, Liu Yifei's eyes lit up instantly. Is it going to be a candlelight dinner? Is this guy planning to confess his feelings to me today? Has it dawned on him? This guy finally knows what romance is called. But Jiang Yu isn't thinking about any of that right now. He was starving after working so hard for so long. He feels like he could eat a whole cow right now. Liu Yifei Ben had hoped that a romantic setting like a candlelight dinner would spark a flame of love. As a result, Jiang Yu wolfed down her food the entire time without saying a word. This lack of romantic understanding made Liu Yifei very angry. You blockhead, all you want to do is eat me, such a beautiful woman right in front of you. Don't you want to do anything else? Of course, Liu Yifei could never say these words aloud. She could only complain in her heart. Seeing that Liu Yifei hadn't touched her chopsticks for a long time, Jiang Yu, who had some free time, was quite puzzled. What's wrong? The food doesn't suit your taste. You don't want to eat. Eat. I want to see how delicious it is. Putting aside the random thoughts in her head, Liu Yifei started eating. Hey, it tastes great. Liu Yifei's eyes lit up. Having known him for so long, this was the first time he had ever realized that director Jiang Yu had such excellent skills. They don't even know who I am. My cooking skills are definitely top-notch. Seeing others boasting about his cooking skills, Jiang Yu started to talk at length. But Liu Yifei wasn't listening to anything he was saying at all. She was only focused on wolfing down the delicious food in front of her. There was no way around it. It was just too delicious. Hey, don't steal my food, Jiang Yu exclaimed anxiously as she saw Liu Yifei devouring the dishes so quickly. He's not full yet. The two began a fierce debate over the dishes on the table, until finally neither of them could eat any more. They all leaned back in their chairs and let out satisfied burps. It's been so long since I've had such a satisfying meal. Liu Yifei was satisfied, but also troubled. I wonder how many calories I'll have to cut back on to lose the weight after this meal. The box office for Spirited Away is increasing day by day. A month passed quickly and the final total box office reached 2.3 billion. This is already a remarkable achievement for a domestic film. It can be said that director Jiang Yu's debut work has already amazed the world. He has already secured the Best New Director award this year. And not only that, Spirited Away has also been nominated for various domestic film awards. Awards such as Best Picture, Best Art Direction, and Best Music. However, there is one thing that is quite annoying for Jiang Yu: he didn't act in this movie, which resulted in Liu Yifei receiving a Best Supporting Actress nomination for the film, while Jiang Yu didn't. The little guy showed off for quite a while in front of him. However, he was not disappointed, as his goal was not just a nomination. Ben Maimai and Zaifeng also had a chance to be nominated, but those two kids were indeed too young. The old-fashioned judging panel wouldn't allow such a young child to be nominated. Even if they are incredibly talented actors, it's still the same. Of the total box office of 2.3 billion, Jiang Yu received 800 million. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for Jiang Yu to do some things. First, you need to build your own filming team. He didn't want to borrow the school's filming crew for his next movie. That would be too shabby. However, a good filming team is not easy to find. Photographers, props team, costume team, these all require professionals. Just as Jiang Yu was still racking his brains over this matter, Wang Jinhua brought him good news. The studio is all set up. When are you coming, big boss? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu remembered that he had indeed asked Wang Jinhua to set up a studio. I didn't expect it to be finished so quickly. Okay, I'll come over right now and see how your results are going, sis. When Jiang Yu arrived at the destination, Wang Jinhua led him into a detached small building. Seeing this artist whom she hadn't seen in a long time, Wang Jinhua was somewhat speechless. I'm telling you, you're such a busy person. I never see you all day long. Sometimes I even start to wonder if I even have an artist like you under my management." Hearing Wang Jinhua's complaints, even Jiang You, with his thick skin, felt embarrassed. "There's nothing you can do. They really helped you a lot, so you can't say anything in return." "Hee hee with you here, sister. What do I, this puppet, need to worry about?" Ignoring Wang Jinhua's attempt to use the Byakugan tactic, director Jiang Yu continued the conversation on his own. He was a professional at living off women. Seeing this guy's shameless attitude, Wang Jinyu could only smile helplessly. "There's nothing I can do. This guy is so talented, and he's also my artist. I guess I'll just have to work harder myself." "Alright, stop being so cheeky. Come on, I'll show you around your studio." Jiang Yu's studio is a small workshop and does not belong to any company. The main reason is that he used to work alone with only about a dozen people around him, including assistants. It's not that no company wanted to poach him, but he rejected them all. Just kidding, in his previous life he was just an employee, so he knows all too well the tricks of those bosses. If I actually signed with a company, I'd be exploited to death. Even without the system, he had produced many hit dramas before and people were begging for them. So he has enough resources at his disposal since his main focus was acting. It's just that he hasn't been able to make a lot of money. Things are different now. Now that Brother Tongzi is backing him up, he can finally get his hands on film investment. Therefore, the previous development model is no longer feasible, and the only option is to expand the project and open its own studio. Jiang Yu has considered starting a company, but his current capabilities are indeed limited. He can only open a studio as a temporary measure. Led by Wang Jinhua, he quickly toured his studio. Although the space isn't large, it's perfectly adequate as an office space. In his view, the studio stage is just a transition, and he will definitely start a company later. Moreover, although the sparrow is small, it has all the vital organs. Anyway, Jiang Yu is very satisfied. After finishing her work with Jiang Yu, Wang Jinyu didn't linger any longer. Jiang Yu also told her about his decision to make a new movie. Wang Jinyu expressed her full support, knowing that Jiang Yu had his own ideas and that she couldn't persuade him otherwise, especially since Jiang Yu already had successful cases. She even asked if she should invest further, saying she wanted to take a stake. However, this is just a joke. If director Jiang Yu were to actually offer an investment share, Wang Jinhua would not agree. This is something she has absolutely no chance of getting involved in. Throughout their many years of collaboration, Wang Jinhua has always maintained her own sense of propriety, and she is well aware of this. As for who Jiang Yu wants to collaborate with, he has already decided. That's our old friend, the Beijing Film Academy. Beijing Film Academy, Liu Yifei's little secret. A few days later, Jiang Yu knocked on teacher Chen Hai's office door once again. "Teacher, I'm bothering you again." Teacher Chen Hai couldn't help but smile when she saw him showing up uninvited again. "Alright, stop fooling around in front of me. Tell me what's the matter this time." Jiang Yu pulled out the TV series Ben from her hand and pointed at it, the meaning of which was self-evident. "Well, judging from your posture, you're here to ask me for money again, aren't you?" Teacher Chen Hai immediately understood what Jiang Yu meant. "Let's make this clear first. If the drama Ben is too bad, the school won't submit it." Teacher Chen Hai joked as he took the drama Ben and started watching it. Jiang Yu wasn't in a hurry and leisurely sat down opposite teacher Chen Hai, sitting in Yamcha. As for why Jiang Yu wants to collaborate with Beijing Film Academy again, the reason is simple. Beijing Film Academy has money. Moreover, there are many benefits to cooperating with Beijing Film Academy. Not to mention anything else, the issues of censorship and theater distribution alone are problems that no one else can solve. Not to mention there are dedicated photography studios and props. As the saying goes, it's good to have a big tree to lean on. Since there are so many benefits to cooperating with Beijing Film Academy, why not continue? Teacher Chen Hai watched the drama Ben quite quickly and finished it in no time. Although he had expected it, he was still amazed by the imaginative concepts in the play. Ben soul swapping, kuchikamizake, shooting stars, and time travel. These themes, which had been overused by the public in previous lives, are little known in this world. At this moment, teacher Chen Hai was looking at Jiang Yu as if he were a monster. "I really don't know how this kid's brain works, how he can come up with so many ingenious ideas." Feeling uncomfortable under teacher Chen Hai's gaze, Jiang Yu quickly said, "Hey teacher, stop staring at me. What do you think of the play Ben? Tell me." Teacher Chen Hai, having looked away, replied irritably, "Good, very good, absolutely amazing, just like you. On behalf of the school, I agree to this collaboration." "That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Now we've got it figured out." Jiang You was overjoyed upon hearing this. With the Beijing Film Academy backing him, he could enjoy this delicious cake even more. Having made the decision, they naturally needed to act quickly, so the two discussed the specific details in the office. This time, Zhang Liu decided not to give the academy that much. As usual, he'll cover all the investment. After all, the film's budget is at most 100 million, and with the support of Spirited Away's box office, he can still afford it. Beijing Film Academy was responsible for publicity, including setting up filming locations and studios. This time, he doesn't plan to release it in Beijing cinemas first, but rather to release it simultaneously nationwide. Jiang You lost a lot of box office revenue last time because of this incident, and he can't afford to make the same mistake twice, so he's determined to make it back this time. After the two reached an agreement, Jiang Yu eagerly grabbed the contract and was about to leave when teacher Chen Hai stopped him. "Wait a minute, I have something else to ask you." "What's up, teacher?" Jiang Yu, who was suddenly stopped, was puzzled. Hadn't we finished discussing everything? What else was there to talk about? No wonder he's in such a hurry. He hasn't even settled on his own team yet, and he needs to get things done as soon as possible. It's not a big deal, really. "Is the casting finalized?" teacher Chen Hai asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was startled. "You don't want me to give you a role, do you?" Jiang Yu is planning to act in this role himself, so he pretended not to care and said, "Yes, this time I plan to direct and star in it myself, with myself as the male lead, and I've already decided on Tianxian as the female lead. Don't worry, they're all your students, they won't let you down." Upon hearing this, teacher Chen Hai's eyes dimmed somewhat. "I see, so the male and female leads have already been decided." Seeing teacher Chen Hai's hesitant and awkward demeanor, Jiang Yu immediately spoke up. "What's wrong, teacher? Please tell me if there's anything you need, and I will do my best to help." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, teacher Chen Hai, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke. "Actually, it's nothing, it's just that you could choose a few roles at school too. A small cast of extras is fine too. The most important thing is to give those kids a chance to practice." Upon hearing teacher Chen Hai's words, director Jiang Yu, belatedly realizing what had happened, slapped his forehead and inwardly cursed himself. "Oh dear, how could I forget about this unspoken rule? Oh dear, I was so ignorant, so ignorant." At this moment, Jiang Yu finally remembered. "There's an unspoken rule in our collaboration with Beijing Film Academy. We must make things as convenient for the school as possible. To put it bluntly, it's about giving those kids in school a chance and cultivating talent for the school. These are all unspoken rules in the industry. Helping others is helping yourself." Jiang Yu knows this perfectly well, he just didn't think of it for a moment. So Jiang Yu replied, "Hey, I thought it was something serious. You just need to let me know, teacher." Teacher Chen Hai breathed a sigh of relief when Jiang Yu agreed. After all, unspoken rules are unspoken rules, and there's nothing that can be done if Jiang Yu really cares about casting rights. Fortunately, everyone is happy now. "All right, then consider it helping the old man out." "Oh, how could that be? Don't forget, I also graduated from the school. I should also do my part in giving back to my alma mater." Jiang Yu thought about it and had an idea. "I think you could recommend a few suitable ones and have them give it a try. By the way, I'd like to say hello to the directing department. I happen to need a couple of helpers." There was also an unexpected surprise. Teacher Chen Hai was overjoyed and kept praising director Jiang Yu. "All right, kid, I'll definitely pick a few capable ones for you when the time comes." Perfect timing. "Didn't you say you didn't have a filming team yet? I'll talk to the professors in each department and ask them to recommend a few people for you." "Really, teacher?" Jiang Yu was very excited. Ben wanted to mentor his alma mater, but he didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. The team's issues had been holding him back for a long time, but he never expected the unexpected to happen so quickly. As for whether they're still students or something, just kidding. How could the students at Beijing Film Academy have any problems? They're all the elite of the elite. Once they're released outside, they'll be highly sought after, and if you recruit from schools, they'll be young people who are easy to manage. Things like demanding bribes and kickbacks will be greatly reduced. When Jiang Yu was on set, he witnessed all sorts of miscellaneous things. News of seasoned veterans taking kickbacks was also commonplace. He used to be just an actor, and since these kinds of things weren't his responsibility, he naturally didn't care. Now he's going to be a director in charge of the entire film crew, something he absolutely despises. Now that we can avoid this problem, why not do it? Anyway, Jiang Yu was very happy, and teacher Chen Hai was also very happy. I politely declined teacher Chenhai's invitation to have dinner at his home. Jiang You drove his car back to his small villa, leisurely and alone. When he got home, he found Liu Yifei sitting on the sofa, drinking cola, eating potato chips, and watching TV. That was so comfortable. This made Jiang You, who had been busy all day, an instant sensation. No, I mean, you're not going home, you're just staying here with me, aren't you? Liu Yifei ignored Jiang Yu's complaints and didn't slow down her work in the slightest. That makes it clear. I'm staying here. What can you do to me? Seeing her shameless attitude, Jiang Yu could only sigh and rub her forehead. Oh, what a tragedy. He then ignored her and went into his room. Seeing the guy's helpless expression, Liu Yifei, sitting on the sofa, pursed her lips, looking quite smug. HMPH, Mama's method was indeed correct. I refuse to believe that I won't be tempted even if I live in your house. That's right, Liu Yifei did it on purpose. If there's no opportunity, then create one. Anyway, she's made up her mind now. She's determined to completely win this guy over. During dinner, Jiang You and Liu Yifei chatted about the role. What, you already have plans for your next movie? Liu Yifei was surprised, but then he thought about it and realized that he had been busy with the drama Ben, so he didn't think much of it. That's right, and this time I plan to play the male lead myself. It's a romance film too. Before Jiang You could finish speaking, Liu Yifei almost instinctively spoke up. Give me the lead role, I want to act in it. She regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. Doesn't this make it seem like she's in a rush to play a couple with Jiang You? Although it is indeed true, Liu Yifei, with her proud and arrogant personality, would never admit it, so she quickly added another explanation. I didn't mean that. I just saw when you wrote it last time that the character really suited me. I just like that character. Yes, that's right, that's it. These words didn't sound like they were trying to convince Jiang You. They sounded more like they were trying to convince herself. Jiang You was also taken aback by this guy's huge reaction. Ben thought he would get paid to cast her in Kung Fu Hustle, but Jiang You had only used a basic attack when he tricked Liu Yifei into using her ultimate move. Seeing the current situation, the cunning man couldn't help but feel a desire to tease the girl. So Jiang Yu pretended not to understand and asked, "Why are you reacting so strongly? Besides, I never intended to give you this role." "Oh, it's not for me." Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei, who had just been beaming with joy, immediately turned pale. Then she asked warily, "If you don't give it to me, then who will? Forget it, it's none of my business, I don't care." At this moment, Liu Yifei outwardly remained dismissive, her arrogant side kicking in again. But she had already started using her little brain, frantically searching through the characters in her mind. Clearly, she was beginning to look for her competitors. Jiang Yu, with Liu Yifei looking so arrogant, he pretended to consider it and said, I haven't decided yet. I think Liu Shishi is pretty good, and I'd like to have her give it a try. After all, our last collaboration was quite pleasant." "No, you." Liu Yifei was furious when she heard that Jiang Yu would rather choose Liu Shishi than her. Everyone in the industry knows that when Liu Shishi first debuted, she was called Little Fairy, and even her company has always operated according to that standard. Therefore, friction between the two is inevitable in their competition for certain resources, which has led to ongoing discord between their fan bases. In addition, Liu Yifei's mother really protected this little girl too well. In addition, Ben's arrogant personality led to him not having very harmonious relationships with some female celebrities in the industry. So at this moment, he suddenly brought up Liu Shishi. This immediately made the defiant little cat bristle, and it successfully created a misunderstanding. Her, what makes her so special? What do I lack compared to him? Do you like her? Yes, that's definitely it. No wonder you're right in front of me. The more Liu Yifei thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. She looked at Jiang Yu with a wronged expression, and tears welled up in her eyes. "No, why are you crying? Don't cry, I was just kidding." Seeing this, Jiang Yu knew he had really messed up. He hurriedly began to explain. "Ben originally intended this role for you. The lead role was absolutely yours, so don't cry, really." Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei, her face still trembling with sobs, turned to Jiang Yu for confirmation. But at the same time, tears were already welling up in her eyes, ready to burst forth. It was as if Jiang Yu's head shook her head and her tears were about to burst forth. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly reassured her. "Don't worry, this role is absolutely yours. Ben came here specifically to cast you. Look, this is the female lead role in Ben's play." In case Liu Yifei didn't believe it, Jiang Yu even brought out Ben. a character exclusively associated with Liu Yifei. By this time, Liu Yifei had already wiped away her tears and snatched the ben from Jiang Yu's hand with astonishing speed. Where was her previous tearful appearance? Oh, you actually lied to me. Oh, it's only fair to return the favor. Who told you to lie to me just now? At this moment, the little girl's eyes crinkled into crescents, and she smiled like a victorious little fox. Seeing that she finally had a drama series with the female lead Ben in her hands, she didn't delay. All right, I'm full. I'm going back to my room now. Liu Yifei took the play Ben back to the room to study it as if it were a treasure. Jiang Yu was left with only a stunning back view. No, isn't it your turn to wash the dishes today? But at this point, Liu Yifei wouldn't be able to respond to him. Jiang Yu had no choice but to accept her fate, and she cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen. Jiang Yu acted quickly. He couldn't wait to bring your name back to life. Aside from the male and female leads, there aren't many other main characters in your name. Jiang Yu simply cast all the people recommended by Teacher Chen Hai into the film. Of course, Teacher Chen Hai wasn't just randomly pushing people. He only gave awards to the rare top students in the college. As for Yang Mi, director Jiang Yu also gave her the role of the older sister whom the male lead has a crush on. But Jiang Yu has one requirement for this group of people. They must undergo a month of training. Unfortunately, no matter how outstanding they are, they still lack experience as graduates from school. This is Jiang Yu's first film as both director and actor, and it's also a battle that truly solidifies his position in the industry. Therefore, he would not tolerate the slightest flaw, and even Yang Mi yielded to his firm stance. Other young people who have just graduated from school feel even less of a problem. Besides, Teacher Chen Hai is also in it, right? That's right. After Jiang Yu's persistent pleading, Teacher Chen Hai also made a cameo appearance. He will be playing Liu Yifei's father, who is also Mitsuha's father in the drama The Town Mayor. During the training, Jiang Yu was not idle either. He traveled all over the country to find a suitable location for the meteor town in the movie. Although the Great Xia dynasty is vast and rich in resources, finding a suitable place is not easy. But luckily we have Brother Tongzi. Jiang Yu finally found a suitable location in Guizhou, nestled against the mountains and beside the water. The scenery here is breathtaking. Ben should be a great tourist destination. However, due to inconvenient transportation and insufficient publicity, outsiders generally do not come, except for local residents. However, none of these are problems. Jiang Yu believes that as long as the film is shot here, the place will immediately become lively after the movie is released. He knew all too well the power of these surrounding scenic products. They were limitless. After communicating with the village chief and the local government, Jiang Yu booked the entire site for filming. The actors, filming crew, and sets are all ready. Jiang Yu remains as low-key as ever. They held their own opening ceremony and there wasn't a single reporter present. The scene was incredibly shabby. The accompanying actors were also somewhat confused, but it was the director's decision and they couldn't interfere. Jiang Yu wasn't doing nothing. On that happy day, he updated his Weibo. New film shooting begins. Your name, initiation. Below are two images showing the device booting up. It's very simple, yet it reveals a tremendous amount of information. But this small picture has stirred up a huge uproar online. Many netizens were stunned by this sudden news. Many netizens were incredulous upon seeing this news. Spirited Away just finished its theatrical run and its popularity is still going strong. Right now, everyone, media industry insiders, netizens, and movie fans, is paying close attention to Jiang Yu's every move. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu has not made any public appearances since the promotional period ended, and no one knows what he has been up to. As a result, he immediately made a big move upon his first public appearance, which excited a large number of netizens. Many people commented on Jiang Yu's Weibo post. Dude, I remember Spirited Away just finished showing not long ago and there's already a sequel, but I like it. Finally popping up, is it my idol's new movie? Looking forward to it. I must say I'm very satisfied with the work efficiency. Please continue, thank you. Damn, another movie with over-the-top special effects, but I'd rather see Spirited Away too. Requesting part 2 too. Exactly, I'm going crazy waiting. Why not make a second season of Spirited Away? Hey everyone upstairs, wake up. Sen's story is already over, isn't it? Logically there shouldn't be a second part. How could this be over? Haku and Chihiro haven't reunited yet. I don't care, my ship has to come true. It's clear that fans of Spirited Away haven't yet become Jiang Yu's own fans. They still had many doubts about the films this person made. After all, there are plenty of examples of people who only have a fleeting moment of fame in the industry. Right, Doge, so most people are still watching and waiting. Only if Jiang Yu's movie succeeds can his directorial talent be truly confirmed. However, he still has quite a few supporters. Brother Xiao and Sister Linger are finally teaming up again. They tricked me so badly last time. Yeah, judging from the poster, is our CP couple fandom finally going to be over? But what kind of strange story is this? A high school couple, I can't wait. Same expectation +1. This is a fan account of the Jiang You and Liu Yifei pairing. I don't care, our male god Jiang is the best. This is a brainless fan. Many rational people also expressed their expectation and wait-and-see attitude, saying they would wait and see. In short, this small Weibo post by director Jiang You sparked a huge online discussion. Even those within the industry are speculating whether this person can continue to create miracles, or whether he will run out of talent like a shooting star in the night sky. Director Jiang You was unaware of the immense online buzz his unintentional act had generated. At that moment, he was giving Liu Yifei acting instructions. You're a boy now, so you should act like one, okay? Take bigger steps, step onto the table. Be firm, sister. At this moment, he reverted to his tyrannical demeanor on set, beating Liu Yifei until she couldn't lift her head. Yang Mi, standing to the side, was stunned. You didn't tell me this guy was so fierce before we came. Liu Yifei acted so well, yet Jiang You scolded her like this. What about herself? Yang Mi felt utterly hopeless when she thought about her own terrible acting skills. Okay, one more take. This time you absolutely have to show this emotion. Otherwise, you can get out of here and calm down. Seeing no sign of pleading in Liu Yifei's eyes, Jiang You coldly issued his order. Photographer, get ready, focus. Hey, you over there, can't you walk? You don't have legs, go get them fixed, hurry up. Jiang Yu's strictness startled the senior students who were working with him for the first time. Indeed, it must have been quite a challenge for them to encounter such a monstrous and ruthless person as Jiang You on their first job. It's only been a short while, and several photographers, including the handmaiden, have already been brought to tears by his scolding. It was Liu Yifei who comforted him in the past. There was no way around it. After the last shoot, she already knew what kind of person this guy was, so she easily adapted. First shot, third action. After teaching Liu Yifei for half a day, Jiang You saw that it was almost time and immediately began the third round of filming. But it wasn't long before Jiang You called it off again. No, you're still acting like a girl. Look at me like this. Jiang You pointed to herself. What do you think of me normally? Now you need to put yourself in my shoes. You're a guy, and guys don't dawdle like this when they get up. Don't come across as effeminate. Jiang Yu said a lot, but he was also quite helpless when he saw that Liu Yifei still seemed to only have a vague understanding. However, he also knew that it was very difficult to get someone to change their habits. Although she has made rapid progress with the help of her superb acting skills, she is still a long way from meeting Jiang Yu's requirements. So he simply came up with a plan. How about this? From now on, we'll live in the same room and observe each other's living habits. Liu Yifei was a little confused when she heard this. No way, the thing I've been dreaming of has actually happened. Happiness came too suddenly and the young girl was caught off guard. Before Liu Yifei could refuse, Yang Mi jumped out from the side. She angrily questioned Jiang You. No, how can this be? You two aren't boyfriend and girlfriend. But Jiang Yu's voice is undeniable. It's settled then. In order to make the movie present a better effect, Jiang You doesn't care about so many other things. Yang Mi was furious. In his opinion, Jiang Yu was just taking advantage of Liu Yifei for the sake of his position. Absolutely not, you pervert. Sissy, let's go. Yang Mi grabbed Liu Yifei by the collar, trying to lead her away. With her there, she was determined not to let that pervert succeed. Mimi, it's actually okay. Just as Yang Mi was about to unleash a torrent of abuse on Jiang Yu, this shameless scoundrel, a weak voice rang in her ear. Upon closer inspection, Liu Yifei was still standing in the same spot. Just kidding, Miss Ben has finally gotten this golden opportunity. How could she possibly let it slip away? At this moment, Liu Yifei was already overjoyed. But you definitely can't say that out loud. I don't mean I want to go. It's just. This will improve the quality of the film and also enhance my acting skills. This is my first leading role in a film. I want to do my best. Yes, it's all out of necessity. That's how it is. Liu Yifei convinced herself again with the same words, but Yang Mi saw the excitement on her face. He didn't look like he was forced into it at all. As intelligent as she was, she immediately understood that this had struck a chord with her. Since that was the case, Yang Mi could only snort and then ignore it. However, for some reason, Yang Mi felt a little bad about not being able to stop it, looking at Jiang You in the distance, who was instructing the camera on the shooting angle. For some reason, she just wanted to punch this guy hard right now. Jiang Yu was unaware of all of this. By the time he announced his decision, he had already gone off to attend to the next part of the film crew's work. As for what that stinky old woman just said, Jiang Yu said, "You can say whatever you want, whether I listen or not is my business." He was filming the next scene at that moment. Since Liu Yifei's scenes can't be filmed for the time being, we'll just have to film his own scenes first. With the support of Brother Tongzi's amazing acting skills and ability to portray 1,000 different characters, a short while later, Jiang Yu came out of the dressing room, and all the girls present were stunned. Simply put, he's just too handsome. The man before me was tall and slender, a clean high school uniform casually draped over his shoulders, giving him a very relaxed look. Because of the makeup, her face appeared somewhat rounder, losing some of its sharpness and ruthlessness and gaining a more innocent look. Her wispy hairs fell around her ears, and her azure eyes shone with confidence and sunshine. He has the perfect air of a young man who still retains a refined and elegant demeanor. Wow, seeing director Jiang like this reminds me of my first love. A female senior from the photography department looked at Jiang Yu with a smitten expression. Who can disagree? I really want to take this boy home. Ah, I want it too. A murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd until Jiang Yu reverted to his original Ben appearance and swept a glance over. The whispers that had just been going on immediately disappeared. In just this short time, director Jiang Yu's authority was firmly established. Even Yang Mi and Liu Yifei were stunned for a while. It wasn't until Jiang Yu disappeared from their sight that the two realized what had happened. Wow, Liu Yifei was already drooling. However, she maintained a composed demeanor on the surface, though inwardly she was secretly thinking, "Such an outstanding man, Liu Yifei must get him, absolutely." Seeing how handsome Jiang Yu was, Yang Mi was momentarily stunned. Strong Ritsu's estrogen surged, making her heart beat faster and faster. This gave her face a barely perceptible flush, but she quickly regained her composure. She patted her face, silently complaining to herself, "That show-off, he just loves to pretend." However, despite saying that, her eyes never left Jiang Yu for a moment. After all, it's always pleasing to the eye to look at handsome men. The filming went by quickly. After all, with Jiang Yu's godlike acting skills, he could film anything in one take. As filming progressed, the other actors quickly got into character, and Liu Yifei has now become his little shadow. She followed Jiang Yu wherever he went, except when sleeping, but it wasn't that Liu Yifei didn't want to go with her. It was just that Jiang Yu would lock him out whenever he went to sleep. In his words, men and women should not touch each other, so if you're going to sleep, don't follow me. Ben thought he had seized a great opportunity, while Liu Yifei was depressed for a while. However, the effect is remarkable thanks to Brother Tong's godlike acting skills. Through this interaction and imitation, Liu Yifei quickly found her footing and became increasingly adept at filming. Even Yang Mi, who was standing next to her, felt that this girl had completely turned into a man. Having learned from the experience of the last shoot, he didn't go on a big shoot this time, but he wasn't completely out of the public eye either. Instead, he occasionally posts behind-the-scenes glimpses and clips of his roux on Weibo to maintain his popularity. This has led to Your Name being quite popular online. While it may not be to the point of dominating the trending topics, there are still quite a few people paying attention to this movie. Of course, the majority of them are people who admire good looks as well as fans of romantic pairings. They stared at the stills and watched the interactions between the cast and crew, savoring the sweet moments. At the same time, a large number of false reports were also published online. That's just how the media works. They write about whatever's trending. This leads to situations like Jiang Yu, having exhausted his talent, begins to venture into campus youth films. Is he really a genius director, always rehashing old material and focusing on obscure themes? These reports also misled many movie fans, who expressed their concerns on director Jiang Yu's Weibo account. "Dude, don't mess with this. Youth films are such an old genre. Who watches them anymore? What we want to see are ghosts, fantasy, and magic. You can't just stick to great special effects in teen movies." Upstairs, I have reason to suspect that Jiang Yu is out of money. After all, the special effects in Spirited Away were so amazing it must have cost a fortune. They're probably hoping to make a quick buck with this movie. I don't care, I absolutely won't watch a poorly made movie that's just a cash grab. Not necessarily, guys, there's a rumor that this movie might have some kind of spiritual element. Seriously. Soul going to be a horror movie. No way, with such great special effects, a horror movie would probably scare the crap out of me. Probably not. Director Jiang wouldn't go so far as to film something like a girl's dormitory. No way, I'm allergic to horror movies. On Jiang Yu's Weibo, these discussions are getting increasingly heated. The extent to which the building was leaning left him completely dumbfounded when he saw it. Even Wang Jinhua called to ask if the studio should clarify things. Jiang Yu said no, just kidding, what's there to clarify? It's great buzz, let's maintain it and hype it up again after the movie is released. As filming progressed, the team members worked together more and more seamlessly. Although Jiang Yu has been cursed by everyone behind his back countless times, there's no way around it, his standards are just too high. Sometimes he can spend an entire day on something he's not satisfied with just one shot. During filming, countless staff members and actors were verbally abused to their faces, though older actors like the grandmother fared somewhat better. The young staff members really couldn't take it, especially some of the girls, who often left Jiang Yu with tears in their eyes. This also solidified his title as the Great Demon King. However, there is one exception, Yang Mi, who plays the older sister. This little firecracker is the only one who can argue back when Jiang Yu scolds him. She's incredibly stubborn. No matter how much the director scolds her, she'll always have a retort. The only result was that I got even harsher lectures. In this tense and exciting atmosphere, the movie progressed quickly. In less than a month, half of the movie has already been filmed, and it is highly likely that filming will wrap up in the middle of next month. Just as Jiang Yu was rushing to meet the deadline, Wang Jinhua brought him some good news. The Great Xia Film Festival is about to open. He has to go. The 100 Flowers Awards, and everyone celebrated. In the film and television industry of Daxia, there are 4 film awards that have always held a leading position. One is the Huibao Award, officially and authoritatively selected by the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television. This award is supported by a base of renowned film veterans and official endorsements, making it one of the most officially recognized awards. Another one is the Golden Rooster Awards, which was held by the Hong Kong entertainment industry. This award was very prestigious in the 1990s and 2000s because it had been held for many years. However, since the mainstream is in the Hong Kong entertainment circle, most of the award winners are Hong Kong and Taiwan artists. There are many twists and turns there, and quite a few stubborn old fogies. So with the rise of the mainland and the decline of the Hong Kong entertainment circle, its popularity and authority are not as strong as before. Another example is the Taiwanese Jin Awards, which, like the ones mentioned above, exhibit significant discrimination against mainland actors. Although this discrimination has lessened considerably over time, it still objectively exists. The last one is the 100 Flowers Awards in mainland China, also known as the Public's Award, because this award is selected by the audience and judges together, so it also represents the audience's taste to a certain extent. The 100 Flowers Awards are about to open. Jiang Yu's film Spirited Away has undoubtedly received multiple award nominations. So when Wang Jinhua called to tell Jiang Yu this good news, Ben was not surprised at all. He was still focused on setting up his equipment. He had a scene to film later where he had to go up the mountain. Wang Jinhua sounded very excited on the phone. Jiang Yu, you have received multiple nominations at the 36th 100 Flowers Film Awards. Oh, Jiang Yu's calm reaction struck her as odd. No, this is a 100 Flowers Awards nomination. Is this your reaction? Hearing her so startled expression, Jiang Yu was speechless. I said it's just a nomination. Why are you so surprised? We haven't even won the award yet and you're already like this. What will you be like after we win? Jiang Yu spoke with a disdainful tone. Win an award? Isn't this your first time making a movie? What award are you going to win? Wang Jinhua, still in shock, was on the other end of the phone. Wait, weren't we talking about the nominations? Why is he so focused on winning an award? Jiang Yu said to Wang Jinhua on the other end of the phone, sounding exasperated. No, with the achievements of our film, it would be strange if we didn't win an award. Putting aside everything else, who can compete with me for Best New Director this year? Oh right, Wang Jinhua finally realized that the two of them were different now than before. Jiang You now has a strong foundation in the film industry. Jiang You is still talking on the other end of the phone. Sis, be bold. Win as many awards as you want this year. I reckon even Liu Yifei could win Best Supporting Actress. Wang Jinyu couldn't hear what was said after that. At this moment, she finally realized that she had unknowingly entered the film industry, and he just took a hammer and hammered it in without even saying hello. After a long pause, Wang Jinyu finally remembered the important matter. By the way, the 100 Flowers Awards ceremony is the day after tomorrow. You should go and attend. But Jiang Yu was not happy to hear these words. Isn't it supposed to be that fast? But I'm busy filming right now, I can't get away. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinyu, who was on the other end of the phone, immediately became displeased. What, you're saying you don't want to go? Jiang Yu immediately seized the opportunity. Can I not go? That would be great. To be honest, he really hates going to those kinds of speeches and ceremonies. They're just too much trouble. With this kung fu hustle, wouldn't it be better to shoot a few more shots? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Wang Jinyu couldn't help but scoff at Byakugan. You don't know, some people would beg for this and still not get it. I don't care, you have to go. This is our first step into the film industry. Her tone was firm and left no room for argument. In that case, the filming can be delayed by 2 days. I don't care, you have to listen to me this time. Upon hearing Wang Jinhu's words, Jiang Yu knew that he had no choice but to go this time, so he had no choice but to compromise. Hey, I'll go, okay. Since I can't refuse, I might as well go and broaden my horizons. After all, he had always been active in the TV drama industry, and he had never attended a major film festival like this before. The movie is almost finished filming, so this is a good opportunity to promote it and build some connections. Moreover, knowing more actors will make it easier to choose roles in the future. At least have a way to contact me, right? No, having figured this out, Jiang Yu suddenly started to look forward to the ceremony. Jiang Yu was in a great mood after hearing the good news, so for the first time ever, filming wrapped up early today. After the event, Jiang Yu gathered the cast and crew together to discuss the upcoming holiday. What a holiday, did I hear that right? That's right, most of the crew members had this reaction when they heard the news of the holiday. There's no way around it. After all, Jiang Yu has left such a deep impression on everyone these past few days. No one would believe that someone who lives and works on set would suddenly take a vacation. Yang Mi even directly criticized, "You've finally fallen ill from exhaustion. Is it a fever or a cold?" Upon hearing Yang Mi's words, Jiang Yu, who was about to explain, choked for a moment, then glared at her fiercely. I think there was something off about your performance just now. How about we do another take? At this moment, Jiang Yu's voice was sinister, causing Yang Mi, who was standing next to him, to shiver. The reason is simple. Recently, she's been tormented to the point of wishing she were dead. Seeing that she had finally received her assignment, Jiang Yu explained to everyone why there was a holiday. Everyone on the film crew was thrilled to hear that their director had been nominated for the 100 Flowers Awards. Upon hearing Jiang Yu announce the news, Liu Yifei, who was standing next to him, completely dropped her pretense. She was also nominated for Best Supporting Actress for her outstanding performance in Spirited Away. This means that the two will attend the 100 Flowers Awards ceremony together the day after tomorrow. The entire crew felt incredibly proud when these two pieces of incredibly good news were announced. Everyone understands that it's only a matter of time before Spirited Away wins an award given its quality. If a director wins an award, their team's resume will naturally be enhanced as well. Besides, Spirited Away has already won awards, so how far behind can your name be? Seeing everyone so happy, and reflecting on how tiring the filming had been these past few days, Jiang Yu realized it was time to treat them. So under the guise of celebrating his nomination, he booked the largest hotel in the village and treated the entire group to a lavish meal. Soon, the day of the 100 Flowers Awards arrived, and the two left the film crew to attend the 100 Flowers Awards ceremony. Today marks the opening of the 36th 100 Flowers Awards ceremony. Within the industry, this day is considered quite grand, and many netizens are speculating about the winners. Major online platforms have also set up live streaming rooms for the ceremony. The 100 Flowers Awards, as one of the most prestigious and authoritative awards in the film and television industry in recent years, attracts many talented filmmakers. Therefore, the event was very star-studded, with top male and female celebrities frequently appearing on the red carpet. Reporters from various newspapers were taking photos along the red carpet, with flashes going off frequently. Meanwhile, the discussions in the live broadcast room were also very lively. Everyone hopes to see their favorite stars at the ceremony. It's really lively here. The 100 Flowers Awards are getting more and more crowded lately. Yes, with strong government support and the booming development of the film and television industry in mainland China in recent years, the 100 Flowers Awards have become increasingly prestigious. Yes, there were so many celebrities there. I wonder who will win the film awards this year. I don't know either, but I'm voting for Spirited Away. Bonus, this is truly the best movie I've seen this year. Compared to it, what are the others even worth? Please don't compare Jin inlaid jade to toilet paper, okay? However, from a rational perspective, it is indeed difficult after all. Jiang You is just a newcomer in the film industry. What's wrong with being a newcomer? Does reviewing a movie require seniority? Exactly, I ask everyone here in terms of film quality who can rival Spirited Away this year, not a single one. That's true, he might not win Best Director, but he should have no problem winning Best New Director. Speaking of which, we'll be walking the red carpet later, right? We'll send Xia Blong and Linbi on stage. I haven't seen Sang-sun in so long. Please let them play, please. Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating the moment, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The 36th 100 Flowers Awards ceremony has finally begun. After the host finished announcing the opening remarks, one top celebrity after another entered the venue on the red carpet amidst cheers from the crowd. Backstage at the ceremony, director Jiang You was dressed in a well-fitting white suit, looking dignified and dashing. He was a little nervous today, but it's normal to be a little nervous since it was his first time attending a film ceremony. Liu Yifei, standing beside her, was also exceptionally beautiful today. She wore a white evening gown and looked like she had stepped out of a painting, ethereal and otherworldly. Mai and Zifeng stood between the two men, both dressed in their costumes from the show, their round eyes nervously scanning their surroundings. Her little hands gripped Jiang Yu's clothes tightly. Brother Jiang You, I'm scared. The two little ones were no longer as lively and enthusiastic as usual. After all, they were still just teenagers, and it was inevitable that they would feel a little scared and nervous in such a big setting. Jiang Yu hurriedly comforted Anne. It's all right, my Zio Feng, just treat those guys outside like radishes and cabbages. Liu Yifei also gently comforted him. You two, when the time comes, just hold my hand and Jiang Yu's hand. Don't worry, I'll protect you both. Waiting here together were not only Jiang Yu and his crew, but also many other filmmakers. Jiang Yu also saw many familiar faces. He's acquainted with several people, including Brother Ko, Black Bull, and the TFBOIS. Jiang Yu then struck up a conversation with them, since they were all people in the same industry who would run into each other all the time. Although some of them don't have the same outstanding works as in their previous lives in this parallel world, however, they are all the same people, and their excellence is universal. Even without these works, they would still be famous and remain top figures in the Daxia film and television market. As for actresses, Jiang Yu didn't contact them, just like she said before. Men and women should not touch each other. Jiang Yu would never admit that it was because she was afraid. After all, Liu Yifei was staring at him with a fierce look. Although he didn't pay attention to others, he received just as much attention. Many actresses were secretly watching him, and some of them had a look of resentment in their eyes. This heightened Liu Yifei's alertness even further, and she cursed inwardly. These vixens, all they know how to do is stare at this guy. Thinking about it, Liu Yifei secretly pinched Jiang Yu's waist with her hand. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Yu was bewildered by the sudden attack, wondering what this woman was up to this time. Just then Shen Teng suddenly came up and greeted them. Hey, Jiang. You're something else. No wonder you're a campus heartthrob who's on par with me. Jiang Yu smiled as soon as she saw it was Shen Teng. You have to admit, his face alone is quite comical. How can I compare to you, Brother Tang? Compared to you back then, my looks aren't even 1/10 as good. Jiang Yu could easily come up with nice things, and in some ways he wasn't wrong. After all, Shen Teng was really handsome when he was young. His good looks were widely recognized in the industry back then. But right now, Jiang Yu can't help but laugh when she looks at Uncle Shen's face. Shen Teng laughed when he heard this. Haha, it's been so long, but you're still as good at talking as ever. He stepped forward and put his arm around Jiang Yu's shoulder. The movie was great. When are you going to invite your Uncle Shen to play a role? Yes, I'll definitely come to you when I have a good idea. Director Jiang Yu's words weren't actually Rand's. After all, there are quite a few abstract characters in the anime he wants to film. You agree, right? Uncle Lu, the king of facial expressions. Shen Tang, observing Jiang Yu's expression, knew exactly how shrewd he was. Seeing that Jiang Yu's words didn't seem fake, I secretly felt a sense of approval for his character. This guy seems nice, we can befriend him. Having made this decision in his heart, Shen Tang's words became less polite and his eyes showed more sincerity. So it wasn't like just draped over the shoulder, but rather a forceful scoop. All right, you've got guts, I'm waiting for you. Okay, you wait and see, don't worry, it won't be long. The two chatted for a few more minutes before Shen Tang was called away by someone nearby. Liu Yifei, standing to the side, noticed that Jiang You was only focused on talking to Shen Tang, leaving her standing to the side. She was very angry. HMPH. Liu Yifei didn't want to pay any attention to this guy right now. She could only snort at him. Just then the ceremony staff informed Jiang You that they were ready to enter. Let's go, it's time for our performance. With calm and confident steps, the group stepped onto the red carpet leading into the ceremony. Jiang You wins big awards in a row, reaps abundant rewards. The 100 Flowers Awards have many categories, among which the most famous are undoubtedly the 4 awards for Best Film, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Actress. Among them, the Best Actor is called the Best Actor, and the Best Actress is called the Best Actress. Although they had anticipated receiving their awards before the ceremony began, as informed by the ceremony staff. But the specifics are unclear. As the saying goes, a small prize is still a prize, and a big prize is still a prize. So for the former Ru, Jiang You is still in an unknown state at this time. Liu Yifei, standing to the side, seemed quite concerned about whether she had won the Best Supporting Actress award. She kept muttering in Jiang Yu's ear, "Could it be me? This award is definitely going to be mine, right? What do you think, Jiang Yu?" That's understandable, considering she's been labeled box office poison for years, and now she's finally able to wash away that stigma. So naturally she's very attentive. As for Jiang Yu, he was actually the most relaxed one. For him, winning an award would be great, but not winning one wouldn't really matter. In his view, a film recognized by awards is not necessarily a good film, and a good film does not necessarily need awards to recognize it. It would be best if he had won, but if he didn't, it would be a loss for the judging panel, not for him. To put it simply, since the movie has already finished its run, even if you were selected, it wouldn't increase my box office revenue. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. He was still very confident about the film Ben. As long as the judging panel doesn't pull any shady tricks or cause any trouble, Spirited Away is 100% guaranteed to win a major award. Time flies, and after awarding some minor, insignificant prizes, the first major award was finally announced. The award presenter this time was Teacher He from Mango TV, a very famous host. Teacher He on the stage said loudly, "All right, I know that everyone here and those of you watching on your screens have been waiting for a long time. Now, let's announce the winner of the Best Film Award at the 36th 100 Flowers Film Awards. Which work could it be?" The female host next to her kept it a secret. Meanwhile, the live stream rooms on various platforms were flooded with comments, with countless people mentioning the same work. "Just kidding, that must be my great thousand world, the invincible Spirited Away." Spirited Away needs no explanation. It's not like there's something fishy about Spirited Away all along. All the comments were unanimously Spirited Away, which shows just how much love and excitement this movie has brought to the audience. The rating on Rotten Tomatoes has already reached 9.9. At the same time, Teacher He finally stopped. The final winners have been announced. His voice was impassioned. This film tells a story of love and growth through the fantastical adventure of a little girl. It brought us tears, joy, tenderness, and reflection. The meaning behind those words was quite clear, and at that moment everyone present looked at Jiang Yu in his seat. Their eyes held envy, jealousy, satisfaction, and many other factors. Teacher He finally revealed it as the work directed by rising star director Jiang Yu, Spirited Away. The audience erupted in applause, and all those glances turned into words of congratulations. Everyone present understood that a brilliant director had risen today. Please welcome director Jiang Yu to the stage. Jiang Yu remained calm and composed, showing no change in expression despite winning the award. He stood up like a king celebrating the new year, receiving the worship of everyone present. He also believes that this is just the beginning, and in the future he will roam the vast universe and become the undisputed king of the film and television industry. This is his confidence and also his high spirits. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang You finally stepped onto the stage and accepted the trophy from Teacher He, then picked up the microphone, nodded to Teacher He, and delivered his acceptance speech. There's not much to say in the acceptance speech. It's just a set of official lines thanking everyone for their hard work, thanking parents for raising their children, and thanking the audience for their love. Jiang Yu usually reads his prepared remarks briefly and then leaves the stage. For some reason, he had a feeling that he would have to come up again later. Sure enough, when the awards for Best New Director were presented, Teacher He's gaze fell upon him again. Yes, it's him again. However, no one is surprised that he won this award compared to Best Picture. After all, everyone had already anticipated this. What's so strange about someone who can make a Best Picture winning a Best Newcomer award? Only Liu Yifei, standing to the side, was very excited, cheering loudly for director Jiang Yu's achievements. Ah, Jiang Yu, you're amazing. Congratulations. Seeing the little girl's joyful face, Jiang Yu felt a little touched. She said, "Oh dear, don't be so happy for me yet. It's almost time for your award to be announced." That's right. After the Best Newcomer award is announced, the next awards to be presented will be Best Supporting Actor and Best Supporting Actress. Although to the others present, the Best Supporting Actress award was just a minor, insignificant prize. But for Liu Yifei right now, it is of extraordinary significance. After all, she's been called box office poison for years, and today is the day she can finally shed that stigma. Being strong-willed by nature, she desperately needs recognition for her acting skills. During live streams on various platforms, netizens were also worried about Liu Yifei. Hey guys, do you think Liu Yifei will succeed? Of course, his performance in Spirited Away speaks for itself. I doubt it, mainly because he has too few scenes. Indeed, although the performance was outstanding, the screen time was too short. I don't care, I support Fairy Sister anyway. Same support +1 at this moment. He Jiang on stage finally announced the choice for the female supporting role. Liu Yifei's eyes were also fixed on the stage. She hoped that the name she uttered would belong to her. Unfortunately, the award was also given to members of the Spirited Away crew. However, the award did not go to Liu Yifei. That's right, the actress who played Yubaba won the Best Supporting Actress award. Veteran artist Lee Minky. Upon hearing the result, Liu Yifei's face was filled with disappointment. The sparkle in his eyes vanished in an instant. Although she had been mentally prepared for this, she was still very unhappy when the results were announced. I guess I'm still not reassured. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yu immediately comforted Anne. "Oh, it's all right, you acted very well. That's Teacher Lee, you've already made great progress compared to her." I know, but I clearly had a chance." Liu Yifei's disappointment was palpable, and it seemed to be escalating further. She understood that her performance was indeed far behind that of Teacher Lee. But she was not worried seeing the lovely woman beside him like this. Jiang Yu knew that if he didn't really do something serious, this guy would really be locked in a stalemate for a long time. So he leaned close to Liu Yifei's ear and whispered, it's all right. We still have a movie to make, right? Winning Best Supporting Actress is no fun. After your name is over, we'll come back with Best Actress." Really? Upon hearing this, hope immediately shone in Liu Yifei's eyes. Seeing that it was effective, Jiang Yu continued to tempt him. "Don't you want to win Best Actor and Best Actress awards with me?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei thought it made sense. If she could win Best Actor and Best Actress awards with Jiang Yu, it would definitely be an unforgettable moment. Compared to this, not winning the award this time is just a minor setback. By this time, Liu's tense emotions had calmed down, and she had also made a silent resolution in her heart. "Next time, I won't let this opportunity slip away again. Absolutely not." The awards ceremony continued, and Spirited Away remained the star of the show. He went on to win the awards for Best Art Direction and Best Story. For a time, they were the talk of the town. However, Jiang Yu missed out on the Best Director award. The only reason is that he lacks the necessary qualifications. Besides, the competition organizing committee also needs to maintain a balance. If one person wins all the big prizes, what will the others think? The awards ceremony, which lasted 2 hours, finally came to an end. Jiang Yu is very satisfied. To achieve such a result on my first appearance at the 100 Flowers ceremony is already beyond my expectations. However, Liu Yifei was still somewhat sullen, and this defeat made her very dissatisfied with herself. In her opinion, if she had worked harder in normal times, the result might not have been like this. So as soon as Liu Yifei returned to the hotel, she started pestering Jiang You to tutor her. The two rehearsed their lines in the room all night, so much so that Jiang You woke up with dark circles under his eyes the next morning. After this interesting interlude, the entire team then threw themselves back into the intense filming process. Liu Yifei's stubbornness after returning to the film set. Liu Yifei seemed like a completely different person. He began to study acting skills like crazy and even put aside his plans to win over Jiang You for the time being. In her words, if you have no man in your heart, you will naturally be a god when you draw your sword. This time he will absolutely not hold Jiang You back. Liu Yifei's enthusiastic behavior inspired everyone in the crew, especially Yang Mi. This little firecracker is a competitive person. Seeing how hard Liu Yifei works, how could she possibly slack off? I simply rolled it up with her. However, the two of them got all tangled up, which made things difficult for Jiang Yu. Ben was already exhausted from shooting during the day, and then he couldn't even get a proper rest at night, because these two guys often came to him to ask him about acting, and they would talk for hours on end. This really annoyed him, so he eventually just made a direct rule. I can only come over an hour after lunch. I absolutely cannot come at other times. This improved the situation considerably, and Liu Yifei's manic state also subsided. As time went by, even with such strict requirements as those for soy sauce, the team gradually accelerated their filming pace. Today we're filming the biggest scene in the movie, and also the most memorable scene from my previous life. That was at dusk. The two had their makeup done early in the morning in preparation for filming this scene. The weather was already late autumn and the temperature had dropped sharply. In addition, the entire crew was on the mountaintop, so it was even more chilly. Liu Yifei in particular was dressed only in a girl's high school uniform due to dress requirements, her fair thighs and bare ankles exposed. The biting wind stung my skin. Liu Yifei subconsciously moved closer to Jiang Yu, letting out a hissing sound of cold air. Sizzle, it's so cold. Yang Mi, seeing Liu Yifei's legs were red from the cold, felt very sorry for her. After these days of filming, the two had become like best friends. Sissy, how about we put on some clothes first and take them off when we start filming? Even the usually strict Jiang Yu advised him. This guy is right, why don't you put on some clothes first? There's still a while before filming starts. Don't let yourself get cold, it's not worth it. And it is expected that Liu Yifei will directly shake her head and refuse. No need, this is fine, I can manage. Seeing her so stubborn, Jiang Yu had no choice but to give up trying to persuade her. Instead, they told the crew to hurry up and prepare so that they could start filming sooner and suffer less. Once everything was ready, the assistant director gave the order to start filming. Okay, now we're filming at dusk. First shot, first action. Taki, where are you, Taki? In front of the shrine of the priestess, Mitsuha heard the voice of Taki. The sound was both very close and very far away. It seemed to be coming from just ahead. Mitsuha found it strange. In her eyes there was nothing but endless mountains in front of her. The distant sea of clouds was tinged with a golden hue by the solitary glow of the setting sun. At this very moment, day and night meet. At dusk, Mitsuha murmured, and at that moment the figure calling out Mitsuha in the distance appeared. The two finally looked at each other. The boy looked at the girl he knew so well, his eyes gentle, and a smile appeared on his lips. Mitsuha, Taki, the two called each other's names. This was the first time the two had met each other, but the two had long since developed a deep connection. The girl looked at the boy in front of her, whom she knew all too well, and couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. She rushed forward wanting to hug the boy, but fear stopped them in their tracks. Taki, are you really Taki? The girl was crying. Those were tears of joy. She didn't know if the boy in front of her was the boy she knew. Taki gently stroked Mitsuha's tears and responded softly. I've come to see you. That's really not easy, considering you live so far away from me. But how did you do that? Mitsuha was puzzled. Taki was not in front of him just a moment ago, so how did he suddenly appear? That's because I drank Mitsuha's kuchikamizake. How could you drink that? Upon hearing that the dragon had actually drunk her kuchikamizake, Mitsuha's face immediately turned red. What's wrong? Taki was unaware of the seriousness of the situation. You bastard, you pervert, the shy Mitsuha started cursing. The way you touched my chest earlier, didn't you? Oh no. Taki was flustered after being suddenly exposed. How did you know? Yatsuha told me that she saw everything. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Taki simply apologized. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, it's only once. Only once? Mitsuha asked, her face full of disbelief. Then she realized. This has happened every time, you idiot. Liu Yifei portrayed this shy, girlish demeanor perfectly. The two actors' performances gradually improved, and the scenes of them showcasing their acting skills were breathtaking. Yang Mi even wondered if Liu Yifei had directly brought in real feelings. Click. Okay, Director Jiang, what do you think of this one? Upon hearing a snap, Liu Yifei's legs went weak, and she collapsed onto Jiang You. It turns out she was already freezing cold and was only holding on by sheer willpower. Now that filming has finally ended, Liu Yifei's tense nerves relaxed and she could no longer hold on. Director Jiang Yu handed Liu Yifei over to Yang Mi for support and walked to the instrument to take a look. Both of them performed exceptionally well this time, and the shot was surprisingly approved on the first try. When Liu Yifei saw Jiang Yu give an okay sign, indicating that it was okay, a relieved smile finally appeared on her face. She then leaned on Yang Mi's shoulder and fell asleep. There was no other way. She had studied the scene all night and didn't go to sleep until 2 a.m., and she had to get up early to film today. Arriving at the location at 5 a.m. coupled with her own exhaustion from working day after day, the young girl's body simply couldn't take it anymore. Jiang Yu felt very sorry for the girl when she saw the weariness in her eyes. Having known him for so long, this was the first time he had ever seen the little guy work so hard. Give her to me, Jiang Yu said, taking Liu Yifei from Yang Mi's hands. He then picked her up very gently, as if afraid of disturbing her. Surprisingly, Yang Mi didn't object this time and simply handed Liu Yifei over to him. Watching Jiang Yu carry Liu Yifei into the car to rest, everyone in the crew had a look of utter disbelief. During their time together, Liu Yifei's subtle feelings for Jiang Yu were obvious to everyone present. I've often been troubled by these two's affairs. Now witnessing the two finally make a breakthrough, this group of people are happier than anyone else. After all, while others only ship couples online, they've actually got real-life sweet moments from real life. The feeling is naturally different. Since filming that scene, the movie has progressed faster and faster, and the actors' performances have improved. Among them, besides Liu Yifei, Yang Mi has made the most progress. There's no way around it. After all, Yang Mi started from a very low level, and she and Liu Yifei have been receiving guidance from Jiang Yu during this period. Her acting skills have improved tremendously compared to before. As filming progressed day by day, their team became increasingly adept at their work. The lead actors' teamwork became increasingly seamless, causing the film to progress faster and faster. Ben originally planned that filming would take about 4 months to complete. Now, however, it only took 2 short months. Filming has come to an end and we're about to wrap up. Congratulations, filming has wrapped, it's over. Jiang Yu loudly announced the completion of filming. Everyone in the crew was overjoyed, to be honest. Although their film was shot so quickly, it was actually the result of everyone on set working extremely hard. They are often busy from morning till night, and they also have to get up to shoot at night. The intensity is extremely high. Previously, many crew members had privately condemned this inhumane behavior. But when the day of parting and ending finally arrived, many people showed their reluctance to leave. After all, we've been living and eating together here for so long these past 2 months, and we've developed quite a bit of friendship. But that's the entertainment industry. Farewells are the norm. At the wrap party that evening, everyone toasted the devilish director. After all, this guy had bullied them a lot on set, and now that they finally had a chance to get revenge, they naturally wouldn't miss it. Jiang Yu Ben was never a good drinker, and after being forced to drink so much, he started talking nonsense. Come on, let's keep drinking. Jiang Yu mumbled incoherently, wanting to continue proving herself. Oh dear, Director Jiang can't take it anymore. Please stop forcing him. Seeing Jiang Yu's drunken state, Liu Yifei was worried and quickly tried to dissuade the others. Yang Mi, who was drinking heavily, was holding her best friend's hand and complaining about this guy. Serves him right, who told him to exploit us like that all the time. Sissy, don't side with outsiders. Come on, let's keep drinking. But Liu Yifei, who was only focused on Jiang Yu, had no interest in drinking with her best friend. Seeing Jiang Yu's miserable state, everyone stopped fooling around and went back to their merriment. Among those present, only Liu Yifei hadn't drunk much and was most familiar with Jiang Yu, so she took Jiang Yu back to the room to rest. It was quite difficult for Ben and Liu Yifei, a girl, to help this boy. But there was no other way, everyone was drunk, so she was the only one who could do it. That jerk, I'll have to warn him not to drink so much next time. Liu Yifei rolled up her sleeves, ready to help Jiang You back to the room, but as soon as her hand touched his shoulder, she realized something was wrong. Why is this thing so light? The girl wondered. The next second, she finally realized, no, this guy isn't drunk, neither is Ben. Sure enough, the next second, Liu Yifei felt a slight itch in her palm. Jiang You was tickling her palm, and this sudden movement made Liu Yifei's ears turn slightly red. What is this guy doing? Fortunately, the banquet was noisy and everyone was chatting happily, so no one noticed Liu Yifei's unusual behavior. This gave Liu Yifei a feeling of being sneaky. Without further delay, Liu Yifei helped Jiang You, who was pretending to be asleep, back to the room. As soon as she opened the door, Liu Yifei threw the man on her shoulder onto the bed. Alright, stop pretending, we're already in your room. Jiang You, who was originally drunk, instantly sobered up. He chuckled. Hee, sometimes you have to be clever, right? There was no other way. If he didn't pretend to be drunk, he might not be able to get up tomorrow. Liu Yifei couldn't help but laugh at this guy's shameless behavior. I was just worried about this guy, but who knew he already had a way to escape? Alright, since you're alright, I'll be going now. Liu Yifei was preparing to take her leave. Jiang You was somewhat surprised to hear this, and he subconsciously asked, "Weren't you leaving so early? Why don't we chat a little longer?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. Is this guy trying to keep me here? He suddenly became more perceptive. Liu Yifei wanted to confirm the answer. Are you reluctant to let me go? Liu Yifei once again launched a direct interview. Jiang Yu's answer was unsurprising. No, but if you go out now, won't they know I'm faking being drunk? She didn't hear the answer she wanted. Liu Yifei was somewhat frustrated and even more annoyed. Can't this guy say something nice? Honestly, he's so dense. So Liu Yifei replied in an annoyed manner. No thanks, I'm leaving now. As for you getting caught faking being drunk, that's none of my business. Seeing Liu Yifei's expression, Jiang You could only offer words of comfort. In fact, Jiang You wasn't stupid. Everyone else in the crew could feel Liu Yifei's feelings for him, so how could he not know? However, Jiang You is very cautious when it comes to relationships, especially romantic relationships. He knew his own personality. He couldn't possibly give his heart to only one girl. He is a passionate person, but not a promiscuous one. Therefore, he couldn't make any promises to Liu Yifei once he knew what she wanted. It's better to just pretend to be stupid and stay that way. It's better for everyone that way. Liu Yifei didn't know Jiang You had this idea and thought this guy was really a block of wood. After Liu Yifei left, Jiang You sighed softly in the room. She didn't know how to handle their relationship. Let nature take its course. Not knowing how to handle things today, Jiang You simply gave up and decided to let things take their course. Filming for Your Name has finished, but for many this doesn't mean it's all over. There's an even bigger problem. What about the special effects? Although the scenery they captured was beautiful and the images were top-notch for the time. However, it depends on what you compare it to. Compared to other movies, it's certainly passable. But compared to Spirited Away, it would probably be utterly crushed. However, Jiang You is not worried about these things at all. Why would he need to worry about this thing when he has the system to carry him? He directly sent the original video to the system, asking it to add special effects and optimize it. Of course, we can't say that on the surface. We have to do something to cover it up, otherwise it would be hard to explain. Fortunately, Jiang You had made preparations for this. He had previously allowed Wang Jinhua to set up an independent special effects production department in the studio. He also said that he would handle the employees himself, and as long as he claimed that they were the ones who did the special effects, no one would doubt it. Of course, once the business grows bigger, he will indeed need to hire people to take charge of these things. Now all we can do is keep lying for as long as we can. In just 3 days, with the strong support of Tongzi, the post-production of Your Name was completed. It's the same old thing, the graphics, sound effects, everything has been pushed to its limits by the system. Jiang You couldn't help but sigh. The system's technology is truly impressive. In reality, it would be impossible to achieve this level of sophistication. Okay, everything's all set now except for the theme song. Jiang You is really having a headache over this theme song. Unlike the music in Spirited Away, which is entirely instrumental, the movie Your Name does have a real theme song. The theme song for the previous life was Zen Zen Says, which is in the language of cherry blossoms, but we definitely can't do that now. Although in this world the cherry blossom country has become the Sakura province, however, since it is a film released nationwide, it is most appropriate to use Mandarin. But which song should we choose? Just when Jiang You was troubled by this, an unexpected person arrived and solved his predicament. At the hotel, Jiang You and Wang Jinhu jointly received this mysterious guest. "Hello, Ziki, long time no see." Before he finished speaking, a girl suddenly rushed into his arms and greedily inhaled his scent. However, Jiang Yu, realizing what was happening, pushed him away. "Ah, it's been so long, brother, you still smell so good." The visitor looked on with a look of reminiscence, secretly pleased. "Hee, the sneak attack on the idol was a great success, but now we've lost another method." Jiang Yu was also somewhat exasperated by the newcomer's behavior, and he said to the girl, "I've been saying all these years, how come you haven't changed at all? You're a big star now, can't you have some image?" The girl stuck her tongue out at Jiang Yu and said playfully, "Heh, no matter how much time has passed, my idol will always be my idol." Only then did the girl begin to formally greet everyone. "Ah, my idol, I've seen you again." That's right, the person who came was none other than the famous pop diva Deng Ziqi, as the most famous female singer-songwriter in the Dezia music scene. She possesses musical talent and superb singing skills that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. During the years she rose to fame, she created countless popular musical songs. She is one of the most popular female singers in the music scene right now. But no one knows that this female singer also has a little-known past. She is a die-hard fan of Jiang Yu. If entertainment reporters and the media knew about this, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. A rising star in the Chinese music scene is actually a die-hard fan of someone. This is quite a hot topic, but Deng Ziqi has kept it very well hidden. The two had known each other for a long time. That was before Deng Ziqi became famous. Back then, the young girl was just a struggling singer, living a difficult life, quietly creating her own songs and performing in bars in Hong Kong at that time. Jiang Yu had just begun to make a name for himself through his role as Erlang Shen. As a nationally renowned TV series, Lotus Lantern garnered him a large following. It was around that time that GEM was attracted to him. At that time, Deng Ziqi was a complete fan of Jiang Yu's looks. Girls are usually very enthusiastic when it comes to idolizing celebrities, and Deng Ziqi is no exception. She was completely captivated by Jiang Yu's good looks and fell for him. She became Jiang Yu's biggest fan leader and started actively managing and organizing fan groups and chat rooms for him. She looks exactly like a fangirl. The account that director Jiang Yu created back then is still in his fan group. When Jiang Yu finally got in touch with this fan, he was surprised to find that the leader of his fan club was actually a famous pop star from a previous life. So he gave the girl a few pointers, which helped him compose the songs that made her famous in her previous life. Ben initially thought his idol was only a great actor, but he never expected him to be such a talented musician. This made the girl admire Jiang Yu even more. As they got to know each other better, Deng Ziqi, with Jiang Yu's help, embarked on the same path as in his previous life. He became a household name and a superstar singer. Despite this, Ben's relationship with the two did not change fundamentally. Deng Ziqi still held the man in front of her in high esteem, and this adoration only intensified due to her gratitude. That's how the scene at the beginning came about, and such scenes are quite common in the interactions between the two. This is also why Jiang Yu has been avoiding this guy. There's nothing he can do. Although he doesn't dislike idol worship, this girl's idol worship is just a little too fanatical. Just like before, he rushed over and gave Kuma a hug. Who could resist that? Seeing Deng Ziqi staring intently at him, Jiang Yu quickly got down to business. There was no other way. If they didn't get down to business soon, he felt like he was going to be devoured by this woman. "Ahem, Ziqi, what brings you here?" Jiang Yu spoke first, hoping to break the awkward atmosphere. "It's nothing, I just really want to meet my idol. Is that not allowed? After all, it's not easy to get you to stop avoiding me." The girl's eyes were captivating, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. This left Jiang Yu somewhat at a loss, so he chose not to respond to her. There's no way around it. If I take that line, I'll never be able to salvage the situation. Deng Ziqi also knew the principle of moderation. He found Jiang's flustered appearance somewhat amusing. At the same time, his tone became slightly more serious, and he began to talk about serious matters. "Actually, I'm here to help you out, my idol. Seeing that the girl in front of him was no longer aggressive, director Jiang You breathed a sigh of relief, then asked with some doubt, "What can I do for you?" "Wait a minute, Jiang You." Then remembered the theme song and quickly changed her mind. "You know what? There might actually be something I need your help with." Seeing that Jiang Yu really did need her help, Deng Ziqi smiled even more happily. "Idol, don't tell me yet. Let me guess. Is it because you want to ask me to write the theme song?" The clever Deng Ziqi hit the nail on the head, leaving Jiang Yu completely bewildered. "Aren't you supposed to be able to read my mind? How did you know?" "Since you've already said it, how am I supposed to speak up?" Jiang Yu glanced at Wang Jinyu beside him, his intuition telling him that this matter was definitely related to this woman. Sure enough, he saw Wang Jinyu a smug smile, looking like he wanted praise. That's right, Wang Jinyu did indeed reveal this to Deng Ziqi. "Since things have been laid bare, Jiang Yu might as well just give up. Now that you know, would you be willing to do me this favor?" Seeing that director Jiang Yu was still asking the question he already knew the answer to, Deng Ziqi was speechless. "If you're not going to help, why did I come to you today?" She pulled out a sheet of music and waved it in front of director Jiang Yu. "I've written the music for you. It'll absolutely match the style of your film." Jiang Yu took it and looked at it and immediately felt relieved. The sheet music contained two pieces. One of them is none other than Deng Ziqi's famous song, "Light Years Away from His Previous Life." The other song is "Countdown," which is also an excellent song by Deng Ziqi. It seems this girl has brought out all her best Ben callers to help Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was not only slightly touched, but also felt a little guilty. "This girl has helped me so much, and I still keep avoiding her. I'm such a bad person. Thank you, Ziqi. I'm very satisfied with these two songs." He sincerely thanked the girl, and then they talked about the licensing fee. GEM was very happy to see Jiang Yu nod in satisfaction. It was her greatest luck that her efforts were recognized by her idol. When Jiang Yu mentioned money, Xiao Nizi firmly stated that she didn't want any. According to her, Ben was a gift for her idol, and it would be cliché to ask for money from her. Jiang Yu naturally refused, and the two argued for a long time afterward. The girl only symbolically took a small, negligible copyright fee. What could Jiang Yu say in response? He could only use the ever-reliable excuse of inviting her to dinner. Now that the theme song has been decided, the next step is to prepare for the film's release. However, with the help of the Beijing Film Academy, these are not major problems. Jiang Yu is preparing to release Spring Festival slot this time. This time, he doesn't intend to back down. He wants to truly use his own work to compete in this arena. Jiang Yu's studio, when he visited before, the studio had already undergone significant improvements. Apart from the special effects department, Ben's staff structure is exactly the same, with no reduction in the number of people they need to hire. After all, in today's world, college graduates are the least valuable. In addition, Jiang Yu offered good benefits, so recruitment was much faster. The architecture is indeed in place. However, Ru still has a long way to go before it can be put into operation. At this moment, Jiang Yu is convening a meeting with key personnel from various departments in the conference hall. Several department heads were somewhat nervous about this unexpected meeting. After all, this was their first time meeting the boss. Normally, all matters were handled by Wang Jinyu, therefore, no one present could figure out the new boss's temperament. In this tense atmosphere, Jiang Yu finally entered the conference room. He didn't follow any hollow rules, he got straight to the point as soon as he walked in. "Alright, everyone here is a talent carefully selected by the studio. To save time, I won't waste any more words." He then gestured to his secretary to distribute the proposal. After everyone had received the proposal, Jiang Yu spoke again. "Please take a look at the promotional plan in your hands. This time, our film is once again a collaboration with the Beijing Film Academy, and Ben is entirely responsible for their publicity. They also produced the project proposal." Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yu changed the subject. "However, I suggested to them that our studio would also send someone to collaborate with them on this promotion. Although it's called cooperation, the more important thing is actually learning. After all, the studio will be promoting quite a few movies coming up." So this time, the entire publicity department went to the operations department to collaborate with them on this project. "Okay, boss." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's instructions, the head of the publicity department immediately stood up to respond. After giving his instructions, he didn't give anyone a chance to catch their breath and immediately moved on to the next item on the agenda. "Okay, what we just discussed were minor matters. The real agenda for this meeting is about to begin. Regarding the studio's long-term development plan, upon hearing Jiang You bring up this topic, everyone present sat up straight and listened attentively. This is a matter of their future and destiny. To be honest, since they joined this company, they must hope that things will get better and better here. This way their jobs will be secure and they will have more goals to strive for. Therefore, no one present dared to be careless when the new boss discussed this matter. First, Jiang You defined the studio's positioning. First of all, our studio mainly focuses on movies and TV series, and most of the artists we sign are also in this field, and that will not change. Everyone nodded to indicate that they understood. Jiang You then said, we also need to focus on the development of IP and bring out its value. This will be one of our main areas of responsibility going forward. Jiang You was interrupted by the head of the film and television department before he could finish speaking. Excuse me, boss. What does developing the residual value of intellectual property mean? He then realized that there was no such thing as a two-dimensional industry in this world, so naturally there was no corresponding process for developing IPs. Therefore, it's not surprising that many people only have a superficial understanding of this concept. Jiang You had to spend more time explaining the concept of IP value to them. The so-called IP value actually refers to the value of intellectual property rights. The work itself has no intrinsic value. The value of IP lies in how to develop the work into something that generates economic benefits. In later generations, the development of intellectual property IP has become very mature, and many famous works have been adapted into films, television series, or books. Especially popular IPs will also launch products similar to themed parks. It can be said that IP is a very large market, and people in this world know very little about this cake. This is Jiang Yu's opportunity. He wants to be the first to try something new. After hearing his explanation of IP value, everyone present had a gleam in their eyes. They were all top students from their respective schools, so they naturally understood just how much commercial value this thing had. Seeing that everyone finally understood the value of IP, Jiang You continued speaking. Now that we have the huge IP of Spirited Away, we have to make the most of it. So what are you planning to do? Wang Jinhua asked Jiang You from the side. Jiang You had already planned ahead. Since he had brought it up, he was sure he would have a solution. He then pulled out a plan he had made himself. Peripheral product development plan regarding the development of Spirited Away. We can contact several factories to manufacture more peripheral products. We should start by giving away some offline products. Your publicity department should also follow up on this, and we can combine it with our movie. Jiang Yu then offered another idea of his own. With his past life experience, he naturally had a good understanding of IP development, but he did not completely copy the original format. He himself understood that compared to the people below, he was at most just a little knowledgeable. It's best to leave the actual implementation to professionals. The meeting lasted for 2 hours, during which everyone spoke freely and expressed their opinions. After finishing the meeting at the studio, Jiang Yu rushed to the familiar publicity department building. He planned to discuss the film's release with teacher Chen Hai. The release date of a movie is also carefully considered. You can't just randomly choose a date and release it. The timing should be determined by considering the target audience and the film's runtime. In the country, these 4 time slots are generally the most popular. One is the summer release window that Jiang Yu used when it was released on Spirited Away. Because vocational high school students are on holiday during this period, the audience is mostly young people like students who prefer novel things and special effects blockbusters. However, compared to the Lunar New Year film season and the Spring Festival slot, its audience is limited. Secondly, there's the Lunar New Year film season, which is the longest film season, generally from November to the end of February of the following year. During this period, people have more leisure time and it coincides with the new year, so their desire to consume increases accordingly. Therefore, this period is usually the peak season for box office revenue. Many box office records are broken during this time. But the most crucial and core period is actually the Spring Festival slot, one of the golden periods for the film market throughout the year, attracting a huge audience and primarily featuring family-friendly and comedic films. Fantasy films also have a large audience during this time. Jiang You wanted to challenge the difficulty of the Spring Festival slot this time. He wanted to truly go head-to-head with all the big-budget films, and he was confident that his movie was no worse than anyone else's. If the promotion is done well, your name will definitely create a box office miracle in film history. The negotiations between Jiang You and teacher Chen Hai went smoothly, and teacher Chen Hai agreed to Jiang Yu's decision to put the film on the Spring Festival slot. He disagreed with Ben Cumming. After all, the risk is too great. Competing with popular movies produced by big companies, and even with the participation of Hollywood blockbusters, the probability of Ben losing money is extremely high. However, when Jiang Yu showed the finished product to teacher Chen Hai, he fell silent. There was no way around it. The quality was just too high. It's another groundbreaking film that can be compared to Spirited Away. He is now increasingly convinced of the truth behind the saying, Jiang Yu's products are always of high quality. There's no way to deny it. This guy is truly amazing. Luckily, this guy is my student. If he were from another college, I would be devastated. Teacher Chen Hai said with great relief. Teacher Chen Hai is very proud to have such a student under his tutelage. Although I didn't actually teach him anything, that's something no one else knows. From the outside perspective, Jiang You is teacher Chen Hai's prized student, a fact that no one can change. Even so, teacher Chen Hai was still very worried. After all, Jiang You has only directed one film, and in terms of fame, he can't compare to those big directors at all. In other words, he has not yet gained the complete trust of the audience. Therefore, many viewers may lose a lot of box office revenue due to a wait-and-see attitude. It is foreseeable that if this film is released in the Spring Festival slot, its opening day box office will not be very good. If another blockbuster emerges during the Spring Festival slot and competes for viewership, the film's revenue could be halved. However, Jiang You insisted on having the film screened in the Spring Festival slot, so teacher Chen Hai had no choice but to agree. Jiang Yu was also very happy to see that the teacher had finally agreed. Although he was very confident in his film, believing it would absolutely dominate the Spring Festival slot, however, pre-release promotion is necessary for a movie to become a hit. Otherwise, you might win critical acclaim but lose at the box office. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. He needs to recoup his investment, so making money is his top priority. Furthermore, if reputation alone cannot generate revenue, then it does not align with his interests. Children make choices. Adults generally want it all. They want both critical acclaim and box office success. As long as Beijing Film Academy keeps up with the promotion and with the positive word of mouth after the broadcast, he believes he will definitely be able to create a new box office miracle. An unprecedented box office miracle. Beijing Film Academy acted swiftly. Within days, a large number of promotional posters and online messages went viral. Thanks to the positive reviews of their previous film, Jiang You faced far less criticism this time. Most viewers are looking forward to his new movie, while only a small number of haters continue to criticize it relentlessly. However, this is also a good thing, since only confrontation generates discussion, and discussion indirectly helps promote Jiang You. Just like before the release of Spirited Away, your name also required preview screenings. This is the industry rule. The people invited to the film are usually media mouthpieces and film critics. That's how they make a living. As long as you pay them enough, they'll help you promote and advertise. As for the quality of the movie, what does that have to do with them? They didn't make it, so go ahead and criticize the director. So they're just a bunch of little devils. If you serve them well, they'll say nice things to you. If you don't, they'll badmouth you. As the saying goes, it's easier to avoid the king of hell than to deal with his underlings. So I don't actually dislike Jiang You, who makes a living by writing reviews. We're all ordinary people. Why should ordinary people make things difficult for other ordinary people? So as long as it's not too outrageous, it's generally accepted within the industry. Unlike the last preview screening, this time there were significantly more film critics who came specifically to see the film. Even some celebrities were invited to attend. After all, Jiang You is no longer an unknown newcomer, but an emerging director in the industry, so his status and position are naturally different. Even the screening venue was changed from the school's supplier to a movie theater. Before the preview screening, Jiang You and his team gave away some tickets to Weibo fans for free, so there were quite a few audience members in the theater. This is because Jiang Yu's status in the film industry has risen, He's no longer the nobody he used to be. So many people are giving him face by coming over. Inside the cinema, with your name about to be shown, Yang Mi. In the front row couldn't help but whisper to Liu Yifei about it. How was the movie? Sissy, I haven't seen it. Yang Mi was very upset. She had acted in the movie and had the opportunity to see the finished product. But this damn bean sprout insisted on saying something like maintaining an air of mystery. They kept the finished film a complete secret, not revealing a single detail, so this is the first time she's seen it. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. After all, this was Yang Mi's first time acting in a movie. He naturally had high expectations for his big screen debut. The contrast between Jiang You, who remained calm and composed, and her best friend Liu Yifei, who stared nervously at the screen, was striking. Does this guy always put on an act? He's never flustered at all. Hearing this, Liu Yifei, who was intently watching the screen, took a moment to reply to her best friend. He's not faking it, he's genuinely confident. Amidst the anticipation of these individuals and the entire audience, the main feature finally began to play. Light and shadow illuminate. The first thing that catches the eye is darkness. Beep, 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 beep. Immediately afterwards, the cell phone rang. Along with the ringing of the bell, a screen finally began to glow. In the blurry shot, sunlight streams onto the bed, or rather the floor mat. The wooden floor cast a brown hue on the bedding. It was as if someone had just woken up, looking around with sleepy, puffy eyes. Seeing that the visuals were still so exquisite, all the audience members present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even before the preview screenings began, there were numerous reports that Your Name was a poorly made film, leading many viewers to worry about whether the visuals and special effects would be downgraded. The visuals are still so dreamlike, even compared to the fantastical beauty of Spirited Away. Your Name is more realistic, a kind of optimization of real-life scenes. This gave the audience a completely new experience. Using a first-person perspective shot immediately piqued the audience's curiosity. Finally, the image gradually became clear. On the pristine white bedding, a lovely young woman dressed in a red dress was fast asleep. The alarm on the phone next to her was ringing, urging the girl to get up. However, the little girl ignored this and simply turned over in annoyance before continuing to indulge in her sweet dream. In a dream, a young girl was calling out in an ethereal voice, "Taki, Taki, don't you remember me?" This kind of suspenseful opening leaves the audience completely baffled. Is this yet another fantasy adventure story about a girl? With such a simple introduction of the female lead, this has whetted the audience's appetite and made them look forward to the movie. It must be said that Jiang You is a good storyteller, which is an essential skill for any seasoned director. Unlike the rather bland opening of Spirited Away, Your Name uses a lot of suspense from the start to create anticipation for the audience. The scene continues. The shrill ring of the cell phone startled the girl from her dream. In the room filled with warm sunlight, the girl suddenly sat up. Her appearance, identical to that of the girl in the dream, confirmed her identity. She's Mitsuha. However, Mitsuha was different this time. He stared at his body in astonishment, as if he didn't recognize himself. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He looked around in confusion. The first thing that catches the eye is an old sliding door with paper window decorations, no exquisite glass, and no white walls. This is the countryside, he immediately realized. As a male high school student in Tokyo, he immediately began to wonder if he had traveled through time, until he saw a set of high school girl uniforms hanging on the wall. JK version of Ben, what the heck, did I time travel? Mitsuha looked completely bewildered. Liu Yifei's performance on the screen left the audience completely bewildered. No, you, Ben, are a high school girl. What's so strange about this high school uniform? Some quick-thinking viewers noticed something interesting. Things weren't as simple as they had imagined. This guy doesn't look like a woman, he looks more like a boy. Mitsuha was breathing heavily, trying to calm herself down. Damn, why do I feel a bit stuffy? Then his gaze shifted downwards. He saw that his once flat bend chest now had a cleavage. 2 steamed buns were lying between it. He curiously reached down. I actually touched it. Holy crap, it really feels real. The realistic touch immediately made him abandon the idea that he was dreaming. Now even some slow-react viewers have finally realized that this Mitsuha is the boy from the previous dream. They began to whisper among themselves. This male-to-female and female-to-male dynamic felt very novel to them. Liu Yifei's acting was completely natural. He portrayed the character's female body and male mind with remarkable realism. Although she has a girl's body, she makes the audience feel that she is a man. Yang Mi, watching Liu Yifei's performance from the audience, was also thoroughly enjoying herself. She teased Liu Yifei, saying, "No, it's you. How can you be so sleazy? You look exactly like this guy." Yang Mi pointed to Jiang You next to him. Jiang You was speechless upon hearing this. He had been caught in the crossfire even though he was lying down. At this moment, Liu Yifei was intently watching the big screen while also carefully observing the reactions of the audience around her. She was relieved after hearing that most of the audience recognized his acting skills. The opening of Your Name immediately captivated viewers, who were all very curious about the life of this male version of Mitsuha. This novel narrative perspective quickly captivated the audience. The bedroom door was opened at some point. "No, sis, what are you doing?" Yatsuha looked completely bewildered by her sister's behavior. The girl was exposing her shoulders, savoring her body with a blissful expression. "It took me a while to realize that the person in front of me was calling me. Sis, who is it? Me. I'm your older sister," she pointed to herself. The girl, or rather the boy, still doesn't understand the situation. "Are you still half asleep? Get up and eat." Seeing her older sister's clueless expression, the little girl didn't hold back in criticizing her. "Get up." Bump. The door was slammed shut. Even now, the girl in front of him still doesn't realize what's going on with her. He walked blankly to the mirror and stared at the beautiful girl in front of him. She was so beautiful and unadorned, yet the person before her showed no joy whatsoever. He patted his face with his hand, and the person in the mirror also patted his face with his hand. He blinked, and she blinked too. Holy crap! At this point, the boy had no choice but to believe it. I've really become a girl. While the audience was still curious, the scene suddenly shifted again. Upon entering the kitchen, Yatsuha was happily preparing breakfast. Mitsuha ran downstairs wearing a short skirt. She was still sleepy because she had woken up too early. Good morning," the grandmother in front of him responded to Mitsuha's greeting. "You seem quite normal today." Yatsuha suddenly interjected with this comment. This left Mitsuha somewhat confused. What was normal? Hadn't she always been like this? The three of them then began to eat breakfast. At this moment, Mitsuha's father, who is also the mayor of Meteor Town, is frantically campaigning for votes in the town for the next town election. Mitsuha was disgusted by this behavior. He hated his father for acting this way. She turned on the TV, and at that moment, a news report about celestial phenomena was playing. A comet that appears only once every 1,200 years will make landfall on Earth in a month. The television was broadcasting the morning news, and the comet next to the presenter appeared exceptionally bright and colorful. The comet is expected to be visible to the naked eye within a few days. Mitsuha and her family ate breakfast quietly, the atmosphere somewhat somber. Perhaps unable to bear the atmosphere, the youngest Yatsuha spoke first. "You haven't made up yet." Mitsuha's dislike for her father couldn't be eliminated overnight, and she replied somewhat impatiently, "This is an adult matter, it's none of your business." Seeing her sister like this, Yatsuha stopped talking. The sudden shift between characters left the audience somewhat confused. Wait, how come he suddenly turned back to the male version of Mitsuha just now? According to my sister and mother-in-law, this should be the second day, right? Holy crap, does it span such a long period of time? It feels like someone else has taken your account while you're playing a game. You never know what your brother is doing with your account. Hey, upstairs, he might not be a brother. Damn, something's wrong with you. The constant shifts in perspective then allowed the audience to fully understand the character of Mitsuha. The story of a high school girl who is tired of small-town life and yearns for the wider world is presented to the audience. And this was only a short time after the movie started. Jiang Yu's narrative techniques are evident. However, viewers are still completely confused about how the plot will unfold. Just as everyone was still confused, the next scene of the movie began. The town has always had a unique ritual, the worship of the gods. In the heart of the town, high atop the mountain, stands a shrine. According to the older generation, this shrine has always been a magic weapon to bless the town with good weather and peace. Therefore, on the day of the festival, the shrine maidens would prepare kuchikamizake and place it in the shrine to fulfill the god's wishes. However, Mitsuha viewed these as outdated and decadent bad habits. Unfortunately, she is the one who practices this bad habit every year, and she has been troubled by it for a long time. Even as she walked on her way to school, this matter still troubled her. A voice calling out interrupted the girl's thoughts. Mitsuha turned around and looked at the man and woman riding bicycles towards him with a smile full of maternal affection. The large, tan, crew-cut teenager Tessie was riding in front of the bicycle. With a cute girl with twin tails, Seiya, upon seeing him appear, the audience couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that our little white dragon? He actually showed up here." That's right, this role was played by Mai. It was only after the young girl begged Jiang You that Jiang You agreed to cast her. Although the age difference is indeed a bit off, the character Ben has a lowly-like figure. With Jiang Yu's ability to portray 1,000 different characters, casting him in this role shouldn't be a problem. Plus, it can also give the audience some Easter eggs related to Spirited Away, so why not? The girl was holding the boy's waist, looking completely at ease as if this was their usual way of being. Upon seeing Mitsuha, the little girl happily straightened up, causing her entire body to lean against the boy's back. "Good morning, Mitsuha." The boy blushed slightly after being provoked like that. "Hurry up and come down, honestly." The boy urged the girl on the bicycle to hurry up. The girl didn't care at all and even had the mood to joke with the boy. "What's wrong, you stingy little thing?" The shy boy naturally refused to tell the truth, so he could only speak up. "It's nothing, you're just too heavy." The girl was very unhappy about what the boy said to her. "What do you mean? That's so rude." "Snort." The girl snorted and then jumped out of the car to walk alongside Mitsuha. Seeing this, Mitsuha smiled broadly, looking like she had just received a sweet treat. "You two have such a good relationship." What a load of rubbish. Both of them turned their heads and denied it at the same time. Snort. Seiya ignored the big guy, brushed Mitsuha's hair aside and said with a smile, "Hey Mitsuha, you did a good job tying your hair up today." Mitsuha was completely bewildered upon hearing this. "Oh, what's wrong?" Even the big boy pushing the cart behind them was mumbling. "Did you have your mother-in-law perform an exorcism for you?" At this moment, Mitsuha Ben had no idea what her two friends were talking about. "What kind of exorcism?" Seeing that Mitsuha didn't react, the boy leaned closer and said, "Let me tell you, you were definitely possessed by a fox spirit yesterday." Suddenly being approached so closely, Mitsuha had no choice but to dodge to the side. Seiya, standing to the side, shielded Mitsuha with her small body behind her while forcefully pushing the boy in front of her forward with both hands. He said, "You better watch out. Also, please stop blaming everything on supernatural phenomena, okay? Mitsuha is probably just under too much pressure." Seiya looked slightly angry. The boy realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly apologized. This nonsensical statement left Mitsuha increasingly confused. "No, what are you talking about?" Just as the boy was about to speak, an announcement came over the loudspeaker, interrupting the conversation between the three. "What we need to do now is solve the town's problems, and only by identifying the problems can we solve them." Mitsuha could tell from the sound that it was her awful father giving another long-winded speech. Sure enough, an old minivan was parked in the square not far away. At that moment, a bright red banner was hanging above, bearing his father's name, Toshiki Miyamizu. That's right, Mitsuha's full name is Mitsuha Miyamizu. Father was the mayor of the town and also the person she hated the most. The three of them passed by and overheard the surrounding villagers talking about it. Tent talks a lot of nonsense but doesn't do anything practical. Exactly. In the end, it's all just empty talk. What's the point of holding an election? This guy will definitely be the final mayor anyway. Hearing these words, Mitsuha just wanted to leave as soon as possible. She didn't want to stay there for another second. But things didn't go as planned. Mitsuha, damn it, we were seen after all. She was still seen by her father. Seeing his daughter with her head down, Junshu was very displeased, and disregarding the fact that there were other people around, he immediately scolded her. "Mitsuha, can't you just walk around Rue with your head held high and your chest out?" Mitsuha ignored him, simply turned her head away and quickened her pace to leave. The surrounding chatter was extremely jarring. "He's so strict with his own family, no wonder he's the town mayor," some of the older villagers said. Some of the students who had been Rauks mocked them. "Oh dear, how pitiful, being talked about in front of everyone, how embarrassing." Mitsuha strode forward silently, his face unusually gloomy. "And it's being said in public again." At this point, she hated her father even more. The scene shifts to the school. At this moment, Mitsuha was having a language class and the teacher was writing poems. The teacher was explaining on the blackboard at that moment. Mitsuha, a good student, was just about to write this sentence down on her pen when, until he filled this page and turned to the next page. "Who are you?" "Hey." Mitsuha looked puzzled as she stared at the handwriting on Ben's notebook that wasn't hers. What's this? Mitsuha's experience resonated with many in the audience. At the same time, I also understand why Mitsuha was so hostile to his father before. At the same time, from God's perspective, they finally figured out some of the mysteries. Oh, I see, this must be the second day. It should have been a day since the male lead transmigrated into the female lead's body. Yes, only in this way can we explain why the same person can exhibit such different behaviors. I don't care, Mitsuha, cute girl date. Yes, Liu Yifei is so adorable. Please upload more cute ones like this soon. I love watching them. Another national treasure's daughter has been born, just as viewers were still admiring the female lead's cuteness, but the plot continues to unfold. Mitsuha doubts, the girl yearning for the distant land, seeing handwriting on Ben's paper that didn't belong to him. Mitsuha's little head and Ben had no idea what was happening. Outside the classroom, the sunlight was just right, and the soft sunlight shone on the desk, perfectly illuminating Mitsuha's beautiful hair. At that moment, she was flipping through her Ben book with a puzzled look. Turn it over and over again. He even touched the font with his hand. Finally, she realized she wasn't mistaken. There really was writing on it. Who are you? There is only this one sentence. What happened? She was interrupted by the teacher while she was still thinking. Mitsuha, please stand up and answer. Mitsuha, who was daydreaming, was startled and instinctively replied. Arrive. The Chinese teacher looked at the girl in front of her with a smile and teased her. You remembered your name today. Ha 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 ha. The students below burst into laughter upon hearing this. Mitsuha tilted her head in confusion. Strange, why are people saying such strange things all day? Soon it was lunchtime. Mitsuha, Seiya, and the partner were enjoying their lunch under the shade of a tree. You don't remember any of it at all. What happened to me yesterday? That's more than just what happened. Yesterday you said you forgot where your locker was. Seiya talked excitedly about her friend's embarrassing moments. Not only that, your hair was also a mess yesterday. What? Upon hearing her best friend's words, Mitsuha instantly conjured up a scene in her mind. With her messy hair, she looked like a lewd old man staring at her friends during lunch break while making strange noises. Mitsuha immediately couldn't think of anything else when she thought about this. Oh no, oh no, oh no, this is terrible. No way. Mitsuha blushed and dared not think any further. Seeing the girl on the screen looking so shy, the audience was amused and laughed. Haha, Mitsuha is hilarious. No one wants to die in this world. Of course, everyone cares about their image, and I must say Liu Yifei's little expressions were absolutely adorable. Yes, it's so cute. My sister's face is so red I want to kiss and lick it. You're such a pervert upstairs, but I like it, haha. It seems that the boy was the one who did those things yesterday, and Mitsuha has no memory of it. The story is getting more and more interesting. I feel it's still a bit worse than Spirited Away. Let's see what comes next. I can't help but laugh whenever I see Mitsuha's little face. There's a slightly foolish feeling about it. Now all the viewers have begun to like this adorable and innocent high school girl. While the audience was still discussing the plot of Kung Fu Hustle, the story continued to unfold. Mitsuha was a little confused at this moment, and she really had no memory of what happened yesterday. Seeing her best friend like this, Seiya, who was standing nearby, quickly expressed her concern. What's wrong? You definitely didn't seem to be doing well yesterday. Were you feeling unwell? No, I feel perfectly healthy, but I do have some memories of dreams in my mind. But when I think about it carefully, I can't remember it clearly. The boy next to him started muttering to himself again. You haven't awakened some kind of past life memory, have you? Seiya interrupted him before he could finish speaking. Can you please stop thinking about ghosts and past lives all the time? That's impossible. Then, as if suddenly remembering something. I was wondering if it was because of that thing coming soon. You've been acting a bit strange lately. What's going on? Mitsuha hadn't quite grasped the situation yet. It's about that witch priestess incident. Upon hearing this, Mitsuha began to scream in agony. Please stop talking. Just thinking about it is so painful. Mitsuha began to complain. I really hate this place. It's so small and shabby. When can I graduate and go to a big city? Seiya nodded in agreement upon hearing this. That's right, this town really has nothing. A gentle breeze ruffled Mitsuha's hair, carrying her worries to a distant city. The lake in the center is elegant, beautiful, and also very dull. Those who are in it cannot see its beauty. It only feels boring and tedious. The two girls were still talking, complaining to each other about the inconveniences of the place. There's really nothing here. Yeah, the tram only runs every 2 hours, and the convenience store is just a small rundown place. It has to be said that it's a bit cheap, Saya continued. There are no bookstores, no arcades, nothing here. The two spent a long time complaining about the town's shortcomings, and it seemed like things were about to escalate into something more rebellious. The boy, standing to the side, finally couldn't take it anymore. He interrupted their conversation by speaking loudly. Stop arguing, you two are so long-winded. What two? The two girls didn't hear clearly. The boy's newly formed courage waned again. He replied in a low voice, I suggested we go get some coffee. Drink coffee, too. The two girls' voices rose and their eyes sparkled. They had never tasted coffee before. Really? When did a coffee shop open in town? Where is it? The sound of the vending machine soon brought the two girls back to reality. What? It's canned coffee. Saya glanced at the boy sideways. This is the coffee you were talking about. The boy remained silent. All right, it's good enough to have something to drink. Okay, I knew it. When did a new coffee shop open in town? How come I didn't know? The two sat on a bench by the street, enjoying a moment of comfort. At this moment, Saya was somewhat worried about her best friend. She knew that Mitsuha always hated such formalities, and coupled with her unusual behavior yesterday, everything about her seemed off. Meanwhile, Mitsuha had already returned home, which was the highest point in the entire village. It is also a place where all the villagers worship at the shrine. That's Miyamizu's shrine. That's also Mitsuha's home. The camera pans up until the entire panorama of the town is captured in the viewfinder. The majestic, distant mountains surrounding Tehu Lake seem to be guarding this beauty, or perhaps it's just old and worn. Many people want to leave this place, but they don't know how to do so. The lake water rippled, reflecting the faces of the entire town and also the faces of the viewers in front of the screen. As expected, director Jiang Yu's film, putting everything else aside, the visuals are truly top-notch. Then wouldn't shooting on location and optimizing the footage ourselves be a good alternative? Where is this? I really want to go and see. Yes, it's such a waste not to visit such a beautiful place. Guizhou Ben, a native of Ru, is from Guizhou, the meteorite town. I myself am from there. It's just that it's quite remote and I haven't been back in a long time. I've decided I'll go home after watching this movie. Really? You're my dad upstairs. Please take me to see him. I want to go too. Can I stay there? Can I stay there? Wanna go +1, wanna go plus 10,086. Huchikamizake imported. Of course, another group of viewers was discussing a different issue. No, I'm just curious, is the countryside really that backward? There isn't even a coffee shop. Upstairs, you were born in the city, right? Let me tell you, this is very common in rural towns. Don't even mention rural towns. Some small county towns don't have coffee or even movie theaters. Don't even mention it. In some remote areas, even television and radio are rarely seen, like in Lhasa, Tibet. It's not that there's no internet access, it's just that there are too few consumers. After all, the majority of people there are left behind children and elderly. Opening a shop there would be a complete loss. There's no way around it. This is the downside of having a large area and a large population. Uneven regional development is a common problem in our country. However, things have improved considerably in recent years. Oh, I'm more curious about that sacrificial ceremony. I think this is quite normal. After all, village rituals are common in our area too. However, judging from the attire, this is probably from Sakura Province. Filming a story about Sakura Province in Guizhou would be the ultimate Frankenstein's monster, wouldn't it? People from Sakura Province are furious. People in Guizhou are very supportive, saying it's a win-win situation as it can revitalize Guizhou's tourism industry. Regardless of what the audience discusses, the story must go on. In the scene, Mitsuha has already returned home. Inside the house, Grandma was sitting in front of the knitting machine, winding various colorful threads in her hands. Although Grandma was wearing her old flower mirror, her hands and feet were perfectly nimble. The threads of various colors spun, twisted, and wove in Grandma's hands until they formed a whole piece of exquisite fabric. The old man was making the ornaments needed before the sacrificial ceremony. Yatsuha, who was watching from the side, was itching to join in but was stopped by her grandmother. You're too young, it's not the right time for you to do this yet. Yatsuha, who had been stopped, muttered in dissatisfaction. Then why can my sister do it, but I can't? At that moment, Mitsuha was helping her grandmother. Hearing Yatsuha's words, she thought to herself, I don't want to do it either, but I have no choice. The grandmother, who was winding thread nearby, spoke kindly. You're still too young, Yatsuha. You need to try listening to the sound of the strings. Feel their liveliness and emotion, and that's how you create good works. Mitsuha, who was standing to the side, didn't say anything, but just kept her head down and knitting. Little Yatsuha, seeing her grandmother repeating the same things again, grew impatient and grumbled, "This line can't talk." Mitsuha, who was standing nearby, spoke up at the opportune moment. "Grandma means that you should concentrate on doing your own thing well first." Hearing her older sister also offering advice, little Yatsuha stopped talking. But it was too late. The issue of her career had already started a conversation with her grandmother. He began to talk at length about the town's 100-year history and the traditions of witch priesthood. Clearly, the two little ones weren't listening. They were just mechanically echoing their grandmother's words. As for my thoughts, they've already drifted off to who knows where. Night fell, and in a small room halfway up the mountain, the three of them were meticulously preparing for tomorrow's ceremony. After a long time, the preparations were finally completed. A beautiful red knot lay quietly in Mitsuha's hand. The girl respectfully picked it up and walked towards the altar like a pilgrim from afar. The grandmother next to him, perhaps because of her age, was a little tired and was moving her shoulders. He was still making dissatisfied complaints. "It's a pity about my son. Ben should have taken over my job. But he insisted on abandoning all of that to get involved in politics. None of them are easy to deal with." The scene then shifts to Mitsuha's father, who is drinking and socializing with the town's officials. Everyone was toasting and making a lively scene. However, men still occasionally need to rub their foreheads. Tessie downstairs listened to the sycophantic voices coming from upstairs. His face was full of disdain, and he said, "Ha, what a stench of corruption." The mother, standing to the side, interrupted her son with a smile. "What are you talking about, Ran? You don't understand at all. This is an adult matter." Then the boy's father came out and said to the boy in front of him, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, "By the way, come with me to the construction site this weekend to check it out. Anyway, you'll be taking over my shift sooner or later, so it'll be good for you to get familiar with it beforehand." The boy seemed reluctant and did not answer. "What's wrong? Are you mute?" When the boy didn't answer, his father reverted to his usual authoritative manner and scolded the child. They stopped when they heard a soft "Oh, I see." She nodded in satisfaction at the boy and turned back. A moment later, the sound of laughter and giggling could be heard coming from inside. The boy outside didn't pay attention, but when he thought about his conversation with his friends during the day, a bitter feeling inevitably welled up in his heart. This place is definitely not a good place. It's tough. The audience members watching the boys' ordeal were also deeply moved. "Sigh, the people in this room look just like my dad. Yes, they always use the excuse of it's for your own good to force you to do things you don't want to do. That's understandable, since the older generation always tends to give you the safest and most secure path. While understandable, this isn't what young people want. They want to explore and have their own dreams." But the parents didn't do anything wrong. They just wanted their child to suffer less. Ultimately, there's no right or wrong in this matter. Everyone is simply considering things from their own perspective. Regarding the problems displayed on the screen, different viewers will naturally have their own opinions, but regardless of their opinions, it is undeniable that this film has indeed touched the hearts of the audience. However, the audience's voices quickly subsided, because a stunning and memorable scene was about to unfold on screen. At this moment, Mitsuha and Yatsuha, dressed as shrine maidens, were devoutly performing a prayer ceremony at the shrine. As the melodious sacred music began, the two danced a mysterious dance on the stage. The smaller one resembled an elf, the larger one a goddess. Their every move exuded elegance and mystery. It was as if they were celebrating happiness and tradition. Finally, the melodious music ended, and Mitsuha spat the sticky rice he was holding into the sake jar. Glutinous rice is mixed with a girl's saliva to create a unique offering for the gods. This is Kuchikamizake, a professional importer for 30 years. Looking at the familiar faces below the stage, the girl was bracing herself for the possibility of social death. Mitsuha chewed the sticky rice vigorously. Although the girl's face remained expressionless, she was already furious inside. "Come on, just kill me already, ah." Finally, Mitsuha gritted his teeth and completed the ceremony. The audience burst into laughter when they saw the ceremony finally end. "Wow, imported wine, are even the gods taste this unique? I get it, you want me, hee hee, I want to drink too. That's weird, damn it, but I want to drink it too." Both of them are perverts, include me, thanks. You guys are disgusting. I'm different. I want to be fed by a fairy godmother. My urine is yellow. I'm here to wake him up. Go to sleep, bro. You can dream about anything. The men in the audience went wild because of this. Even Yang Mi's gaze towards Jiang You was filled with strangeness. What a pervert, a despicable bastard. Unsurprisingly, she started cursing the next second. However, Jiang You was naturally unmoved by such remarks. The lethality of Ben is 0. Jiang Yu makes her appearance. Jiang Yu is aware of Yang Mi's foul mouth. So now Jiang Yu turns a blind eye to what she says and pretends not to hear it. Seeing that Jiang Yu remained silent, Yang Mi felt bored and quickly gave up on the idea. Before long, they were drawn away by the movie's content. The ancient ceremony on the screen ended quickly. Mitsuha and her sister walked together on the rue on their way home. At this moment, the two of them had taken off their priestess costumes and returned to their original Ben attire. Sister, you seem a bit down. The little girl teased, a sly glint in her eyes. She knew her sister was upset because her classmate had just seen her. Although in her opinion it wasn't a big deal, so what if she saw it? Mitsuha looked very unhappy at this moment. I'm so envious. Kids who haven't reached puberty yet don't have many worries. Yatsuha didn't seem to mind her sister's complaints at all. She even had the mind to joke, why don't you make more? Then you can create a brand in a big city. You know what, you really do know your idea is actually quite interesting. Miko Kuchikamizake, produced by Mitsuha, right? The two had already descended the shrine steps. Yatsuha, who was standing nearby, thought the idea was more and more feasible. Add photos and behind-the-scenes footage, and then do some serious promotion. Maybe it'll actually be a good opportunity, sis. Mitsuha couldn't help but follow her sister's lead, and the image of herself selling alcohol began to appear in her mind. Miko Kuchikamizake, brewed by a high school girl herself, chew for a full 180 minutes. Here you can experience the wonderful taste of pure young girl's saliva. Welcome to purchase. Well, you know what? It might actually sell like hotcakes. Mitsuha was swayed by her sister's topic and actually began to consider the feasibility of this matter. His silly and adorable appearance made the audience laugh. Haha, little Yatsuha is so funny. All he does is rub salt into his sister's wounds, huh? I don't care if anyone's actually selling this kind of liquor, please count me in. I'll buy it all. The theory is feasible, so let's put it into practice. I must say, Jiang Yu really understands what we like to watch. Fairy sister kisses Kuchikamizake, hee 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 hee. The person upstairs is having a wet dream, confirmed. Drag him away right now. Ran, who seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation in March and shook her head with a flushed face. You shouldn't do that, it's illegal. Oh, I didn't expect that my sister would think of this problem first. Sure enough, this was just a little joke Jiang Yu played to amuse the audience. If it were taken seriously, it wouldn't pass censorship. The town at night shimmers with a tranquil light in the lens. The summer cicadas chirping and birds' whispers blend with the twilight. To the audience, it was a beautiful sight, but to Mitsuha, it was a prison that confined her. The girl wondered if she was going to live like this for the rest of her life. No, she didn't want to. Mitsuha had already descended the steps. She stood halfway up the mountain, expressing her grievances against the place. I hate this town. I hate living this kind of life. She shouted loudly toward the distant village, as if to vent all her grievances and helplessness. Finally, she made a wish upon the starry sky. In my next life, please let me be a handsome guy in a city. Yatsuha, standing to the side, looked helpless as she watched her sister's hysterical outburst. My sister is so silly. She simply didn't believe that such a flippant wish could come true. But the audience outside the stadium knew that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, something was about to happen. After all, the story begins with the male lead transmigrating into the female lead's body. So there's nothing impossible between the female lead and the male lead now, right? As the screen lit up again, the familiar vibration of the phone came into view once more. However, unlike the picturesque scene of bridges, streams, and houses before, the end of the road now leads to a standard two-story apartment building. On the bed, a handsome young man was lying. He was clean-cut, handsome, and tall. Like the white gecko of countless high school girls, Ben's face alone is extremely striking, further enhanced by the system's personalized faces feature and special effects. This character completely captured the hearts of the audience from the moment he appeared on screen. Some of the female audience members in particular were completely captivated by it. Jiang Yu's stunning appearance even caused a brief moment of silence in the theater. If Liu Yaifai's portrayal of Mitsuha is pure, lively, and the white gecko of all the boys present, then Now, the appearance of Jiang You has immediately unified the aesthetic of all girls who are white-haired, the male lead of the band. Drama Taki makes his official appearance at this moment. The phone kept ringing in the video, urging the boy in front of him to get up quickly. Half asleep, Taki reached for his phone but accidentally brushed against the edge of the bed. Thump! Ouch, that hurts. Taki, wrapped in a blanket, fell off the bed. Ouch, that hurts. She sat up groggily and slowly pulled the blanket off her face. The surrounding environment left the original owner of Ben completely bewildered. Where am I? She looked at the male high school uniforms on the wall and the messy room around her. The floor was covered with comic books, Rand's desk was cluttered, and Rand's random things were scattered everywhere. This gave the person in front of him a headache. Where am I? She murmured to herself. Unexpectedly, a deep male voice came out. This gave her quite a fright. She quickly touched her throat. Sure enough, she touched something hard. She knew it was the boy's Adam's apple. The girl was puzzled as she looked at her flat chest, and between the legs she was very curious. Is it okay to touch it? I just want to confirm. Chinese Letter closed his eyes and touched downwards. She raised her hand as if she had been electrocuted. At this point, Takino, now he should be called Mitsuha at this moment, Mitsuha's face was as red as a teapot. This inexplicably hilarious scene made the audience laugh so hard they couldn't stand up straight. Haha, this scene is hilarious. Suddenly becoming a boy, of course I'd be curious about that thing. I'm a girl, and if I dressed as a man, I'd be genuinely curious. Seriously, Jiang Yu's acting is so natural, there's absolutely no sense of incongruity. How does she manage to be so convincingly like a woman? What a sissy. Haha. Yang Mi, sitting in the audience, finally found an opportunity to mock Jiang Yu. She also heard the audience's comments. Haha, sissy, don't tell me this is the real image. Even Liu Yifei, who was standing next to her, joked. So we're actually sisters, Sister Jiang. Jiang Yu, listening from the side, was utterly exasperated. I was speechless with frustration towards these two women. If I get the chance, I'll definitely show you both what real masculinity is. The stark contrast between the two has now won the hearts of most viewers. Many people at the scene have already become fans of the female version of Jiang Yu, and most of them are female fans. There's no way around it. Who wouldn't love a cute version of Jiang Yu? The audience found the concept of a male version of the female lead and a female version of the male lead very novel. You know what? We love seeing this kind of contrast between people. Me too. The dashing Liu Yifei and the beautiful Jiang Yu are my favorites. Bro, something's off about you, but I still love you. And in the scene at this moment, Taki washed his face with water in the bathroom. The icy touch told her she wasn't dreaming. She had actually become a boy. What on earth happened? She looked up at her handsome face in the mirror, and the girl blushed slightly at how handsome she looked. But she also noticed a piece of gauze hanging on the lower right corner of her face. The girl touched it gently. Ouch, that hurts. Although she wasn't exactly ugly, she still found it hard to accept at that moment. Taki, are you up? The sounds coming from the living room temporarily interrupted her thoughts. The girl was a little nervous because she was unfamiliar with the place. He slowly moved his body and peered outside. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was sitting in the living room. Seeing that Taki had finally gotten up, the man said with some complaint, Taki, you're supposed to make breakfast today. Why are you up so late? You slept in. Taki was still confused about the situation, and she subconsciously apologized. I'm so sorry, I really feel bad. However, quite incongruous with her physical appearance, she looked somewhat shy at this moment. Seeing the boy's unusual behavior, the man felt something was off. However, he didn't mind since this child had always been a source of worry for him. Besides, he had work to do that day, so the man said goodbye to Taki. I'm leaving now, the food is on the table, and even if you're late, you still have to go to school. At this moment, Mitsuha had not yet realized what was happening. Moreover, there is something even more important to deal with now. That's right, she needs to go to the toilet. In the video, Jiang Yu's expression of barely holding back his laughter made the audience burst into laughter. Some men also said, I totally understand this feeling. Suppressing their physical discomfort, the boy-girl looked around at everything. The house is rather cramped, much like the style of the cherry blossom area. The interior can be summed up in one word. That's Ran. The sink was filled with bowls and chopsticks that had been used for who knows how long. And the books in the bookcase were also randomly and haphazardly placed together. Clothes were also dirty and indiscriminately left lying around on chairs, cabinets, and even the bed. Although it was ran, it wasn't very dirty, which means the homeowner did regular cleaning. The whole room exudes the aura of a true pragmatist. As for the girl, Taki didn't see any of her clothes in the room. It must have been a long time since any girls have come here. At this moment, Mitsuha had no time to care about any of that. She was really about to burst. She picked up her phone and a message notification caught her eye. "See, you're not still at home, are you? You have class today, bro. Hurry up and fly over here." The girl in front of her felt joy and curiosity about everything around her. The girl looked at the message on WeChat and felt very confused. Who is this? Is he this boy's friend? At this moment, every move Jiang You made on the screen exuded girlish cuteness, which surprised many viewers who were familiar with him. He transformed from a dashing and handsome young man into an adorable and cute high school boy. "I never expected this. I never knew you had this side to you. It's truly an eye-opener, a small knife pulling out a butt." It took Mitsuha quite a while to make a decision. "Anyway, I should go to school. Let's go check it out first." However, before that, Taki glanced in the direction of the restroom. Ritsu's discomfort was almost unbearable, so she gritted her teeth and went inside. The scene then shifts and the boy, now dressed, walks out of his house. As she walked out of the apartment, she leaned against the door, her face flushed, as if she had seen something she shouldn't have. Sigh, this dream felt so real. Finally, the girl calmed down and prepared to go to school. After all, this could be considered as fulfilling her wish. Through the boy's eyes, Mitsuha saw the city she longed for. This place is so bustling, with a constant stream of visitors and towering skyscrapers rising one after another. Sunlight streamed through the glass, shimmering brilliantly. This was the culmination of industrialization and urbanization. It is also the highest beauty of human creation. A gentle breeze blew, brushing against Mitsuha's nostrils. She sensed a different atmosphere from the town and the wind. This is freedom, a world she has never experienced before. What a wonderful dream, Mitsuha couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the map on her phone, she took her first step toward New World. So this is the capital city, it's amazing. The girl's vision of the big city became a reality at this moment. At that moment, she felt immense joy, and even the surrounding noise sounded like beautiful music to her. Following the map, even though Mitsuha didn't recognize Ryu, she still managed to find the boys' high school, albeit with some difficulty. Inside the classroom, vibrant young figures were freely discussing their lives. Concerts, cafes, hiking, traveling, and sweet romance. These are all experiences that I never had in Mitsuha, a small town, and they truly represent the life of a high school student. At this moment, Taki was crouching down, standing weakly at the classroom door. She cautiously peered inside. This must be his class. Should I just go in like this, or what should I do if someone greets me? Before Mitsuha could fully consider it, a hand landed on his shoulder. This sudden contact caused Mitsuha to gasp in surprise. Taki, his face flushed, stared at the bespectacled boy in front of him, played by Wang Chunjin Guanggu. "Why are you taking so long? It's almost noon." He casually put his arm around Taki's shoulder and dragged him toward the place where they usually ate. While dragging him, she continued to berate the boy in front of her. "Why are you so late? Didn't I already send you a WeChat message? What, didn't you see it?" Upon hearing these words, Mitsuha confirmed the boy's identity. "So he's the same C who sent the message this morning." She thanked him timidly. "Thank you, C," seeing his best friend acting so strangely. Did C think he was still half asleep? "I'm not trying to be mean, but what's the meaning of calling me classmate C?" C was puzzled. He felt that Taki was different from usual today. It's like he's become a completely different person. The audience in the theater were completely engrossed in the story. Everyone praised Jiang Yu's superb acting skills. Despite being a man, he brought to life a young girl who was curious about the outside world. Anyone who has acted knows that it's easier for women to play men. After all, there are historical examples of women dressing as men, so as long as they look heroic, there's no problem. But it's different when a man plays a woman. How do you make the audience not feel that you're being pretentious, but rather that you're genuinely portraying a woman's state? This is a real technical skill, and Jiang You did it perfectly. Not only did it not make the audience feel out of place, but it also made them fall in love with the character. This level of skill is not something an ordinary person can achieve. You're obsessed with Ryu. You know what you're saying. Tsukasa and Takagi looked at their best friend. Otherwise, he would still have a face that they recognized all too well. The two men had reason to suspect that this guy had been switched at birth. "Tell me you can be a Ryu fan at your own school." Mitsuha felt a little embarrassed when questioned by the two. People, the two questioned in unison, isn't that the correct way to address someone? Mitsuha thought it was really too difficult to guess what a boy's name was. Ben people, no, I am. The two remained unresponsive. Seeing the two puzzled people finally nod, Mitsuha knew he had guessed correctly. Then she sighed. Life in Kyoto is so lively, it's like a festival every day. When did you start having an accent? The tall boy standing next to him asked in confusion. Hey, Mitsuha covered her mouth, sensing something was wrong. C, standing to the side, promptly added a double. Taki, where's your bento? Huh, we're doomed. Just when Mitsuha was at a loss and didn't know what to do, the two people standing to the side could only smile helplessly, but their words couldn't hide their deep concern. Honestly, are you really still half asleep? C asked the big guy from the side. Do you have anything left for him to eat? There are 2 more slices of bread. Let's put it together to make a Coke sandwich. The two men sang in unison, and soon a deluxe sandwich appeared in Taki's hand. Mitsuha's eyes glistened with tears. She was deeply moved. Thank you. Unexpectedly, the two of them didn't react much to his thanks. All right, stop with the coyness. Then the big boy looked at C. Hey, wanna grab some coffee after school? The shop you mentioned last time? Sure. C turned to look at Taki. Although he knew that Taki was unlikely to go, he still extended an invitation. Taki, are you going? At this moment, Mitsuha Taki looked excited and her voice was urgent. A coffee shop, can we really go there? At this moment, Mitsuha lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes shining brightly with extreme excitement. They seemed to be very eager for what they were talking about. Ritsu's reaction in the drama sent chills down the spines of both Tsukasa and Takagi. He thought to himself, what is this guy doing? The two were increasingly baffled by their close friend's unusual behavior today. However, another thought flashed through their minds at that moment, and it began to grow uncontrollably. I find the brother kind of cute. Seeing Jiang You make such a shy expression with such a handsome face, not to mention the female audience, even some of the male audience members present couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Guys, why do I think this version of Ben's Mitsuha looks better than the original? Brother, you're not the only one who thinks this way. I think so too. The two Nantong residents upstairs have completed their identification. I don't care about Takabin. Ben Mitsuha is so cute. Jiang Yu's acting was also excellent, perfectly capturing the essence of Nantong. Hey, you know what? These two characters designed by Jiang Yu are really the epitome of best buddies. Yes, one is active, the other passive. One is intelligent, the other is physically strong. These two are truly the best buddies for all the guys out there. However, the two brothers' feelings for Taki might not necessarily be those of brothers. The friendship has soured, hasn't it? This scene is indeed very comedic. After all, it feels better when a woman dresses as a man than a man dressing as a woman. Moreover, it also incorporates many elements reminiscent of Granny Liu visiting the Grand View Garden. These delightful experiences captivated the audience. The camera shifts. The three of them had already arrived at the shop. Mitsuha was quite surprised when she saw the menu in front of her. Each dish on this is worth a month's living expenses for her. Tsukasa and Takagi, who were standing to the side, remained completely calm. Takagi also uttered some exclamations. The environment here is really nice and the things are quite exquisite. What do you think, C? When asked, C nodded, expressing his approval of the place. It's really good. By the way, Taki, have you ordered yet? His words snapped Mitsuha out of her reverie about the expensive menu. She sighed helplessly. Things in Kyoto are really expensive. Just one dish here could feed me for a month. The two people standing nearby couldn't help but chuckle at such an outrageous statement. Where did you come from some ancient place? Whatever, never mind. It's just a dream anyway, it doesn't matter. At this point, Mitsuha still thought he was dreaming. Since it was a dream, why bother with all that? Soon, various desserts were served. Mitsuha's eyes sparkled as she looked at the dazzling array of food before her. Although it wasn't his own body, his food journey was somewhat regrettable. But this didn't stop her from enjoying her meal. Before long, his belly was round from eating, and he let out a satisfied burp. It's delicious. Mitsuha inside Taki's body offered heartfelt praise. That was a wonderful dream. *2 Just as Mitsuha was savoring her meal, a message popped up on her phone interrupting her. Mitsuha looked down and his face immediately turned panicked. Oh no, someone said I'm going to be late for work. At this moment, C was holding a coffee cup. You're going to work today, then you should hurry up and go. Okay, just as Taki was about to leave, he suddenly realized that he didn't know where the shop where he worked was. He had no choice but to patiently ask his two good brothers in front of him, does anyone know where the shop where I work is? Ha, what on earth are you doing? At night in a high-end Italian restaurant called Delicious Recipes at this time, Mitsuha Taki was working non-stop. As it was his first time doing this job, he inevitably attracted a lot of trouble. This also drew criticism from his colleagues. Taki, table 65 needs to have their food served. In the restaurant's kitchen, Taki, dressed as a waiter, was overwhelmed by the constant stream of orders. Oh, here it comes. Didn't Taki tell you there are no more black truffles left? Go and let them know right away. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'll go right now. One task after another made Taki, who was new to the job, very nervous. She hadn't expected that working part-time would be so tiring. She had just thought that high school life in Tokyo was all wonderful. Just as Mitsuha was about to catch her breath, she was immediately summoned away with a barrage of orders. Taki, hurry up, there are 2 more dishes here that need to be delivered to tables 15 and 18. Tak. Where's my plate? Taki, where are you? These plates are confiscated. Chinese letter asterisk, and Mitsuha was overwhelmed with so many things to do, and the little girl was almost in tears. Today, his incompetent work resulted in him being severely scolded by all the restaurant staff. The girl then realized that being a male high school student in Kyoto wasn't as easy as she had imagined. Even the spectators outside the stadium were nodding in approval. Taki is quite nice. He knows to earn his living expenses through part-time jobs. Yes, it seems the boy is also a very thoughtful and gentle person. Does no one pity Mitsuha? What's there to pity? This is the price that freedom must pay. It's like saying if you want to taste sweetness, you have to taste bitterness first. Otherwise, what kind of family do you think can afford to take you to a coffee shop for 10? Yang Mi's version of the older sister makes her appearance, the thoughtful Taki. As Mitsuha continued to complain and busy herself, time gradually passed. At this time, the restaurant's peak dining hours had passed, and fewer customers were coming and going. Taki finally returned to normal and was no longer so busy. After all the busyness just now, the girl gradually adapted. Suddenly, the voice of an uninvited guest called him over. Waiter, where is everyone? Taki walked over and subconsciously asked the man in front of him. Hello, what service do you require, guest? Before her stood a guest with curly blonde hair holding a glass of red wine. At this moment, his eyes were very provocative, and he was sitting with his legs crossed, clearly looking for trouble. The leftover plates on the table were also scattered haphazardly. He looked impatient at Taki and immediately began to question him. Why are there toothpicks in this pizza? How am I supposed to eat it? Luckily, I noticed it in time. What if I had been injured? Could you afford to compensate me? It's obvious this customer is starting to cause trouble and demand a free meal. But the newly arrived Mitsuha Taki didn't understand these intricacies. Her innocent little head was still wondering why this question had arisen. But isn't this an Italian restaurant? Why are there toothpicks here? The naive girl blurted out the question, which embarrassed the blonde-haired man in the seat. The man in front of him immediately raised his leg and slammed it against the table. He said in a fit of rage, What do you mean? Are you trying to say I'm talking on Ran? Believe me or not, I'll file a complaint against you. The man looked displeased and was glaring at the boy in front of him, urging him to accept Van. Just when Mitsuha didn't know what to do, a beautiful figure with long hair came to her rescue. Meanwhile, Yang Mi in the audience also perked up. Finally, it was her turn to appear as the character she was playing. What's wrong, sir? What happened? The woman's voice was soft, and her words exuded a calm and composed charm. Mitsuha Taki looked up. It was played by Yang Mi, appears before everyone. Her figure wasn't like those part-time high school students. It was more like a small, unopened flower. The woman before me was like a peony in full bloom, with a tall figure and curvaceous body that exuded captivating charm. Although she was also wearing a waitress uniform, unlike others, she exuded an air of intellect and elegance. The moment this costume appeared, it attracted the attention of most of the audience. Holy crap, this is making my mouth water. Can anyone tell me who this is? This woman is trying to kill me. That's huge, that figure. She's practically a succubus. Holy crap. Please tell me who it is. I want to be her dog. It's safe to say that this character's appearance alone was enough to captivate all the audience members present. After all, people are visual creatures. Generally speaking, as long as her acting skills aren't too bad later on, Yang Mi's looks will definitely make her a hit. Seeing herself recognized by so many people, even the fiery Yang Mi couldn't hold back her emotions. Looking at Jiang You, I saw a deep sense of gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, you bad guy. Huh, what did you say?" Yang Mi's voice was very soft, and with the constant chatter of the audience in the theater, Jiang Yaojinben next to him couldn't hear what he was saying. "It's nothing, just forget about it if you didn't hear it." Seeing that the man in front of her still looked like he wanted to punch her, Yang Mi was furious. She then turned her head away and ignored him. On the screen, the scene shifts. It was almost closing time for the restaurant. Regarding what had just happened, Mitsuha, Taki Masaru thought about thanking the older sister in front of him. After all, without the senior's help today, I might have caused a great disaster for the owner of this body. So Mitsuha Taki went up to the woman. That Miss O's, upon hearing this address, a colleague tapped Taki on the head as a reminder. "You should call me senior, you idiot." "Oh, it's O's senpai just now." Hearing the boy's words, O's turned around, smiled at him, and said, "It's all right, I was just unlucky today. I ran into this kind of troublemaker." "Know that. Don't worry, it's not your fault. Those people did it on purpose. But there's nothing I can do. The restaurant does have this free meal rule. I'll just have to be more careful next time." Miss O's swallowed back the words the boy in front of her wanted to say. She turned her head and walked towards another table behind Taki. "Next time you encounter someone like that, don't argue with them, just follow the rules and give them a free meal. It'll be fine." At that moment, a waitress noticed O's skirt. "Oh, senpai, your skirt has been ripped open." O's turned around upon hearing the reminder. Only then did she notice a clear tear on her skirt, revealing part of her fair thigh. This made the girl blush immediately, and she quickly pulled her apron to cover the opening. Upon hearing this, other waiters rushed over. "What happened?" "Ah, O's senpai's skirt." Oz was both red-faced and furious. He never expected such a thing to happen. "It must have been that guy who slashed me with a knife." Surrounding waiters were also indignant. Such incidents were not uncommon here. Those bastards! But there was nothing they could do since the original Ben person had already disappeared and no one knew where he had gone. Finding it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. On the field, Mitsuha Taki looked at his embarrassed senior. His gaze gradually hardened as if he had made an important decision. He then strode up to Oz and grabbed the man's wrist. "Senior, come with me for a moment." "Hey Taki, what are you doing?" The expressions on the faces of the boy's colleagues when they saw his bold behavior were quite interesting. He thought to himself, "This guy is really bold, and he did something we wouldn't dare to do." The O's in front of them showed no intention of resisting. The boy's behavior in front of him could help him get out of his awkward situation. Soon the two were pulled into a storage room by Mitsuha at that moment. He was completely unaware of how many male colleagues outside were staring at him with resentful eyes. A man and a woman alone in a room, what might happen is obvious. The audience outside the stadium was also excited by what they were seeing. Damn, this is really stealing someone's love. Seriously, isn't the female version of Taki incredibly charming, cute and brave? Who wouldn't like a boy like that? Saving the big sister plus Mitsuha. "Taki, you can't do it, watch me see we got it." "Mitsuha, if you're bad at cooking, practice more." "Taki, what? I just won over this older sister like that." Hero saves the damsel in distress, except this hero is a woman. Women really do understand women better. Am I the only one who remembers that Jiang You is a man? Many viewers are now looking forward to what it would be like if the real Taki came back. That expression will definitely be priceless. Mitsuha ends her life in Kyoto. Is she about to enter a love triangle? At this time, Mitsuha Taki was unaware of the turmoil happening outside. I wonder how many men outside the country would love to eat his flesh and bones. At this moment, Taki looked at his senior O's with a pure and unadulterated gaze. After all, he's a girl at heart. What thoughts could he possibly have? "Senior, please take off your skirt." Oz blushed deeply at the boy's bold statement. "Hey, what are you doing?" Mitsuha Taki looked embarrassed, realizing that his current status was not suitable for saying such things. "Otherwise, people will think you're a pervert." She quickly changed her tune. "Don't worry, I'll transfer there." Oz looked at Taki with suspicion. Real? She was a little unsure about the boy in front of her, but there was nothing else she could do. Finally, under the boy's sincere gaze, she gave in. However, she was also secretly prepared to call for help immediately if the boy in front of her did anything inappropriate. Little did she know that the boy in front of her was not interested in her at all. I have no idea that the boy in front of me is actually the soul of a girl. How could girls be interested in each other? After all, she doesn't have green eyes. Such minor damage was nothing to Mitsuha, who had spent years learning needlework in town. No time, he used the needle and thread in the storage room to help us sew up the skirt. Okay, all done. Here you go, senior. She returned the dress to Ozo's, noticed that the dress in front of her now had a delicate lace trim and was embroidered with a cute little hedgehog. She looked at the boy in front of her with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Seeing his senior's gaze, Mitsuha looked at him and said somewhat shyly, "The embroidery is a bit ugly, please don't mind it." Oz immediately shook his head. "It's beautifully embroidered, I love it. Really, hee hee." Mitsuha blushed slightly at the sudden praise, which amused Oz, who was standing nearby. She felt that the boy in front of her had changed. He had become somewhat cute. "I never expected you to be so skillful with your hands, Taki. You could say it's changed my opinion of you a bit." Without waiting for the boy's response, Oz continued talking to himself. "You were a good person before, but you were always impulsive and got into fights often. But I wasn't as attentive as you are today." "No, there aren't any." Mitsuha Taki, standing to the side, didn't know how to explain, so he just laughed it off. The audience outside the venue could also see that Miss Oz seemed to have a crush on Taki. "Holy crap, this is like a husband pursuing a woman. Won't this turn into a love triangle?" "No way, I just want to see a two-way street." "It's hard to say, I couldn't choose either. One is a mature woman, the other a young girl. It's a tough choice. I like mature women, so Taki, you go and win over Mitsuha. I'll take care of the senpai. The person upstairs is dreaming. Case closed. Children make choices. Adults usually want both. By the way, how did you guys determine that Oz has feelings for Taki? The comment above is too blunt. Just kidding. If a girl doesn't like you, would she go somewhere alone with you?" "I'm a girl and I say I wouldn't. I'd slap him and send him to meet his maker." "Oh, I understand. Now you know. You have no idea how terrifying a girl can be when she takes the initiative. Wouldn't that really turn into open NTR? My wife helping me pick up girls, is that even allowed?" "Probably not. After all, this is a story about selling sweetness. Let's see what happens next." The appearance of Oz, played by Jiang You, completely pushed the plot to another climax. This has also left many viewers wondering about the plot that follows. However, given the foundation laid by Spirited Away, the audience had great confidence in Jiang You. There's no way around it. This is an excellent work that has brought the director credibility. Back to the screen at this moment, Mitsuha was sitting on the subway preparing to go home. Even now, her little head is still completely blank. However, it's understandable. After all, anyone would be completely bewildered if they suddenly encountered something so fantastical. Finally back at her apartment, Mitsuha lay on her bed, her mind replaying the day's events. She sighed to herself. What a wonderful dream. Life in Kyoto is wonderful. The girl was lying on the bed looking through the boy's phone. At this moment, she was acting like a complete little girl. Suddenly, she opened the diary on the boy's phone. This guy, he used to keep a record of his life. Mitsuha looked through the boy's phone. The above content brought a knowing smile to the girl's face. August, family trips and club activities. July, summer vacation starts and I need to do part-time work. I talked to a junior from Oz today, but annoying. June, the rain is too heavy, it's so stuffy. You remember things so carefully, you seem to be a very meticulous person. Mitsuha was somewhat surprised. After all, there weren't many boys who kept diaries, and even fewer who remembered them in such detail. Then she looked at the photos on her phone, sighing as she looked. Life in Kyoto is wonderful. There are always new and interesting things to do everywhere. This must be a meal out with Takagi and the others. There are so many dishes I've never seen before. This is a comment. When was it? Mitsuha slowly flipped through the photos on her phone. These were all sights she had never experienced or seen before, so she was naturally very curious. Suddenly, she came across a picture of Oz's back. Oz is wiping the glass in the photo. His silhouette is absolutely stunning. Oh, Mitsuha understands in a second. It's unrequited love. Unexpectedly, the next picture presented a stark contrast to Mitsuha's otherwise scathing critique. It's still that charming back view, but in this shot, Oz turns around and gives a peace sign to the camera. Looks like we've been discovered. Mitsuha smiled, becoming increasingly curious about the original owner of this body. She then began to record her life in her diary. He mentioned all of these issues, including being late, forgetting to work, and causing a lot of trouble. Of course, there are still good things too. I made great progress with those today. This is all thanks to my girlish mindset, heart emoji. After recording everything that happened that day, Mitsuha was a little sleepy. As she lay in bed about to drift off to sleep, she suddenly remembered a sentence she had written in Ben's diary. "Who are you?" She quickly went to the desk, picked up a pen, and wrote her name on her palm. Mitsuha. The girl took one last look at the bustling night view of Kyoto. I reluctantly drifted off to sleep. This plot development caught some viewers off guard. Ben initially thought it was just senpai who had feelings for Taki, but it turned out to be a mutual crush. No, please, I only want a candy that goes both ways. What about my Mitsuha, really? I'm increasingly confused about this plot development. Let's see how Jiang You performs. I have faith in my crush. He won't let us down. Just when everyone was watching to see how Jiang You would handle this part of the story, the movie is still going on. The screen went completely black, followed by Jiang Yu's original Bensei voice. "What's this? How could I have fallen asleep in bed without taking off my clothes?" Taki was somewhat puzzled. This behavior was not in line with his usual habits. He looked at his palm and saw two large characters written on it. Mitsuha. The morning sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Taki's bed, only making his doubts even more apparent. It's like I forgot something, but I can't remember it. When Taki sat down at his dining table and turned on his phone, he discovered that there was a new entry in his diary. "I went out to eat with my friends today. It was so much fun. I've gotten along well with senpai. She's so pretty, she'd be perfect for me. My charm with women is definitely stronger." Heart holding his phone, Taki's pupils dilated in shock at the explosive news. What is this? Why do I have absolutely no recollection of it? The scene then shifts to the trio of good friends having lunch on the playground. Takagi still extended an invitation to go for coffee. "So how about we go for coffee today?" "I'm not going, I have to go to work." Takakawa is the last path. Unexpectedly, C, who was standing to the side, suddenly revealed a mocking smile. He joked about someone's embarrassing situation last time. "By the way, do you know how to get there?" Taki had no idea what the two were talking about. HMPH, how could he not know where he worked? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and angrily questioned C, who was standing beside him. "Hey you, did you touch my phone?" Taki assumed his friends had touched his phone, but seeing their puzzled expressions, he sighed. "No, it's nothing, I'll be going now." It seems it wasn't these two guys who did it, so who could it be? Taki felt strange. He thought he had a dream in which he experienced some things, but he couldn't remember them at all. The two brothers standing to the side looked at their close friend's departing figure with some confusion. Takagi blinked. This kid is actually pretty normal today. But C, standing to the side, blurted out a surprising statement. "I actually thought he was quite cute last time." This remark startled Takagi, who stared suspiciously at the bespectacled young man next to him. His body involuntarily took 2 steps back to the side. This made the audience go wild and laughter filled the entire theater. Look at Takagi's expression. "I'm dying of laughter. It's bent, it's completely bent." If the company has already started saying, "Brother, you smell so good," how far away is it from forcing men to have sex with them? As expected, no one can resist the charm of Mitsuha's version of Taki. She's irresistible to both men and women. Putting the humor aside, I wonder if you guys have realized something. Although their souls have been swapped, they seem to have no memory of each other. Yes, logically speaking, whether Mitsuha enters Taki's body or Taki enters Mitsuha's body, there should be corresponding memories. But they seem to have no recollection of it at all and needed reminders from those around them to realize it. Is this some kind of foreshadowing that Jiang You has planted? It should be, but to be honest, compared to Spirited Away, this movie really confused me. Hopefully it gets better later on. No rush, it's only been half an hour, there's still plenty of time, we should be able to explain it clearly. While the audience was still discussing it enthusiastically, Taki had already arrived at the restaurant where he worked. To his surprise, as soon as he arrived at his workplace, he was greeted by the resentful stares of a group of male colleagues. This feeling of envy, jealousy, and hatred completely confused Taki. "What's wrong?" Taki asked, wanting to understand the situation and why everyone was looking at him like that. "What's wrong? You have the nerve to ask what's wrong. Taki, you actually walked ahead of all of us. Tell me, what exactly did you and Senioros do yesterday? What did you say?" Taki looked completely bewildered when asked what happened between him and senpai yesterday. The male colleague next to him thought he was faking it and replied, somewhat annoyed, "Stop pretending." I saw you two go back together yesterday, and you even saw her off at the station. Upon hearing this, Taki suddenly remembered the diary on his phone. His face quickly flushed with shame, and he was filled with doubt. Ben couldn't hear what the people around him were saying. There was only one thought in my mind. Could this diary be real? Did something really happen between me and my senior? Realizing this, Taki panicked a little. Ran was bewildered by the situation that was beyond his control. Seeing that Taki remained silent, the men were practically bursting with pent-up frustration. What happened next, you two wouldn't. Faced with questioning from those around him, Taki had no choice but to answer truthfully, I don't remember. There was nothing he could do. He genuinely had no recollection of it at all. Just as the male colleagues were about to ask again, a lively and excited female voice rang out. Hello everyone, I'm here. All the men who heard this voice blushed. After all, most of the part-time workers here are energetic young male high school students. He would definitely be completely captivated by a tall, mature woman like Ozo's. Looked very happy today, wearing a pair of high heels and an elegant short skirt that adorned her figure like a delicate embellishment. Unlike her usual intellectual and gentle demeanor, the girl's outfit today exudes a playful and lively vibe. This left everyone stunned, including Taki, who was standing to the side. That's understandable, after all, she's his goddess. Oz is happily greeting everyone. Hello everyone, thank you for your hard work. You've arrived, and then Miss Oz walked towards the dressing room just when everyone thought it was over. She then turned and winked at Taki. Nice to meet you, right, Taki? A hint of mischievousness flickered in the girl's eyes, but more than anything there was teasing and joy. Oz then drifted away. This scene struck the three male colleagues present like a thunderbolt, and Taki blushed completely. Late at night, Taki couldn't fall asleep. He scrolled through the diary entries that had appeared on his phone at some unknown time. I searched my memory desperately, but I couldn't recall anything at all. Meanwhile, Mitsuha had returned to her body, but as soon as she returned, she saw a sentence written on her hand. Mitsuha, who are you? Is it some kind of deity? At the same time, her younger sister came to wake her up. She asked her sister, puzzled. Hey sister, aren't you going to touch your breast today? Yatsuha suddenly asked a question that left Mitsuha speechless. It wasn't until her sister closed the door that she realized what had happened, and then she exclaimed in surprise, Ah, touching my breast. When Mitaki was finally exposed, the audience was overjoyed. The ball-handling master has finally revealed his true colors. Who wants to bet me? Will Taki continue to control the ball? I think he will. As a man, and given that Taki is such a gentleman, I think 100% yes. Haha, friendly fire upstairs. Mitsuha's dashing montage technique. But when Mitsuha came to the school again, he noticed that his classmates were looking at him differently than usual. Normally in class, she was just a nobody. Apart from her two best friends, Seiya and Tessie, no one else, including Ben, would care about her. But today was different. As soon as Mitsuha entered the classroom, all eyes were on her. She was amazing yesterday. I never expected her to be so brave. Yes, that's really impressive. That's exactly what I mean. These incomprehensible words rang in Mitsuha's ears, leaving the girl in front of her completely bewildered. She and Ben have no idea what happened. The girl, bewildered, returned to her seat and asked her best friend beside her, What's wrong? What are they talking about? Upon seeing Mitsuha finally arrive, Seiya promptly quipped, Of course, everyone admires what you did yesterday. After all, you were absolutely amazing yesterday. This seemingly random sentence left Mitsuha completely bewildered. Finally, as Seiya recounts the scene rewinds to yesterday. At that time, the whole class was having a drawing class. The students sat in 2s and 3s on one side, looking at the scenery and preparing to copy it. Since it's a drawing class, there will naturally be a lot of discussion. After all, it's a small class, a space where students can really speak their minds. Therefore, it is inevitable that some gossip will spread. Look, that guy's father is running for mayor again. Well, it's just letting some people receive more subsidies. It doesn't matter who does it. Hearing these words, Seiya, who was standing to the side, looked at Mitsuha nervously, feeling somewhat worried. However, I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw my best friend engrossed in her painting, expressionless and unresponsive. Fine, but the next thing this group said immediately made Seiya unable to sit still. Of course they should receive subsidies, since some people rely on this for their livelihood. The group of gossipers continued talking, completely unaware that Mitsuha was gripping the pen tightly in his hand. Suddenly, Mitsuha spoke to Seiya in front of her, her voice cold. They're talking about me, aren't they? Seiya nodded weakly from the side, just about to say something. Unexpectedly, after hearing Seiya's confirmation, Mitsuha kicked over the table in front of him. Haki stared sharply at the group of gossiping people in front of him. He then stood up, slammed his feet on the overturned table, and looked at the group of people. All the students nearby were startled by the sudden commotion and stared in shock at Mitsuha. Among them were some classmates who were often the subject of gossip, and at this moment they looked at Mitsuha with starry eyes. At this moment, Mitsuha looked like a queen reigning supreme, exuding an air of absolute confidence. Honestly, that's really cool, and the audience here has the most to say that. It's clear that this group has been around for quite some time. The guy Ran was being stared at like that, was already trembling and didn't dare to say a word. Mitsuha's heroic and spirited demeanor, proving that women are just as capable as men, brought the audience to a collective climax. Ah, so handsome, sister, kill me. Wow, this is so much better than Liu Yifei's last Mulan performance. Really. This is the charm of a woman dressed as a man. So dashing and charismatic, who says women are inferior to men. Oh dear, you'll have to get used to it. After all, this is just tacky inside Mitsuha's body. The comment above is still stuck in the storyline. Liu Yifei's performance this time was genuinely good. You could say it felt completely natural. He's really handsome. As expected, good looks don't discriminate by gender, it's all about appearance. Good-looking people are handsome no matter what. What a contrast, my goodness. One minute she's the gentle and delicate, the handmaiden, and the next she's the big brother Haki. I don't care which one, I love them all, and if I could enjoy double the pleasure at night. Soldiers charred. Wake up, you can't afford to do this. You're so lame. The atmosphere in the movie theater was lively. All the audience members were completely engrossed in the story. Only Jiang You in the audience was chuckling. Enjoy yourselves, enjoy yourselves. The happier you are now, the more painful you will be later. Wahahaha. Liu Yifei and Yang Mi, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but shudder when they saw director Jiang Yu's wicked smile. As people who had worked on the entire series, they certainly knew what kind of wicked ideas this guy was harboring. It seems the audience is in for another tough time. Putting aside Jiang Yu's thoughts for now, at least for now, the audience is in a very pleasant mood. In the scene, the two finally realized each other's presence. At this moment, Mitsuha was about to collapse when she heard her best friend tell her about how she had made a fortune in Kamui the day before. What is this? Even now, although she still has no memory of it, the people around her keep telling her that something terrible must have happened to her. What have I done? Mitsuha was completely bewildered. Mitsuha is very hurt. Mitsuha almost cried. In the evening, Mitsuha rushed upstairs as soon as she got home, without even saying hello to her sister and grandmother. This startled Yatsuha, who was standing nearby. Elder sister, but Mitsuha ignored it. Yatsuha knew that her sister had been behaving strangely lately, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. The girl was starting to wonder if Mitsuha was having some kind of mental problem. At that moment, Mitsuha had already rushed to the desk. He opened his own notebook, Ben the Hedgehog, and flipped through it furiously. Sure enough, she found some traces that didn't belong to her. Name Mitsuha family relationships: father, sister, grandmother, best friend, and closest friends. Class 2, grade 11. The handwriting was very messy, and it contained a lot of information as well as the most crucial point. Her breasts are very well endowed and feel nice to the touch. Meanwhile, another page was depicting the shrine's quarters, and the most eye-catching sentence below: this life is terrible. Mitsuha's disbelief at seeing these things and the reactions of those around her over the past few days have already said a lot. This, could it be? Meanwhile, Taki was also flipping through the calendar on his phone, seeing one pink page after another marked as for girls only. The boy realized what was happening at that moment. Oh no, could it be? Really? Taki muttered to himself, uttering his unbelievable yet perfectly reasonable guess. At the same time, footage of the two people on the screen was leaked. Mitsuha: me and the boy in my dream. Taki: me and the girl from my dreams. The two said in unison. They've swapped bodies. When the male and female protagonists of the movie finally realized the truth of the matter, the audience couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were a little afraid that the two riddle-solving characters would continue until the very end, especially if the secret was revealed before the movie was even 40 minutes in. At the same time, many viewers expressed their admiration for Taki, the master of ball control. As expected of you, my ball-handling master, you always speak so directly. Damn, come control me. I love being controlled. Get this crazy person out of here right now. Immediately afterwards, Jiang You used a quick technique and montage to quickly understand the situation and reasons behind the two people's situation. I don't care that we can finally ship Sister Tian and Brother Jiang. I'm here just for the laughs. Yeah, I was so confused at the beginning. Even though I still don't quite understand it, at least one thing is clear. I can finally enjoy the sweet moments. Yay, add one if you don't understand, mainly because Jiang Yu planted too many foreshadowing elements. Yes, the initial description and why the male and female protagonists had such dreams haven't been explained at all. I feel like Jiang Yu is trying to use a flashback technique. Things will probably become clear later on. Anyway, I blindly believed it. Spirited Away has already proven me wrong enough. I don't care, I'm eating this candy first. Let's pop some champagne first. Exactly, otherwise it might not be able to open. Champagne start. Okay, now let's enjoy some sweet moments of interaction between the young couple. Every audience member was eagerly anticipating a sweet moment between the two characters in the drama. Only the crew members from Your Name look speechless. Laugh all you want now, because the more you laugh now, the more painful the consequences will be later. You should know that when they watched the movie Ben, they almost thought it had a bad ending. It's easy to imagine how vicious the subsequent blows will be. However, these are not currently within the audience's considerations. They're so engrossed in their sweet romance right now that they don't care about anything else. As the song Zen Zen Says, composed by Jiang Yu himself, began to play, the plot seemed to accelerate. Everyone was captivated by the song's catchy melody and strong resonance, which is why director Jiang Yu didn't delete it at the time. This is the soul music of Your Name from the previous life, so it's definitely impossible. Since it can't be used as the theme song, it can only be used as an insert song. This is for the sake of the plot, so please don't scold me, fellow fans. At this moment, the scenes are edited using montage techniques and the clips flow very quickly. Sunlight rises on the left, casting its rays upon the tranquil surface of the lake. On the right, the sea of clouds churns and surges as you stroll through the bustling city of Kyoto. As the song Zen Zen CC played, the audience's hearts beat in sync with the rhythm of the drums. On the left side of the screen, Taki Mitsuha is once again controlling the ball in his familiar way. On the right side of the screen, Mitsuha, Taki shyly reached her hand between her familiar legs once again, her face turning bright red. At this moment, the two of them began to quickly review their recent experiences. Mitsuha, as the days went by, I gradually came to understand what had happened. In the video, Mitsuha is holding her phone, anxiously searching for Ru, who is going to school. Mitsuha Taki, who swapped bodies with me, is a high school student my age living in Kyoto. On the left side of the screen, Mitsuha Chinese letter is wearing a short skirt and has her hair tied in a neat ponytail. Taki, this happens 2 to 3 times a week at random. The reason is unknown. Mitsuha is striding along with Yatsuha on the route to school. Taki, I will switch bodies with a high school girl named Mitsuha who lives in a small town. Mitsuha, a Ben person, facepalms. After the body swap, she will lose the original Ben's memories. In the scene, Taki from Ben is being interrogated by his male colleagues about his progress with his senior O's Taki. Although we have no memory of it, our bodies have indeed been swapped, and the reactions of those around us clearly show that. Looking at the little hedgehog flowers on Oz's skirt and her bright smile, Taki in the video looks very flustered, frantically typing something on the screen. Taki, so, Mitsuha, that means. Mitsuha on the left was also frantically typing on her phone, her face flushed. Mitsuha, so in order to ensure that my life in Ben will not be affected after the body swap. Taki, we set rules for each other's lives. Mitsuha, for example, precautions and prohibitions when exchanging bodies. The screen on the left shows Mitsuha's phone. Mitsuha's list of prohibited items first. Absolutely. Showers are strictly prohibited. You are not allowed to look at my body, and you are forbidden to touch it. You must not open your legs, and you absolutely must not touch boys. Girls are not allowed either. Taki, these rules will allow us to better manage each other's lives. Meanwhile, Taki's notes were displayed on the right side of the screen. Daily life precautions for Taki. 1. Don't let Ran spend my money. 2. No dialects or accents, okay? 3. Don't be late. 4. No feminine language allowed. 5. Don't get too close to O-senpai. And definitely don't spend all your time sticking to Tsukasa. Taki, also to prevent the original from forgetting the next day, so we must record the memories of the day the swap happened. In the left side of the screen, Mitsuha is sitting at the table writing in her diary on her phone. Mitsuha, in short, in order not to affect each other's lives, we decided to work together to get through this difficult time. In the picture on the right, Mitsuha, Taki is sitting on the train, diligently writing in his diary. Taki's eyes blazed with fury as he looked at the flamboyant names and countless emojis on his phone. Mitsuha stared at the illegible handwriting on his phone, gritting his teeth. Immediately, the two people in the video shouted in unison, "That man, woman." Then, as the climax of the song arrives, the quarrel between the two rivals begins. The two people in the video are experiencing lives completely different from Ben's, using their own bodies. This is true both physiologically and psychologically. Along a country lane, Mitsuha and her best friend were speeding along a small route on their bicycles. Only the poor big boy was running hard on the route, chasing after the girls in front of him. The scene shifts to the basketball court of the small-town high school. Mitsuha is currently showcasing his superb ball skills. He dribbled between his legs and then crossed over to shake off the defender before smoothly making a layup. The scene was so impressive, with everyone displaying great skill and achieving remarkable results, that it left some of the young boys on the field stunned. In the classroom, Taki was sitting with his legs spread apart, chatting away with Tessie, their arms around each other's shoulders. These bold actions made Ben blush with embarrassment and also made Mitsuha even angrier. Be mindful of boys' gazes and girls' skirts. That's the most basic thing a person can do. And Mitsuha, being Taki, wasn't much better off. The videos show her indulging in food every day, and her phone has no fewer than 1,000 photos of her meals. Looking at the dwindling savings on his phone and the various delicious foods on display, Taki's eyes burned with rage. "I told you, don't let Rin spend my money." Viewers were amused to see the two adding to each other's lives. They also greatly appreciated this down-to-earth atmosphere. "I never expected Taki, a master of ball control, to be so good at it. His technique is amazing. Controlling the ball in the morning and controlling the ball on the field too, double training, ha 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 ha. As a girl, I'm incredibly envious of Mitsuha. I wish I had a body type that allows me to eat whatever I want without gaining weight. I knew it, body swapping is never a smooth process. This is more like it." Taki's shrine trip at this moment in the picture. Taki and Mitsuha are already arguing about the trouble they've each caused. Taki, "I told you, don't let Rin spend my money." Mitsuha, "What? It's clearly your own body that's eating this, and besides, I'm working too, okay?" Taki was furious when he saw the girls attempt to argue in the diary. In the picture on the right, Mitsuha, Taki is scrambling to manage so many part-time jobs. Meanwhile, in the left-hand view, Mitsuha is completely bewildered and at a loss by the nodding at the shrine. "Mitsuha, you have too many part-time jobs. Why do you do so many part-time jobs?" Taki, "Who do you think caused all this? Isn't it all Rand's fault for spending the money?" The sunlight shines on the lake in the town, showcasing its tranquility and beauty. On the other side, in the bustling city, the charm and passion of industrialization are on full display. The audience could also see that, through their daily exchanges, they had gradually become accustomed to each other's lives. Taki and Mitsuha's bickering continues, but they also bring some changes to each other's lives that are not their own. In the small town, Mitsuha, with her ponytail, is working with Tessie to build an automated cafe that belongs to the town. Van exudes gentlemanly charm in every move. Meanwhile, Mitsuha is also working hard to win over O's-senpai. Under the so-called allure of women, Mitsuha is making promising progress. In her diary, Mitsuha cheerfully shared the good news with Taki. "Mitsuha, I had tea with my senior today and we had a very pleasant chat. Your progress is going very well." When Taki saw this provocative diary entry, he looked troubled but was inwardly furious. "Taki, hey, don't try to change my interpersonal relationships without my permission." Another day passed, and Mitsuha, on the other side, looked at the love letter handed to him by the girl next to him and pointed to himself with a bewildered expression. "Me. Mitsuha, hey, why do girls give me love letters?" Taki, "Don't you think you'd be more popular if you let me manage your life?" Mitsuha, Chinese letter in the picture is incredibly arrogant at this moment. To his surprise, the next day, he saw the girl's complaints on his face. "Stop being so narcissistic, you guy who doesn't have a girlfriend." Taki, "Let's not talk about who's better, you don't have a boyfriend either, okay?" The two people in the picture are arguing like bickering children, and they leave words on each other's faces. The girl on the left has a classic idiot tattooed on her face. The boy on the right has a classic idiot tattooed on his face. The two people on the screen retorted in unison. Who said that? I just don't want to pay it. This kind of couple-like interaction and bickering has driven the audience outside completely crazy. Wow, that's exactly the kind of teeth I wanted to see. A love like that between two bickering lovers. Wow, it's so sweet it's insane. Another classic work following Sister Linger and Brother Zio is coming. Please add more sugar, I really can't get enough of it. You know what? This montage editing style, combined with the use of music to drive the narrative, is really incredibly creative. The idea is truly creative, but what I'm more curious about is, now that they've almost worn down the romantic relationship between the two, what's next? How could you possibly give me a ridiculous, melodramatic wife chasing after the cremation plot, or some silly, missed opportunity and regret plot? No way, no way. We should still have faith in old Jiang's screenwriting abilities. I don't care, as long as there's no knife, I'll keep going. At this rate, probably no one will actually do it, right? Bro, that's really hard to say. Think about the first and third installments of the Legend of Sword and Fairy series, Doge. Holy crap, no. Wow, I'm totally impressed. Please, please stop. It shouldn't be that bad. From what we've seen so far, this seems to be just a story about a schoolgirl who finds love after swapping bodies. Hopefully it won't involve anything too explicit. It's hard to say, I'll wait and see. Based on my experience with Spirited Away, the scale of any major events is unlikely to be large. Let's wait and see. +1. While the audience was still discussing the plot's developments, the astute viewers had already turned their attention back to the screen. The screen returned to full screen and the upbeat music stopped. At this moment, Taki transmigrated into Mitsuha's body again. He looked at the familiar two large mounds, but at some point Mitsuha had put a bra on them, obviously to protect herself from someone. However, it had no effect on him. Just as Taki's large hand was about to cover it again, he suddenly remembered the warning on his phone, and a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. Isn't that really unfair to her? He looked at his own sinful hands and hesitated. But when Yatsuha opened the door, she was still greeted with the same scene of him rubbing her breasts. Of course, she was used to the scene before her, but she asked her sister curiously, "Sis, you really love your breasts?" Finally, as usual, he gave a shout to get up and then slammed the door shut. There's no way around it. I'm going to the ancestral shrine today, so I need to prepare properly. I only found out about this when Mitsuha, Chinese letter, came out after changing into her school uniform, and she was subjected to her sister's soul-searching question, "Why are you wearing a school uniform?" The scene shifts to a mountain path lined with maple trees. The three generations of the family were setting off en route, their ancestral homeland. The forest was very quiet in the early morning. Walking on the route, the only sound was the rustling of the leaves underfoot. The sunlight shone on the fiery red maple leaves as if it had covered the Ritsu flame sky with a layer of golden yellow. Grandma followed in front, with Mitsuha and her younger sister Yatsuha close behind. The youngest, Yatsuha, was the first to give up and asked her grandmother, "Grandma, why is our ancestral home, our guardian spirit, so far away?" Perhaps because of her advanced age, Grandma walked very slowly, and as she walked, she told him some stories about the ancestral home in this small town. This tradition has been passed down for a very, very long time, and it has always existed because of this sacrificial tradition. However, due to the fire caused by Keigoro, much of the information was lost. Therefore, later generations were unclear about the significance of this tradition. Who is Keigoro? Taki, Mitsuha asked the younger sister next to him. "Oh, you didn't know? He's quite famous." Yatsuha, who was standing to the side, had no idea why her sister would ask that question. After all, Grandma had told them about this person's deeds many times. The three walked on the small route leading to their ancestral homeland. However, Ben himself was little known, and coupled with his grandmother's advanced age, the old woman soon could no longer hold on. Upon seeing this, Taki Mitsuha immediately stepped forward, knelt down in front of her grandmother, and said, "Come on, Grandma, if you're not feeling well, let me carry you." Seeing her granddaughter's thoughtfulness, the grandmother immediately climbed up with a smile. Kata forgot that she was no longer the strong and energetic woman she once was, but a frail little girl. So as soon as he stood up, the enormous weight made Taki sway and almost fall to the ground. Seeing this, Yatsuha immediately cried out in concern, "Sister, really, be careful." However, once Taki regained his footing, Rue behind him found it easier to walk. This scene also gave viewers different opinions about Taki. Taki is such a kind person. He keenly noticed Grandma's discomfort and offered to carry her on his back. That's right, the male and female leads in this drama are both so great. Even if Mitsuho were to time travel, she would still work for Taki on time. And Taki will also take on the responsibility of caring for his grandmother and younger sister. The character development for these two is absolutely fantastic. Yes, they are all very innocent people. I feel like what Grandma said foreshadows something more. It doesn't seem as simple as it appears. Indeed, I had the same thought. It always feels like there's a big knife lurking in the shadows. Stop messing around, stop messing around. I'm just popping some champagne to get things going. We'll talk about the big knife later. There are definitely obvious signs of foreshadowing, but just believe it and that's it. Don't worry about it too much for now. By now, viewers have realized that Jiang You has already laid many foreshadowing elements. Now we'll see if these foreshadowing elements can be resolved in the end. If the plot were to come together again, this would undoubtedly be a masterpiece. If it weren't, the quality of this work would be greatly diminished. In the video, the grandmother, perched on Taki's back, speaks softly once more. "Mitsuha, Yatsuha, do you know what a knot is?" Taki Mitsuha was puzzled. "A knot, what's that?" The kind old man was passing on this somewhat ancient concept to his granddaughters. In legend, the guardian of this land was once called Jai, and the last character has been given a profound meaning. In our knots, the connection between lines is called a knot. The connection between people is called a knot. The connection between different times is also called a knot. In those ancient legends, these were all the powers of the gods. The old man's voice was gentle, and he recounted everything in a slow and gentle manner like a storyteller. The three of them had already left the maple forest and reached the foot of the mountain. A gentle breeze blew away the sweat from Taki's forehead, bringing him a touch of coolness. The old man's voice continued, "These are all miracles created by God, just as the knotted ropes we make are." In legend, all of this represents relics of the gods, including the ever-passing time, which represents all of this. Get close together, then take shape again. Then bend and wrap and then connect again. By this time, Taki was drenched in sweat. There was no way around it. Her body was simply too thin and frail. Ben couldn't exert much strength. All I could do was stare intently at the ground and keep walking forward. Listening to his grandmother's rambling was quite a pleasant experience, and it also helped relieve some of his fatigue. This is the knot. This is the power of time. The stream flows gently between the mountains, its waters striking the rocks with a tinkling, hissing sound. It seemed as if everything was echoing Grandma's words. Although to Taki it was just rambling and some stories, he always had a feeling that it was more than that. After walking for a long time, Mitsuha was so tired that he sat down under a big locust tree to rest for a while. Little Yatsuha took a cup out of her bag and handed it to her grandmother. Grandma opened the cup, poured a cup of tea, and then handed it to Taki Mitsuha. She could also tell that her granddaughter was very tired. "Give it to me." "Thank you, Grandma." Taki was so thirsty that he drank it all in one gulp as soon as he took it. "Ah, he's alive." Yatsuha, watching her sister drink water, quickly exclaimed, "Sister, I want some too." Grandma, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and said with a smile, "Look, this is a knot too. *2. The brother and sister under the locust tree expressed their doubts. Seeing this, Grandma explained again, "Whether it's water, rice, or wine, as long as the substance entering an object combines with the soul, a knot will be formed. The God we worship exists to protect this knot." The three of them walked through forests, across grasslands, and climbed mountains for a very long time. The closer Taki got to the place, the stronger his feeling became that he was destined to come here. But this feeling was vague and disappeared after a while, as if there was a huge hand in the dark blocking something. Perhaps they were just too tired. Taki shook his head, trying to dispel his inner feelings, because they were almost there. As the altitude increases, the sky gets closer and closer. Before long, the clouds of Yamanaka had enveloped the three of them, the fluffy clouds swirling around like leaping sprites. Amidst this boundless sea of clouds, the three finally arrived at their destination. Taki Ben thought his destination would be the top of that mountain. When he finally got there, he saw a large sunken disc. This large disc-shaped structure closely resembles the lake within the town. A thin layer of mist shrouds the center of this disk, this hidden mist concealing everything within. From a distance, only faint outlines can be seen. This place is like a paradise hidden in the mountains, tranquil and mysterious like a fairyland. Even Mitsuha, a Chinese letter standing nearby, remarked, "Is this truly the place where gods reside?" The three of them walked across the soft grass to the center of the lake. The water was shallow. Even the smallest Yatsuha, a type of small fish, only reached knee-deep. At this moment, Grandma was also put down by Taki. Leaning on her cane, she slowly walked forward, saying, "The hidden world is just ahead." "Huh, it means another world." Taki walked ahead of his grandmother and went into the water first, then helped her forward. He walked very carefully because the shallow water was very slippery. The lovely old man, however, didn't seem to mind and said with a smile, "If you want to leave here, you must exchange your most precious possessions." "Something important," Yatsuha exclaimed in confusion. "It's Kuchikamizake." Taki Mitsuha took 2 white porcelain bottles from her grandmother's hands. "Kuchikamizake, that's for the guardian deities. Half of it is for you." "Half of Mitsuha," Taki murmured, looking at Kuchikamizake in front of him. Finally, the three of them arrived at a large boulder and placed the sake inside the shrine. This part left the audience completely bewildered. "Oh, what's with all this talk about knots and guardian spirits? I don't understand." "Oh, this part feels a bit like a riddle." "There is a bit of that, but it doesn't matter. I'm here to see the scenery anyway." "Viewing the scenery +1, I want to know where this is. It's so beautiful." To be fair, this place is indeed beautiful, but Jiang Yu's photos are still better. You know, it really does have that ethereal, fairy tale feel to it. As expected, Brother Jiang's visual performance never disappoints me. It's amazing. Yeah, even though I don't understand the plot yet, the visuals are absolutely stunning. As someone who prioritizes visuals, I've already gotten my money's worth. Thank you. The audience was once again captivated by this top-notch visual spectacle. After placing the 2 bottles of wine in the ancestral land where the gods were worshipped, the three embarked on their return journey through Ru. It was already dusk, and the azure sky was filled with fiery clouds of twilight. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the yellow gin and reed flames shone brightly. How beautiful and magnificent the scenery was, so much so that Taki, who was present, searched for a long time for adjectives, but none of them could describe the beauty of the place. Only the lively and energetic Yatsuha spoke. "Sister, at dusk." At dusk, Taki was still somewhat unfamiliar with this term. "Yes, at dusk. In our local dialect we call it the lonely hour. It is said that at this time people's eyes can see indescribable things." Yatsuha, who was standing nearby, explained. Having lived here for so long, Yatsuha was naturally very familiar with this desolate hour. Standing atop the mountain, Long Jiji gazed into the distance, watching the magnificent sea of clouds in the distance glow with a rosy light. Even the great lake was enveloped in this rosy light. For some reason, this scene revealed a strong Buddhist philosophy. Tangible things must exist again, and intangible things must also have tangible forms. As the three of them admired the dazzling sunset together, Grandma suddenly turned her head, looked into Mitsuha's eyes, and said, "You're not Mitsuha, are you?" This sentence suddenly pulled Taki out of Mitsuha's body. Then the screen suddenly went dark, and before the audience outside could figure out what had happened, the darkened screen suddenly lit up again. "How did I get back?" Taki had returned to his body. This time his awakening was different from usual. He did not return through sleep. Strangely, when he woke up, it was already morning. But strangely, when he was still Mitsuha, it was still evening. For some reason, Taki felt a sense of unease, as if something bad was about to happen to him. He sat blankly on the bed, trying to process everything he had received. Everything before him had once felt so familiar, yet now he felt an urge to return to that small town. Suddenly, a tear slid down his cheek. Yes, he's crying, but why? Why is he crying? Long wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. He was stunned and remained so for a long time. Bitterness, emptiness, and an indescribable emotion spreading through my heart. What's wrong with me? Taki began to mutter to himself. After a long while, Taki still couldn't figure out the reason. Suddenly, ding-dong, his phone sent him a message, which he picked up and saw was from Senoro's. Taki quickly shook his head to clear his mind of those distracting thoughts and focused on reading the message. "Oh, Senpai Taki, I'm almost there. Please take care of me today, too." Taki's doubts go to what? Where are we going? I have no idea. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Taki's forehead. Could it be Mitsuha's doing again? He immediately opened the diary entry for Ben on his phone and began to read it. He glanced up and down and immediately saw a word that terrified him. A date with O-senpai. Taki admitted that he was a little flustered. Not only Taki, but even the audience outside was a little panicked. No, I have a feeling the writers are trying to force the dragon and O-senpai to be a couple. What in TR, don't mess with me. If I'm going to ship anyone, it'll be Mitsuha and O's. My wife helped me pursue my lover and I got the lover, but I lost my wife, right? What an outrageous plot twist. Didn't you guys notice anything amiss? Why were they asleep the previous times they swapped bodies and then the swap happened normally? This time Taki suddenly awoke, only to find himself back in his own body. Logically, shouldn't Mitsuha be using his body now? Oh, now that you mention it, I've noticed it too. Their timings don't seem to match. It was dusk before Taki woke up, but now it has suddenly become morning. Yeah, and why can Grandma see Taki? What's going on? It's getting more and more confusing. Holy crap, this is terrifying to think about. Is this going to turn into some kind of memoir about a deceased wife? Damn it, although I'm not sure, I have a feeling director Jiang is going to do something big. No way, Jiang You wouldn't do something like that, would he? Let's watch the movie first. Let's trust this side of the story for now. Exactly, anyway, it's the premiere today. If it turns out to be a sad ending, you'll see if I don't smash it to pieces. The audience member was so loud that Jiang You, sitting in the audience, could hear it clearly. At this moment, he was speechless. Seriously, what grudge do you hold against me? Just because of a bad ending, you're going to do this to me? Yang Mi and Liu Yifei, standing to the side, were secretly laughing happily. Now they're already looking forward to the audience's reaction when Mitsuha gets killed by a meteor. It's going to be exciting, the two girls said with a wicked grin, regardless of the audience's discussion or Jiang Yu's inner thoughts. At this moment in the scene on the screen, Taki was running wildly through the streets of Kyoto at that moment. While running across the water, he recalled the contents of Mitsuha's diary. I'm having a date with O-senpai at his art exhibition in Kyoto tomorrow, and I really want to go. But if you accidentally become one of them, then enjoy it with anticipation. While thinking about Taki, he kept mentally complaining. What on earth is this guy doing? He secretly arranged to meet up with his senior again without telling me. What am I supposed to do? As a complete novice, Taki had absolutely no experience dating girls. Moreover, most of his previous interactions were with Mitsuha and O-senpai. If he suddenly shows up now, Ben is doomed. As the song Rewind began to play, Taki rushed to the meeting place. In order not to disappoint the girl in front of him and Mitsuha, Taki must take on the responsibilities of a man. Meanwhile, Mitsuha in the small town also quietly sat up. The sunlight streaming through the window shone on the girl Chu Chen's face, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Twisting a stray strand of hair between her temples with her fingers, Mitsuha murmured, "They must be very happy now. Yes, that's how it should be for Ben to come." The dragon on the other side hurried and finally arrived at the agreed location. At this moment, he was looking at the surging crowd in the station, anxiously searching for O-senpai's figure. But it was clear that the boy was not mentally prepared to face her. It's all Mitsuha's fault. This was so sudden. Just as Taki was at a loss for what to do, a sweet voice rang in his ear. Chinese letter. Taki was startled and looked behind him. "Sorry, have you been waiting long?" Under the sunlight, a graceful lady stood beautifully in front of Long, a young male high school student. A shy yet expectant smile graced her face. It's clear that Oz values this meeting. She's dressed in a very appropriate yet charming outfit. Her beautiful hair had clearly been styled and was emitting a faint jasmine scent. A pair of pale white high-heeled sandals accentuated her red toenails, with her white instep exposed. The hem of her pale blue skirt reached just to her upper thigh. Her tall, slender figure accentuated her graceful bearing, and her unadorned face resembled a lotus emerging from water. She possessed a purity that also carried an alluring charm. She looks so youthful and beautiful, yet still exudes a mature and sophisticated aura at this moment. Senior Oz was looking at him with a smile. Meanwhile, Taki was still in shock at O-senpai's outfit. In his memory, there had never been such an Oz. This caused Taki's brain to become somewhat overloaded for a moment. The high EQ answer I had racked my brains to come up with suddenly vanished the moment I saw Oz. He had no choice but to resort to his dazed and blank remarks again. "Yes, I just arrived." But Oz didn't care at all. After hearing Taki's answer, he immediately laughed. "That's great, let's go." After saying that, the girl took the initiative to link arms with Taki and placed her hand naturally on the red string on Taki's wrist. Then he grabbed Taki and ran towards the station in the distance. Taki blushed completely, having his first such close contact with a girl. The boy could hardly believe that the goddess he had secretly admired for so long had taken his hand. Taki felt a little dizzy, and even Ru was being led around by the girl in front of him. Meanwhile, Mitsuha was standing in front of the mirror, fixing her hair. Unlike when she was possessed by Taki, Mitsuha had her hair tied up with a hair tie, making her look dignified and elegant. However, unlike usual, at this moment she had no intention of putting her hair up. Her mind had already drifted to distant Kyoto. That's great, they must be doing very well now. It was clearly a blessing, but for some reason a bittersweet feeling welled up in the girl's heart. A tear rolled down her cheek, and in the mirror it looked like a broken mermaid's tear. Mitsuha was somewhat surprised to see herself crying. Why am I? Large tears rolled down the floor, making a heart-wrenching, pitter-pattering sound. Her heart was weeping for her. This was a genuine, intoxicating emotion that arose before the mind even registered it, but the girl was completely unaware of it at the time. Through their daily interactions and the exchange of their souls, their hearts have become intertwined. This is their destiny. People who are destined to meet will eventually meet, no matter where they are, on the other side in the elevator of the sightseeing building. Because it was the weekend, the observation deck was extremely crowded. But the dragon, being a man, stubbornly used his own body to create a sheltered space for his senior. But this is too close. At this moment, Taki's face was very rosy, but he dared not get close to his senior, so he could only look up at the window. Oz fell silent. Longyi fell silent. Finally, we reached the observation deck above. Miss Oz pressed her face against the window with great interest. She talked incessantly to Taki about her feelings while gazing at the beautiful scenery in the distance, showing her great desire to share. But Taki, who wasn't good with words, could only blush. It seems they haven't recovered from the afterglow of the elevator incident. So the scene changed again. I was happy and talkative. Taki, just laugh it off and stay silent. Then it was lunchtime, and the two ate at the same restaurant. At the dinner table, Oz continued chatting with Taki about the topics they had been discussing with great enthusiasm, completely ignoring the food. But our Taki is different. He can't understand anything, so he just eats like crazy. Then every now and then he would awkwardly hum or say aha in response, and that would be the end of it. This resonated deeply with the audience, especially the men, straight men. Oh my god, that's totally me. This drama is so true for me. I really don't know how to chat with girls. There's no way around it. Mitsuha was the one talking to her before, and now that Ben is doing it, she'll be exposed immediately. After all, expecting Taki to have the same strong empathy and conversational skills as Mitsuha is unrealistic, okay? Yeah, sometimes I really don't understand why girls have so much to say to each other. The only thing the brothers have to talk about is logging into their accounts. That's not all. Sometimes a simple gesture can convey everything. For example, should we go or not? Yes. Should I get it done? Yes. However, it depends on the person. If a man and woman really have common topics, they can still have a lot to talk about. Although the audience resonated with the story, Taki already felt like he was doomed. In the toilet, Taki's expression was grave, as if he had encountered the greatest crisis in history. This is terrible. We can't continue the conversation at all. He had no choice but to look through Ben's diary again, only to find that the meticulous Mitsuha seemed to have already prepared a plan for this straight man in front of her. Ben's diary entry read, "Even though you'll probably be the one going on the date, I know you're a straight guy and definitely have no dating experience." How could that be? Taki retorted instinctively. Therefore, the following is a carefully selected collection of dialogues chosen by O's seniors to help you better prepare. Please study them word for word. Taki wanted to just give up, but he was in a situation where he really needed Mitsuha's help. Okay, I'll take a look. But seriously, is it really that effective? Data Live with Taki. Author, Mitsuha Hart. My dating experiences as someone with communication difficulties. A man who doesn't want his seniors to think of him as a mama anymore. A gathering of men who want to be loved. Seeing these obviously sarcastic remarks, Taki gritted his teeth. At the same time, thinking about how everything that happened today had come true, Taki felt ashamed of Hong Wen. Honestly, this guy always treats people like idiots. However, with Mitsuha's help, their subsequent dates did not involve such embarrassing situations again. Soon the two arrived at a photography exhibition themed nostalgia. A photography exhibition is simply a collection of photos taken by various photographers from different regions, displayed together for people to view and appreciate. Upon arriving here, the straightforward Taki finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since it's a photography exhibition, then as long as Anne should just quietly look at the photos. So the original Ben scene returned to normal. Taki, silence, O's, silence. The two walked through half of the exhibition hall in silence. When they reached an exhibition area called Flying Cicada, Taki suddenly stopped, because he saw the scenery of the town of Mitsuha in those photos, and the scenery of that great lake when he went to worship the gods again. O's decisiveness. Everyone feels heartache when O saw Taki stop. He was also very puzzled. At this moment, Taki's eyes seemed to be rooted to the spot, fixed intently on the picture, because that black and white photograph was all too familiar to him. The familiar shrine, the familiar lake, the familiar town high school. I had seen every blade of grass and every tree there with my own eyes. But when he thought about the surroundings more carefully, he found that his memory was so vague. It was as if everything he had experienced before was a dream, and this was the first time he had ever felt betrayed by his own memories. Impossible, I could never forget that place. Suddenly, Taki, what's wrong? Taki looked up and saw that O-senpai was looking at him with gentle eyes. However, there was still a hint of sadness in his eyes. She said in a deliberately casual tone, Taki, I don't know why, but you seem like a stranger today. Taki was stunned, unsure how to respond. Oz didn't press for answers. He simply finished speaking and turned to leave. It was dusk again. However, unlike the sunset in a small town, the sunset in the city is a neon sunset, colorful and radiant. Here, dusk doesn't signify the end of everything, but rather the beginning of a new nightlife. While equally beautiful, it lacks the tranquility and natural beauty of a small town. I was on this pedestrian overpass, and Taki was weakly following behind Oz. His performance today was certainly not good. He made many awkward mistakes and couldn't even keep up with the conversation. Completely messed up. This Ben should be a perfect date. At this moment, Taki could already imagine how Mitsuho would ridicule him when he found out about this. Looking at his beautiful back, Taki knew he had to do something. So he mustered his courage and spoke. Senior, are you hungry? Why don't we go eat? This was Taki's first invitation of the day, but surprisingly it was rejected by Oz. No, let's call it a day. At this moment, Oz's tone was relaxed and gentle, but occasionally a faint trace of loneliness could be heard. Okay. Taki stood there stunned, nodding slowly in agreement. At the same time, the Oz in front finally stopped. It has to be said that she looks really beautiful today. Ben is already very good looking, not to mention she's been carefully dressed up. Taki knew that his senior had definitely put a lot of thought into this date. This further underscores his major failure today. The setting sun shone on Oz's beautiful face, making it impossible for Taki to see her expression. Taki, I need to confirm something with you. Please don't be offended if I'm wrong. You used to have a crush on me, right? Upon hearing this, Taki instinctively tensed up and immediately wanted to retort. But Oz didn't give him that chance at all and immediately pressed on with, but do you have another girl you like now? Right? At this moment, her tone no longer carried the dejection of before. It was as if she were discussing some gossip that had little to do with her. Yes, Oz figured it out long ago. You should never underestimate a girl's intuition. Whether she likes or dislikes someone is usually quite obvious. At this point, Taki was completely bewildered by Oz's question. No. How could that be? He wanted to argue, but something seemed to be blocking his throat, preventing him from uttering a complete sentence. Seeing the dragon's reaction, Oz finally confirmed his answer. In the setting sun, the boy's shyness was faintly visible. Under the setting sun, the girl's eyes were filled with loneliness and sorrow. Seeing Taki's shy expression, the girl knew perfectly well that she had guessed correctly. So she deliberately teased, really not, no, you guessed wrong. At this moment, Long's eyes darted around, and he unconsciously scratched the back of his head with both hands. Oz approached slowly, unnoticed by anyone, while the girl behind him frantically picked at her purse with her fingers. Really? The two drew closer and closer until they could even hear each other's breathing. The girl stared intently at the boy in front of her as if trying to see something in his eyes. The boy stammered and didn't dare to meet her gaze. As Oz drew closer, Taki's face grew increasingly red. Too close, far too close. Finally, Taki couldn't take it anymore and subconsciously took a step back. As Oz saw Taki retreat, his eyes grew increasingly desolate. Everything is self-evident. The girl gripped her purse tighter and tighter. She wasn't as calm as she appeared. Suddenly, Oz returned to his original position, leaning forward and said in a light tone, "Well, never mind. Thank you for today, Taki." Oz's smile remained unchanged, but a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. The girl waved casually, as if saying goodbye to her past self. "See you next time you work." She turned and left without hesitation, her hand that was tightly gripping her purse loosening. Once she made up her mind, she shouldn't hesitate. Under the overpass, Taki watched as his senior Oz gradually walked away, his back filled with loneliness and self-mockery. He stood there, frozen in place, staring blankly ahead. He was somewhat confused about what he had been thinking when he was facing Senior Oz. Do I really like Oz-senpai? In his heart, Taki asked himself this question. But for some reason, the image of that pretty and lively girl kept popping into his mind. No, why would I think of that Mitsuha guy? The bewildered high school student didn't quite understand why he thought that way. This scene left the audience completely silent. I really feel sorry for Oz. Her sister is so pitiful. Yes, Miss Oz looks so lonely from behind. Yes, Ben had feelings for Taki from the moment he arrived, but unfortunately they were destined to be apart. It must be unpleasant to see the boy you like fall for someone else instead of you. That's right, but Sister Oz didn't pursue it relentlessly at all. On the contrary, she was very open-minded, which is what I admire most about her. It's clear that Miss Oz has dressed up carefully. This precisely demonstrates her dedication to this date. When in love, Ritsu, when you no longer love someone, let's go decisively without any hesitation or lingering attachment. How incredibly free-spirited. I don't care if you Taki don't love Oz, then I'll take care of him. Get that goblin out of the building. Seeing that the audience felt very sorry for the character Oz, Jiang You and the others were also very happy. If a character can resonate with the audience, then the character is considered successful. Yang Mi, standing to the side, was overjoyed. With this role, her status is sure to rise significantly. After Miss Oz left, Taki stood alone on the overpass for a long time. As dusk faded and the setting sun disappeared, night crept into the sky in its inky darkness. At this moment, Taki was very confused. His mind was in complete turmoil, and he kept flipping through Mitsuha's diary. It seemed that this would alleviate some of the irritability in his heart. Mitsuha's diary is very detailed, filled with many details of her dates. Moreover, Mitsuha occasionally interspersed some everyday conversations with his messages. If all goes well, you might even see a comet at the end of the date. Taki slowly raised his head, gazing at the distant twilight sky. The starry sky was serene and distant, showing no sign of a falling comet. What is this guy saying? And ran. Taki was somewhat helpless. He assumed the girl had accidentally found out about who ran from somewhere and didn't pay any attention. However, thinking about how terrible his date had been, he felt he should tell the girl. As for whether Taki truly thinks that way, only he knows. Even so, he still had some hesitation. Why are you calling so suddenly? Won't that bother her? Taki was a little unsure, but he eventually opened his contacts and found the number in his emergency contacts. The boy stared at the number for a long time before finally deciding to dial it. Beep, the ringing of the phone made the boy even more nervous. Meanwhile, on the other side, ring ring, the phone on the bed rang and Mitsuha reached out and grabbed it. Hello, who is it? When Mitsuha heard her best friend's voice behind her, the girl calmly replied, "Oh, it's the partner." Hearing her best friend's words of concern, Mitsuha remained completely unmoved. "Oh, I'm fine, I just suddenly don't feel like going to class." "Yes, and don't worry, I'm fine." "Oh, what do you mean? Summer festival? Okay, I'll be there." Summer breeze brushed past the window, making the bells on the eaves tinkle. Meanwhile, in Mitsuha's room, the girl was sitting on the bed, her eyes vacant. It was as if he had suffered some major blow, and there was also a touch of heartbroken sorrow in it. The female lead's sudden change startled the audience. Everyone was baffled as to why Mitsuha, who had been perfectly fine before, had become like this. Holy crap, what, did I miss something? Mitsuha, what happened? Did something go wrong? Wait a minute, I didn't skip a single frame, so it feels like a huge part is missing in the middle. Old Jiang isn't content with just flashbacks, he has to pull off an interlude too, huh? Poor little Mitsuha, Taki must have done something heinous. Don't cry, come let mama hug you. Mama fans, get out. Come on, let's guess what's going on with Mitsuha. I know this already, a person wouldn't change that much unless something happened. Let's just get to the guesses. Okay, I guess Mitsuha's shock must be related to Taki, plus some previous clues like the red string on Taki's hand. I have reason to suspect that Mitsuha definitely went to see Taki during this period. Perhaps it was the negative feedback received from Taketsube that led to its current state. No way Mitsuha didn't confess to Taki, did he, and then get rejected? That's possible, otherwise it doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. We can tell from the previous dates between Ryu and Oz that he definitely likes Mitsuha. If you like it, you certainly won't refuse. What could be the reason? Maybe they just couldn't find him. Kyoto is so big, it's not uncommon for them to be unable to find someone. If they hadn't found it, they wouldn't have reacted like this. It's a feeling of utter despair. Whatever, I'll just keep watching. Anyway, if it ends badly, I'll just tear it apart. Mitsuha's unusual behavior only confused everyone more. They had no choice but to look back at the screen, eager to see how the plot would unfold next. It's impossible for the male and female leads to just die at the end, right? If that were the case, Jiang You would probably get a lot of flack. Two flowers bloom, each representing a different branch. Just as the audience was speculating about how the plot would unfold, the images on the screen continued to flow. Night had fallen in the town. It was the day of the town's summer festival. The shrine, which is usually sparsely lit, was now filled with colorful lights and bustling with people. A large number of the town's residents gathered in front of the shrine, enjoying this rare festival. The once deserted alley is now lined with stalls. The men were dressed in casual clothes, while the women wore traditional hanfu, looking very dignified and elegant. This is a sight rarely seen in this modern world. This also belongs to traditional aesthetics. At the foot of the shrine, next to the vending machine where the three of them had previously drunk coffee. At this moment, Seiya and Tessie are waiting for Mitsuha to arrive. It's worth mentioning that Seiya was wearing a Tang Dynasty-style dress at this time. She wore a light blue dress with white jade trim, a flowing skirt, and a white jade belt that encircled her waist. Her two braids were tied with silk, and her dark hair was casually draped to the side. Her small eyes blinked, making her look lively and playful. A perfectly adorable version of the handmaiden came into view. Unlike Xiao Beilong's more masculine appearance at the time, Mai Mai's portrayal of Seiya at this time truly showcased her playful and adorable side. At that moment, she looked like a porcelain doll, melting the hearts of the audience. But Tessie on the screen showed no sign of appreciating beauty. At that moment, he was looking in the direction of Mitsuha's house with a worried expression. Seeing this, Seiya, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but feel a little jealous and began to tease the boy. "Why are you staring straight ahead? Are you looking forward to seeing Mitsuha and Hanfu?" The girl's words seemed lighthearted, but she couldn't help feeling nervous inside. Upon hearing this, Tessie immediately denied it. "What the heck, you're overthinking it. I just felt that his demeanor on the phone today was really off. Besides, there's no way I could possibly have feelings for Mitsuha." "Absolutely not." The boy's denial was very firm, which made the girl watching him very happy. The lingering doubt in Anne's heart also dissipated at that moment. But the oblivious boy was completely unaware of this. At that moment, he was worried about his friend's condition. "I felt that she seemed a bit depressed today, as if she had suffered some kind of blow. He probably just doesn't want to talk to you on the phone." Seiya joked that she was in a good mood now that her heartache had been resolved. "I'm telling you," the boy's helpless voice rang out, but he was quickly interrupted by a greeting. "Sorry to keep you waiting, I'm late." Seiya looked up in surprise. "They're here, let's go first." Tessie frowned and turned around. "You're too slow, holy crap." The two were stunned speechless by the sight of Mitsuha before them. As childhood friends, the two swore that this was the first time they had ever seen Mitsuha like this. The next chapter is Mitsuha and Hanfu. Please comment and like. Brothers, the Hanfu version of Mitsuha that you all wanted is here. I've included the pictures and the author has something to say. Mitsuha, who usually had long flowing hair, was gone. Instead, she sported a short, choppy hairstyle. This made her look more capable. Unlike the shrine maiden outfit she wore for the rituals, Mitsuha is now wearing a white pleated skirt that dates back to the Song dynasty. She wore a dark blue silk robe, a red jade pendant around her waist, and her white pleated skirt was adorned with delicate, pure patterns. A touch of gin embellished the skirt, and as the breeze blew, it made her appear like a fairy descending to earth. However, what surprised them was not this. It was Mitsuha's short hair at the temples and her withered eyes. The two people on the screen were stunned until Mitsuha spoke, at which point they came to their senses. What's wrong? Your hair. Tessie exclaimed in surprise, and Seiya, who was next to her, also looked at Mitsuha in disbelief. As a girl herself, no one knew better than her how much Mitsuha valued her hair. Seiya suddenly realized that perhaps Tessie's worries were not unfounded. Mitsuha was backlit, and the deep darkness prevented the two from seeing the tears in her eyes. She gently raised her eyes, but the sadness within them was undeniable. She forced a smile. How is it? Doesn't it look strange? The three of them rode in the small roue, one in front of the other. The girl and boy behind them looked solemn. As childhood sweethearts who grew up together, the two had never seen Mitsuha in this state. Is it because of a man? I read in a book that this kind of behavior usually indicates a breakup or something like that. The boy shared his guess. Upon hearing this, Seiya immediately retorted, what kind of relationship could she possibly have? You men just like to think about things like that, don't you? Besides, didn't Mitsuha say there wasn't any particular reason? Maybe she just wanted a haircut. Tessie looked at Seiya with utter speechlessness. No, look at what you're saying. Do you even believe it yourself? If there really wasn't a special reason, she wouldn't be in this state now. Seiya was stumped by the question. To be honest, she didn't believe it herself, but seeing that her best friend didn't want to talk about it, she didn't ask anymore. Come here quickly. Mitsuha, having reached the top of route, turned around and greeted the two. You should be able to see it here. The two put aside their doubts for the time being and went to where Mitsuha was. Before I knew it, the evening breeze began to blow. The evening breeze in midsummer is always somewhat cool, especially in the mountains and forests. A gentle breeze lifted the girl's skirt and stirred the stray hairs around her eyes. Mitsuha raised her head slightly and gazed at the starry sky. The moonlight shines on the soft starry sky, and the stars are arranged in the ethereal moonlight. All of this looks peaceful and beautiful. Mitsuha looked at the time on her phone. The comet is about to land. Suddenly, a stunning rainbow flashed across the inky night sky. The brilliant red and blue trails of flame on the rainbow intertwined within it, blending with the black night and gecko silver to create a stunning halo. Those were auroras from the depths of space brought by the comet known as Tiamat. It is showing its beauty to this blue planet and also showcasing the wonders of the universe. This natural beauty eased some of the girl's sadness, and as the most special effects intensive part of the entire film, it's not just the characters on screen that are stunning. And then there are the audience members currently sitting in the cinema watching the movie. Holy crap, what is this? Does such a beautiful sight really exist in this world? Holy crap, if I couldn't see the people around me, I would have thought I was dreaming. Ah, absolutely stunning. This is paradise. Holy crap, how did Jiang You manage to create this scene? I've seen the aurora borealis above, but honestly, it's not even half as beautiful as this one. Just as all the viewers were completely captivated by the scenery, the real big event was about to begin. At this moment, Mitsuha seemed to see something extraordinary in his eyes. A sliver of blue light suddenly pierced through the dazzling comet. The blue light fell from the night sky and slowly turned crimson, but at this moment it still seemed so far away. Mitsuha, who was standing still, seemed to sense something. She stood quietly watching the comet in the sky. The image suddenly focused on Mitsuha's eyes at the end of the frame. Those eyes shone like stars, reflecting the beauty of a comet. Just as the audience was engrossed in watching, the screen suddenly went black. Then they went back to the overpass, to the time when Taki was making the phone call. Beep. The number you dialed is not in service area. Please try again later. Sorry, Taki, standing on the overpass, reluctantly put down his phone. Can't get through. The boy had considered many possibilities, but this was one he hadn't thought of. Perhaps unwilling to give up, Taki dialed the number again. But the result remains the same. This scene left the audience, who had just recovered from the beautiful scenery, completely bewildered. Holy crap, I'm totally confused. What's going on? Holy crap, I don't understand any of this either. Why can't I get through on the phone? They're messing with me again, and what was that noise just now? I suddenly have a terrible thought. Oh my god, no, don't think about it, don't think about it. To be honest, I was a little confused when I first saw it, but now I understand it completely. Why did Mitsuha cut her hair short, and why is it suddenly in this state again? What exactly is going on with this comet? Director Jiang, you're not really going to kill me, are you? Anyway, I'm already prepared to charge in. If he dares to stab me, I'll. The current plot development is becoming increasingly confusing for viewers as Jiang You has created too many mysteries. These mysteries are now like maggots clinging to bones, constantly eroding the hearts of the audience. With nearly 50 minutes left in the movie, Jiang You needs to present all this information in an organized manner within those 50 minutes. Of course, there are also some people who prioritize visuals and don't care about the plot. I don't care about the plot, I'm absolutely in love with the visuals. When will it be released online? I want to take screenshots and use them as wallpapers. Great, today's only the premiere. This visual is completely different from Spirited Away. Spirited Away is a kind of rustic farmhouse-style oil painting. Its main feature is its simple, unpretentious, and natural beauty. But Your Name is different. It is so dazzling and beautiful. If the visuals of Spirited Away are a natural oil painting, then Your Name is a masterpiece of exquisite artistry. The analogy upstairs is so apt. You're so eloquent. Are shooting stars really that beautiful? It wasn't a shooting star, it was a comet. While some viewers were pondering the plot and others were enjoying the visuals, the screen continued to move. On the pedestrian overpass in Kyoto, Taki stood there, stunned. He slowly put away his phone, a hint of melancholy in his expression. A look of helplessness crossed the boy's face as he thought, I'll tell her about how badly this date went next time we switch bodies. This is how have always thought. But for some reason, my body swap with Mitsuha had disappeared after that day. Taki was sitting at the table at that moment. He gripped a pen tightly in his hand, constantly drawing something on the white paper. Fine focus lens, the drawing depicts the entire town. The night sky was dark and the light from the desk lamp was insufficient. His eyes were sore from using them for so long, but the boy didn't care about any of that at the moment. He was completely absorbed in sketching scene after scene of the town on the drawing paper. Write it down, write all of this down. A voice was calling out in Taki's heart. Time is slipping away. After losing contact with Mitsuha, Taki's life returned to normal. During the day, he was absent-minded during class at school. At night, he was drawing a map of the town at his desk. All of this seemed to be no different from usual. Taki still has to go to class every day and then go to work at the Italian restaurant when it's time to go to work. During my free time, I went to a restaurant for a small get-together with Takagi and Tsukasa. The boy's life seemed to have returned to normal, but a stirring within him persisted, and as time passed, this stirring became more real and harder to let go of. His mind was already occupied by the charming people in this town and that town. He meticulously searched through every piece of information online, seemingly trying to find the image in his mind. Sometimes, the dragon would even go to the library in Kyoto to borrow geography magazines about the town's topography. Finally, on this night, Taki finished drawing all the scenes of the town he remembered. He stopped painting, rubbed his slightly throbbing head, looking at the paintings covering the walls. Taki's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. He was going to find this town. He was going to find Mitsuha. He was determined to see her no matter what. And these are the strongest pieces of evidence for whether or not one can find the town. Lost in thought, the boy unknowingly fell asleep on the table. When he woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. The morning sunlight shone on the table, highlighting the boy's handsome face. Awakened by the blinding sunlight, Taki didn't hesitate at all and immediately began preparing his luggage for his long journey. He tore the paintings off the wall one by one, stacked them, and put them into his luggage. That's just his personality. Once he's made a decision, he won't drag it out. Moreover, from the moment he lost contact with the girl, a voice in Taki's heart kept calling out to him. Find her, find that girl, find Mitsuha. Taki shouldered his backpack, put on his windbreaker, and arrived at the station leading to a distant place. He didn't stop walking until he saw it. Hey, what are you guys doing here? In the bustling train station, the two handsome men and beautiful women stood out. The two figures were Yang Mi and Wang Chunjun. Oh no, it should now be called Miss O's and her best buddy C. You, how did you get here? Taki asked the two people. O's chuckled softly. I came because C told me. CZ had his hands in his pockets, his expression unchanged. I'm afraid you'll get scammed. The three of them were sitting together on the train. Taki put his arm around Tsukasa's shoulder and muttered a curse under his breath. No, are you crazy? I just asked you to help me out at home and cover for me at the construction site for the next few days. Why did you come along? C responded calmly in a soft voice. I've asked Takagi to handle the shift change. For saying that, he showed the video on his phone. Don't worry, leave it to me. Be careful en route and remember to treat me to dinner when you get back. The muscular, sunny man in the video gave a thumbs up. Taki sighed. Taki was speechless. I'm so moved. You guys are really something. C, standing to the side, put away his phone, looking like he was doing it for your own good. I was just worried about you, okay? Who knows if you who met someone online in person will run into a scammer. Ha, what does Chinese letter mean? What if you fall for a honey trap? Don't you know how rampant the scams in Kyoto have been lately? As his good friend, he naturally noticed Taki's unusual behavior a long time ago. That's why C was even more afraid that the boy would lose his mind because of his emotions. With him by his side, at least he could help him distinguish right from wrong. A honey trap! Miss O's, who was gazing at the scenery outside the window, turned around and pointed at Taki in front of her. Taki, I heard you're going to meet someone you met online. Taki's expression was complicated as he pondered how to explain their relationship. They say we're online friends, but that's not really the case. As the train started moving, the three of them gradually spoke less. Looking out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, Taki sighed inwardly. We no longer switch bodies, and I can't get through on the phone. I have a bad feeling about not being able to contact her. That's why I decided to go find Mitsuha. I really want to see her, but I'm also afraid. The train wheels rolled forward, and when it was time to transfer, the seats were much more spacious. Everyone began to eat lunch. Miss O's exclaimed in surprise, "What, you're saying you don't even know his exact address?" The only clue was the scenery of the small town. At this moment, Long's cheeks flushed slightly, and he quickly picked up a piece of luncheon meat to cover up his embarrassment. There was nothing I could do. I genuinely forgot to ask. The three people had already gotten out of the car and were searching around. O's, the only female member of the team, continues to contribute. What did you say? We can't even get in touch with them anymore. Simo added insult to injury from the side. I think you've been 100% scammed. O's nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. This looks like a complete scam. Miss O's felt somewhat helpless, but out of her devotion to Taki and her belief in the boy, she still offered Anne words of comfort. "And don't worry, we'll help you find it." And then the next scene unfolds. Taki stood in front of the station's notice board, carefully studying the Rue line. Not far behind them, two people were playing with a large black bull plush toy. Ah, look, this is so cute. At this moment, Amy perfectly captured O's overflowing girlish charm. Z, standing to the side, kept taking pictures with his phone. Seeing the two of them enjoying themselves so much, not taking any important business to heart at all. Taki sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. These two guys are such a nuisance. I should have known better than to let them come. Ben and the others watched as Taki meticulously prepared to find Mitsuha and resolutely embarked on their journey to win back their wife. The audience is already seated, ready to enjoy the sweet moments. But what's with this best friend and ex-wife? But to be honest, there's a strange kind of humor to the sight of these three together. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Reborn, I'm searching for a wife with my ex-wife and best friend. 6. Why does it feel like a short drama? However, this title is a bit off. It should be changed to After a Whirlwind Marriage, my husband came to find me with adorable twins. Ha ha ha, the two people upstairs must be long-time tomato users. You know what, in some ways that's actually true. It's confirmed that my brother's dad is his boyfriend. The rest of the story should involve Taki finding Mitsuha and then having a sweet and romantic time together. Although what I really want to see is this mouth and teeth. But thinking about it with my brain, it's probably impossible. After all, there are too many foreshadowing elements in old Jiang's previous works, and he definitely has to fill in the gaps. I suspect there might be some twists and turns later on. Whether there are twists and turns or not doesn't matter as long as it has a happy ending. I don't care, I'm just here for the sweets. If anyone tries to feed me a knife, I'll fight them to the death. The audience was engrossed in their discussion, completely unaware that a huge knife was about to fall. The three of them continued their search in Rue, of course. The only one they were really looking for was Taki. As for the other two, they were just there to make up the numbers. The Rue was a place where you could eat, drink, and have fun. Several days passed, Taki still hadn't found a single extra clue. He searched every corner of the town, but no one knew anything about it. Dragon, sitting on the bus, was a little frustrated. It still didn't work, they just came all of a sudden. To be honest, the boy was thinking of giving up. After all, he had been searching for several days. His family was also a little worried. C and O's were sitting to one side, diligently replenishing their fluids after playing for so long. Hearing Taki's dejected words, the two were somewhat surprised. Why are you just giving up? Wouldn't all our previous efforts have been wasted? Taki looked at the two who were happily munching on popsicles, speechless. Thinking, besides eating, drinking, and having fun, have you two made any other efforts? I've always been the one looking for someone okay. Of course, although the boy thought this way, he didn't actually complain much. After all, Ben's coming is his own business. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. The two then got off the bus, and after that, the group walked to a ramen shop. Boss, please give me a bowl of mountain noodles. As soon as they entered the store, the two, who were starving, responded in unison. Seeing that the two of them had ordered the same thing, Taki didn't bother to choose any more. I'd like a bowl of Takayama ramen too. Inside the small shop, a middle-aged woman wearing a headscarf was carefully taking notes. Okay, so all three of you are from Takayama Ramen. That's right. Soon, 3 bowls of ramen were happily served on the table. The rich broth paired with dry ramen noodles plus some exquisite char siu is enough to make your mouth water just by looking at it. Wow, this is so delicious. Oz, being a girl, was the first to exclaim in surprise. She was astonished by the deliciousness of the food and then began to devour it. Only Taki remained sullen. This failed journey had left him in a bad mood. Can we get back to Kyoto today? Taki asked Tsukasa. It should be possible. Let me check if there are any tickets. Seeing Taki in this state, Oz also lost interest in enjoying the food and asked with some concern. Are you alright, Taki? Actually, it's okay. We can look for a few more days. The evening glow shone on the boy's dejected face. He pondered for a long time, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, or perhaps trying to soothe his troubled heart. After a long silence, Taki gave a bitter smile. I feel like I've done something completely meaningless. The boy pulled out a picture of the town from a backpack next to him. He rubbed it with his hand without saying a word. Oz and Tsukasa, who were standing to the side, also fell silent. The two women didn't know how to comfort the boy in front of them. Just then, the woman who had just kept the accounts came over to refill the water for the three of them. She inadvertently noticed the painting in the dragon's hand. Hey bro, is this Meteor Town you drew? Hey. Upon hearing the news, the 3 men immediately looked up, their eyes fixed on the woman in front of them. It's a really good drawing, don't you think so, old man? At this moment, the ramen shop owner also came forward and looked at the drawing in Taki's hand. Yes, that used to be my hometown. I miss it so much. Then the woman explained to the 3 of them. This is my husband, who also owns this shop. That place used to be his hometown. Really? Where is it? Please take me there. At this moment, Taki's eyes were bloodshot, as if he were overwhelmed by immense joy. There, it's already. The boss's words carried a hint of sadness, as if the matter was difficult to discuss. C&Os, who were standing to the side, seemed to have remembered something as well. Ah, that place, I remember the news said it was hit by a comet about 3 years ago. The camera shifts. As the sun set, the crow circled and let out a mournful cry. What lies before Taki is the small town the boy has been longing for day and night. However, unlike what he remembered, the town was now a wasteland. Taki stood in front of the railing, then collapsed to the ground as if he had stopped breathing. Yes, this is it. He looked at the lake before him, which was incredibly familiar, but compared to the one in his memory, there was now an extra section. The extra piece of land is precisely where the town of Ben originally stood. The entire town was instantly destroyed, as if struck by an object from outer space. The whole area was reduced to ruins. Only from the still, shimmering lake can one glimpse a trace of its former glory. Taki was somewhat incredulous. I've experienced all of this before, so how could things suddenly turn out like this? The camera pans upwards, following the boy's figure. What is presented to the audience is a ruin that was once so familiar to them, but is now so unfamiliar. The senior Oz, standing to the side, crossed his arms and asked hesitantly, are you sure this is the place? It shouldn't be. C smiled wryly, his hands in his pockets, wanting to step forward and ease the tension. Oh, Taki must have made a mistake. This town was destroyed by a comet 3 years ago. Upon hearing their words, the boy instinctively retorted, no, that's right, absolutely right, this is the place. His eyes began to scrutinize every blade of grass and every tree, and the more certain he became, the more resolute his tone grew. That's right, that's the high school I used to go to. That's the cafe I ran myself. That's Mitsuha and her sister's home. But why is he like this? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Taki's head. He remembered the disaster that had shocked the entire nation 3 years ago. That was when he was in junior high school. The scenery that night was absolutely stunning. Thousands of comets streaked across the night sky, then split apart and destroyed a small town. This is the town that was destroyed by the comet. That means Mitsuha is dead. but clearly no, it's impossible. At this moment, Taki's eyes were already soaked with tears. Someone who had experienced it firsthand, he could not accept it, nor could he believe it. Suddenly, Taki remembered the diary Mitsuha had left on his phone. He pulled his phone out of his pocket as if it were his last lifeline. Look, I still have her diary here. But the next second, the diary is disappearing. Mitsuha's diary. Taki's eyes were filled with disbelief. The characters on the phone were backspaced line by line until finally all the diary entries related to Mitsuha disappeared. Not a trace was left. Why? The audience members who witnessed this scene had the exact same expression as Taki on screen. Puzzled, I don't understand, unbelievable. What the hell, you're telling me the female lead is dead? Fuck you, I'll curse you, you son of a bitch, I'll curse your whole family. Jiang dog, you're a real bastard, I'll fuck you. Wah, my Mitsuha, my wife, Jiang You, you deserve to die. Even if I've prevented it 1,000 times, it's still going to happen, damn it. I'm dumbfounded. The audience was outraged, and all sorts of free telegrams kept pouring out of their mouths. It's clear how much damage Jiang You has caused them this time. How could it not be big? He didn't even confess before he got rid of the female lead. No wonder the audience is coming for you. Meanwhile, Jiang You, sitting in the audience, was trembling with fear. What should I do? The audience rioted at the premiere and they wanted to kill me. How should I get out? I need help urgently. I'm waiting online. Mitsuha, I'm here. Don't panic, everyone. There's still a way. Let's be safe. The movie isn't over yet. The female lead should be resurrected later. Exactly. They've even come up with things like soul swapping, so resurrection isn't surprising. Hold on, brothers. Hold on. Let's watch a little longer. Fox God, we must believe. Kai 6, I believe your dad, the hero, or your mom. Nighttime in the library after reviewing the records from that year. The three finally confirmed Mitsuha's death. The incident in that small town back then shocked the whole country, and at this moment Taki also remembered that forgotten memory. Taki murmured, back then Tiamat comet crashed into this town, destroying 1/3 of it and killing more than 500 people. Now no one lives here. Looking at the long list of the dead, Taki's eyes were fixed on Mitsuha's name. Impossible, Mitsuha. He still hasn't accepted the fact that Mitsuha is dead. Miss O's, who was standing to the side, still couldn't quite believe it. Is this real? Are you sure it's this person? Could there be some mistake? After all, this matter is just too bizarre. Impossible. Just a few weeks ago, she mentioned the comet to me, but I didn't pay attention to it at the time. Taki felt like his head was about to explode. Suddenly, he heard his grandmother's words, "Am I dreaming?" It's no wonder Taki has such doubts. After all, the facts are undeniable. This incident did indeed happen 3 years ago. The boy returned to the hotel in a daze. He sat at the table, constantly scrolling through his phone, but all the memories from the past have long since disappeared, and even the memories in his mind are regressing. He slumped helplessly onto the table, seemingly having accepted the terrible truth. It was all just a dream. The small town and the experiences were all fake. The only reason I remember this is because I remembered the news at the time. The boy tried to convince himself, but suddenly he felt as if a piece of his memory was missing. I can't remember her name. Seeing that Taki had even forgotten Mitsuha's name, the audience felt increasingly hopeless about the ending. Dude, I mean, it's one thing to die, but are they going to erase my existence and memories too? It's truly a love that transcends time and space. When he realizes her death, the world's corrective power erases his memory. What kind of fantasy novel plot is this? Heavens above, why are you doing this to our Mitsuha? I hate you. What does this have to do with heaven? It's purely Jiang Dog's fault for being a good-for-nothing. Come join me in cursing that idiot Jiang You. SB Jiang You. Just as the audience was cursing loudly, the plot on screen continued to unfold. After being reminded by O's senpai, Taki finally realized what his grandmother had told him. Not symbolize the passage of time, bending and twisting and then connecting again, that is time. Thinking of this, Taki immediately opened the map. He realized there was still one place he hadn't been to. If it's that place, we might find the answer. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy, and his eyes began scanning the map intently. Oz and Tsukasa both fell asleep as the moon rose. He was still searching. The boy had a premonition that if he found that place, perhaps he would find the answer. When the morning light of the next day broke, Taki had already disappeared, leaving only a note for the two people still in the room. Senior O's, Tsukasa, there's a place I absolutely have to go. Please go back to Kyoto first. I will go back by myself. Taki. Miss O's stared at the note, speechless for a long time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Taki had already embarked on his journey to his destination, accompanied by the ramen shop owner. The man took him to the foot of a muddy mountain path. The route behind it is no longer accessible to vans. Hey, remember to eat at Rue, and the town you drew is really beautiful. The older man handed a bento box to Taki, who was traveling far away. Taki looked at the uncle with some surprise and quickly reached out to take it. After the vehicle left, the boy embarked on his journey up the mountain alone. It is summer now, and the mountains and forests are bound to be rainy. Soon the sky was covered by a dark cloud. In addition, this Rue area has been deserted for a long time, making it naturally very difficult to walk. Soon after, a torrential downpour began, making it even more difficult for Taki to walk. However, he did not stop there, but instead wrapped his windbreaker tighter and continued forward. The boy stopped in a cave halfway up the mountain, waiting for the rain to stop and resting. Perhaps the boy's sincerity moved the heavens, for the rain soon subsided considerably. On the muddy rocks the boy was struggling to climb. He exhaled a lot of white breath, but his steps showed no sign of stopping. Finally, Taki reached the summit. In the misty haze, he saw everything he used to know all too well. The enormous pit resembling a large plate is where the ancestral land of the Mitsuha family is located. Beneath that giant tree and boulder lies the soul of our ancestors and also time itself. The boy looked at everything familiar before him, and his heart began to pound. It's true, everything I experienced is real. It's not a dream. At this moment, Taki's heart finally settled down. Before, his heart had been restless. His heart was filled with doubt, but Anne settled all her doubts the moment she saw the ancestral land. He knew he had found a way to save Mitsuha. When everyone saw Taki go through countless hardships to find a way to save Mitsuha, they were all deeply moved. Ah, this kind of mutually devoted love, I'm totally shipping it. Ben thought it was a teen romance drama, but it turned out to be a hero saves the beauty drama. But how will Taki save Mitsuha later? Time travel isn't a problem, but how will he go back? I have a feeling this is related to the previous Mitsuha incident in the Taki version where someone gave away Sake. Ah, good idea, the prophetess struck. Ignoring the discussions of the spectators outside, Taki had already stepped inside the two giant rocks. The space inside the boulder was not small. It was at least larger than Taki had imagined. On the deep and tranquil stone walls hang one magnificent mural after another. The mural depicts the origins of the town. However, Taki wasn't in the mood to observe this right now. He walked to the deepest part of the cave and looked at the stove in front of him. A statue stands on the stove. The face of the statue is blurry and it is not clear which Rue deity it is, but this does not detract from its solemnity and holiness. But that wasn't the boy's main focus. He turned on his phone. The light shone on the two bottles of wine next to the stove. This bottle is my sister's and this bottle is mine. The dragon grabbed the wine jar, its eyes flickering slightly. The person I swapped bodies with was her from 3 years ago, which means that the timelines were different. Grandma said that the Shrine Maiden's Kuchikamizake symbolizes the connection between gods and humans. The boy slowly poured out the wine. The clear liquid represented his last hope. If it really is a link, please let me do it one more time. The dragon drank the wine in its mouth in one gulp. However, nothing happened. Taki lowered his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. Was this all really a dream? The next step is to search elsewhere to see if there are any other solutions. The wet, slippery ground was covered with moss, making it easy to slip and fall. Thump, the boy had just stood up when he lost his footing and fell backward to the ground. He waved the light from his phone with both hands, illuminating the mural above. Taki's pupils constricted slightly. Is that a comet? Immediately, Taki fell backward to the ground. In an instant, his soul seemed to leave his body and travel to the endless river of time. In that long river, Taki saw the girl he knew so well. There will be another chapter before 12 o'clock.